In the bustling People's Hospital of Magic City, a dedicated physician named Guo Yuan was diligently working at the operating table at the age of 27. He had recently graduated with a master's degree, possessing a robust foundation in medicine. Having just celebrated his 32nd birthday, he had spent 5 fruitful years at this hospital, establishing a commendable reputation. Guo Yuan's life took a tumultuous turn when his parents divorced when he was merely 6 years old, leading to their respective remarriages. He was raised by his grandfather, who sadly passed away from heart disease when Guo Yuan turned 18. This profound loss ignited his determination to become a healer, a guardian of life. He pursued this ambition relentlessly, finding solace only in the anime that he cherished during his rare moments of leisure, with Naruto being his favorite. After finally securing a brief respite following a successful surgery, Guo Yuan was about to indulge in an episode of Naruto when he received an urgent call from the department. A group of wealthy young men had been involved in a high-speed car crash, and the director implored him to rush to the operating room for emergency care. With the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders, Guo Yuan hastily made his way to the surgical suite, working tirelessly for 7 consecutive hours until the early hours of the next day. I'm so exhausted. I really don't want to continue. After voicing his quiet complaints, he returned to his office and collapsed onto his desk, succumbing to sleep. In a hazy, dreamlike state, Guo Yuan felt as though everything around him had transformed. A colossal sphere of light appeared before him, displaying a line of text. Traveler, Guo Yuan. World of travel, Naruto. Danger level. Travelers with a danger level exceeding 3 stars are entitled to a lottery opportunity. Please make your selection. As Guo Yuan absorbed the surreal scene before him, sleepiness vanished, replaced by a blank slate of disbelief. Could this be a dream? He mused, pinching his thigh, the sharp pain confirming the reality of his situation. Travelers with a danger level exceeding 3 stars have a lottery opportunity. Please make your selection. The sphere's voice interrupted his thoughts. Were you? The system? Why have I crossed over? What can I win in the lottery? Guo Yuan inquired, gazing at the luminous sphere. I am the portal of infinite realms, a gateway connecting 129,000 parallel worlds. I am not merely a system. Your brainwave frequency resonated with mine, and your dissatisfaction with your life met the criteria for crossing over. The lottery encompasses all possibilities, offering a chance to acquire items from any of the 129,000 parallel worlds. Now, please proceed with the lottery. After absorbing the sphere's explanation, Guo Yuan was caught between laughter and tears. Had he struck a remarkable fortune? Thankfully, he was alone, with no family ties or a girlfriend to worry about. Contemplating the allure of the Naruto world, he thought, how do I proceed with the lottery? With a flash of golden light, the sphere transformed into a grand spinning wheel, divided into 3 equal sections: technology, elemental, and life skills. Please spin the wheel. Following the instructions, Guo Yuan gently spun the wheel, which ultimately came to rest within the elemental section. Subsequently, a radiant beam of light emerged, dividing the wheel into numerous segments. Upon closer inspection, Guo Yuan discerned that the so-called elemental categories represented various affinities with natural elements or remarkable artifacts that enabled one to wield such elements directly. With a firm grip, Guo Yuan spun the wheel and then closed his eyes, awaiting its eventual halt. After approximately 2 minutes, the wheel came to a standstill. The traveler has obtained affinity with the ice element. The draw is complete. The journey begins at S. The luminous orb's proclamation faded. Darkness enveloped Guo Yuan's vision, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate span of time, Guo Yuan's awareness gradually returned. He slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by impenetrable darkness, with a distant glimmer of light beckoning him. Instinctively, he gravitated towards the light, and after a struggle, he emerged into the world. With Guo Yuan's cooperation, the woman swiftly brought him into existence. Her gaze, imbued with affection, warmed Guo Yuan's lonely heart, revealing to him the essence of maternal love. Setting aside the mother-child interaction, Guo Yuan, upon his arrival into this realm, did not emit a cry, causing alarm among the attending nurses. Why was this seemingly healthy child silent? Could he possibly be mute? The doctor beside the nurse nodded in acknowledgement, prompting her to firmly pinch Guo Yuan's bottom. As pain surged through him, Guo Yuan instinctively opened his mouth, unleashing a resounding wail. The medical staff exhaled in relief, and upon hearing her child's vigorous cries, the woman smiled gently, contentedly drifting into slumber. In the realm of Naruto, possibly due to the influence of chakra, newly born infants appeared considerably more robust than those on Earth. Merely 2 days after his birth, Guo Yuan's mother cradled him in her arms and returned home. The language of the Naruto world closely resembled Japanese from his previous life, and Guo Yuan felt fortunate for having studied it, as this eliminated any language barrier and facilitated his understanding of this new world. Days later, Guo Yuan learned that his mother was named Yamanaka Keiko, a cousin of the Yamanaka clan leader. The man frequently holding him was none other than the clan leader himself, Yamanaka Akiha, his uncle. At that time, Yamanaka Hayashi was still a mere child. His uncle also decided upon his name, Yamanaka Yuan, which he would henceforth be called. Unbeknownst to him, a month had passed since Yamanaka Yuan's birth. Through the conversations of those around him, he learned that the current year was the 33rd of the Leaf Village, with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the prime of his life, thriving in his role. Under the third Hokage's leadership, the Leaf Village had valiantly faced 4 opponents during the Second Shinobi World War, emerging unscathed. At this moment, outside the Leaf Village stood Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the esteemed disciples of the third Hokage, alongside the legendary Konoha White Fang Hatake, Tsukumo, and the Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Kagami, as well as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Within the village, the third Hokage and the Hyuga clan fostered a sense of stability and security among the villagers. Thus, in stark contrast to other villages, the atmosphere within the Leaf Village remained one of tranquility and peace. As for his uncle, Yamanaka Akiha, he was the 14th head of the Inuzuka clan. The Inuzuka clan had been steadfast supporters of the Hokage lineage since the establishment of the Leaf Village, having united against adversaries since the Warring States period. To preserve the unique bond among the 3 clans, their ancestors established a tradition. Under the witness of the Sarutobi clan, the previous generation of Inuzuka would pass down their ceremonial earrings to the next generation. The succeeding generation would then pledge an oath regarding the earrings, vowing to regard one another as brothers, a custom that had been handed down through the ages. The collaborative action model of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans significantly enhances their combat prowess and survival rate. After the establishment of the Ninja Academy by the second Hokage, the requirement to form teams of 3 was largely inspired by these clans. These 3 families, each serving as a complementary support to one another, find themselves formidable allies individually. They may not rival the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, yet together they command respect from any family within Konoha. Furthermore, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans possess unique secret techniques that, when combined, create a formidable synergy in battle. Due to the birth of Yamashiro, too, Yamashiro Aki returned from the front lines specifically to celebrate with his nephew, underscoring his deep affection. However, Yamashiro found it perplexing that despite Yamashiro Aki's evident regard for him, the celebration was confined solely to the internal festivities of the Inuzuka clan. Although the village was aware of Yamashiro's existence, no one came to extend their congratulations. Moreover, since his birth, Yamashiro had never laid eyes on his father. Contemplating these matters, Yamashiro came to the realization that his lineage must possess its own complexities, and Yamashiro Aki's actions were likely a means of concealing something significant. In the 34th year of Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War intensified. Although Konoha had gained certain advantages on various battlefields, the situation remained dire. Fortunately, recent conflicts between the Cloud and Stone Ninja allowed Konoha to conserve some of its forces, focusing on the sand and the ever-watchful mist from the Land of Water. Meanwhile, Yamashiro celebrated his first birthday. Remarkably, when he was merely 6 months old, he could articulate simple sounds, leading many to proclaim him a prodigy among the families of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. News of his being dry at night after just 3 months had spread throughout Konoha, solidifying his reputation as a genius. In Yamashiro Seiko's eyes, such early development was expected, given that the family's secret techniques were rooted in mental prowess. Even while still in her womb, she had employed the family's mystical methods to nurture her child's understanding of spiritual energy. However, shortly after his first birthday, Toru astonished his mother by mastering hand seals after merely a few demonstrations from his cousin. Witnessing her son's chubby little hands clumsily practicing these seals left her in awe. What extraordinary talent for a ninja. At just 1 year old, Toru remained unaware of his potential as a genius. He was not capable of refining chakra nor learning ninjutsu. In the perilous world of the Hokage, especially during the tumult of the Shinobi World Wars, he was spared from conflict while still an infant. Yet, what would happen during the Third Shinobi World War? In the original narrative, even prodigies like Kakashi graduated at 5 and found themselves on the battlefield. It was certain that even should Toru graduate normally, he would be dispatched to the front lines of the Third War. Thus, he could only practice hand seals for the time being. On September 15th, 34th year of Konoha, Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, was born. A month later, on October 15th, a celebration was held for his first month, attended by representatives from all clans, including the Yamashiro clan. They sent Yamashiro Aichi, the next generation of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, who had graduated from the Ninja Academy together the previous year. Yamashiro Seiko received a personal invitation from Hatake Tsukumo, and on that day, a party of 4, accompanied by an infant, set out to offer their congratulations. Hatake Tsukumo rose to prominence during the First War, but it was in the Second War that he truly made a name for himself. Wielding a chakra blade that shone with a white light, reaping the lives of countless enemy ninjas, his prowess was unrivaled in Konoha, second only to the Hokage. The Hatake clan's estate was modest, and with so many attendees, Toru and the others found themselves waiting in line to enter. Aunt, did you not receive Lord Tsukumo's invitation? Surely we can enter through the side door with Toru, suggested one of the clan members. Yes, Aunt. You could help us secure a seat. Otherwise, we may have nowhere to dine, added another from the Akimichi clan. Indeed, the Akimichi were ever preoccupied with food. Toru rolled his eyes at their thoughts of dining at such an occasion. Waiting here is exasperating, Nara Shikaka remarked, his impatience evident as he gazed at the long queue ahead. It seems that Shikamaru's aversion to trouble is inherited from his father. Yamashiro Aoki observed the behavior of the 3 individuals in relation to their offspring. Indeed, they were all biological children. Yamashiro Keiko nodded and entered through the side door. In his mother's embrace, Yamashiro Aoki watched as she navigated the interior of the Hatake residence with ease, clearly having visited more than once. Keiko-senpai, you've arrived, exclaimed a woman with purple hair, her joy evident upon seeing Yamashiro Keiko. Our blooming flower of Konoha Hospital has now embraced motherhood. It was apparent that Keiko and Kakashi's mother shared a close familiarity, engaging in cheerful conversation, while Yamashiro Aoki observed the peacefully sleeping Kakashi. The 1-month-old Kakashi naturally was not wearing a mask. In his previous life, Yamashiro Aoki had considered himself a fan of Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a nin at 6, setting a record. Unfortunately, after receiving Obito's Sharingan, his already limited chakra was further strained, making even the use of a shadow clone a difficult endeavor, ultimately leading to his reputation as a mediocre shinobi. Following his succession as the 6th Hokage, he was humorously dubbed the weakest Hokage by many fans. Keiko, it's been a while. As the 2 mothers engaged in lively discussion, Hatake Tsukumo entered. Yamashiro Aoki looked up at the man before him, dressed in casual attire with long silver hair tied back in a ponytail. At that moment, Tsukumo bore no resemblance to the famed Konoha White Fang, appearing more like an ordinary person greeting friends. Tsukumo, it's been ages. Is this the child of Kaido? Yes. His name is Yamashiro Aoki. Yamashiro Aoki? Splendid. The news of your marriage was scarcely known, so not returning to that clan was undoubtedly wise. After all, Kaido is no longer with us. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Both you and Kaido are my friends. With that, Hatake Tsukumo waved to Junko and continued to attend to the guests. Is it truly wise not to return to that clan? Could it be that my father hails from the Hyuga clan? Would I be marked as a caged bird upon returning? The conversation between his mother and Hatake Tsukumo stirred Yamashiro Aoki's imagination, leading him to believe that his father was not merely a common ninja. In the 35th year of Konoha, the 14th generation of Inoshikacho ventured to the battlefield in the land of Earth. Yamashiro Aoki felt a deep sense of loss for his uncle, a gentle man who often held him close. Although merely an uncle to Yamashiro Aoki, Yamashiro Aki was akin to a father. In the same year, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade joined forces in the Rain Village to confront the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. Although they did not achieve a decisive victory, they successfully halted Hanzo's advance and earned his respect, leading him to recognize them as the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. News of this triumph spread throughout Konoha, uplifting the spirits of its people. That year, Tsunade successfully developed an antidote for the potent poison used in the Chiyo puppets on the battlefield in the Land of Wind, leading to the Sand Ninjas' retreat and granting Konoha a significant advantage. In the 36th year of Konoha, a fierce battle unfolded in the Land of Lightning between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja. Faced with the pressures from both the Earth Ninja and Konoha, the Cloud Ninja found themselves overwhelmed and chose to retreat. Tragically, that same year, Shinjirobe fell into a trap, resulting in his untimely death. In the 37th year of Konoha, Kato Dan, one of the three ninjas renowned for his medical ninjutsu, succumbed to hemophobia. That year also marked the beginning of Yamashiro Aoki's journey as he commenced the refinement of his chakra, taking the first step on his path to becoming a formidable ninja. In the depths of the mountains, under the guidance of his mother, Yama Zhongyuan commenced the delicate process of refining chakra. Chakra is the vital energy extracted from the human body, specifically from its 130 trillion cells. And the strength of one's mental prowess significantly aids in the swift perception and subsequent refinement of this energy. The quantity of chakra an individual possesses ultimately determines the trajectory of a ninja's development. In the realm of Naruto, lineage plays a pivotal role. Initial attempts at chakra refinement are often more successful with familial assistance. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that later conflicts devolve into internecine strife among the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Yama Zhongyuan, however, remains unaware of his father's identity. Nor does he contemplate relying on any sage body or the Sharingan. Instead, he resolves to carve out his own path, having lived two lives. Coupled with the ancestral techniques of the Yamazhong clan, Yama Zhongyuan possesses formidable mental strength, allowing him to easily sense his body's energy. In a short span, he successfully refined his own chakra. Is this what chakra truly feels like? As he experienced the flow of chakra within him, Yama Zhongyuan took his first step towards becoming a formidable force at the tender age of 4. Eager to discover the nature of his chakra, Yama Zhongyuan, having watched the complete series of Naruto, was familiar with various ninja training methodologies. Although these techniques could not be openly utilized, the practice itself remained permissible. Acquiring additional ninjutsu would always serve as a safeguard. He was acutely aware that he could not evade participation in the Third Great Ninja War, whether he wished to or not. Historical accounts indicated that by the latter stages of the war, Konoha would find itself beleaguered, with graduates from the Ninja Academy thrust into the chaos. Understanding his chakra's attributes would be advantageous for his future endeavors. Thus, his paramount objective was to grow stronger and survive before the war commenced. "Mother, I have succeeded. Can I learn ninjutsu now?" he exclaimed. "Yuan, how many times have I told you? Do not aim too high. Take one step at a time. Learning ninjutsu is not something that can be accomplished overnight," replied Yama Zhongyuan, shaking her head in resignation. She recognized her son's genius but was taken aback by the ease with which he refined chakra. It posed no challenge for him whatsoever. "No, I want to learn ninjutsu," Yama Zhongyuan asserted, leveraging his advantage as a 4-year-old child pleading with his mother. What parent could bear to refuse such a request? Inevitably, Yama Zhongyuan found herself acquiescing. "Yuan, before you can learn ninjutsu, you must first ascertain your chakra's attributes. Our Yamazhong clan primarily focuses on the cultivation of mental techniques, with family secret ninjutsu as a secondary emphasis. Our innate talent for ninjutsu is generally modest. However, I am somewhat different," she continued. "Now, my son, channel your chakra into this paper." With that, Yama Zhongyuan produced a piece of chakra testing paper. In the world of Naruto, such testing paper is not easily procured. It is typically reserved for elite Genin or those who have made significant contributions to the village. Yama Zhongyuan initially presumed his mother would retrieve it from the family storehouse, but upon realizing she possessed it, he recognized that she was no ordinary ninja. "What is this?" he inquired, feigning ignorance as he accepted the paper from her. "This is chakra testing paper, Yuan. Concentrate your chakra on your fingertip and then transfer it to the paper. If the paper ignites, it indicates a fire attribute. If it becomes damp, it signifies water. If it tears, it denotes wind. If it crumbles, it reveals earth. And if it wrinkles, it signifies lightning. Now, give it a try, Yuan." Yamashita Yudo nodded slightly as he infused his chakra into the test paper. As the chakra flowed in, one half of the paper became damp while the other half crinkled. A sigh of relief escaped him. Possessing both lightning and water attributes was indeed a fortuitous outcome. Given his former life as a surgeon, he held a profound understanding of the human body. He firmly believed that, with the lightning attribute, he could certainly develop the lightning release chakra mode. Moreover, with Kakashi's Chidori at his disposal, he felt a sense of pride, as he was destined to become the originator of Chidori in this life. As for the water attribute, he was less concerned, for in the original narrative, the water release did not exhibit overwhelming strength. Dual attributes of lightning and water? Just like him, lightning. What did you say, mother? Yamashita Yudo could not quite catch his mother's words. His mother, Yamashita Keiko, snapped back to reality and clarified, I said. My son possesses the dual attributes of lightning and water, a true genius. Yamashita Yudo nodded without pressing further. Keiko, believing she had successfully evaded further inquiry, sighed in relief. My dear, here are the scrolls for the body flicker technique. With your lightning and water attributes, these techniques should suit you well. She handed him 3 scrolls. Yamashita Yudo accepted the 3 scrolls, which included the body flicker technique, along with 2 others, lightning release, lightning body flicker, and water release, water chaos wave. He felt quite satisfied to have acquired these 3 techniques and understood the wisdom of moderation, even if his mother possessed higher-level jutsu. It remained uncertain whether he could cultivate or unleash them given his chakra levels. Obtaining these 3 C-rank techniques was already quite commendable. Yudo, do not rush into practicing the jutsu. First, refine your chakra until you reach the limits of your physical capacity, Keiko cautioned, observing her son's excitement. Fearing he might focus solely on practicing techniques rather than refining his chakra, leading to futile efforts. Understood, mother. I shall begin my training. Very well. Off you go. Returning to his room, Yamashita Yudo sat cross-legged, following his mother's guidance to continue refining his chakra. For the next week, he dedicated himself to this task until he sensed no further increase in his chakra levels. At this juncture, Yamashita Yudo examined the chakra within him. Having never seen the chakra levels of others and lacking a point of reference, he was unaware of whether his chakra was ample or scant. Logically, given his formidable mental strength, the chakra refined from his bodily energy should be significant. Unbeknownst to him, his chakra levels were not merely adequate, they were abundant, nearing that of an average chunin. Eagerly, he opened the jutsu scrolls, yearning to learn the techniques he had long desired. Lightning release, lightning body flicker. Observing the small sparks dancing in the courtyard, Yamashita Yudo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Wasn't he supposed to be in protagonist mode? Wasn't it said that techniques could be learned at a glance? It seemed fate had not bestowed upon him the fortune of a protagonist. He could not even master a simple jutsu at first sight. After lamenting the unfairness of fate for a while, Yamashita Yudo opened the other scroll, water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water chaos wave. Unlike the previous attempt, this time, the water chaos wave was successfully unleashed. In the mountains, Yamaguchi looked into the extent of his chakra. With the technique of water chaos wave, he found that he could unleash it approximately 10 times. By the estimations of the original work. Goodness. Does that imply I possess a chakra level akin to that of a moderate ninja? Yamaguchi first felt that he still had a golden finger. Indeed. Where is my golden finger? Having traversed 4 years since his arrival, he had completely forgotten about the ice element affinity he had won in the lottery, which had yet to make an appearance. This golden finger of his. What exactly is this ice element affinity? Should I try a piece of ice? Yamaguchi, always impulsive, ventured into the kitchen and retrieved a large block of ice from the freezer. As expected, he discovered that holding the ice felt remarkably warm, with no signs of melting in his grasp. Goodness, could it be that my golden finger simply renders me impervious to cold? Yamaguchi mused that his golden finger could not possibly be so simplistic. It was supposed to be a life-preserving skill. How could it be so weak? Slowly, he channeled his chakra into the ice block, and suddenly, its interior unfolded before him. Yamaguchi felt as though he had become one with the ice, both in body and thought. Utterly calm, he was undisturbed by any external influences. Oh, what is this? In this state, Yamaguchi noticed changes occurring within his body, as all his cells began to shift towards an icy molecular structure. Once the transformation was complete, he attempted to control his cells with chakra. His left hand morphed into ice, and then his right hand followed suit. This bodily transformation reminded Yamaguchi of a renowned anime from his previous life, One Piece. featuring former Marine Admiral Akiji, who consumed the ice fruit, enabling him to turn his body into ice to evade physical harm. Could he possess a similar ability? This thought shattered the special state of mind he had entered, and Yamaguchi was eager to discover whether he could indeed elementalize. If he could truly transform into ice, it would mean that physical attacks would be rendered ineffective, and given that the world of Naruto lacks haki, he could no longer contain his excitement. He rushed back into the kitchen to find his mother's small fruit knife, then concentrated chakra to turn his body into ice. With the fruit knife in his right hand, he snipped off a strand of hair. As the knife severed the hair, it transformed into a thin strand of ice. Immediately, Yamaguchi reverted from his icy state, discovering that his hair remained intact. He could indeed elementalize. He then conducted various experiments and ultimately confirmed one truth. He could elementalize, control ice, and directly convert water into ice. Water release, water chaos wave, freeze. Yamaguchi soon realized that he could transform water into ice at the very moment he executed the water release technique. He also discovered he could teleport to the location of his chakra-infused ice blocks, akin to the Flying Thunder God technique. The difference, however, was that while the Flying Thunder God is a space-time ninjutsu that defies distance, his teleportation required sensing the chakra-laden ice elements, with a maximum range of 50 meters. Nonetheless, being able to teleport without any consumption within that range left Yamaguchi thoroughly satisfied. The only flaw lies in the fact that the ice release, water technique currently demands an exorbitant amount of chakra, given Yamashita's current state. He can only employ the water release, water chaos technique a maximum of 3 times. Yamashita had previously believed that possessing a chakra volume equivalent to that of an average chunin at the age of 4 was sufficient. However, he was taken aback to discover that utilizing a C-rank ninjutsu would consume 1/3 of his chakra. Reflecting on methods to augment his chakra from the anime, he recalled 2 potential solutions within the Naruto universe. First, to integrate the cells of Hashirama Senju. Second, to capture a tailed beast and become a Jinchuriki. Contemplating the first option, he quickly dismissed it as the risks associated with merging with the first Hokage's cells were far too great. Without the Sharingan, he would be unable to suppress the overwhelming power of those cells, and before a complete fusion could occur, he would risk being consumed by them. The second option, involving a tailed beast, appeared feasible, yet it necessitated a formidable level of strength. The Nine Tails, for instance, was out of the question, being a prominent beast of Konoha. Yamashita had no intentions of defecting, and he certainly could not contend with such a powerful entity. After much deliberation, it seemed only the Three Tails and Six Tails resonated with Yamashita's attributes, particularly since the Three Tails had remained unclaimed for a considerable time following the demise of the fourth Mizukage. Nevertheless, these options were not accessible to him at present. Ultimately, it came down to a lack of strength. Regardless, he had made significant progress today, so he decided it was best to retire for the night. In the 38th year of the Hidden Leaf, Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, eliminated Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. With the loss of 2 Quasi-Kage-level experts, the Sand Shinobi found themselves unable to continue fighting and opted to surrender. In that same year, 5-year-old Yamashita reached the age to enroll in the Shinobi Academy. Over the past year, he had mastered the body flicker technique and the lightning release, earth walk, and had become proficient in water release ninjutsu beyond just water release, water chaos, having also learned the interference type technique, water release, water wall. Perhaps due to his affinity for the ice element, Yamashita's innate talent for water release surpassed that of lightning release. Under his command, the water wall technique transformed into an exceptionally strong defensive maneuver, referred to as ice wall. Furthermore, a year of training had afforded Yamashita a modest increase in chakra capacity. Whereas he could previously execute 10 C-rank ninjutsu, he could now unleash 13 to 14. At this juncture, even without employing ice release, he was capable of overcoming the lower-rank shinobi from the original storyline. Utilizing ice release, he would likely surpass elite shinobi, certainly stronger than Kakashi, who graduated at the age of 5. Wait, Yamashita thought. Kakashi graduated in the 39th year of Konoha, which is next year. He hasn't even attended school this year. How could he possibly graduate next year? This realization left him feeling unsettled. He too was enrolling this year, which meant his classmates would include Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma, those who would become the backbone of Konoha once the story commenced. Oh, how troublesome, he lamented. Yamashita, you've been led astray by that fellow, Kakuzu. Why do you keep lamenting about troubles? Brother Hachi, is the mission completed? Yamashita inquired, as his elder brother returned home. This meant that Yamashita's uncle would also be back soon. Yes, the mission is concluded. The war is drawing to a close. In a few days, you'll be heading to the Shinobi Academy, right? Do your best. Yes, Brother Hiei. Yamanaka Inji replied with a heavy heart. In the 38th year of Konoha, the village had established a decisive advantage on various battlefields. The Sand Shinobi surrendered, and the Mist Shinobi failed to set foot on the Land of Fire. Currently, only the Rock and Cloud Shinobi remained at an impasse, marking Konoha's triumph in this war. The news of victory returned to the village, prompting both villagers and the remaining shinobi to breathe a sigh of relief. The war had finally come to an end. The following day, the higher-ups of Konoha organized a welcoming ceremony at the village gates to greet the hero's return, and Yamanaka Inji joined the throng of well-wishers. Look, they are back. The sensory ninjas and the barrier team were the first to detect the distant troops. Soon, the Konoha ninja forces emerged, and the villagers' cheers grew louder as the shinobi approached. Taking advantage of his physical stature, Yamanaka Inji managed to push his way to the front of the crowd. Leading the procession were three figures: Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary three, Orochimaru, another of the legendary three, and Hitaki Tsukumo, known as Konoha's White Fang. Orochimaru had been stationed in the Land of Water, successfully thwarting numerous attacks over the past 2 years. Tsunade and Hitaki Tsukumo had achieved a resounding victory against the Sand Shinobi of the Wind Country, with even Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law falling to Hitaki Tsukumo's blade. As for Jiraiya, he was likely in the Land of Rain, imparting wisdom to Nagato and his companions at that moment. Meanwhile, the Konoha high-ranking officials, led by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore smiles of satisfaction. The return of heroes was deserving of every ounce of respect and praise. Lord Hokage, we have fulfilled our mission. Excellent. The third Hokage gazed upon the trio with a heart full of gratitude, reflecting on how the once tender saplings had grown to shelter Konoha from the storms of life. Let us allow the heroes of this war to return home, Tsunade declared, waving her hand. The ranks of ninja dispersed to either side, revealing nearly 100 stretchers at the rear. Most of these shinobi were gravely wounded, their lives lost despite efforts to save them. While those who had perished on the battlefield were long gone, their remains unrecognizable. The third Hokage, his expression grave, instructed the welcoming party to make way for these heroes. For each stretcher bore the weight of vibrant life. Yamanaka Inji was also moved by the somber atmosphere. In his past life as a doctor, death was a commonplace occurrence. Yet the toll of war was unfathomable. This was indeed a tangible world, where lives were genuinely extinguished. After the stretchers were carried into the village, the third Hokage announced the dissolution of the gathering, understanding that the heroes needed not a celebratory feast, but the warmth of family reunions. Yamanaka Inji suppressed his emotions and followed his clan back to their ancestral home. Upon entering, he overheard Yamanaka Kiko and Hiei discussing something with Hitaki Tsukumo, with Kiko wiping away tears and Hiei's eyes red-rimmed. Inji, your uncle has passed. Hiei's voice was soft, yet it struck Yamanaka Inji like a thunderclap. The gentle man who had often cradled him since birth and brought him joy, teaching him to walk and forming hand seals, had provided him with warmth akin to that of a father. Hiei believed that Inji, only 2 years old when his father departed, had likely forgotten his father's visage. However, he was unaware that Inji was a time traveler, endowed with exceptional memory due to the mental fortitude training from the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. Lord Whitefang. Who is it? Shanzhong Yuan lowered his head, his voice calm. Chimu Tsukumo believed that Shanzhong Yuan had long forgotten his uncle, casually mentioning the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z. Is that so? I will definitely kill him. Shanzhong Yuan's voice revealed an unwavering determination. He raised his head, tears streaming down his face. And this is truly worthy of being his son. Jingzi observed that Yuan seemed to remember everything from the moment of his birth. This child possessed an extraordinarily powerful spirit. Chimu Tsukumo remarked, looking at the 5-year-old before him. Yuan, do you remember your uncle? Of course I remember. How could I forget? For Shanzhong Yuan, the world of Hokage had previously felt like a mere game, where the people around him were NPCs, and apart from his cherished family, everyone else was expendable. However, today, the return of the Konoha ninja army made him realize that this was a tangible world, compounded by the death of Shan Zonkyuren. This dual shock awakened his father's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. A scarlet tomo manifested in Shanzhong Yuan's eyes. The room fell into an eerie silence. Aunt, is this the Sharingan? Broke the silence with Shanzhong Hai. Indeed, Yuan's father, my husband, belongs to the Uchiha clan. Hi, do you understand the consequences if this becomes public? A 5-year-old awakening the Sharingan. Would the Uchiha clan allow such a prodigy to remain with other families? You are the next head of the Shanzhong family. Do you still wish to shelter Yuan and his mother? This could bring great trouble to the Shanzhong clan. Lord Tsukumo, my aunt and brother will always be my family. Unless they choose to leave, the Shanzhong clan will forever be their home. Very well. Since it is so, this matter can only be known to those in this room. Understood. Hai's attitude warmed Jingzi's heart. She felt truly grateful to have such family members. After the three reached a consensus, Chimu Tsukumo and Shanzhong Jingzi said their farewells and departed, as the remaining matters pertained to the affairs of the Shanzhong family, which he felt he should not intrude upon. Yuan, do not be sad. Your uncle would not wish to see you like this. The death of Shan Zonkyuren indeed left Shanzhong Yuan heartbroken, but as he awakened the Sharingan, his sorrow transformed into a driving force for progress. He aimed to evolve the Sharingan step by step, until he could unlock the Rinnegan, or, when powerful enough, seize Nagato's Rinnegan to resurrect his uncle. What he needed now was strength. A week later, the third Hokage held a funeral for Shan Zonkyuren and the heroes of Konoha. Before the Konoha Memorial Stone, all ninjas donned black attire, and the stone bore the names of those who sacrificed their lives for the peace of Konoha. After the funeral, Shanzhong Jingzi called Shanzhong Yuan and Shanzhong Hai into her room and recounted events from many years prior. Shanzhong Yuan's father was an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Hikari. He did not appear in the original work. Unlike most Uchiha clan members, he possessed no fire affinity, with his only attribute being lightning. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their fire-style ninjutsu, and Uchiha Hikari faced discrimination from some clan members due to his lack of fire affinity. Until the moment when Uchiha Hikari awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 10, he was already considered an extraordinary genius within the Uchiha clan, where an earlier manifestation of the Sharingan signified greater talent. Under the rigorous training of his family, Hikari ascended to the rank of Special Jonin at 16, due to his exceptional lightning release techniques and his 3-tomo Sharingan, and by 18, he had officially attained the rank of Jonin. Subsequently, he was dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Wind, where he encountered Yamanaka Ino, who was then serving as a medical ninja. The battlefield in the Land of Wind was fraught with peril, as the puppet masters among the Sand Shinobi were particularly adept at employing poisons. Any lapse in caution from the Leaf Ninjas could result in swift poisoning, leading to inevitable death without the timely intervention of a medical ninja. Consequently, approximately 70% of the medical ninjas from Konoha converged on this battleground, including Yamanaka Ino. What followed was a classic tale of heroism, as Uchiha Hikari valiantly protected Yamanaka Ino amidst the chaos, only for her to subsequently save him from the clutches of poison. This series of events kindled a romantic connection between the two. In the 31st year of Konoha, Uchiha Hikari and Yamanaka Ino became a couple. However, due to the ongoing conflict, their marriage remained a private affair, known only to Hikari's friend and captain, Hatake Tsukumo. In the 32nd year, Yamanaka Ino became pregnant. In that same year, Hikari encountered the children of Chiyo on the battlefield. Overwhelmed by their numbers, Hikari met his demise at their hands. Yamanaka Ino was engulfed in grief, and Hatake Tsukumo informed Ino's cousin, Yamanaka Akihito, the leader of the Yamanaka clan. The Uchiha clan had long been at odds with the Hokage, while the Yamanaka clan stood as supporters of the Hokage. Had Hikari survived, Ino would not have endured such sorrow among the Uchiha, now that Hikari had fallen. Tsukumo could not bear to witness his friend's widow suffer at the hands of the Uchiha. Understanding Akihito's sympathy for his sister, they reached a consensus. They resolved to conceal the marriage of Yamanaka Ino and Uchiha Hikari, allowing Akihito to take Ino back to the Yamanaka clan, where their child would grow up. Thus, Yamanaka Hikari was raised in the Yamanaka clan. Ino resolved that if her child awakened the Sharingan, she would reveal his true lineage. Though she never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Cousin, rest assured, Hikari will always be Yamanaka Hikari. The Yamanaka clan will forever be your home. Yamanaka Haichi, now the leader of the Yamanaka clan, expressed this sentiment, reflecting the clan's stance. Mother, were you a medical ninja? Yes. I spent some time studying under Lord Yakushi Tenshin in my youth, and I joined the Konoha hospital when I was 14, remaining until your birth. Does our Yamanaka clan possess a talent for medical ninjutsu? Yamanaka Hikari recalled that Yamanaka Ino had some proficiency in medical ninjutsu in the original story. And with his mother being a medical ninja, his understanding of the human body combined with medical techniques would greatly enhance his mastery of lightning release. Our Yamanaka clan excels in chakra control due to our practice of spiritual secret arts, making the use of basic medical ninjutsu quite feasible. However, delving deeper into medical ninjutsu is not an uncomplicated endeavor. Mother, then, Hikari, let us discuss this later. In 3 days. It will be the registration day for the Ninja Academy. Prepare yourself. I have matters to discuss with your brother Haichi. In the mountains, Yamashita Keiko interrupted Yamashita Yudo's words. Though he was quite curious about what his mother wished to discuss with Yamashita Hachi, her demeanor was resolute, compelling him to nod and depart. 3 days later. As the Ninja Academy commenced, Yamashita Keiko took Yudo's small hand and escorted him to the school gates. In his previous life, due to his parents' discord, Yudo had always attended school alone, so being accompanied to school today felt akin to a young maiden being carried to her wedding, an entirely new experience. After bidding farewell to Keiko, Yudo turned and ventured into the academy. The ninja school bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in anime, prompting Yudo to casually glance around and shake his head as he proceeded toward the playground. On the day of enrollment, a teacher at the academy had informed Yudo that he should arrive early, as the third Hokage would be addressing the new students about the will of fire. This overt indoctrination was something Yudo internally resisted, yet he knew he had to comply for the sake of the esteemed figure. A few minutes later, Yudo adopted the infamous deadpan expression of Kakashi from the original narrative, standing on the playground with half an hour remaining before the Hokage's speech. With only a handful of students present, the third Hokage had arrived. Indeed, it was the third Hokage, just as Yudo was engrossed in counting ants. The atmosphere on the playground began to bustle with excitement as the third Hokage's presence ignited the crowd. Yudo lifted his gaze towards the revered master of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, the Hokage was in his prime, warmly greeting the surrounding students. As he passed by Yudo, his gentle smile obscured any hint of the formidable ninja he was. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was well versed in all 5 elemental jutsus. A disciple of the first and second Hokages. Coupled with his summoning jutsu, he was a pinnacle of existence within the ninja world. Notably, Hiruzen had no bloodline limit. His ascent to such heights through sheer effort commanded great respect. The third Hokage enjoyed immense prestige in the village, and even the children of the Ninja Academy gazed at him with admiration. Standing upon the high platform, he began his address to the hundreds of new students below. Where the leaves dance, there shall be fire burning, illuminating the village, and from this, new leaves shall sprout once more. This opening echoed the words of the third Hokage before his demise. His speech, however, was rather unremarkable, at least to Yudo, who had attended countless lectures in his previous life. It lacked resonance. The Hokage relied on his reputation in Konoha and the village's lore regarding the will of fire to instill a deeper sense of belonging among the new students. To gauge the impact of the speech, one merely needed to observe the new students around him, who looked like fervent disciples. Indeed, a resounding success. After the third Hokage departed, the principal of the Ninja Academy announced the class assignments. Yudo leisurely entered the classroom, seated himself at the back, and closed his eyes to rest, showing little interest in the antics of the other children. As students trickled in, filling the room, a middle-aged man entered and ascended the podium. Classmates, I am your homeroom teacher, Yamashiro Junichi, but you may call me Teacher Yamashiro. Yudo opened his eyes and surveyed the room. Indeed, he recognized many faces. All right, classmates. Let's begin with self-introductions. Please share your name, hobbies, and aspirations, starting from the first row, far left. My name is Kamizuki Bu, and I aspire to become the greatest illusionist ninja. I am Hatake Kakashi, and I prefer to keep my interests to myself, as my ideals are diverse. Beginning with Kakashi's eccentric self-introduction, the elite shinobi from the original narrative make their appearances: Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, Gai, Noera Rin, and Nara Shikamaru. My name is Yamanaka N, and I have many interests. My dream is to become the strongest ninja. Unbeknownst to Yamanaka N, his ambition has caught the attention of Yamashiro Aoi, who designates him as a key student. Among the students Yamashiro Aoi has mentored, and is the first to aspire to be the strongest ninja, and this ambition, distinct from that of Konoha Village, piques Yamashiro Aoi's curiosity. The aspirations of the classmates are grand. The teacher hopes that everyone's dreams can come true. Now, please come to me to collect your student registration forms, fill them out, and submit them. Tomorrow, you will officially become students of the Ninja Academy. After receiving their forms, the new students left the academy in small groups. Yamashiro-sensei, Just as Yamanaka and was about to exit, Noera Rin called out to Yamashiro Aoi. What is it, Noera? Sensei, could you please give me Uchiha Obito's registration form? I would like to deliver it to him. Of course, that would be splendid. I had intended to visit Obito's home to deliver the form myself. So this will save me the trouble. Yamashiro Aoi gladly handed the form to Rin. Thank you, Yamashiro-sensei. Kakashi, let us go. Kakashi nodded at the entrance. Indeed. The bond between these three began in their childhood. Yamanaka marveled at Kakashi and Rin ahead of him. Yamanaka, let us walk together. Rin, walking alongside Kakashi, extended an invitation to the trailing inn. Sure. Yamanaka accepted without hesitation, eagerly anticipating his encounter with Uchiha Obito. Just as Yamanaka remembered, Uchiha Obito appeared promptly after the three exited the school gates. You fool, Obito. You arrived late even for the start of the Ninja Academy. The opening ceremony has already concluded. Kakashi chided the drenched Obito. Without a registration form, you cannot become a ninja. Yamanaka observed Obito, who bore no resemblance to the formidable antagonist he would later become, prompting to tease him. I was merely helping an elderly lady cross the street, assisting a lost white cat in finding its home, and then I was blocked by a black cat, which caused my considerable delay. Obito's explanation left Yamanaka exasperated. It turned out Kakashi had borrowed Obito's excuse for being late. Obito, don't worry. I have already collected your registration form. Just fill it out and submit it to the teacher tomorrow. Rin, as in the original narrative, showed great understanding towards Obito. Rin's smile momentarily captivated Yamanaka, making him understand why Obito would choose to alter the fate of the world for her sake. As Obito excitedly accepted the registration form, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Rin Noera. Kakashi, however, voiced his displeasure regarding Obito's tardiness, while Yamashiro, observing the commotion before him, wore a smile. Hey, who are you to mock the future Hokage? After a brief exchange of banter with Kakashi, Obito caught sight of Yamashiro behind him. Obito, this is Yamashiro, our classmate. Rin, well aware of Obito's fiery temperament, knew that he could easily offend someone, so she hastily interrupted his provocation, offering Yamashiro an apologetic glance. Yamashiro shook his head, indicating it was all right, and extended his hand, saying, Yamashiro, I look forward to working with you. Uchiha Obito, future Hokage, at your service. Obito proclaimed, with a hint of pride. Well then, future Hokage, make sure you don't arrive late tomorrow. Yamashiro jested. No way. I absolutely will not be late. Obito retorted. You've said that many times before. Kakashi chimed in with a smirk. You two rascals. Obito and Kakashi resumed their playful squabbling. Sarutobi Isuma. Present. Yuhi Kurenai. Present. Yamashiro. Present. Uchiha Obito. Teacher Yamashiro, Obito must be helping an old lady cross the street. A classmate quipped. No mocking your peers. Yamashiro Junichi expressed his dissatisfaction with the habitual latecomer, yet, as a teacher, he felt compelled to prevent other students from ridiculing him publicly. Report. I'm sorry, teacher. I was helping an old lady cross the street, so I'm late. As soon as Obito spoke, the entire class erupted in laughter, leaving Yamashiro Junichi with a resigned expression as he waved for Obito to take his seat. Students, we are training to become ninjas. As this is a ninja academy, we adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest. Today, we will hold a class ranking competition, determined by 1v1 battles. Now, let us head to the playground. Yamashiro was lacking enthusiasm for this childish game of ninja, yet he understood the necessity of showcasing his talent today. As the sole representative of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans in this cohort, he bore the honor of his family. Moreover, Yamashiro recognized that demonstrating his abilities today would pave the way for his future development. Imagine a ninja who has always been at the bottom of the class suddenly unleashing high-level techniques like Chidori or Rasengan. No village would simply attribute it to a sudden epiphany. Yamashiro aimed to display his excellence without revealing his true potential, laying the groundwork for mastering various jutsu and commencing his journey as a true genius. The first match saw Kamizuki Izumo face off against a classmate. Following the announcement of the matchups by Yamashiro Junichi, the two entered the arena and formed their hand signs, engaging in a scuffle that bore little resemblance to a proper ninja duel. Ultimately, Kamizuki Izumo emerged victorious, managing to pin down his opponent. Yamashiro observed 5 rounds of children fighting, noting that these 10 kids were commoners who had not practiced chakra manipulation or physical training before enrollment, rendering the spectacle rather unimpressive. Next up, it was Hitaki Kakashi versus Uchiha Obito. In the original narrative, Kakashi graduated at the tender age of 5 and now. The progress of 4-year-old Kakashi is a matter of great anticipation for Yamashiro. You rascal Kakashi, I will make you regret it. Kakashi, however, disregarded Obito's provocation, casting a sidelong glance with his lethargic eyes, without any further movement. Infuriated by Kakashi's demeanor, Obito charged at him. Idiot. Kakashi effortlessly adopted a defensive stance, easily countering Obito's punch, for both were ninjas of their respective clans. Although Obito lacked parents, he was tutored by the Uchiha clan in chakra refinement and martial arts. Kakashi, having trained since childhood under his father, the Leaf's White Fang, was evidently superior in both ninjutsu and taijutsu at the age of 4. After several exchanges, Obito began to tire, while Kakashi maintained his composure. Damn it. You scoundrel Kakashi, take this. Fire style, fireball jutsu, as a fundamental technique of the Uchiha clan. Obito knew the hand seals, but knowing and executing them were two different matters. Unsurprisingly, Obito's fireball failed, providing Kakashi with an opportunity to counterattack, causing Obito, already fatigued, to retreat further. Ultimately, Kakashi feigned a vulnerability, leading to Obito knocking him to the ground, only to find that Kakashi had transformed into a log. Kakashi then materialized behind Obito. Curse you, Kakashi. I will definitely win next time. Reluctantly, Obito formed a reconciliation seal with Kakashi. The next match featured Mitarashi Anko against Waihai Kurenai. The duel between the two girls was equally electrifying, with their chakra levels closely matched and their martial arts evenly poised. In the end, Kurenai triumphed through a D-ranked Jinjutsu that successfully disturbed her opponent. Subsequent battles, apart from Asuma Sarutobi's clash with Kurama Genma, lacked the same excitement, resembling mere child-esque play. In the next bout, Yamashiro faced Might Guy. Might Guy, the proud azure beast of the Leaf, excelled in taijutsu but lacked proficiency in ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Upon unleashing the 8th gate, he nearly delivered a decisive blow. However, to Yamashiro, Might Guy appeared exceedingly weak. The outcome of their confrontation was a swift defeat for Guy. His pride in taijutsu was rendered utterly irrelevant before Yamashiro's prowess. As the duel commenced, Guy had no opportunity to strike as his vision was obstructed by Yamashiro's water-style water wall. With a single punch, Yamashiro knocked Might Guy unconscious. The training ground fell silent. Yamashiro's ninjutsu left the freshly initiated students utterly astounded. Kakashi's substitution jutsu had already rendered everyone, except Yamashiro, speechless. None could have anticipated that Yamashiro could execute ninjutsu at such a young age. Victorious, Yamashiro garnered renewed respect from Yamashiro Junichi, who marveled at the boy's extraordinary talent to perform ninjutsu at merely 5 years old. Following the conclusion of the match between Yamashiro and Guy, the victors proceeded to the next round, and naturally, Yamashiro's opponent would be Kakashi Hitaki. In the upcoming match, Yamashiro Tori faces off against Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi, my esteemed colleague, I look forward to your guidance. Likewise, both Yamashiro and Kakashi epitomize the pinnacle of our class's prowess. Their physical confrontation is on par with that of seasoned genin. Even Yamashiro Junichi, who has mentored numerous students, cannot help but marvel at their talents. Kakashi, if you rely solely on your innate abilities, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. While to the untrained eye, their contest of pure physical skill appears evenly matched. Kakashi soon realizes that his physical attributes do not measure up to those of Yamashiro. As time progresses, fatigue begins to overwhelm Kakashi, who finds himself increasingly outmatched by Yamashiro. Reluctant to concede defeat, Kakashi employs a substitution technique to evade Yamashiro's strike. As Kakashi executes his substitution, Yamashiro is already aware of it, and they both simultaneously form hand seals. Water release, water wall, lightning release, earth walk. Yamashiro's lightning travels through Kakashi's water technique, incapacitating him with electric shock. With a decisive kick, Yamashiro sends Kakashi flying. The match concludes with Yamashiro's victory. Remarkable! Kakashi exclaims, witnessing Yamashiro's adeptness at utilizing the ninjutsu I previously demonstrated. Following this duel, Yamashiro concedes that Kakashi is indeed a true genius. In the original narrative, many members of the Uchiha clan possess the three-tomo Sharingan. Yet none are known for their ability to replicate techniques. Yamashiro had long pondered this anomaly, but through today's battle, he comprehends that Kakashi's proficiency in mimicking thousands of ninjutsu is not solely attributable to the Sharingan. He possesses an inherent aptitude for ninjutsu. I may have lost to you this time, but I shall triumph next. Very well. I shall await your challenge. After forming a pact seal, their fellow classmates are left speechless by their extraordinary performance. Henceforth, any opponent facing Yamashiro chooses to forfeit, including the ever-competitive Asuma Sarutobi, who opts to withdraw from the contest. Yamashiro claims the first position in the class rankings. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Yamashiro Junichi reports to the third Hokage regarding the new students' performances at the Ninja Academy. Junichi's class is an Elite 1, comprising half-clan ninjas and top-ranking civilian ninjas from the entrance examinations. Indeed, Hokage-sama. These two are the most talented students I have ever taught, particularly Yamashiro, who could perform water release and lightning release ninjutsu at the tender age of 5. Kakashi's prowess is expected, given his guidance under Shumo, but as for Yamashiro, I shall keep a close watch on him. Well then, Hokage-sama, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hard work. After Junichi departs, Sarutobi Hiruzen stands by the window of the Hokage's office, reflecting on Yamashiro's talents, reminiscent of his own disciples and grandchildren. Today, Orochimaru has become a pillar of Konoha, while Minato Namikaze stands as one of the foremost among Jonin. As for Yamashiro, unbeknownst to him, Junichi has already reported his impressive performance to the third Hokage. Yamashiro, as usual, returns home after school to refine his chakra and hone his physical skills. Tori, dinner is ready. In the courtyard, Yamashiro pauses his training of sidekicks. Brother Hai, is there a clan member named Yamamoto Kaze in our family? Yamamoto Kaze? No, there isn't. Then, Brother Hai, is there a ninja in our clan who was forced to join Root? Yes, and I have opposed it on multiple occasions. I find Root's training methods and principles difficult to accept. Brother Hai, are there any other children in the clan besides me? Yes, Yamamoto Jin, who is 2 years old. He has just begun to learn the clan's secret techniques. Root does not select direct descendants from each clan, and because of this, although each clan is discontented, they are reluctant to offend Danzo for the sake of collateral branches. The 3 clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly are distinct from others, due to their small numbers. There is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, and every child is immensely precious. However, the strength of the 3 clans is insufficient to confront Danzo. Yamamoto Yuan is unaware of when Danzo might bring Yamamoto Jin into Root, or if he will even be required to do so. Yet, as a member of the Yamamoto clan, he must take precautions to ensure Yamamoto Jin's safety. Yamamoto Yuan harbors no favorable feelings toward Danzo. He perceives Danzo merely as a schemer who, under the guise of loving the village, resorts to any means necessary to achieve his ambition of becoming Hokage. In his previous life, Yamamoto Yuan frequently discussed Danzo with others. On the night of the Nine Tails, Danzo did not appear, and during Orochimaru's plan for Konoha's destruction, Danzo was also absent. While he may have some feelings for Konoha, they pale in comparison to his overwhelming ambition for the Hokage position. To protect Yamamoto Jin, the Yamamoto clan must inevitably confront Danzo directly. Danzo serves as the Hokage's advisor, wielding power comparable to that of the Yambu, and is a comrade of the third Hokage. It is unlikely that the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans can stand against Danzo. Yamamoto Yuan understands that no matter how talented he appears, without translating that talent into strength, he holds no sway before Konoha's higher-ups. To rescue Yamamoto Jin, he must demonstrate sufficient value. Mere talent will not suffice to pressure the third Hokage against Danzo. The only method Yamamoto Yuan can conceive at present is to return to his previous life's profession, medicine, standing on the shoulders of giants. He is confident that he can blend the medical systems of the 2 worlds, improving or even creating entirely new medical ninjutsu. Once his medical ninjutsu gains widespread recognition, his influence will naturally increase. Yamamoto Yuan has not suggested learning medical ninjutsu from Yamamoto Seiko. He needs to familiarize himself with this world's medical system. The best place to understand the medical system is Konoha Hospital, with Konoha Library also containing some records. Mother, can you teach me the shadow clone technique? With this thought, Yamamoto Yuan decided to bid farewell to the ninja school, as it offered little in the way of knowledge. He could simply use shadow clones to handle it. He needs time to grow. Shadow clone technique. What made you want to learn that? Mother, I feel that the ninja school cannot teach me anything worthwhile. I can let shadow clones attend school instead. I want to go to Konoha Library to learn about this world. Yamamoto Seiko has always known about Yamamoto Yuan's talent. Seeing the child, still innocent, yet earnestly expressing his desire to understand the world, gives her a feeling of watching her child grow up. All right, I will teach you the shadow clone technique. Unlike the ordinary shadow clone technique, the art of shadow clones creates duplicates that are identical in substance to the original user. The challenge of this technique lies in the mastery of chakra, as the chakra of the shadow clones is evenly distributed from the original body. Shadow clones can engage in combat and perform jutsu, yet upon receiving an attack from an adversary, they will dissipate. When utilizing shadow clones at the Ninja Academy, one must be cautious to avoid being struck. Yamashiro Kanuko meticulously explained the principles, advantages, and disadvantages of the shadow clone technique and prompted Haichi to demonstrate it. After several unsuccessful attempts, Yamashiro Ryo successfully executed the shadow clone technique. On the following day, Yamashiro Ryo created shadow clones to attend the Ninja Academy while his original self visited the Konoha library. Something feels amiss with this little fellow. Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of Yamashiro Ryo's talents from Yamashiro Jin and developed a keen interest in this prodigy. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen sacrificed valuable time from his inspection of the women's bathhouse to observe Yamashiro Ryo using a telescope technique. It turned out to be a shadow clone. But where is the original? Sarutobi Hiruzen searched with a crystal ball. How is he at the Konoha library? Sarutobi Hiruzen directed the crystal ball to the book Yamashiro Ryo was reading, Medical Ninjutsu. Who? Yamashiro Ryo felt his hairs stand on end. He stood up and scanned his surroundings. Finding no one. This little fellow possesses remarkable intuition. Yamashiro Ryo was certain there was no one nearby, leaving only one explanation. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a mischievous old man. Instead of peering into the women's bathhouse, he comes to watch me. Yamashiro Ryo dared not reveal his thoughts and continued to feign searching for the voyeur. Pretending to have come up empty, he sat down, conflicted, and resumed reading. Both parties locked in an unspoken standoff until Yamashiro Ryo could no longer sense the prying gaze. Phew. Finally gone. Yet, much to Yamashiro Ryo's dismay, the voyeur boldly appeared before him. Little fellow, stop pretending. You must have sensed me by now. The youth of today lack manners. They don't even know how to greet an elder like me. Yamashiro Ryo had no choice but to rise and say, Greetings, Hokage-sama. Little one, if I recall correctly, your name is Yamashiro Ryo. There is no holiday at the Ninja Academy today, is there? Hokage-sama. My shadow clone is at the Ninja Academy. With no way to evade the conversation, Yamashiro Ryo decided to seize this opportunity to seek the third Hokage's support for his studies in medical ninjutsu. Oh, the shadow clone is at school. So what are you doing here? Hokage-sama, I am self-studying medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu? Why do you wish to learn it? Because mastering medical ninjutsu allows me to assist Konoha's injured ninjas in times of war. Hokage-sama has said that Konoha ninjas are all one family. A spark of understanding flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, his previously drowsy gaze suddenly sharpening as he locked eyes with Yamashiro Ryo. I see. Then do your best. This old man has high hopes for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Yamashiro Ryo on the head and departed with a smile. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Yamashiro Ryo slumped into a chair, panting heavily. The mere hint of the Hokage's imposing presence was enough to instill fear. However, reflecting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression as he took his leave, Yamashiro Ryo knew he had made the right gamble. In the following days, the third Hokage refrained from utilizing the telescope technique to observe Yamashiro, who had previously earned his recognition. Yamashiro, having immersed himself in the library for an entire week, diligently perused all the tomes pertaining to medical ninjutsu within the Konoha library, thereby acquiring a foundational understanding of the medical system in the world of Hokage. In this realm, medical ninjutsu allows healers to mend cells through a unique form of chakra, stimulating cellular division and regeneration to compensate for irreparable cells, thus facilitating rapid healing of wounds. Furthermore, medical ninjutsu possesses the transformative ability to alter its form, enabling it to assume an offensive nature, exemplified by the chakra surgical knife. The transformation of medical ninjutsu's properties, as depicted in the original narrative, is predominantly represented by Tsunade's creation rebirth and Chiyo's self-revival. As for the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's rapid recovery and wound healing, Yamashiro perceives this to transcend the realm of medical ninjutsu, embodying the pinnacle of the sage body of yang release. However, it is indisputable that Hashirama's swift healing laid the groundwork for the development of medical ninjutsu. While not every individual can attain the sage body, the healing techniques achievable through form transformation can indeed be widely disseminated. Thus, future generations learned that Hashirama's rapid wound healing stemmed from accelerated cellular division. By employing chakra to repair cells and hasten their division, the missing cells at the wound site were replenished, leading to the swift recovery of patients. Yet, even Hashirama's rapid healing is not boundless. The number of cellular divisions in a human lifespan is finite. During the initial establishment of Konoha, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara clashed in the Valley of the End, where Hashirama ultimately defeated Madara. Had it not been for Izanagi, Madara would have perished. Nonetheless, the outcome remained that Hashirama emerged victorious. However, this victory was not without its costs, as Hashirama soon met his demise. Yamashiro postulates that the cause of Hashirama's death was the excessive cellular division incurred during his confrontation with Madara. Even the ultimate sage body could not withstand such tremendous expenditure. The medical ninjutsu developed based on Hashirama's accelerated cellular division strikes Yamashiro as inherently flawed. If Hashirama, endowed with the sage body of young release, could not achieve limitless cellular division, the ordinary ninja would certainly fare worse. In the original narrative, during the confrontation between the five Kage and Uchiha Madara, Tsunade unleashed the Ein Seal, utilizing accumulated chakra to continuously stimulate cellular activity, invoking the forbidden technique, creation rebirth, superhuman healing, barely achieving the rapid healing reminiscent of Hashirama's era. Upon completion of Tsunade's technique, not only were the chakra reserves of the superhuman healing exhausted, but her lifespan also diminished. The reduction in longevity attributed to the incessant cellular division during the release of creation rebirth. Compared to the medical practices of Yamashiro's previous life, the medical ninjutsu in the world of Hokage yields immediate results, characterized by a direct and forceful approach. Nonetheless, the most significant drawback remains that patients must trade their own vitality for healing. After a week of exploration, Yamashiro gained a clear understanding of the medical framework within the Hokage universe. Naturally, the next step would be to learn the art of medical ninjutsu. The foundation of learning medical ninjutsu lies in the mastery of chakra control, while the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan focus on enhancing and regulating mental strength. A powerful and controllable mental capacity naturally leads to exceptional control over chakra. In the anime, the reason why Ino Yamanaka is favored by Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu also stems from this aspect. Yamanaka Ino, having lived 2 lifetimes and trained in the clan's secret techniques since childhood, possesses an outstanding mental prowess within her family. After dinner, Ino expressed her desire to learn medical ninjutsu to her mother, Yamanaka Shijimi. Although Shijimi's combat abilities as a ninja were not particularly formidable, she held the esteemed position of a special jonin in Konoha, renowned for her exceptional medical ninjutsu. Shijimi is among the few medical ninjas in Konoha capable of utilizing the healing palm technique. Tsunade, with her Senja lineage and immense chakra reserves, undoubtedly boasts superior healing effects compared to Shijimi. However, in terms of medical knowledge, the disparity between the two is not significant. Shijimi began teaching Ino the fundamental medical technique. Healing technique. To Shijimi's astonishment, her son's talent was extraordinary. Within just 3 days, Ino had already mastered the basic medical ninjutsu, healing technique. Observing her son use this technique to revive a nearly lifeless fish, Shijimi noted that his proficiency was nearly on par with that of an average doctor at Konoha Hospital. Over the past 3 days, Ino had repetitively practiced the healing technique over 600 times. Although his innate talent for ninjutsu was merely average, Ino's chakra control was exceptional, and his diligence compensated for his shortcomings. Apart from eating and sleeping, he devoted himself entirely to practicing the healing technique, ultimately achieving proficiency in this foundational medical ninjutsu. The healing technique is akin to the 5 elemental nature transformations. One must possess wind affinity to learn wind-based jutsu. And mastering the healing technique signifies the acquisition of medical ninja attributes. Upon mastering the healing technique, the next step is to incorporate transformation into it. Whether it be the healing palm technique or chakra scalpel, both are advanced forms derived from the healing technique. Ino, I will first teach you the healing palm technique. Shijimi elaborated on this technique to her son. The cultivation of the healing palm technique is not as straightforward as that of the healing technique. Ino struggled for over a month without making progress. Integrating a transformation into a jutsu is no simple feat. In the original narrative, it took Minato Namikaze 3 years to complete the Rasengan. Nonetheless, Ino felt a sense of impatience, repeatedly attempting to incorporate transformation into the healing technique. Despite the challenges faced in mastering the healing palm technique, Ino sought inspiration from the original text, recalling how Naruto infused wind nature transformation into the Rasengan. He began to channel a sense of sharpness into the healing technique. Although he lacked wind affinity chakra, he was able to simulate the sensation of sharpness. And as chakra was infused, the healing technique transformed into a chakra-congealed scalpel. Thus, It became evident that the nature of the transformation incorporated into the healing technique is determined by the sensations of chakra injected by the practitioner. In the mountains, Yamazhong Yuan infused a gentle and warm chakra, akin to the sensation of lukewarm water, into the healing technique. Gradually, the healing technique transformed into the mastery of sage arts. After over a month of rigorous practice, he finally succeeded. Excellent. With the accumulation of experience, there is little left for me to teach you. After nearly 2 months of dedicated effort, Yamazhong Yuan mastered the healing technique, the mastery of sage arts, and the chakra scalpel within the realm of medical ninjutsu. Coupled with his 5 years of surgical experience from his previous life, Yamazhong Yuan felt confident that he was now very close to the expertise exhibited by Tsunade in the original narrative. Early the next day, Yamazhong Yuan resolved to visit the Ninja Academy, a place he hadn't seen in a while. Upon dispelling his shadow clone, the memories and experiences were shared with his original self, and Yamazhong Yuan recalled his enjoyable interactions with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. The love triangle from the original story remained intact, only now it included him as an unwelcome third wheel. Yet, these three had become some of Yamazhong Yuan's few friends. The thought of them suddenly filled him with anticipation for his return to the academy. Hey, stinky Yamazhong Yuan, wait for me. Upon hearing the voice, Yamazhong Yuan recognized it was Obito. Ever since Yamazhong Yuan achieved the top rank in their class, Obito's rivalry with Kakashi had expanded to include Yamazhong Yuan as well. Kakashi typically ignored Obito's taunts, though he would occasionally retaliate when pushed too far. In contrast to Kakashi, Yamazhong Yuan never grew angry. After all, a man in his 30s. Having lived 2 lives, possessed remarkable composure. Thus, Obito began referring to him as Stinky Yamazhong Yuan. Obito, you actually aren't late today? Did you not encounter any old ladies? I did, but I didn't offer my assistance. Why not? Aren't you the one who enjoys helping others the most? Humph. Yesterday, I overheard that old lady disparaging Lord White Fang along with others. Yamazhong Yuan's shadow clones were always dispelled immediately after school. While his original self had hardly stepped outside for the past 2 months, focusing solely on honing his medical ninjutsu, completely oblivious to the rumors circulating in the village. Obito. What happened to Lord White Fang? Stinky Yamazhong Yuan, you really don't know? Yamazhong Yuan shook his head. Obito sighed and explained, it is as follows. Lord White Fang, along with a companion, went to the Sand Village on a secret mission. The Sand Village set a trap that ensnared Lord White Fang's companion, leading him to abandon the mission to rescue his comrade. I heard that this mission resulted in significant losses for the village, causing the villagers to harbor resentment towards Lord White Fang. What is most infuriating is that 3 days ago, the very companion whom Lord White Fang saved turned around and criticized him. Indeed, it was this incident. Now, in the 38th year of Konoha, in the original narrative, Kakashi, devastated by his father's death, chose to graduate early to vindicate his father's name. Based on the timeline, it seemed that the death of Hatake Tsukumo would occur in the coming days. Kakashi was one of the few friends Yamazhong Yuan acknowledged, and he shared a deep bond with Tsukumo and his parents. Regardless of the circumstances, Yamazhong Yuan would not allow Hatake Tsukumo to perish. Obito, you head to school first. I have a few matters to attend to, and will join you shortly. In the mountains, Yamashita was uncertain of the exact moment when Kakashi Shoma took his own life. The only certainty was that he had succumbed just days after being accused by a companion. If Obito mentioned it was 3 days ago, then the act of suicide likely occurred today or perhaps tomorrow. After sending Obito away, Yamashita turned and raced towards Kakashi's residence. With his formidable mental fortitude, he had no difficulty recalling the location he had previously visited, swiftly arriving at the Kakashi household. The Kakashi home was unguarded, in the Hidden Leaf Village. Aside from the Hokage, none dared to intrude upon the Kakashi estate. Observing the absence of any onlookers, Yamashita boldly entered the premises. The interior of the Kakashi home remained unchanged since he was 1 year old, and he quickly made his way to the inner chamber, where he found Kakashi Shoma lying in a pool of blood, a dagger having pierced his heart. White Fang, Yamashita exclaimed, startled. Had he arrived too late? He hurried to the scene and, after a thorough examination, he confirmed that White Fang had attempted suicide only moments ago and, remarkably, was still alive. The dagger had penetrated his heart, leading to insufficient blood flow to the brain, resulting in a state of apparent death. Yamashita felt confident he could still save him. Releasing the healing palm technique, he prepared to mend Shuma's heart when suddenly, a ninja donning an animal mask stealthily approached him. The Yamashita clan were predominantly sensory-type ninjas, and he was no exception. He sensed the masked ninja's presence the instant they appeared, pretending to be oblivious. He continued using the healing palm with his left hand to treat Kakashi Shuma's heart while quietly gathering chakra into his surgical blade with his right. As the ninja prepared to strike, Yamashita swiftly turned, using the chakra blade to sever the masked ninja's leg tendons. Had he possessed greater height, he could have easily cut the ninja's throat. The masked figure collapsed to the ground, and Yamashita then discerned the attire resembling that of the Umbu or root from the original narrative. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Yamashita inquired while maintaining the healing palm technique. The masked ninja offered no response, and Yamashita, uninterested in further dialogue, focused intently on repairing Shuma's heart. In his past life, for minutes of cerebral hypoxia could lead to irreversible brain damage. Even with chakra's presence in this world, Yamashita was uncertain how long Kakashi Shoma could endure such a state. The ice release, freeze technique was a jutsu Yamashita had developed based on his own physical abilities. It could temporarily freeze the human body, which is composed of approximately 70 to 75% water, with even bones containing 10 to 40% moisture. This technique allowed for the freezing of bodily fluids, halting bodily functions at that precise moment. To save Kakashi Shoma, Yamashita employed the ice release for the first time in front of an outsider. The masked ninja, whose tendons Yamashita had severed, was most likely affiliated with the Root organization, as the Umbu would not casually attack villagers. Considering the events from his previous life as anime, Yamashita surmised that the third Hokage was unaware of Kakashi Shuma's suicide, and the village's gossip was not orchestrated by him. In the mountains, Yamanaka Turu's ice technique was observed by the ninja below. For the time being, Yamanaka Turu had no intention of revealing his greatest secret. Only the dead could keep secrets. Once again, he concentrated chakra to form a surgical knife in his right hand. The masked ninja on the ground, despite being unable to move his legs, had already sensed the murderous intent in Yamanaka Turu's eyes. As the C-rank water technique approached, the masked ninja remained unfazed. A mere C-rank technique was not worthy of his concern. What he needed to watch out for was the chakra surgical knife. Freeze. At the moment the water technique hit the ground, Yamanaka Turu instantly encased it in ice. The masked ninja, caught off guard by the sudden freezing of the water technique, was taken aback. Yamanaka Turu sensed his chakra within the ice, teleporting to the ice block behind the ninja, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he severed the ninja's throat. After eliminating the masked ninja, he commanded the ice to melt. The feeling of his first kill was not one Yamanaka Turu could dwell on. He needed to act swiftly to save Hatake Tsukumo. Initially, Yamanaka Turu planned to transport Tsukumo to the Konoha hospital, confident that with medical equipment, he could save him. However, upon lifting Tsukumo, he realized his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. He had expended chakra for one healing technique, formed 2 chakra surgical knives, and used the ice technique, leaving him with little energy. The ice he had conjured could only last for 20 minutes, leaving him no time to recover his chakra. Fortunately, hope was not entirely lost. Kakashi's mother, hearing the commotion from the inner room, rushed over. "Tsukumo, Aunt Junko, it's Yamanaka Turu, Yamanaka Shinichi's son. Please help me get Lord White Fang to the hospital." After a brief examination, Junko, a medical ninja, fell into despair. Her eyes glazed over as the news of Tsukumo's condition struck her hard. "And Junko, I can save Lord White Fang. He is not dead. Believe me. Help me get him to the hospital." "Really?" "Yes." The resolute gaze of Yamanaka Turu ignited a glimmer of hope in Junko. She hoisted the unconscious Tsukumo onto her back, and Yamanaka Turu followed closely behind as they dashed towards the Konoha hospital. "What? You say Tsukumo is gravely injured?" In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was taken aback by the news brought by the Umbu. The Second Great Ninja War had just concluded, and Hatake Tsukumo had earned immense accolades, his name striking terror into the hearts of enemies. Although a previous mission had resulted in some losses for the village, the third Hokage had no intention of blaming Tsukumo. Yet, some individuals, unwilling to remain silent, spread rumors, magnifying a minor incident. By the time the third Hokage received the news, it was already too late. The facts of the matter were undeniable. Issuing a gag order would only serve to exacerbate the situation. The third Hokage had initially planned to wait until the villagers' emotions had stabilized before clarifying the situation, but to his surprise, comrades saved by Tsukumo 3 days prior began to criticize him as well, causing the matter to spiral beyond his control. Just as he was troubled by this situation, the Umbu delivered the distressing news of Hatake Tsukumo's grievous injuries and impending demise. The wrath of the third Hokage has been ignited. At this moment, he is not the elderly figure of the original tale, who has languished in the shadows of Konoha for 60 years. Instead, the third Hokage stands at the zenith of his powers, his mere presence causing the reporting Umbu ninja to break into a cold sweat. What is the current status of Shikamaru? Lord Hokage, Yamashiro, and Kazuki Junko are presently at the Konoha Hospital. We must head to the Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppresses the fury within him. The life of Kazuki Shikamaru is paramount. Lord Hokage, how is Shikamaru faring? This, Lord Hokage. Lord Whitefang has already passed away. What? The third Hokage fell silent. Lord Whitefang cannot be dead. I can save him. As those present dared not speak. Fearing to invoke the ire of the third Hokage, time was slipping away. Shikamaru could not afford to wait. 5 minutes had already elapsed in the 20-minute freeze, and he needed to restore his heart's function within the remaining 15 minutes. It is impossible. Lord Whitefang's heart has been pierced. There are no signs of life left. His body is already cold. How can you save a corpse? Lord Hokage, I can save Lord Whitefang. It is you. Yamashiro? The third Hokage distinctly remembers Yamashiro perusing medical ninjutsu texts in the library 2 months prior. Young lad, do not be foolish. The third Hokage admonished Yamashiro. I truly can. The determination in Yamashiro's eyes reflected unwavering confidence as he boldly met the third Hokage's gaze. Yamashiro, can I trust you? The confidence emanating from Yamashiro swayed the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, the medical ninjas in the hospital have declared Lord Whitefang dead. This is the worst outcome possible. Could there be a graver situation? Junko, what do you think? Yamashiro's words resonated with the third Hokage, who rationally recognized that Yamashiro was merely a child, having studied medical ninjutsu for only 2 months. He needed another voice to support Yamashiro. Lord Hokage, I believe in him. Junko, without further contemplation, declared her faith. While all the medical ninjas were pronouncing her husband dead, only Yamashiro asserted he could save him. He was Junko's sole hope. Very well. I entrust Yamashiro to you. Do not let me down. Shikamaru is a hero and should not meet such an end. Yes, Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, please provide me with some soldier food pills. My chakra may be insufficient to treat Lord Whitefang. Receiving the soldier food pills from the third Hokage, Yamashiro, accompanied by several nurses, entered the operating room. The efficiency of Konoha Hospital was commendable. After preparing for the surgery, there were still 12 minutes remaining in the freeze, and Yamashiro had to restore the heart's function within that time frame. Outside the operating room, the third Hokage consoled Kazuki Junko for now. All they could do was place their faith in Yamashiro. Standing on a small stool, Yamashiro consumed a soldier food pill, restoring a significant portion of his chakra. Drawing upon his 5 years of surgical experience from his previous life, he felt no trepidation in this situation. With a chakra scalpel, he incised the flesh around Kazuki Shikamaru's heart, employing the healing technique to directly repair Shikamaru's heart, the absence of flesh enhancing the efficacy of the technique immensely. After the heart was successfully repaired, Yamashiro Yoko proceeded to mend the injuries of Hatake Tsukumo using the palm healing technique. Although Yamashiro had not mastered the Chidori, he did not require the full manifestation of it. Upon completing the hand seals, faint sparks of electricity began to dance from his left hand. While Tsukumo's heart was restored, it had yet to resume its rhythmic beating. Drawing upon his past experiences, Yamashiro applied electrical stimulation to the heart, coaxing it back to life. With each pulse of electric current, Tsukumo's heart gradually began to beat once more. As the frost lifted, Tsukumo's bodily functions slowly resumed alongside the revival of his heart. In just 12 minutes, Yamashiro successfully pulled Hatake Tsukumo back from the brink of death. Observing Tsukumo's steady breathing, a weight lifted from Yamashiro's heart, and as the tension in his body dissipated, he fainted. The operating room doors opened, revealing Tsukumo being wheeled out by nurses. How is Tsukumo? Lord Hokage. Lord Whitefang is fine. That esteemed healer possesses remarkable skills. Hatake Kuronai was overcome with joy. The third Hokage, upon hearing the news of Whitefang's safety, also breathed a sigh of relief. But where is Yamashiro? Although Tsukumo was brought out, there was no sign of Yamashiro. Today's performance had demonstrated his worth. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Yamashiro emerged as a medical ninja rivaling Tsunade. Tsunade, who had succumbed to hemophobia after the deaths of her brother and lover, Dan Cat, had left Konoha with Dan's niece. The third Hokage mourned for both Tsunade's plight and the loss of Konoha's finest medical ninja. Yet, Yamashiro's remarkable display today signified the rise of a new Tsunade. That esteemed healer has exhausted himself and fainted. Yamashiro's performance had garnered newfound respect from the three nurses. Well, that is reassuring. The third Hokage felt entirely at ease. Both Tsukumo and Yamashiro were safe. Moreover, amidst this misfortune, he had discovered a medical ninja capable of succeeding Tsunade. Lord Hokage. What is it, Kuronai? Lord Hokage, just now, an Umbu ninja was killed at my home by Tsukumo. Kuronai instinctively assumed that Tsukumo was responsible for the masked ninja's demise. The Umbu of the ninja world differed significantly from their portrayal in previous anime. Umbu ninjas possessed at least the strength of a nin. Yamashiro's ability to slay the masked ninja was purely fortuitous. His disguise was so convincing that the masked ninja failed to detect his chakra scalpel, allowing Yamashiro to sever the ninja's leg meridians. Additionally, his ice-release teleportation ability was exceedingly peculiar, enabling the swift defeat of the masked ninja. The third Hokage was well aware that the Umbu did not venture into the Hitaki residence, indicating that it could only be the root's doing. Kuronai, do not worry. I will have the Umbu handle it. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kuronai, do not linger with this old man. Go be with Tsukumo. Then, Lord Hokage, I take my leave. Kuronai, deeply concerned for Tsukumo's condition, hurriedly departed after bidding farewell to the third Hokage. Dispose of the root ninja's body. Danzo's reach has grown too long. Understood. In the shadows, the ninja responded with a faint acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter. Danzo, do not let this old man down. The following morning, the senior officials of Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with two advisors, Midogate and Kotetsu Yamato, as well as the Hokage's assistant, Danzo Shimura, were present. Danzo, how do you explain the incident involving Shikamaru? The third Hokage was visibly displeased with Danzo's actions. He had placed his trust in Danzo, supporting the establishment of the independent Umbu route, but this did not mean he could tolerate Danzo harming the villagers. In his advanced age, Sarutobi had indeed become somewhat indecisive and overly cautious. However, in his prime, he could not allow Danzo to engage in underhanded tactics right under his nose, causing harm to the heroes of Konoha. You're being overly rigid, Hiruzen. Ninjas are merely tools. It is unforgivable for personal emotions to lead to mission failures, Danzo retorted. Hiruzen, calm down. There's no need for anger. Shikamaru is fine, is he not? Kotetsu Yamato interjected, sensing the rising tension between the two. Hiruzen, I believe Danzo acted appropriately. Shikamaru's decision to abandon his mission was inherently flawed. Danzo did nothing wrong by making this known to the villagers, Midogate added, and Yamato silently agreed with this sentiment. Are you implying that Shikamaru deserves to die? The third Hokage was incensed by their attitudes. Hiruzen, do not misunderstand. I merely believe that Shikamaru must take responsibility for his failed mission. I do not wish him dead. Mito's words slightly eased the third Hokage's expression. A knock interrupted their conversation. Come in. Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors, and Danzo-senpai, Shikamaru greeted as he entered. Shikamaru, you have recovered? Why not rest a bit longer? The third Hokage's concern for Shikamaru drew displeased looks from the other three. Sarutobi's display of care seemed to slap them in the face. There's no need for concern. Lord Hokage, Yamanaka's medical ninjutsu is exceptional, and I am nearly fully recovered, Shikamaru replied. Oh, to receive your praise, that young man must be quite remarkable. The third Hokage felt a sense of relief at the emergence of such a capable medical ninja in Konoha. Lord Hokage, I have a few questions for you. After awakening the previous night, Shikamaru had learned from his mother, Shikaku, that an Umbu ninja had visited their home. With his keen intellect, Shikamaru quickly deduced that he had been set up by Danzo and the others. Given his pride, the whispers of villagers and accusations from comrades might have been unbearable for him, potentially leading him to consider taking his own life, which he indeed contemplated. He now suspected that the capture of his comrades might have been orchestrated by Danzo's group. The Umbu ninjas were always on the lookout for the Shikamaru household, ready to intervene at the slightest disturbance. Speak your mind, Shikamaru. Lord Hokage, did you dispatch any Umbu ninjas to my home yesterday? The third Hokage cast a discreet glance at Danzo before responding. No, none of my Umbu were deployed yesterday. And what about you, Danzo? Indeed. The Umbu was dispatched by me, as I feared you might succumb to despair and take your own life. Danzo did not deny it. Sending an Umbu to monitor was hardly a significant matter. Danzo, your subordinates have no sense of propriety. They trespassed into my home and met their demise at my hands. Kikuchi Tsukumo, you are exceedingly audacious. How dare you kill an Umbu ninja within the village? Danzo's intent to surveil Tsukumo was certainly known to Karui. Yet she was taken aback by Tsukumo's audacity in directly slaying a root ninja. What of it? Having already severed ties, Tsukumo felt indifferent towards the three individuals present. Danzo refrained from further words and launched a punch towards Tsukumo. At this moment, devoid of the first Hokage's cells and the Sharingan, Danzo was merely a shadow of his former self. His boldness stemmed from his superior status over Tsukumo, believing Tsukumo would not dare act against him in the Hokage's office. However, he was mistaken. A flash of white light erupted as Tsukumo unsheathed his white-fanged blade, radiating with chakra, his expression cold and devoid of compassion, akin to gazing upon the dead. For the first time, Konoha's white fang revealed his prowess within the village. Aside from the third Hokage, none in the office discerned when Tsukumo drew his weapon. The concealed Umbu were overwhelmed by Tsukumo's murderous intent, unable to intervene in time. With a swift arc of the blade, Danzo's right hand was severed. Unfazed, Tsukumo remained stoic. Behind him, Mito and Karui wore grave expressions. In their youth, they were disciples of the second Hokage, having fought alongside him in numerous battles. Though their strength may have waned, their insight from those days remained sharp. Even so, they were awed by Tsukumo's formidable might. Enough. Tsukumo, Danzo, do you not acknowledge me as your Hokage? Initially, the third Hokage made no move to stop Danzo, fully aware that Danzo lacked the capacity to harm Tsukumo. What caught the third Hokage off guard was Tsukumo's unrelenting resolve in severing Danzo's hand. Hokage-sama, you are the true leader of Konoha, not them. Tsukumo is the white fang of Konoha, cutting down all obstacles in our path. I may sacrifice myself on the battlefield, but I refuse to perish by the machinations of my own kin. Farewell, Hokage-sama. With that, Tsukumo turned to leave. Why did you not stop him? Karui. It is not that I could not, it is that I would not succeed. Given Tsukumo's strength, even my intervention would yield no different outcome. Karui fell silent upon hearing the third Hokage's words. What a formidable man, Kikuchi Tsukumo. What a remarkable white fang of Konoha. Danzo, gathering his severed arm, departed as well. Very well, let this matter rest here. None of you should provoke Tsukumo in the future. I believe he will always remain Konoha's sharpest blade. All right then, let us take our leave, Mito and Karui said in unison as they walked side by side. Alas, Danzo is my comrade. There is little more I can do. My apologies, Tsukumo. The third Hokage sighed, lighting a cigarette by the window. Unbeknownst to him, all that transpired in the Hokage's office was beyond Yamashiro's awareness. As he lay unconscious in the Konoha hospital. Yesterday, Yamanaka had miraculously revived the deceased Hitaki Tsukumo. The Konoha hospital, though it may seem a trivial matter to some, has made this remarkable event known throughout its halls. From the esteemed director to the diligent cleaning staff, all are now aware of Yamanaka-un's extraordinary feat. Outside Yamanaka-un's hospital room, a throng of eager onlookers gathered, all wishing to catch a glimpse of this prodigious 5-year-old medical ninja. Exhausted from the extensive use of his chakra and the prolonged mental strain of saving Hitaki Tsukumo, Yamanaka ultimately succumbed to fatigue and fainted. When Shanzong Yuan awoke, it was already midday. Shanzong Kingxi, seeing her son regain consciousness, finally felt a weight lift from her heart. I'm sorry, mother, for causing you worry. Shanzong Kingxi shook her head. In the eyes of a mother, the safety and well-being of her child are of utmost importance. Mother, how long have I slept? 28 hours. I'm hungry. After such a long slumber, Shanzong Yuan felt as though he could consume a whole cow. All right, I will prepare some food for you. As Shanzong Kingxi opened the door to the hospital room, she was met by a throng of people outside, all craning their necks like giraffes to peer in. She quickly shut the door and dashed away from the crowd. Before long, she returned with porridge and a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, famously endorsed by the 7th Hokage in the anime of her previous life. Shanzong Yuan first sipped the porridge to warm his stomach, then indulged in the legendary Ichiraku ramen, renowned for its exquisite taste. In the original story, neither the Nine-Tails attack on the village nor the collapse of Konoha, not even Pain Shinra Tensei, could disrupt the normal operations of Ichiraku ramen. Whenever Naruto was in a foul mood, a bowl of ramen would invariably restore his spirits. This wondrous ramen shop, owned by the ever-cheerful Mikey-eyed proprietor, had earned the affectionate nickname of Otsutsuki Ichiraku among countless Naruto fans. In all honesty, the flavor of Ichiraku ramen was indeed delightful. In his previous life, Shanzong Yuan had been a true culinary enthusiast, sampling authentic delicacies from every corner of the world. Among the myriad of foods he had tasted, Ichiraku ramen ranked within the top 5. Knock knock. Although there were many people outside the hospital room, none ever dared to intrude upon the mother and son. This knock was likely from others. Shanzong Kingxi opened the door to find 3 children standing outside. Hello, Auntie. We are Shanzong Yuan's classmates. Teacher Yinxing sent us to express our concerns for him on behalf of the entire class. I am Noah Rin. Hello, Auntie. I am Uchiha Obito. Hey, Auntie Qingxi. I am Hataki Kakashi. Oh, are you the children of Junzi and Shimo? Shanzong Kingxi recalled being invited to Kakashi's full moon celebration when he was a baby. But due to her son's father's circumstances, she had kept a low profile and had not seen her friends in years. Seeing the children of her dear friends brought her immense joy. Yes, Kakashi nodded. Shanzong Kingxi smiled and welcomed the 3 into the room. Auntie Qingxi. My parents asked me to express their gratitude to you. Saying this, Kakashi bowed deeply to Shanzong Kingxi. It was Yuan who saved your father. There is no need for thanks. How is Shimo? Father is well. Yesterday, he taught a lesson to those who plotted against him in the Hokage's office. At this moment, Kakashi, though a genius, was still just a 4-year-old child. The near loss of his father caused him to label those individuals as villains. While Kakashi chatted with Shanzong Kingxi, Obito dashed to the bedside. You show off, Shanzong Yuan. You really made a name for yourself this time, helping Lord White Fang. Where did you learn medical ninjutsu? My mother taught me. Ignoring Obito's envious gaze, Shanzong Yuan replied nonchalantly. You are truly remarkable. Even the esteemed teacher Yinshan has remarked that your medical ninjutsu rivals that of Lady Tsunade. Yinshan Yuan gazed at Yawahara Rin with admiration. Arrogant Yinshan Yuan. I will surely surpass you and even Kakashi. Obito said, casting a slightly envious glance at Yawahara Rin. Obito, I believe in you, and I will always support you. Rin encouraged him as she always did. The intricate relationship among the 3 was of little interest to Yinshan Yuan, who relished the role of an observer. After an extensive conversation between Yinshan Jingzi and Kakashi, primarily consisting of Jingzi's inquiries and Kakashi's responses, Yuan had not seen his mother so joyful in quite some time. Kakashi. What did you discuss with my mother? Aunt Jingzi was inquiring about my father and mother's well-being, Kakashi replied. Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Yuan. No need for thanks, we are friends. Both Yuan and Kakashi were not particularly loquacious, and after exchanging a few words, they fell into silence. Yuan. I intend to graduate early next year. What? You rascal, Kakashi? You plan to graduate? Indeed, the Ninja Academy is exceedingly dull. There is little to teach. Yuan agreed. Hey, you 2 rascals, don't ignore me. As the 2 continued their conversation, Obito interjected, while Rin smiled at the trio. For the time being, I do not plan to graduate. I want to dedicate myself to studying lightning release ninjutsu, and I have a new ninjutsu concept that requires considerable time. Yuan indeed had no intention of graduating early. His aspiration was not to become a medical ninja. The Academy's shadow clone technique sufficed. He needed to concentrate on mastering the transformation of lightning release. At the age of 5, his physical limitations constrained the growth of his chakra. He could only opt for using the least amount of chakra to achieve maximum impact. And the ninjutsu of past Raikage was the optimal choice. One technique that Yuan was determined to acquire was the lightning release chakra mode. This technique allows for the concentration of lightning release chakra on the body's surface, enveloping the entire body in lightning release chakra. Although merely a B-rank ninjutsu, it has the advantage of continuous enhancement. The more lightning release chakra one possesses, the greater the defensive capabilities of the lightning release armor. Furthermore, the lightning release chakra can stimulate cellular vitality, thereby increasing both speed and reaction time. Lightning release chakra mode is foundational to the ninjutsu of successive Raikages. The 3rd Raikage's Hell Stab and the 4th Raikage's Lightning Release. Lightning Hound were both developed through the combination of lightning release chakra mode with physical techniques and nature transformations. Understanding the principles behind lightning release chakra mode, Yuan believed that by mastering the transformation of lightning release and guiding it, he too could develop his unique lightning release chakra mode. The most suitable ninjutsu for practicing lightning release transformation was Chidori. In the original work, Kakashi, the copy ninja, created this unique technique. The choice of Chidori was inspired by the fact that in the original narrative, Sasuke had already developed advanced techniques such as Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Stream, and Chidori Blade using lightning release transformation, while Kakashi had also developed an advanced version known as Raikiri. As the saying goes, standing on the shoulders of giants allows one to see further. Yuan planned to commence his study of Chidori and practice lightning release transformation upon his discharge from the hospital. Far, far away, in the mountains, Yamashita Turu, who usually possesses a gentle temperament, found himself quite irked. He was so distracted during a conversation that he lost track of his thoughts. My apologies, my apologies. I was lost in contemplation, he murmured. You must have missed it. But Lin just mentioned that we should be leaving. Dato expressed his discontent with a frown. Ah, Kakashi, Lin, and Dato, farewell, he bid them as the trio departed. Yamashita Tura's body had mostly recovered, and the pressure from Kakashi regarding an early graduation weighed heavily on him. He was reluctant to squander time in the hospital. After conferring with Yamashita Shinko, Tura was discharged. At the tender age of 5, he embarked on mastering the art of lightning transformation, taking a significant step toward becoming the most formidable ninja in the realm. The lightning release talent of Yamashiro Yori pales in comparison to his water release abilities. Had Chidori been of the water attribute, he would have mastered it long ago. After several days of training in the forest of Konoha, Yamashiro Yori finally managed to unleash Chidori, yet the duration for which the lightning chakra coalesced in his palm was far too brief, failing to replicate the long-distance thrusts executed by Kakashi and Sasuke in the original narrative. The original text described Chidori as a technique developed for assassination. But Yamashiro Yori did not intend to pursue that direction. In his vision, the learning of Chidori and the subsequent development of techniques such as Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Blade, and Chidori Stream were aimed at mastering the transformative nature of lightning release. Through experimentation, he discovered that the instability of the lightning chakra attached to his palm was due to insufficient chakra input. Indeed, as he maintained a steady flow of chakra into Chidori, the lightning chakra stabilized, and at the moment of completion, it resonated like the chorus of 1,000 birds, startling the avian inhabitants of the forest. Activating his Sharingan, he dashed toward a distant boulder and, with a resounding crack, shattered it effortlessly. Yamashiro Yori had finally succeeded in mastering Chidori. In the spirit of gratitude, he decided to impart this technique to its original developer, Kakashi. Kakashi, as you approach graduation next year, I have a gift for you. What kind of gift? Kakashi, like any child, was eager to receive gifts, and Yamashiro Yori had specifically summoned him to the forests of Konoha, where Kakashi awaited with anticipation. In A-rank ninjutsu I developed myself, Chidori. You developed it yourself? In A-rank ninjutsu? Kakashi's deadpan gaze sparkled with admiration, and even Yamashiro Yori, thick-skinned as he was, felt the weight of being viewed as a mere plagiarist by the original creator. Ahem, Kakashi, shall we begin? Kakashi's talent for lightning release exceeded that of Yamashiro Yori. Within just 3 days, Kakashi had mastered Chidori. However, at the tender age of 4, his chakra reserves were limited, allowing him to execute the technique only once. In the original narrative, Kakashi developed Chidori after becoming a Genin, yet now, at the age of 4, he had already acquired this skill. By the time he ascended to the rank of Genin, Chidori would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in his hands. Subsequently, Yamashiro Yori spoke to Kakashi about the various extensions and variations of Chidori, and with each explanation, Kakashi's eyes gleamed brighter. Upon returning home, Kakashi continued his rigorous training under his father, Hatake Tsukumo, who maintained high standards for his son. After completing the foundational training, Kakashi engaged in combat with Tsukumo. The swordsmanship of the Hatake family transcended mere blade techniques. It was a form of ninjutsu that relied on lightning release to stimulate cellular activity, thereby significantly enhancing speed. By embedding lightning release into a short blade forged from chakra-infused metal, they harmonized body and weapon. As was often the case, Kakashi found himself on the receiving end of a one-sided thrashing, enduring a relentless beating in every conceivable sense. Even with his efforts, he could not land a blow on his father, given Tsukumo's formidable prowess. After Kakashi was once again sent flying by Tsukumo Hatake, he rose to his feet but did not charge forward immediately. Instead, he began forming hand seals: dog, boar, snake, Chidori. Kakashi executed the technique and pierced directly towards Tsukumo Hatake. At this moment, Tsukumo's previously calm demeanor shifted. With his keen eyesight, he could discern that this technique possessed formidable penetrating power and paralyzing effects. However, Kakashi's mastery of the technique was not flawless. The high-speed thrust pushed Kakashi's dynamic vision to its limits. Should his opponent move, Kakashi would undoubtedly fail to perceive them. Exploiting this weakness, Tsukumo deftly dodged to the right and seized Kakashi's right hand. Kakashi, what is this technique? This is a newly developed ninjutsu called Chidori. It's classified as an A-rank technique. It was a graduation gift from Yamamoto. Yamamoto developed an A-rank ninjutsu on his own and passed it on to you? When did A-rank techniques become so commonplace? Even a genin can receive one as a congratulatory gift? Kakashi, You should refrain from using this technique for the time being. Why? Kakashi, this technique is incomplete for you. Just now, during your high-speed thrust, you were unable to see how I moved in the end, were you? Kakashi nodded as he recalled the scene from moments ago. Human dynamic vision has its limits. While employing this technique, your eyes cannot keep pace with your speed, and you would fail to detect the enemy's movements. Therefore, it would be prudent not to use this technique until you can address the issue of dynamic vision. Kakashi recognized the wisdom in his father's words and nodded in agreement. What about Yamamoto? Shouldn't he be informed as well? There's no need. Yamamoto will find a way to resolve this issue, though his methods may not suit you. Continue your training. Bring Yamamoto to me tomorrow. I have some matters to discuss with him. With that, Tsukumo retired to the inner room, leaving Kakashi in a state of confusion. The following day after school, Yamamoto accompanied Kakashi to the Hitaki residence, and they proceeded directly to the inner room, where Tsukumo was already waiting. Father, Lord White Fang, Kakashi, you may step outside for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with Yamamoto. Although reluctant, Kakashi complied with his father's request and exited the room. Yamamoto, I owe you gratitude for saving my son last time, as well as for teaching Kakashi Chidori. I should reciprocate. Here are some of my research findings on ninjutsu. I understand you are studying the transformation of lightning release. Do you grasp the principles of ninjutsu? Yamamoto shook his head, prompting Tsukumo to display a knowing expression. The first step of ninjutsu is chakra transformation, and the second step involves imbuing it with attributes through hand seals. The lightning release transformation you are contemplating entails first attributing the chakra and then incorporating the transformation. This technique is a manifestation of the lightning release chakra mode utilized by generations of Reikage. It is a form of ninjutsu. Tsukumo's words illuminated Yamamoto's understanding, revealing that his previous misconceptions about techniques stemmed from confusion between ninjutsu and body techniques, and that the lightning release chakra mode is indeed a type of body technique. Under the guidance of Kakashi Hitaki, Yamashiro Yudo gained invaluable insights, eagerly delving into Kakashi's notebook upon returning home. The notebook meticulously detailed the art of lightning release ninjutsu, a technique intrinsic to the Hitaki clan, renowned for their mastery of lightning chakra. Kakashi's notes opened a new realm of possibilities for Yamashiro Yudo, providing a general direction for the further development of Chidori and his own ninjutsu training. The following day, amidst the verdant expanse of the Hidden Leaf Forest, Yamashiro Yudo embarked on a new phase of training. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, 2 years swiftly passed. By the 39th year of the Hidden Leaf, the prodigious Kakashi Hitaki, at merely 5 years of age, petitioned for early graduation, successfully passing with flying colors and becoming the youngest genin in the village's history. Meanwhile, the equally gifted Yamashiro Yudo shone brightly at the Hidden Leaf Hospital, possessing a unique understanding of medical ninjutsu, particularly excelling in surgical procedures. With his extraordinary mental fortitude and profound knowledge of human anatomy, he had not encountered a single failure in over a year, having treated no fewer than 100 ninjas from the Hidden Leaf. His exceptional skills earned him the respect of everyone at the hospital. Yamashiro Yudo's mentor, Yamaishi Junichi, who had nurtured 2 talented individuals, was promoted to the position of deputy director at the Ninja Academy. In the 40th year of the Hidden Leaf, 6-year-old Kakashi ascended to the rank of Chunin. Within the forest, Yamashiro Yudo and Kakashi Hitaki sparred diligently. Outside of his duties at the hospital, Yamashiro Yudo spent the remainder of his time in the Hidden Leaf Forest, where he perfected his mastery of Chidori and its variations, Chidori Blade and Chidori Sharp Spear, even acquiring a specially crafted short blade capable of channeling chakra. In terms of ninjutsu, Yamashiro Yudo developed his own lightning release chakra mode. Unlike the Reikage version, he sacrificed the defensive capabilities typically associated with lightning release in favor of enhanced speed and offensive power. The defensive aspect of the lightning release chakra mode demanded a constant influx of chakra into the lightning armor, a concept Yamashiro Yudo found untenable, as he lacked the luxury of surplus chakra. Moreover, his ice release bore elemental characteristics that rendered physical attacks nearly ineffective against him. As long as he had sufficient chakra, he could maintain his elemental state indefinitely. In the forest, as Yamashiro Yudo activated his lightning release chakra mode, the stimulation of cellular activity propelled his speed to the very limits of dynamic visual perception. Kakashi Hitaki remained unfazed, adeptly countering every attack from Yamashiro Yudo, regardless of its origin. Uncle Kakashi, I'm about to begin, Yamashiro proclaimed. Let me witness the progress you've made this month. Do not be like last month, where I defeated you in an instant. Well then, Uncle Kakashi, watch closely. Yamashiro infused chakra into his short blade. Is this the Chidori blade? Kakashi observed with keen interest as Yamashiro's chakra began to circulate throughout his body, transforming the cellular structure towards that of ice's molecular makeup. Non-pure water can conduct electricity, and thus, the human body can as well, based on his prior knowledge of physics. Yamashiro Yudo discovered that while ice's conductivity is inferior to that of the human body, once he elementalized into ice and utilized lightning release, he realized that the ice elementalized body conducted lightning chakra with greater ease. The speed of light is the fastest in the universe, and its essence is that of electromagnetic waves, with lightning being a variant of such waves. Upon the fusion of ice and thunder, Yamazangyuan, the protagonist, significantly enhances his velocity, giving rise to the ice thunder mode. This mode consumes an immense amount of chakra currently. Yamazangyuan possesses a slightly greater chakra capacity than the elite Chunin in the original narrative, allowing him to sustain the ice thunder mode for a maximum of 2 minutes. As Yamazangyuan's speed surged, Hatake Tsukumo exhibited no signs of alarm. After 2 years of rigorous training, he had grown accustomed to the surprises Yamazangyuan presented. Like a bolt of blue lightning, Yamazangyuan charged at Tsukumo, who, as usual, raised his white fang blade to parry the strike. Unfazed by the miss, Yamazangyuan did not retreat but instead formed a single-handed seal for Raikiri. This was a one-handed seal? After practicing together monthly for 2 years, Tsukumo injected chakra into his white fang blade. The chakra-infused short sword radiated a white light, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, easily severing the Raikiri. Not one to concede easily, Yamazangyuan activated his Sharingan, with 2 tomo embedded within his crimson pupils, casting Genjutsu, Narakumitsuri. Yuan, you've employed this technique 6 months prior, Tsukumo remarked as he instantaneously appeared behind Yamazangyuan. Although Yamazangyuan's Sharingan tracked Tsukumo's movements, his body could not keep pace, and the exertion of both the Genjutsu and Raikiri rendered him unable to maintain the Ice Thunder mode. Tsukumo's short sword rested against Yamazangyuan's neck, concluding the sparring match. Uncle Tsukumo, you are truly formidable, Yamazangyuan lamented, having unveiled all his trump cards yet failing to inflict even a scratch on Tsukumo. Yuan, you are already quite strong and can execute single-handed seals. At 7 years old, you managed to infuse chakra into the white fang blade. Few Jonin receive such treatment. Yamazangyuan could only perform the single-handed seals for Chidori and Raikiri. So, Uncle Tsukumo, does this mean I can now defeat Jonin? Even with the lightning release chakra mode and Chidori, there remains a gap between you and the Jonin. Perhaps you could contend with special Jonin. If you employ your speed-enhancing technique alongside the Sharingan, you would be adequately equipped to face ordinary Jonin. In the ninja world, Jonin constitute the backbone of strength, with each of the 4 great ninja villages possessing only a handful of elite Jonin, supplemented by 3 to 4 potential Kage and 2 to 3 Kage-level warriors. Yamazangyuan has already acquired the means to protect himself. 2 years have passed, and Kakashi has become a nin. It is time for me to graduate. You are now a treasure of Konoha Hospital. The 3rd Hokage will not allow you to graduate so easily. Yamazangyuan understood that a mere genin pales in comparison to the exceptional medical ninjas capable of saving nin and Jonin. Nevertheless, he resolved to apply for graduation. He did not wish to remain a medical ninja for life. His ambition was to become the strongest man in the ninja world. Uncle Tsukumo, I will return to the Ninja Academy for a while. Good. Tsukumo nodded, having witnessed Yamazangyuan's growth over the past 2 years. His application for graduation was entirely within his expectations. In order to graduate early from the Ninja Academy, students must submit a graduation application through their teachers, which can only be initiated with the Hokage's consent before embarking on the graduation examination. Successfully passing this examination allows one to graduate and become a genin. The Hokage typically does not reject graduation applications unless the student is exceptionally underperforming. Yamashiro Yoro has consistently ranked first, leaving no grounds for the Hokage to decline his request. Yamashiro Yoro returned to the Ninja Academy for 2 reasons: to submit his graduation application to Yamashiro Junichi and to see Obito and Rin. Most of the students at the academy were mere acquaintances, but Kakashi and his companions were among the few true friends Yoro had. Upon locating Yamashiro Junichi in the administrative office, Yoro submitted his application and then headed to the classroom he had not visited in a while. As he returned, he coincidentally encountered the end of a lesson. Stinky Yoro, what brings you back? Obito, who had been dozing off at his desk, was the first to notice him. Yoro, you're back. Rin soon followed Obito's gaze and spotted Yoro. The 3 friends made their way to the playground. Obito, Rin, I'm applying for graduation, Yuru proclaimed. Stinky Yuru. I'll catch up to you both soon. You better keep up the effort. Rin encouraged. I will. After bidding farewell to his friends, Yura departed from the academy. Knowing that by tomorrow, he would officially be a ninja. In the Hokage's office, a graduation application lay on the desk of the third Hokage. Standing by the window, the third Hokage smoked a cigarette while Yamashiro Junichi awaited his response. Junichi, do you think Yura will successfully graduate? Lord Hokage, if it were a standard examination, Yura would undoubtedly pass. Junichi's response did not surprise the Hokage. 2 years prior, Yura was already capable of becoming a Genin, let alone 2 years later. From the Hokage's perspective, he did not wish for Yura to graduate early, just as Yoru and Kakashi believed. There was no comparison between the Dr. Yamashiro in Konoha Hospital and the Genin Yamashiro Yuru. After much contemplation, the third Hokage ultimately decided it would be better for Yura to remain at the academy for a while longer. He had no grounds to reject Yuru's early graduation request, and thus, he would not refuse it. The Hokage resolved to teach Yuru a lesson during the examination the following day, hoping to dissuade him from his desire to graduate early and instead focus on his work at Konoha Hospital. Junichi, I approve. Please inform Yuru that the examination is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. at training ground number 3. Yes, Lord Hokage. Junichi promptly conveyed the examination time to Yuru. How exciting. Yuru mused, fully aware that he would not have an easy graduation tomorrow. Nevertheless, he was confident in his abilities and believed he would not fail. The next day, Yuru arrived punctually at training ground number 3, right at 9 a.m. Yuru, making an old man wait isn't very courteous, is it? The Hokage remarked. Lord Hokage, it's just 9 a.m. I'm not late. You're the one who arrived early. Haha, Yuru, it seems you were quite confident. Of course. I don't undertake surgeries without assurance, nor do I engage in actions devoid of certainty, Yuru replied, exuding confidence. Very well. I want to make it difficult for you. Then, this is Uchiha Man, a Chunin from the Uchiha clan. If you can withstand for 10 minutes without being defeated, you will pass. The third Hokage has once again redefined the meaning of shamelessness. One is a mere student of the Ninja Academy, while the other is a Chunin from the Uchiha clan. In a battle between the ninja world and the Uchiha, even with equal strength, they must flee from a one-on-one confrontation. Not to mention the vast disparity in power between Yamashiro and Uchiha Man Hokage-sama. This seems rather inappropriate. Yamashiro Junichi could not bear to see his student suffer. It's all right, Yamashiro-sensei. Yamashiro Yuan, with a chuckle, reassured, I have no objections, Junichi, so best not to dwell on it. Hokage-sama, let us commence. Yamashiro Yuan was eager to witness the extent of the Uchiha's Sharingan abilities. His confidence stirred a sense of unease within the third Hokage, who glanced at the eager Yamashiro Yuan and then at Uchiha Man, a skilled Chunin standing nearby. Let the exam begin. At the third training ground, Yamashiro Yuan and Uchiha Man stood in confrontation. Uchiha Man, appearing to be in his early 20s, looked coldly at Yamashiro Yuan. Kid, being a ninja is not childish play. I advise you to withdraw now to avoid injury later. I suggest you activate your Sharingan now, lest you fail to comprehend my speed and find yourself swiftly defeated. Damn brat, you're asking for trouble. Enraged by Yamashiro Yuan's taunts, Uchiha Man formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. Though lacking a fire affinity, Yamashiro Yuan had observed the hand seals for the great fireball technique countless times. As Uchiha Man began his seals, Yamashiro Yuan preemptively unleashed water release, water chaotic waves, extinguishing Uchiha Man's fireball the moment it was released. How could this be? Uchiha Man was taken aback. Yamashiro Yuan's seal speed surpassed his own. While Uchiha Man executed 4 seals per second, Yamashiro began his only after witnessing Uchiha Man's managing to release his technique at a rate of at least 5 seals per second. As an elite Chunin, Uchiha Man quickly adapted. After testing ninjutsu, he realized Yamashiro Yuan's sealing speed was superior. Thus, he abandoned ninjutsu in favor of taijutsu to engage Yamashiro Yuan directly. Aren't you going to activate your Sharingan? You may miss your chance. After several exchanges, Uchiha Man found that his taijutsu could not best Yamashiro Yuan. With 10 minutes already elapsed, Uchiha Man recognized the truth in Yamashiro Yuan's words. Failing to activate his Sharingan might lead to his defeat. With a cold huff, Uchiha Man activated his Sharingan. However, Yamashiro Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment upon noticing that Uchiha Man possessed the same two-tomo Sharingan as himself. Instantly, His interest waned as he entered the lightning release chakra mode. Is this lightning release chakra mode? The third Hokage watched in astonishment, realizing that aside from medical ninjutsu, Yamashiro Yuan's lightning abilities were equally remarkable. Uchiha man, it is over. With that declaration, Yamashiro Yuan executed a lightning body flicker technique, appearing behind Uchiha man. The Tsutomu Sharingan barely caught a glimpse of Yamashiro Yuan's figure, but Uchiha man's body could not react in time. Yamashiro Yuan's short blade pressed against the nape of Uchiha man's neck. I concede. Uchiha man admitted defeat with surprising ease. Hokage-sama, may I graduate now? Sigh. You have indeed bestowed upon this old man a tremendous surprise. You have successfully passed your examination, and henceforth you shall be a genin of Konohagakure. Before the watchful eyes of many, the prowess displayed by Yamashita Yuka is sufficient for self-preservation. Yamashita Yuka proceeded to the photography studio to have his picture taken, completed the ninja registration form, and officially became a genin of Konohagakure. After attaining this status, however, Yamashita Yuka found himself without a guiding instructor or any assigned missions, leading him to traverse the paths between the Konohagakure hospital and the forest each day, just as he had before. A month later, driven to desperation, Yamashita Yuka sought out the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, why am I without a guiding teacher or any tasks? The Hokage replied, well, Yuka, as of now, all the teams in Konohagakure are fully occupied, and there are no suitable teams available for your assignment. Would you be willing to wait a little longer while I ponder a proper arrangement? Yamashita Yuka, fully aware of the Hokage's intentions, felt a sense of exasperation towards the old man's audacity. Very well, Hokage-sama, I shall wait at home for a time. In the meantime, concerning matters at the Konohagakure hospital. Suddenly, the Hokage interjected. I just remembered. There is one genin without a student. The threat posed by Yamashita Yuka proved to be quite effective. As the third Hokage quickly recalled this detail, Hokage-sama, do not mislead me. Nonsense, this individual is among the top tier of genin within Konohagakure. Having received the Hokage's assurance, Yamashita Yuka left with a sense of cautious skepticism. A top-tier genin in Konohagakure? After much contemplation, he could not discern who this might be. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was currently stationed at the borders of the Land of Earth, while Kakashi Hitaki had also accepted a mission and was soon to depart. After a prolonged period of thought, Yamashita Yuka remained at a loss regarding the identity of this esteemed genin. Shaking his head, he recalled the third Hokage's unreliable demeanor, which diminished his confidence in the guidance he was to receive the following day. In the mountains, Yamashiro Yuan expressed little hope regarding his mentor as he leisurely made his way to the Hokage's office, arriving well past 10 o'clock the following day. After exchanging pleasantries with the guarding ninja downstairs, he ascended the stairs. As he stood before the Hokage's office, preparing to knock, he heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from within. Was there an assassination attempt on the Hokage? Activating his lightning release chakra mode, he unsheathed his Chidori blade and gently pushed open the door. In a flash, Yamashiro Yuan positioned himself between the two adversaries facing each other. Hokage-sama, are you unharmed? He inquired. If you had arrived any later, there would have been trouble. This is your mentor, and she has grown impatient waiting for you, nearly bringing down my office in the process. The third Hokage's words left Yamashiro Yuan feeling exasperated. He cast a disdainful glance at the third Hokage, thinking, great leader, you are the Hokage. Could you not exhibit a semblance of authority? This flustered demeanor is unbecoming. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you really my disciple? A woman's voice rang out, clear and melodious, yet tinged with annoyance. Her brusque remarks interrupted Yamashiro Yuan's internal critique of the third Hokage, and he turned to face his mentor. To his astonishment, he found himself staring at the striking red-haired beauty, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, the mother of Naruto and the wife of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was a member of the Uzumaki clan renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques. She was the current host of the Nine Tails. In the original narrative, Uzumaki Kushina was known for her fiery temperament, having physically reprimanded nearly all her contemporaries, earning her the moniker Blood Red Pepper. The Nine Tails incident, which occurred during her childbirth due to a weakening seal, allowed Obito to unleash the beast. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality sustained Kushina long enough to employ their unique chakra and the bloodline limit technique, sealing technique, adamant and sealing chains, to once again subdue the Nine Tails. Ultimately, the beast was sealed within Naruto, resulting in the untimely demise of both Kushina and Minato. As the anime depicted this heartbreaking moment, Yamashiro Yuan found himself weeping uncontrollably. especially moved by Kushina's heartfelt admonitions to Naruto, which resonated deeply with his own experiences of maternal absence in his past life. Although he was now under the tender care of Yamashiro Jinzi in this lifetime, the sight of Kushina reignited profound emotions within him. As Yamashiro Yuan reminisced about his past life, Kushina scrutinized her disciple. She had long been aware of his reputation as the youngest medical ninja in Konoha, comparable to Tsunade's medical prowess, a fact acknowledged by all at the Konoha hospital. Despite being from the Yamashiro clan, this child bore black hair like the Uchiha, and though his features were not conventionally handsome, he possessed a unique charm. Upon witnessing his lightning release chakra mode, Kushina was taken aback. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she seldom ventured outside the village, but being a high-ranking ninja of Konoha, she was certainly familiar with the techniques of the Reikage. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Yuan's fleeting surprise did not escape her keen observation. Having acquired the ability to sense good and evil after becoming the Nine Tails host, Kushina had no doubt that Yamashiro Yuan harbored feelings of fondness, even tinged with a hint of dependence towards her. After Jainin Kushina arrived in Konohagakure, she felt warmth from three individuals, Minato Namikaze, Mito Uzumaki, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the rest of the villagers, viewing her as an outsider, offered little acceptance, and some mocked her crimson hair. In response, she silenced them with her fists. Yet, Yamamoto's admiration and reliance on her brought Kushina great joy, and she was quite satisfied with this disciple. "Old man, this disciple is mine." Upon hearing Kushina's declaration, the third Hokage sighed in relief. He truly could not compel her against her will. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails required gentle handling, especially since her boyfriend was guarding the village. The third Hokage, despite his thick skin, could not bring himself to force Kushina. Yamamoto indeed needed a mentor, and Shikaku Nara was the most suitable choice. The third Hokage was aware that Shikaku had frequently instructed Yamamoto over the past 2 years, but with the recent stirrings from Sunagakure, he had to act. Tsunade had left the village, Orochimaru was in the land of water, and Jiraiya, that unreliable one, had yet to return from the land of rain. It had already been 3 years. After much contemplation, the third Hokage decided to send Shikaku out. "Yamamoto, come with me." "Ignore that old man," Kushina stated in her typical fashion, leaving the third Hokage exasperated. "Well then, Hokage-sama, I take my leave." After descending the stairs, Kushina expressed her desire to assess Yamamoto's abilities, and he could only comply as they made their way to the third training ground. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Kushina, a jonin of Konoha. I have a fondness for Ichiraka ramen and a disdain for many things. My aspiration is to become Hokage. I am Yamamoto, a genin of Konoha. I enjoy studying ninjutsu, and my goal is to become the strongest in the ninja world." "And what do you despise?" Kushina's question reminded Yamamoto of that shameless old man who had tried every trick to keep him at the Konoha hospital. Initially, Yamamoto was thrilled to have Kushina as his mentor, but he soon realized that the third Hokage still wished to keep him in the village. Kushina rarely received missions that required her to leave, and as a genin, Yamamoto would certainly not be permitted to venture out. "I have nothing I dislike. Children these days are truly dull. Come on, show me your strength. Attack with all your might. I am quite formidable," Kushina challenged. Yamamoto nodded. And with the surge of lightning release chakra, he drew his short blade and activated Chidori. Empowered by the lightning release chakra, Yamamoto appeared before Kushina in an instant, slashing at her with his short blade. Not bad. Kushina effortlessly evaded his strike. Undeterred by his failure, Yamamoto formed a single-handed seal, manifesting Chidori. "I've never seen this technique before. Did you create it yourself?" A hint of surprise flickered in Kushina's eyes as her left hand was enveloped in a surge of crimson chakra, effortlessly intercepting Yamamoto's Chidori. The power of the Nine Tails chakra was indeed impressive. Yamamoto was astonished that his Chidori could be countered in such a manner. Kushina, controlling the Nine Tails chakra, unleashed it further, her pupils gradually turning red as a crimson tail emerged behind her. "Hey, Yamamoto, I'm about to attack. You better reveal your trump cards, or you might just perish." Kushina was not jesting. Clad in the cloak of the tailed beast, her speed and strength were significantly enhanced. In the original narrative, during the first battle at the Valley of the End between Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto, at most a Chunin, was able to elude Sasuke, who possessed the double Tomo Sharingan. Thanks to the augmentations provided by the tailed beast cloak, Yamashiro Tia found himself in a similar predicament. It is essential to note that Kushina herself was a jonin. Even an elite jonin, and her mastery over the Nine Tails was unparalleled. Yamashiro Tia had not even discerned Kushina's position before he was sent flying. Is this truly the extent of your abilities, Yamashiro Tiya? Kushina's attacks descended upon him like a tempest. The might of Kushina, garbed in the tailed beast cloak, was far beyond imagination in terms of both speed and strength. Utilizing only the lightning release chakra mode and the Chidori, Yamashiro Tiya was relegated to a position of passive defense. Since this is the case, Kushina-sensei, I shall not hold back. Yamashiro Tiya's chakra surged throughout his body as he entered the ice thunder mode. As his eyes could not keep pace with Kushina's speed, he resolutely shut them. The ice thunder mode dramatically enhanced his reflexes and mobility, allowing him to perceive Kushina's location through his exceptional mental acuity. The tailed beast cloak merely represented a one-tail state, and Yamashiro Tiya found himself capable of matching Kushina's velocity. He was acutely aware that his chances of victory were non-existent. His chakra could only sustain the ice thunder mode for 2 minutes, while Kushina, belonging to the Uzumaki clan, possessed an extraordinary chakra reserve, further augmented by the boundless chakra of the Nine Tails. Thus, he could only seek to minimize the extent of his defeat within those 2 minutes. Upon noticing that Yamashiro Tiya was able to keep pace with her speed, Kushina felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with her disciple. At merely 7 years of age, he exhibited such prowess and had even developed a technique with an attack power surpassing A rank. His talent could rival that of her boyfriend, Minato Namikaze. As Yamashiro Tiya sensed Kushina's movements, the immense chakra of the Nine Tails shone like a beacon. Suddenly, Kushina accelerated. To the untrained eye, she would appear as a fleeting scarlet silhouette. Her target was Yamashiro Tiya's back, as she sought to ascertain the limits of his capabilities. Water release, water chaos wave. Yamashiro Tiya opened his eyes and unleashed a water release technique towards Kushina's position behind him. The C-rank water release, however, was disregarded by Kushina, who continued her relentless assault on him. Freeze. The water chaos wave was encased in ice, and Kushina's fist struck Yamashiro Tiya's back, causing his figure to vanish before her in an instant. Space-time ninjutsu? Kushina, being Minato's girlfriend, was intimately familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique. Yamashiro Tiya's sudden disappearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Minato's signature move, Thunder Cut. On the ice behind Kushina, Yamashiro Tiya swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his remaining chakra to unleash the Thunder Cut. At the moment the Thunder Cut took shape, the ice thunder mode was already dispelled. The ice was less than a meter from Kushina, and Yamashiro Tiya's Thunder Cut struck true, piercing Kushina and transforming her into a cloud of white mist. Shadow Clone. When did that happen? As you open your eyes amidst the tumultuous waves, you can only rely on your perception to pinpoint my location. Suddenly awakening. You surely contemplate delivering the final blow. How could I possibly grant you such an opportunity? Kushina, having shed the beast's exterior, gazes upon the collapsed Yamashiro and remarks. You are quite formidable, Kushina-sensei. Yamashiro, panting heavily, responds. You are not so bad yourself. An average jonin would have been defeated by you long ago. Is the last technique a space-time ninjutsu? Not at all. That was a unique ability I discovered in my youth, allowing me to achieve instantaneous movement upon ice imbued with my chakra, Yamashiro explains, shaking his head. His ice release and Sharingan are his greatest trump cards, currently. Only Yamashiro's relatives, Yoko and Hachi, as well as Kakashi, are privy to the Sharingan. As for the ice release, only Kushina is aware, and Kakashi merely has a vague suspicion. Yamashiro revealed the secret of his ice release partly because Kushina had pressured him intensely that day, and partly because she would be his mentor going forward, rather than risk her discovering it on her own through perception. He thought it prudent to disclose it and perhaps strengthen their bond. Is this the ice release of the Mizuki clan? Yamashiro shook his head, indicating ignorance. Kushina, by nature, was somewhat simple-minded and physically adept. When confronted by a perplexing issue, she would often cast it aside and choose not to ponder it further. Yamashiro, may I call you that? She inquires. Of course, Kushina-sensei. Please, just call me sister. Kushina, delighted, lets slip her peculiar habit. Sister Kushina. Naturally, Yamashiro would not refuse the opportunity to grow closer to her and promptly alters his address. Yamashiro, did you develop that technique on your own? Indeed. Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu. Yamashiro does not hold back. Wow, you are truly a genius. Developing a ninjutsu at the age of 7. Chidori is merely a foundational technique. Infusing chakra into a short blade enhances its sharpness, which is Chidori blade. The chakra projection is Chidori sharp spear, and when the lightning nature transformation is incorporated, it becomes Raikiri, an S-rank ninjutsu. Yamashiro proceeds to elaborate on Chidori and its derivatives to Kushina. Kushina listens, wide-eyed. Her combat style is generally straightforward and forceful, prioritizing speed, physical prowess, and chakra volume, and she has never practiced such intricate ninjutsu. Yamashiro, are you particularly skilled in ninjutsu? Given that Kushina's ninjutsu is quite average, she feels she might not be able to teach Yamashiro if he excels in that area. No, my strength lies in physical ninjutsu. Chidori was developed merely to complement the lightning chakra mode. Upon hearing Yamashiro's words, Kushina breathes a sigh of relief. Although she lacks expertise in physical ninjutsu, she can still engage in practice with him. Can you stand up now? Yamashiro nods. After conversing for about half an hour, his chakra and stamina have significantly recovered. Very well, sister invites you to enjoy some Ichiraka ramen. Kushina holds a profound affection for Ichiraka ramen, indulging in a bowl each day. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Ryo, after experiencing a delightful meal of Ichiraku ramen during his hospitalization, has also developed a penchant for its exquisite flavor, frequently visiting during his leisure time. Boss, a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. I'll have a large bowl of seafood ramen. Oh, it's Kushina and Ryo. What brings you both here together? As frequent patrons, the owner of Ichiraka recognizes them well. Ryo is my disciple. Is that so? Congratulations, Kushina, on acquiring such a fine pupil. Today's ramen is on me. Thank you, boss. The owner's generosity fills Kushina with joy. After finishing their meal, Kushina accompanies Ryo back home, agreeing to meet at the training grounds the following day. After greeting Yamamoto Keiko, Ryo retreats to his room, lying on his bed and reflecting on his battle with Kushina. This encounter stands out as the most exhilarating fight Ryo has experienced since arriving in the Naruto world. The prowess of Kakashi Hatake far exceeds Ryo's capabilities, often leading to swift defeats. In her tailed beast cloak state, Kushina possesses strength comparable to an elite jonin, and while Ryo, at full power, could contend with her, he was certain of defeat. With this thought, Ryo considers the benefits of having Kushina as a mentor. The next morning at Training Ground 3, Ryo takes the initiative to challenge Kushina. However, after discerning Ryo's ninjutsu and attack patterns, Kushina swiftly overpowers him, and he lasts only 1 minute this time. Post-training, Kushina and Ryo lament the actions of Minato Namikaze and the third Hokage. Through Kushina's sense of good and evil, Ryo radiates goodwill towards her, and she remains unguarded in his presence. Most of the Leaf Village ninjas regard Kushina with reverence, her infamous title as the Blood-Red Chili Pepper leaving her with few friends to confide in, yet Ryo's arrival provides her with a confidant. Though they have only known each other for a day, Ryo quickly earns Kushina's trust, similar to Minato and Uzumaki Mido. That old man Hokage once even let me leave the village on missions. What's wrong with being a Jinchuriki? I can wield the chakra of the Nine Tails. In an inadvertent slip, Kushina reveals her status as a Jinchuriki. Despite her carefree demeanor, she understands the importance of discretion, especially since Ryo is one of the few who harbors goodwill towards her. What if he were to be frightened by the Nine Tails? Isn't it's supposed to be a secret that you're a Jinchuriki, Sister Kushina? Ryo's reaction brings relief to Kushina, as her perception of his heart remains unchanged. She then lightly pats Ryo on the shoulder, assuring him that it's of no consequence, for he won't disclose it. Hearing this, Ryo feels a pang of confusion, pondering where such trust comes from after knowing her for just a day. Ryo, you're not surprised that I'm a Jinchuriki? I knew yesterday when I saw the tail behind you. I've read about Jinchuriki in the Leaf Library. That's the tailed beast cloak, right? The Konoha Library indeed possesses this book, which Yamashiro encountered 2 years ago while studying medical ninjutsu. Are you not afraid? Kushina's voice suddenly faltered, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Yamashiro's eyes. Of course, I am not afraid. The Jinchuriki are still human, and tailed beasts are not terrifying. I heard from Uncle Takemitsu that the new Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village has become friends with the Eight Tails. Sister Kushina, you two can surely befriend the Nine Tails. Yamashiro is well aware of the Nine Tails' true nature. After all, it is merely a proud fox. The thought of it does not instill fear in him. After hearing Yamashiro's words, Kushina fell into a long silence. She does not harbor any hatred for the Nine Tails and often engages in one-sided conversations with it. For Kushina, who lacks friends, the Nine Tails serves as a rare confidant, despite its perpetual silence. In her heart, the Nine Tails is considered a half-friend. She is uncertain of its thoughts, yet it never refuses her when she requires chakra. Yamashiro's assertion resonated with Kushina. Perhaps humans and tailed beasts could indeed coexist peacefully. Yamashiro, do you think there will ever be a day when humans and tailed beasts can live in harmony? That day will surely come. I have witnessed the conclusion of the Naruto saga, where humans and tailed beasts coexist peacefully, thanks to Naruto. Sister Kushina, how much of the 9 tails power can you wield at most? Approximately 3 tails. At 4 tails, my consciousness becomes somewhat chaotic. Sister Kushina, I wish to see the power of the 9 tails at 3 tails. All right. With that, chakra from the tailed beast began to seep from within Kushina's body. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. Wrapped in the cloak of the tailed beast, 3 tails swirled majestically behind her. The mere presence of the 3-tailed beast cloak made Yamashiro break into a sweat. In this form, Kushina undoubtedly possessed strength rivaling that of a shadow. In the original story, Naruto, who bore half of the 9 tails, was able to severely injure Jiraiya even at 4 tails, suggesting that the full 3-tailed form would not be significantly weaker than Naruto at 4 tails. Kushina. Sister Kushina, run at your fastest speed from here to the training ground entrance. Kushina nodded, and Yamashiro activated his Sharingan, intently focused on her. Yet, despite this, he could not catch a glimpse of her figure. This was merely 3 tails. How terrifying. The anime describes the 9 tails as possessing the power to dominate the world. Initially, Yamashiro found this hard to believe, but witnessing Kushina's overwhelming might at just 3 tails left him in silent awe. In the original narrative, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could easily suppress the 9 tails, rendering such a powerful beast akin to a toy in their hands. Yamashiro felt an immense pressure. Yamashiro, are you not from the Yamashiro clan? Why do you possess a Sharingan? Only after Kushina released the tailed beast cloak did she notice Yamashiro's crimson Sharingan. My father is from the Uchiha clan. Sister Kushina, please do not speak of this. No wonder your hair is black. It all makes sense now. Rest assured. My lips are sealed. Who was it that just revealed they are the 9-tailed Jinchuriki? Observing Kushina's carefree demeanor, Yamashiro Ryo felt he had misplaced his trust. In the days that followed, Ryo trained diligently alongside Kushina, gradually increasing the duration he could endure her onslaught. With each fleeting moment, his initial unease began to dissipate as he sensed a subtle enhancement in his prowess. The current year was the 40th of the Hidden Leaf Village, with 2 decades remaining until the narrative commenced and 22 years until the 4th Great Ninja War. Such a span of time was ample for Ryo to grow formidable. During their training, Ryo discerned that Kushina's offensive techniques were rather simplistic. Her repertoire of ninjutsu was limited, and she lacked proficiency in genjutsu. Her combat style predominantly relied on taijutsu and sealing techniques. Given Kushina's immense chakra reserves, Ryo believed it was imperative to assist her in diversifying her combat approach. Such a surplus of chakra should not go to waste. Kushina, do you know the multiple shadow clone technique? He inquired. Multiple shadow clone technique? Of course. She replied. How many clones can you produce? I'm not sure. Let me give it a try. With a series of hand seals, Kushina summoned an impressive multitude of shadow clones, filling the entire 3rd training ground. Wow, that's a lot. Ryo exclaimed, astounded. Is it a lot? I can create even more. This is just 1,000. 1,000. And that's just the beginning. You truly are from the Uzumaki clan. In that moment, Ryo wished fervently that he belonged to the Uzumaki lineage, for with such vast chakra, he could conjure an icy realm where no one could reach him, at least no one could catch him. As Ryo gazed at Kushina's flowing red hair, he couldn't help but drool, causing Kushina to feel uneasy under his stare. In retaliation, she delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Hey, what was that for? Ryo protested, his daydream abruptly interrupted, casting a disgruntled glare at Kushina. I should be asking you that. Why make me summon so many clones? Kushina, I just had an idea. A technique that would suit you perfectly. Ryo's mischievous grin sent a shiver down Kushina's spine. Once he shared his concept, Kushina too broke into a wicked smile, equally chilling. At the 3rd training ground, the 3rd Hokage found himself encircled by 500 of Kushina's shadow clones. Yet he remained unfazed. Early that day, Kushina had approached his office, requesting his assistance to experiment with her new ninjutsu, and the 3rd Hokage, intrigued, had readily agreed. Knowing Kushina's spirited nature, he was curious to see what new technique she had developed. So, Kushina, is your technique merely the multiple shadow clone technique? Of course not. Old man, are you ready? She replied confidently. Without tapping into the 9-tails chakra, Kushina was at best an elite Genin. And the 3rd Hokage doubted her techniques could inflict any harm upon him. Shadow clone shuriken. Kushina's clones hurled shurikens at the 3rd Hokage, employing the shadow clone technique. Faced with a deluge of shurikens, the 3rd Hokage swiftly formed hand seals, invoking Earth Release, Earth Wall, erecting sturdy earthen barriers around him. Heh, old man. You've fallen into my trap. Kushina unleashed her true form, propelling shurikens imbued with Nine-Tails chakra, effortlessly dismantling the earth barrier. The third Hokage found himself once more under the relentless barrage of shurikens. In response, he invoked the water release, water barrier technique, executing a series of expansive water jutsus to counter the majority of the shurikens. Yet, a number still found their mark on the third Hokage. The force behind Kushina's shurikens was modest. Even upon impact, the third Hokage would remain unscathed. This explained why the water barrier could disperse Kushina's projectiles with relative ease. Old man, how do you like my technique? Kushina exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with pride as she surveyed the disheveled third Hokage. Kushina, your technique proves less effective against true power, particularly against water and earth-style ninjas. Should you face that Suchikage, your shurikens would scarcely breach his earth barrier, the Hokage retorted. What if the shurikens were infused with Nine-Tails chakra? Kushina countered, and the third Hokage's expression stiffened. He understood the magnitude of the Nine-Tails power. Had all those shurikens contained its chakra, you would have no choice but to relinquish his position. But can you truly maintain so many shadow clones simultaneously infused with Nine-Tails chakra? He queried, striking at the heart of the matter. Yamashiro's vision for this technique necessitated the Nine-Tails cooperation. Currently, Kushina could at most empower 200 shadow clones with Nine-Tails chakra, according to Yamashiro's estimates. For Tails would enable 500 shadow clones to wield the chakra. In the original narrative, Naruto, with just half of the Nine-Tails power fully unleashed, could distribute its chakra among nearly 10,000 allied ninjas. With a complete Nine-Tails state at 4 Tails, Kushina could adequately equip 500 shadow clones. In her 4 Tails state, Kushina's strength would not be far from that of Kakashi Hatake, yet overcoming him would still pose a significant challenge. However, with such a technique, the dynamics would shift. The chakra from 4 Tails would empower the initial wave of shadow clones, and given the volume of Nine-Tails chakra, she could feasibly utilize the 4 Tails state once more. Kakashi, while tirelessly expending chakra to defend, would find Kushina's reserves ever replenishing. In this ebb and flow, victory would undoubtedly favor Kushina. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Yamashiro noted that when Kushina wielded Nine-Tails chakra, neither its consciousness nor its hatred ever encroached upon her spirit. Upon inquiring, Kushina revealed that only when she surpassed her chakra limits did she sense the Nine-Tails animosity. Yamashiro surmised that Kushina's pure Uzumaki lineage played a pivotal role in this phenomenon. This was fortuitous. The absence of the Nine-Tails consciousness meant one less concern to bear. In the following days, Yamashiro found himself at the Konoha hospital, tasked with tending to a wave of injured ninjas returning from the land of Earth. Consequently, he was enlisted for duty. With Yamashiro away, Kushina grew bored and ventured to the Hokage's office. Old man, it has been ages since I embarked on a mission outside the village. Are there any suitable tasks available? She lamented. The third Hokage, having grown immune to her antics, barely lifted his gaze as he replied, none. Then return my disciple to me, she insisted. Kushina, the village has just welcomed back so many injured heroes from the land of Earth. With so few medical ninjas in Konoha, the hospital cannot afford to lose you. I am indifferent. Either assign me a mission to leave the village or allow me to return. Such scenes have long been commonplace for the third Hokage, who remains unfazed by Kushina's antics. After a while of commotion, seeing that the third did not relent, Kushina had no choice but to depart. In the Konoha hospital, Yamashiro was akin to a spinning top, unable to pause, as the influx of injured ninjas was overwhelming while the medical personnel were vastly insufficient. A few days later, the injuries were largely tended to, leaving Yamashiro and the other medical ninjas utterly drained. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage felt immense relief for having retained Yamashiro in the village. Thanks to him, the majority of the hundreds of injured had been saved, with only a few suffering from critical wounds. Among the hundreds of ninjas, there were merely over 20 jonin, an invaluable asset for any village. He instructed that Yamashiro be informed that the hospital was now manageable, and he could seek out Kushina the following day. Yes, Hokage-sama. An Umbu ninja swiftly conveyed the third's order to Yamashiro. The next day, as the sun graced the world anew, Yamashiro arrived early at Training Ground 3, only to be surprised to find not only Kushina but also another presence. Cloaked in a black mask with silver hair and a pair of signature lifeless eyes. Wasn't that the renowned genius ninja, Kakashi? Look who it is, the illustrious Yamashiro. Long time no see. Yamashiro's first words were a playful jab at himself, to which Kakashi retorted without hesitation. Hey, are you possessed by a Beto? Do you wish to spar? I'm ready whenever you are. After 2 years apart, Yamashiro was eager to assess Kakashi's prowess. Having mastered Chidori in advance, and with guidance from Minato, Kakashi was undoubtedly stronger than his 6-year-old self in the original narrative. Yamashiro activated his lightning release chakra mode, drawing his short blade and unleashing Chidori blade. Surrounding him was a crackling aura of lightning chakra, and with the blade firmly gripped, he emanated an imposing presence. Is this the lightning release chakra mode? Is it truly as formidable as my father described? Only one way to find out, Yamashiro declared, launching his attack. Kakashi was taken aback by the swiftness of Yamashiro's lightning body technique. In the blink of an eye, Yamashiro stood before him. Earth release, earth wall. Kakashi conjured an earthen barrier to intercept Yamashiro's vertical strike. Realizing he needed to create distance, Kakashi understood that Yamashiro's speed was too overwhelming, compelling him to restrict Yamashiro's movements. Earth release, hell swamp, water release, water burst. Kakashi utilized ninjutsu to form a mire around himself. Restricting my movement, are we? Yamashiro mused, noting that Kakashi was struggling to keep pace with his speed. With this tactic, Kakashi aimed to nullify Yamashiro's advantage. Do you know, Kakashi? Water conducts electricity. Yamashiro's declaration momentarily stunned Kakashi, who was well aware of this fact. But did you know? There is water in mud as well. Lightning release, ground walk. Oh no. Facing Yamashiro's lightning release, Kakashi had no choice but to leap high into the air. If he were to be paralyzed by the lightning, Yamashiro would undoubtedly seize the moment to deliver a crushing blow. As Yamaguchi observed Kakashi suspended in midair, he swiftly formed hand seals, executing the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi, lacking any leverage, found this strike nearly unavoidable. Acknowledging the futility of evasion, he braced himself to withstand the blow with Chidori. The Chidori, an A-rank ninjutsu, penetrated the water dragon bullet, classified as B-rank. Yamaguchi chose not to press the attack further, allowing Kakashi to land, panting heavily. After 2 years, it was astonishing to see how much stronger Kakashi had become. During this time, he had honed his skills through numerous missions, earning his status as a nin at the age of 6, a well-deserved accolade, even if one disregarded his mission experience. His prowess firmly established him among the elite nin. Kakashi had anticipated that upon his return, he would be able to defeat Yamaguchi. Yet he was taken aback by the swift advancement in Yamaguchi's abilities over the past 2 years. Hey, Kakashi, are you going to continue? No, that's enough. You've won. Kakashi conceded gracefully, recognizing that Yamaguchi's strength extended far beyond what had just been displayed. Kushina, is this your disciple? He truly is a prodigy. Of course. My disciple is undeniably a genius. At the entrance of training ground number 3, Kushina held hands with a striking blonde gentleman, discussing Yamaguchi and Kakashi. The two, who had just concluded their bout, were caught off guard by this unexpected display of affection. Yamaguchi approached the pair. Kushina, is this your boyfriend? The rare side of the fiery redhead displaying a softer side prompted Yamaguchi to tease. Upon hearing his words, Kushina's face flushed crimson as she discreetly glanced at Minato, withdrawing her hand from his grasp. Minato, though slightly embarrassed, quickly regained his composure, as he was destined to become Hokage. Ah, hello. I am Minato Namikaze, a jonin of Konohagakure. In a previous life, Yamaguchi had been quite fond of Minato, the yellow flash of Konoha. Renowned for his unparalleled speed thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato was known for his kindness and diligence, demonstrating calmness and wisdom. Despite being a commoner ninja, he rose to the level of Hokage in his teens, gaining fame during the Third Great Ninja War. Other villages issued commands to their ninjas to abandon their missions upon encountering Konoha's yellow flash, ensuring no repercussions would follow. Tragically, after becoming Hokage, Minato lost his life during the Nine-Tails attack on the village. Presently, he appeared to be around 15 or 16, always wearing a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Hello, Minato-senpai. I am Yamaguchi, a genin of Konoha. Yamaguchi, don't be so formal. Just call him Big Brother. Kushina interjected. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of interest sparked in Minato's eyes. He was well aware of Kushina's sensitive nature, and her statement indicated her genuine acceptance of Yamaguchi, considering him family. Minato began to take a keen interest in Yamaguchi, recognizing Kushina's sensitivity. Upon becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, one gains the profound ability to discern between good and evil. To be acknowledged by Kushina signifies that one is genuinely kind-hearted towards her. Contemplating this, Minato felt that nothing else mattered, as long as one treated Kushina sincerely. All else was of little consequence. It is often said that those entranced by love exhibit a near-zero intellect. And a single word from Kushina significantly enhanced Minato's impression of Yamano. Brother Minato. With the opportunity to draw closer to the fourth Hokage, Yamano seized the moment. And under Kushina's guidance, he adeptly altered his address. Sensei, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yamano and I are classmates from the Ninja Academy. Kakashi, overhearing Yamano refer to him as brother, couldn't help but interject. Well, what does it matter? Yamano is so mature, unlike you little brat. Before Minato could express his thoughts, Kushina unequivocally confirmed their relationship. Minato could only helplessly nod. After all, between a girlfriend and a student, the choice was obvious. After some lighthearted banter, Yamano's chakra had nearly replenished, and he was eager to ascertain the extent of Minato's strength. Brother Minato, I wish to spar with you. Minato was taken aback for a moment, glancing at Kushina, who readily nodded and adopted a spectator's demeanor. Very well. Since Kushina has not declined, Yamano's prowess must be commendable. Minato agreed. Yamano, unleash your full strength. Minato is formidable and worthy of trust. Understood. Yamano replied without hesitation. Motivated by his trust in Kushina and his admiration for the fourth Hokage from the original narrative. Brother Minato, I shall make my move now. With that, Yamano activated his Sharingan, the crimson eyes swirling with two Tomo, Sharingan, and a double Tomo, isn't Yamano from the Yamano clan? Minato regarded Yamano with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamano unleashed a barrage of water-style, water surge, but Minato effortlessly evaded the attack. Renowned as the fastest ninja in the shinobi world since the Third Great Ninja War, speed was synonymous with Minato's name. Yamano, undeterred, employed ice style to freeze the water from the water surge, encasing Minato in ice. He refrained from activating the Ice Thunder mode, as it demanded excessive chakra. Although it could enhance reaction speed and lightning attack power, these advantages would be futile against Minato's unparalleled speed. Yamano relied solely on the instantaneous capabilities of ice style. Yamano can utilize ice style as well? Minato's curiosity about Kushina's student deepened. P.S. Regarding the fire affinity of the Uchiha clan. A reader commented today that all Uchiha possess fire affinity. In the anime, this is indeed the case, as it states that the Uchiha clan is inherently gifted with exceptional fire control abilities. The protagonist's initial setup included lightning, fire, and water affinities. Until a casual conversation with a friend in Japan before writing the book brought this topic to mind. He is also an avid fan of Naruto and directly informed me that not all members of the Uchiha clan are inherently endowed with fire affinity. He even reached out through private messages to a prominent content creator on InStation who specializes in Naruto. This creator elucidated that the phrase from the Naruto manga implies that the majority of the Uchiha clan possesses exceptional fire control abilities, not all. Due to the protagonist's ice release dilemma, after much contemplation, the decision was made to remove the protagonist's fire affinity. The lore was subsequently revised to reflect that most members of the Uchiha clan possess fire affinity. In the mountains, Yama Zhongyuan formed hand seals, invoking the technique known as Raikiri. However, this was not merely Chidori, it represented a transformation of its nature. Observing Yama's ninjutsu, both Feng Shuimin recognized Chidori, a technique previously employed by Kakashi, and thus was not unfamiliar with its essence. Gradually, the Raikiri in Yama's hands began to evolve into the technique Raitan, Raid Xia. Once the technique took shape, Yama utilized the instantaneous movement capability of his ice release to materialize behind Shuimin, executing the transformed technique with his dwindling chakra reserves. The spatial ninjutsu displayed by Yama's sudden disappearance bore a striking resemblance to his Hiraishin. Yet Bo Feng Shuimin did not perceive any fluctuations in space, a testament to his acute sensitivity to spatial disturbances, a skill integral to mastering Hiraishin. Yama's technique was an evolution of Raikiri, morphing its form into that of a wolf. This lightning wolf possessed the remarkable attributes of rapid movement and inherent tracking capabilities. Uncertain of the advancements made in Shuimin's Hiraishin, Yama resolved to unleash Raid Xia in conjunction with his ice release to besiege Bo Feng Shuimin. As Yama appeared behind Shuimin, he expended his last reserves of chakra to once more employ Raikiri. The dual assault of Raid Xia and Raikiri left Yama intrigued as to how Shuimin would respond in the absence of a pre-established Hiraishin marker. His Sharingan remained fixated on Shuimin's every movement. Yuan, you truly excel. I may have overstepped this time, but I refuse to be defeated by you, Bo Feng Shuimin declared. Just as his Hiraishin Kanai shot forth towards Yama. Hiraishin, Second stage. Yama's chakra had become insufficient to sustain Raikiri. Although the instantaneous movement of ice release required no chakra. Without Raikiri, he was incapable of inflicting damage upon Shui Min. Bereft of the lightning chakra mode, Yama's taijutsu could not possibly rival the strength of an elite shinobi like Shui Min, who had perfected the second stage of Hiraishin. However, Yama had not yet conceded, as the lightning wolf pursued Shui Min during his transition with Hiraishin. The latter was acutely aware of its presence. Just as the wolf was about to make contact, a pale blue sphere of chakra materialized in Shui Min's left hand. This technique, familiar to Yama, was none other than the signature ninjutsu of Naruto, the Rasengan. The original narrative indicated that Bofeng Shui Min had devoted 3 years to developing this technique, though it did not specify the exact timeline. Yama had always assumed that Shui Min completed it during the Third Great Ninja War, only to discover that, by the 40th year of Konoha, Shui Min had already perfected the Rasengan. Upon collision, the Rasengan and Raiton, Sia neutralized each other. Yuan, I believe victory is mine. Bofeng Shui Min said with his signature smile. Indeed, brother Shui Min, you have triumphed. Yama gasped in response. What was that last technique of yours? It is a technique I am currently developing, Rasengan. Brother Shui Min, is this technique still incomplete? Yes, the Rasengan is not yet stable. While it can be formed, its duration remains fleeting. Upon hearing this, Yamashiro understood that Minato Namikaze was nearing completion of the development of the Rasengan, yet he struggled to maintain its existence. The Rasengan is a technique that gathers chakra in the palm and compresses it continuously, relying on high-speed rotation to generate immense tearing force, resulting in significant destruction. Not only does being struck by the Rasengan severely injure an opponent, but it also disrupts their chakra, greatly hindering the release of their ninjutsu. Moreover, the Rasengan is an unmarked ninjutsu, with various derivative techniques. In the original work, Naruto incorporated the nature transformation of wind into the Rasengan, evolving it into the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, which boasts tremendous power. Minato's development of the Rasengan had not yet reached fruition. If Yamashiro could assist him in completing it now, he would become one of its developers and would be able to wield this technique openly in the future. Determined to help Minato perfect the Rasengan for his own future use, Yamashiro decided to assist him. While resting, Yamashiro engaged in conversation with the other three. Yamashiro, you were the one who developed Chidori? I always thought it was a technique passed down to Kakashi by Shitake-senpai. Yamashiro nodded and explained the Chidori and its derivative techniques to Minato. Over the course of 2 years, Kakashi had mastered the Chidori blade and had made progress with Raikiri. Minato, could you demonstrate the Rasengan once more? Recognizing the child as talent, Minato acknowledged that if he could develop a technique as complex as Chidori, he might indeed assist him in refining the Rasengan. As Minato unleashed the Rasengan, Yamashiro activated his Sharingan. To aid in perfecting the Rasengan, he first needed to discern what issues plagued Minato's technique. The Rasengan lasted only 3 to 4 seconds before dissipating. Through the keen observation of his Sharingan and recalling his past experiences of watching Naruto learn the Rasengan over 500 episodes, Naruto took over 100 episodes to master it. Yamashiro concluded that Minato's Rasengan lacked sufficient rotational speed. Minato, the key to this technique lies in the compression and rotation of chakra, doesn't he it? Minato gazed at Yamashiro in astonishment, a technique he had studied for 2 years, and this child had grasped its principle in an instant. Minato, I believe I understand why your technique cannot be sustained for long. Kakashi, please procure several water-filled balloons and a few rubber balls. Kakashi shot Yamashiro an incredulous glare before setting off to prepare. Even at 6 years old, Kakashi was remarkably efficient. Before long, he returned with the balloons and rubber balls. As Kakashi unveiled the sealed scroll to retrieve the filled balloons and balls, Yamashiro looked on enviously at the advanced scroll, an expensive item he could not afford. Kushina noticed Yamashiro's gaze and cast a disapproving look at Kakashi's scroll. Minato, please release chakra at a consistent volume until the water inside the balloon begins to flow irregularly and bursts the balloon. Kakashi, you might want to give it a try as well. Under the guidance of Minato, who followed Yamashiro's instructions, they began to burst the balloons. Both were prodigies and quickly discovered the technique. Before long, Minato had already popped a dozen balloons. Next, it was time for the soccer ball, and just like before, he infused chakra, but this time he had to stabilize it, using the rotation of the chakra to tear the ball apart. Continuing to practice as instructed by Yamashiro. After successfully bursting 3 balloons, Minato's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. Once again, He gathered chakra into his right hand to form the Rasengan. But this time it did not dissipate midway. The Rasengan was successfully developed. Minato gazed at the Rasengan in his hand, marveling once more at Yamashiro's talent in ninjutsu. He had struggled for over 2 years to perfect this technique, while Yamashiro had grasped its principles after just one observation, assisting him in refining the Rasengan. Yamashiro was equally astonished by Minato's innate ability. In the original work, Naruto had taken a week to barely complete the Rasengan, aided by his shadow clones, yet Minato, having only listened to Yamashiro once, drew inspiration from bursting the balloons and the soccer ball to complete it. While part of this was due to him being the technique's creator, Minato's talent left Yamashiro in awe. It was no wonder that in the previous life, many claimed that had Minato lived until the story began, Naruto would have been overshadowed. Both were expressing admiration for each other's excellence while reflecting on their own shortcomings. So, what comes next? Share your understanding of the Rasengan, so Kakashi can practice using your method. Minato had never been a selfish individual in the original work. He had imparted the Rasengan to Kakashi and taught his 4 bodyguards the Flying Thunder God technique. The next step was to combine the experiences from bursting the balloons and soccer balls, concentrating chakra in his hand, maintaining a consistent release to sustain the spin, ultimately forming a rotating sphere. Then, he would continuously strike trees or rocks with the sphere until its power stabilized. The training for the Rasengan would then be complete. In the previous life, Kishimoto had already detailed the method for mastering the Rasengan, and Yamashiro merely related to Minato. You are truly a genius. I can't believe you only observed the Rasengan once. Not at all. Minato is the true genius, capable of developing such a technique. After exchanging words of mutual admiration, both Yamashiro and Minato smiled. Minato was elated due to the successful development of the Rasengan, while Yamashiro rejoiced at becoming its enhancer, allowing him to use the Rasengan with pride. Yamashiro had long coveted the wind release, Rasen Shuriken from the original work, although he lacked wind release chakra. The Rasengan itself was an attribute-less sphere of chakra that could incorporate any element. Unable to utilize wind release, Rasen Shuriken, Yamashiro could develop his own lightning release, Rasen Shuriken, and ice release, Rasen Shuriken. Today, I am thrilled to have perfected the Rasengan. I shall treat everyone to barbecue. Wolfing Watergate is far more generous than Kushina, treating everyone to barbecue. Yamashita Haruka has a fondness for Ichiraka ramen, but even the most beloved dish can grow tiresome. Today, with an invitation to dine out, he naturally could not decline. Kakashi, while conversing with Yamashita Haruka and Wolfing Watergate, managed to pop a balloon. And upon hearing that Wolfing Watergate was treating everyone to barbecue, he ceased his training, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Kakashi collected the remnants of the balloon into a sealing scroll, while Kushina, recalling Yamashita Haruka's envious glances, appeared contemplative. The quartet made their way to a barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Upon picking up the menu, Yamashita Haruka understood why even Kakashi wore a look of anticipation. The prices were exorbitant, nearly equivalent to the reward for a B-rank mission. As a low-ranking shinobi who had never undertaken a mission, he could only dream of such luxuries. Working at Konoha Hospital was entirely pro bono, and the third Hokage had never graced him with a salary. The Yamashita clan was not particularly affluent, and this was his first visit to a barbecue restaurant. Although Kushina was a Jonin, the number of missions she received throughout the year was scant, mostly B-rank tasks, often merely involving clearing out thieves within the Land of Fire who were themselves struggling. Kakashi, on the other hand, frequently accompanied Watergate on various missions, earning a fair amount. Yet as a 6-year-old, he was expected to hand over his earnings to his parents. Thus, Kakashi too found himself financially constrained. The barbecue was indeed delectable, rivaling Ichiraka ramen in its own right, but the essence lay in the meat. Observing Kushina's pace of consumption, Yamashita Haruka couldn't help but mourn for Wolfing Watergate's wallet. Watergate, however, gazed at Kushina with a tenderness akin to flowing water, prompting Yamashita Haruka to mentally distance himself from the pair. He had come for the barbecue, not to be inundated with romantic overtures. Aside from Kushina, the appetites of the other 3 were modest. Despite the deliciousness of the barbecue, they consumed little. Little son, am I eating too much? Kushina pondered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she recalled her voracious consumption while settling the bill. Not at all, Kushina. Eat as much as you like. Watergate's signature smile provided her with reassurance. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, the group returned to the third training ground. Watergate wished to familiarize himself further with the Rasengan, while Kakashi was eager to master the technique as swiftly as possible. Yamashita Haruka spent his days in the training ground, And despite Kushina's reluctance, she had no choice but to accompany them. Kakashi, toss me a few balloons. Yamashita Haruka also desired to learn the Rasengan quickly. He had heard from a group of wounded shinobi returning from the Land of Earth that the Four Tails Jinchuriki had defected and was now wandering the borders of the Land of Earth. Yamashita Haruka's current strength was insufficient, primarily due to the issue of chakra capacity, and time was of the essence. In the original narrative, the Third Shinobi World War erupted around the 42nd year of Konoha. He had 2 years to significantly enhance his abilities. Kakashi handed the balloons to Yamashita Haruka, who began channeling chakra into them. While the theory was straightforward, the practical application proved to be far more challenging. After considerable effort, he finally popped the first balloon. The key was in the rotation. With the success of the initial attempt, subsequent balloon popping became progressively easier. Haruka, let us take a break for now. The legendary Minato Namikaze interrupted Yamashiro's training in the mountains. Brother Minato, is there something you need? Yamashiro inquired. I feel that the Rasengan is not yet perfected, Minato replied. To be precise, it is not perfect for you all. What do you mean, Brother Minato? Yamashiro asked. My combat style relies on extreme speed. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to strike enemies with unparalleled swiftness, coupled with the wind nature transformation infused into the kunai. The Rasengan suits me well, as it requires no hand seals and can be unleashed instantaneously. However, there is room for improvement in its power for you. You mean to incorporate nature transformation into the Rasengan? Indeed. For instance, like this. Minato concentrated a Rasengan in his left hand while channeling chakra into its core with his right. The Rasengan began to sprout blade-like edges reminiscent of shurikens. But it did not hold for long before it exploded. In that fleeting moment of the jutsu's failure, Minato teleported the Rasengan away. The northwest corner of Training Ground 3 was left with a substantial crater from the explosion. This is my vision for the advancement of the Rasengan. But maintaining its stability is exceedingly challenging. Brother Minato, you are truly remarkable, Yamashiro exclaimed, astonished by Minato's talent. The Rasengan had barely been developed. Yet he already envisioned its future evolution. The prototype of the Rasengan Shuriken had emerged. Brother Minato, do you plan to continue developing the Rasengan? Yamashiro asked. Minato shook his head, responding, not for now. I intend to refine the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage first, as it is the foundation of my combat style. Yamashiro had found it curious that Minato, with such talent, had not completed the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Only after hearing Minato's explanation did he come to understand that Minato lacked the time to undertake its development, given the complexity of the Flying Thunder God technique. It was already quite an achievement for Minato to have developed the 3 phases of it and other complementary combat strategies before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Once the war commenced, its intensity far surpassed that of the previous 2, with the shadow of Uchiha Madara lingering. In the original narrative, Konoha had lost 2 powerful figures, Shikaku Nara and Tsunade, leaving only the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato as the village's elite. Konoha was overwhelmed, facing 4 foes with only 1. During the Third Great Ninja War, Minato emerged as Konoha's strongest fighter thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique. Without his presence, Konoha might have surrendered long ago. The war's ferocity left Minato exhausted, leaving him no time to continue developing the Rasengan Shuriken. Ultimately, this technique remained incomplete. But now that Yamashiro had expedited the development of the Rasengan, Minato could feasibly advance the Rasengan Shuriken before resuming his work on the Flying Thunder God. Brother Minato, I believe you should continue to develop the Rasengan first. Why do you say that? Brother Watergate, what is the transformation of wind nature? Yamashiro asked, his reasons left unsaid, countering with a question. It is cutting. The properties of wind are numerous, yet the most commonly utilized in the ninja world is indeed cutting. Wave Wind Watergate had devoted years to studying the transformation of wind nature, developing a unique comprehension of its application. As expected, exclaimed Yamashiro just now, I observed that when you incorporated the transformation of wind nature into your spiral sphere, the chakra within resembled a multitude of shurikens. His words piqued Wave Wind Watergate's attention. Without the Sharingan, he could not discern the internal changes of the spiral sphere. Yamashiro, please continue with your thoughts. Brother Watergate, as a medical ninja, I can assert that the most harmful, or rather the most likely to inflict injury upon the human body, are sharp blades. Upon saying this, Yamashiro conjured a chakra scalpel and picked up a stone. Under the same force, which is more likely to harm a person, the stone or the blade? Wave Wind Watergate fell silent, as Yamashiro's words illuminated the potential advancement of the spiral sphere technique. He imagined a successful development of this technique, where countless wind blades would slice through an enemy's bodily tissues and cells upon impact. Truly a terrifying thought. I understand, Yamashiro. I will temporarily pause my research on the Flying Thunder God technique and dedicate this time to studying an advanced version of the spiral sphere. In the ensuing 2 weeks, Yamashiro and his companions spent their days in the third training ground. Yamashiro and Kakashi practiced the spiral sphere, while Wave Wind Watergate focused on researching wind release, spiral shuriken. The usually carefree Kushina busied herself beside Watergate, fiddling with various scrolls. Yamashiro, come here. Kushina interrupted Yamashiro's training. Without the aid of Naruto's shadow clone technique, his spiral sphere had yet to be completed after 2 weeks. However, compared to Kakashi, his progress had accelerated significantly. Sister Kushina, what is it? Yamashiro, this is for you. I've created several sealing scrolls during my free time. Sister Kushina, how did you know I wanted sealing scrolls? I saw you drooling over Kakashi's sealing scrolls. Humph. If that low-level item could make you envious, it seems you may need to learn a bit about sealing techniques. After all, your teacher is from the Uzumaki clan. Such trivial items are not worth your admiration. Kushina's words warmed Yamashiro's heart. Though his teacher was somewhat reckless and had not imparted much ninjutsu, her kindness was undeniable. Yamashiro resolved to change the course of the Nine-Tails Night. He accepted the sealing scrolls and began to examine them. Moments later, he marveled at the prowess of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, realizing that compared to this scroll, Kakashi's was indeed inferior. After stowing the scroll away, Yamashiro returned to his training of the spiral sphere. After another week, he finally completed his practice of the spiral sphere. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Training Ground 3, the right hand of Minato Namikaze was enveloped in an ever-expanding Rasengan, with shuriken's blades materializing around it. As chakra flowed into the Rasengan, it began to rotate, emitting a piercing sound. Kushina, Kakashi, take cover. Minato's jutsu has succeeded. Yamato recalled from the original story the devastating power of the Rasen Shuriken, even in its incomplete form. It had severely crippled 2 heart containers. One could only wonder how far Minato had advanced the Rasen Shuriken's development. Should collateral damage occur, there would be no refuge for them. Kushina, I shall return shortly. Minato, aware of the jutsu's might, intended to experiment in the Forest of Death. Take me with you. Yamato, fearful of being caught in the blast, was nonetheless eager to witness the jutsu's true power. After a moment's hesitation, Minato acquiesced and brought Yamato along. Having previously marked the Forest of Death with his Flying Thunder God technique, they arrived in an instant. Yamato, I'm about to throw it. Wait, Minato. I need to find a sturdy tree. Yamato searched nearby for the thickest tree and concealed himself behind it. Once Yamato was securely hidden, Minato hurled the Rasen Shuriken into the forest. The sound sliced through the tranquil wilderness, and in an instant, a tremendous storm erupted upon the shuriken's detonation. Yamato clung to the tree, activating his Sharingan, fixated on the explosion's epicenter. Countless chakra-infused wind blades surged forth like a horde of locusts, causing leaves, branches, and even trunks to vanish gradually. As described in the original narrative, the Rasen Shuriken was indeed a composite of innumerable wind blades. These minuscule blades directly impacted the cells, cleaving their walls from within. Finally, the explosion subsided, revealing a colossal crater at the heart of the detonation. Both Yamato and Minato gasped in astonishment at the sight before them. How could it be so terrifying? Yamato marveled, recalling that Naruto's initial use of the Rasen Shuriken had not resulted in such widespread devastation. Even the typically composed and sagacious Minato was rendered speechless by the spectacle. He felt an immense relief that he had unleashed the Rasen Shuriken with all his might. Minato, was that jutsu really thrown by you? Yamato remembered that in the original story, Naruto perfected the Rasen Shuriken with Sage Chakra, allowing it to be hurled. The fact that Minato's Rasen Shuriken could be thrown directly astonished him. Indeed, I developed this technique last week, but it was not throwable at that time. Such a perilous jutsu, if it couldn't be thrown, would surely harm the user. I infused it with additional chakra to stabilize it, allowing it to fly for a period before detonating. Upon hearing Minato's explanation, Yamato experienced a moment of clarity. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken could fly due to the incorporation of Sage Chakra, which enhanced its stability and power. Remarkably, Minato had managed to throw the Rasen Shuriken without the aid of Sage Chakra. Yamato, doesn't the method of attack for this technique bear a resemblance to the poison used by the Sand Shinobi? Without the Sharingan, Minato Namikaze was unable to perceive the subtle changes within the technique, prompting him to inquire with Yamashiro and Brother Minato. The chakra blades within the spiral shuriken are numerous and diminutive. When the technique detonates, these blades directly impact the cells, similar to how many toxins affect the cells. Thus, it appears somewhat alike. Minato nodded, grasping the attack principle of the technique through Un's explanation. Wait a moment, Un. Why did you refer to spiral vortex flash, second style, as the spiral shuriken? Although the technique does resemble a shuriken, Yamashiro and could only lament Minato's naming prowess. Casually asking, Brother Minato, who named the technique spiral sphere? It was my teacher Jiraiya. Originally, the name was spiral vortex flash, first style. But Jiraiya insisted I change it, and displayed an expression of understanding, exclaiming, Brother Minato, shall we return to the third training ground? What do you think about letting Kushina decide the name of the new technique? Minato agreed that it was a good idea to have Kushina's input on the name, and the two utilized Flying Thunder God to return to the third training ground. Minato shared the successful news of the new technique with Kushina and Kakashi, both of whom were delighted for him. Subsequently, In recounted the naming incident to Kushina, who responded with an approving glance. Kushina then decisively declared that the new technique would be named Wind Release Spiral Shuriken. To celebrate the completion of the new technique, Minato took the three of them out for barbecue. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage anxiously surveyed the large crater in the Forest of Death. The Umbu had confirmed that no one had infiltrated Konoha, and the guards at the entrance of the Forest of Death reported no entries or exits. Receiving the Umbu's report only heightened the third Hokage's anxiety. How could such a massive explosion occur without anyone entering or leaving the Forest of Death? It was as if a tail beast bomb had fallen within it. The third Hokage puffed on his cigarette, feeling utterly perplexed. A week later at the third training ground, Kakashi's version of the spiral sphere finally began to take shape. After the successful development of the spiral shuriken, Minato continued to study Flying Thunder God, while In commenced learning sealing techniques from Kushina. Kushina, too, finally experienced the joy of being a teacher. The sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan are profound and intricate. During the week, In merely listened as Kushina elaborated on the history of their sealing techniques. Kushina, could you pause for a moment? I have something to discuss with In. In was curious. Minato had been engrossed in studying Flying Thunder God daily, so it was surprising that he suddenly had time to chat. In, I wish to submit Spiral Sphere to the village. Isn't this technique developed by Brother Minato? What does it have to do with me? Minato shook his head and replied, In, this technique was developed by the two of us together. It would take me at least another 6 months to perfect Spiral Sphere on my own, not to mention developing Wind Release Spiral Shuriken. Your assistance has been invaluable. There is no doubt that we created this technique together. Wolfing Watergate spoke with genuine sincerity. Yamaguchi Haruka initially sought merely the right to utilize the Rasengan, but unexpectedly became one of its developers. Brother Watergate, I have agreed. I too wish to seek out the Hokage-sama. I wish to contribute the Chidori to the village as well. Yamaguchi Haruka's attitude greatly pleased Wolfing Watergate, who held a deep affection for Konoha. In the words of the third Hokage, he was indeed the successor of the Will of Fire. Not only did Yamaguchi Haruka consent to relinquish the Rasengan to the village, but he also expressed his willingness to submit an A-rank ninjutsu of his own creation. Naturally, Watergate welcomed this with open arms. Brother Watergate, will you also surrender the spiral shuriken to the village? Of course not. I am merely offering the Rasengan to the village. An Ultra S-rank ninjutsu like the spiral shuriken will certainly not be surrendered. You only need to submit the Chidori. Its derivative techniques need not be included. Watergate's words left Yamaguchi Haruka quite satisfied, though he felt that submitting the Chidori and Rasengan was not a significant matter. Moreover, Yamaguchi Haruka had long harbored intentions of contributing the Chidori to the village in exchange for certain advantageous benefits for the Yamaguchi clan. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was frowning deeply while smoking. Ah, it's Watergate and Haruka. What brings you here? Hokage-sama, Haruka and I wish to present 2 original ninjutsu to the village. Both are A-rank techniques. Oh, A-rank ninjutsu? The third Hokage's furrowed brow relaxed, and a hint of a smile graced his face. Indeed, one is Haruka's lightning release technique, Chidori, and the other is the non-attribute ninjutsu, Rasengan, which Haruka and I developed together. Both A-rank techniques are invaluable assets to any village. The third Hokage gazed at the two, filled with immense satisfaction. While he was not surprised by Watergate's development of A-rank ninjutsu, he was taken aback by the fact that Yamaguchi Haruka at merely 7 years of age, could also create an A-rank technique. They truly are the future of Konoha. The third Hokage felt a profound sense of relief and directly inquired about their demands. Konoha offers rewards for the development of ninjutsu, and Watergate readily accepted the offer, requesting all insights from the second Hokage regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. As for Yamaguchi Haruka, he requested a promise from the third Hokage that henceforth, members of the Yamaguchi clan would not be required to join Root. The third Hokage readily agreed to Watergate's request, and after a moment of consideration, he also acquiesced to Haruka's request. In the presence of both, he instructed an Umbu ninja to summon Danzo. Upon Danzo's arrival at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage addressed him directly. Danzo, Yamaguchi Haruka has submitted 2 original A-rank ninjutsu to the village. I have promised him that henceforth, members of the Yamaguchi clan will not be required to join Root, and you are not permitted to select individuals from the Yamaguchi clan for your Root operations. What? This is unacceptable. The Yamaguchi clan possesses immense spiritual strength, and with just a bit of training in Root, they could become exceptional sensory ninjas. You cannot. Danzo's protest was abruptly interrupted by the third Hokage. No need for further discussion. You are not allowed to select anyone from the Yamaguchi clan for Root. With a cold huff, Danzo shot a fierce glare at Yamaguchi Haruka before leaving with a dark expression. After Danzo's departure, an Umbu ninja handed a report to the third Hokage. The third Hokage opened the report, his expression growing increasingly grave. Minato, take a look at this document. Minato Namikaze, a disciple of Jiraiya and his grand student, had steadfastly remained on the front lines during the Second Great Ninja War, earning the unwavering trust of the third Hokage. Minato, this matter is exceedingly serious. Such a significant issue has arisen within Konoha, and as Hokage, I cannot evade responsibility. Minato took the report, quickly perusing its contents. After finishing, he cast a peculiar glance at Shiranui Yamanaka. Let this little fellow have a look as well. The third Hokage noticed Minato's expression and instructed him to pass the report to Yamanaka. Upon receiving the document, Yamanaka began to read. The report detailed an intrusion into the Forest of Death, where an individual had unleashed a destructive, large-scale technique akin to a tailed beast bomb. After reading, Yamanaka felt quite awkward, as it was rather challenging to seek the perpetrator in the presence of 2 criminals, which explained Minato's expression. Alas, our village has been invaded by an unknown ninja, wielding such formidable ninjutsu within our own territory. This is a direct provocation to Konoha. The third Hokage, at the pinnacle of his career after 40 years, was far more fiery than he would be in his later years. Provoked by other ninja villages, he felt an intense anger. Yamanaka and Minato exchanged glances, and ultimately, Yamanaka steeled himself to speak. Hokage-sama, this incident in the Forest of Death was likely, perhaps, maybe, the doing of Minato-sensei. What? Minato, is this your handiwork? The third Hokage inquired, looking at the awkward Minato. Hokage-sama. That was my experiment with the advanced ninjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken. The Forest of Death bears my Flying Thunder God seal, so I entered without going through the entrance. Upon realizing that the incident in the Forest of Death was not a provocation from another village, nor an infiltration by spies, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. Minato, even experimental ninjutsu should not create such a commotion. Isn't the Rasengan A technique you just introduced to the village? Indeed. Hokage-sama. This technique was developed by incorporating nature transformation into the Rasengan, which I worked on together with Shiranui. Yamanaka, who had been observing the unfolding drama, quickly expressed that he had little to do with the development, emphasizing Minato's role. You too, to cause such a stir. Very well. This time I shall help you resolve it, but do not let it happen again. Hearing the third Hokage's words, both men breathed a sigh of relief. Minato, take me to the Forest of Death. I wish to witness your technique with my own eyes. Yes, Hokage-sama. On the other side of the Forest of Death, the scene repeated itself. Minato used the spiraling shuriken to create another large hole. The third Hokage, witnessing the power of the spiraling shuriken, fell silent. Once the Umbu ninjas, lying in ambush, had arrived, he declared the matter an S-rank secret for Konoha, stating that no one aside from the Hokage had the authority to inquire further. Upon returning to his office, the third Hokage smiled at the two. He had always been aware of Minato's remarkable talent. At the tender age of 10, having graduated from the Ninja Academy, he demonstrated remarkable prowess, reaching the rank of Special Jonin. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique and enduring the trials of the Second Great Ninja War, he achieved the esteemed status of a Kage by the age of 16. Now, he has further evolved by developing the spiral shuriken, a technique of super S-rank caliber. Minato Namikaze has thus emerged as a pillar of the Hidden Leaf Village. In contrast, Yamashiro Toru exhibited an innate talent for medical ninjutsu from a young age. Following Tsunade's departure from the Hidden Leaf due to her hemophobia, Toru rose to prominence. At the mere age of 5, he saved Tsukumo Hatake through his exceptional surgical skills. In the ensuing 2 years, he treated over 100 elite ninjas at the Hidden Leaf Hospital, earning the admiration and respect of all ninjas in the village. Initially, the third Hokage believed Toru's abilities were primarily confined to medical ninjutsu. However, just over a month ago, Toru applied for early graduation and triumphed over the elite Chunin Uchiha man, who possessed the Sharingan with 2 tomo. The third Hokage holds high hopes for Toru's future. Today, Toru assisted Minato in developing the Rasengan and the Spiral Shuriken. The third Hokage is convinced that, as long as Toru does not meet an untimely demise, he could become a Kaga-level powerhouse akin to Tsunade, though it is regrettable that Toru lacks a medical-type summoning beast like the Slug. Unbeknownst to Toru, his talents and worth have been acknowledged by the third Hokage, yet he currently feels the weight of the Hokage's scrutiny. Lord Hokage, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Kushinae is waiting for me, Toru said with mounting impatience. Yes, you both may go. The village has acquired 2 A-rank techniques, and the situation in the Forest of Death requires my attention, the third Hokage responded. After bidding farewell to the Hokage, the two departed, with Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique to return Toru to the third training ground. Little did they know, shortly after their departure, Danzo entered the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, what is the situation with the Yamashiro clan? When you established Root, you promised me the freedom to select individuals from various clans. Toru had exchanged 2 A-rank techniques to ensure that the Yamashiro clan would not be integrated into Root. Root represents the dark underbelly of the Hidden Leaf, silently contributing to its welfare. Is the Yamashiro clan not a part of the Hidden Leaf family? Hiruzen, you are being too lenient with Toru. If you were to hand him over to me. Enough, Danzo. The third Hokage's formidable presence erupted, rendering Danzo, who lacked the Sharingan and had lost a hand to Tsukumo Hatake, merely an elite jonin in comparison. The third Hokage, at the pinnacle of Kaga-level power, was able to immobilize Danzo with mere intent. Danzo, remember that I am the Hokage. With that, the third Hokage retracted his imposing aura, dismissing Danzo entirely. The third Hokage's demeanor took Danzo by surprise, and his strength compelled Danzo to acquiesce. Understood. In the future, Root will no longer select from the Yamashiro clan, Danzo replied. His face darkened. The third Hokage nodded and dismissed him. The next day at the third training ground, Toru began his studies in sealing techniques. The first sealing technique taught by Kushina was the fire sealing technique. While the fire sealing technique is not overly complex, it is highly practical. In the original narrative, Jiraiya utilized this simple sealing technique to seal away Itachi Uchiha's Amaterasu. In the mountains, Yamashiro had long severed ties with the bloodline of the Whirlpool clan, his talent for sealing techniques being rather mediocre. It took him an entire day to succeed once with the seal of fire. By the time Yamashiro departed from the third training ground, night had already fallen. On his way back to the Yamashiro clan's territory, he had to pass by a hot spring inn. As he strolled past the inn, he was struck by an unusual sight. A man with white hair was crouched atop the roof of the hot spring inn, peeling back the tiles with a lewd expression etched across his face. Through Yamashiro's keen perception, he could discern every movement of the white-haired man with startling clarity. Having spent over 7 years in the world of Naruto, Yamashiro finally laid eyes on Jiraiya, the character he had cherished in his past life, and his favorite among all in the series. The act of peeping at the hot springs was perfectly in line with Jiraiya's character. In Yamashiro's perception, Jiraiya was engrossed in his voyeuristic endeavor, occasionally breaking into a lascivious grin. Without hesitation, Yamashiro leapt onto the roof of the inn and delivered a forceful kick to Jiraiya's rear. This caused a commotion in the women's bathhouse, with shrieks and cries of pervert echoing through the air. Moments later, the innkeeper emerged, wielding a broom and shooing Jiraiya away. Yamashiro recalled a similar scene from the original story and burst into laughter. His hearty laughter drew Jiraiya's attention. Not only had Yamashiro interrupted his peeping, but he also dared to mock him. Hey, you little brat, do you know what you've done? I just punished a pervert spying on the women's bath. Yamashiro was intrigued by Jiraiya's response. At this point, Jiraiya had yet to begin writing his novels and lacked the pretext of gathering material. Yet he remained unabashedly defiant even after being caught. You insufferable brat. Just a moment ago, there was a spy from Sunagakure in the women's bath. This sage followed her all the way here without being detected, only to have you scare her off. Observing Jiraiya's indignant demeanor, Yamashiro realized that Jiraiya had indeed stumbled upon a spy. At that very moment, at the exit of the inn, a woman in her 20s stealthily peeked out, ensuring the coast was clear before summoning a ninja hawk and tying a piece of cloth to its left leg. Alarmed by the sight of the woman summoning the hawk, Jiraiya abandoned his quarrel with Yamashiro and sprinted towards her. The woman, recognizing Jiraiya's three-sanin visage, understood that her fate was sealed the moment he had fallen into the women's bath. She had been lurking in Konoha for several days without being detected by its ninjas. Believing herself to be safe, yet she had long been under Jiraiya's watchful eye. Initially, Jiraiya intended to cast a wide net to catch all the spies from Sunagakure. But after following the woman for 2 days without her making contact with anyone else, he decided to apprehend her first. Little did he know that she would choose to visit the hot springs that very night. Seizing the opportunity for legitimate voyeurism, he procrastinated on capturing her. The woman's abilities were no more than that of a ch-nin, albeit she was adept at disguise. With just a few swift moves, Jiraiya subdued her. But the ninja hawk had vanished without a trace. As the elusive eagle of the ninja took flight, capturing the woman became a futile endeavor, leaving Jiraiya's expression rather grim. Just as he contemplated settling the score with Yamanaka Toka, he observed a surge of lightning chakra enveloping her body. Lightning release chakra mode? The techniques of the third Raikage were all too familiar to Jiraiya, and he was astonished to witness this young boy wielding such formidable power. The reason Yamanaka Toka activated the lightning release chakra mode was that the ninja eagle had not yet departed from his perceptual range. Employing the technique of lightning body flicker, he swiftly caught sight of the eagle. With a decisive strike of Chidori Saban, he brought the creature down and returned to the vicinity of the hot spring inn with it in tow. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was busy sealing the woman's chakra. Upon seeing Yamanaka Toka return with the eagle, his curiosity about the boy deepened. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya had successfully sealed the woman's chakra and addressed Toka, asking for the eagle. Toka obliged, handing over the bird, and Jiraiya proceeded to remove the cloth binding from the eagle's left leg, incinerating it with fire release until it was reduced to ash. Upon unwrapping the cloth, Jiraiya found that it contained extensive records regarding the Konoha hospital, with multiple mentions of Yamanaka Toka's name, indicating that the 7-year-old possessed medical skills rivaling those of Tsunade. The Sunagakure village, situated deep within the desert, had long coveted the resources of Konoha Hospital due to its scarcity of medical supplies. This revelation did not surprise Jiraiya. What astonished him was that after 3 years of mentoring Nagato and his companions, Konoha had produced a medical ninja on par with Tsunade at such a tender age. After perusing the documents, Jiraiya promptly destroyed them and turned his gaze toward Yamanaka Toka. "Little one, who are you? A student from the Ninja Academy?" he inquired. Observing proper etiquette, he understood that one should introduce themselves before asking for another's name. "Well said. You have done well, little one," Jiraiya retorted. Summoning the legendary toad of Mount Myaboku, presenting himself with an exaggerated pose, "I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin." In contrast to his animated portrayal, Jiraiya's appearance in reality was even more ludicrous, leading Toka to roll his eyes in exasperation. "I am Yamanaka Toka, a genin from Konoha." "You are indeed Yamanaka Toka? There should not be another with the same name in Konoha," Jiraiya responded. Having just reviewed the intelligence regarding the Sunagakure spy, he was astonished that a 7-year-old possessed such advanced medical skills. He had presumed that the third Hokage would have ensured Toka's protection. "Sir, how do you plan to handle this spy?" Toka asked. "We shall send her to Konoha prison," Jiraiya replied with a smile. Compared to other ninjas, Jiraiya remained notably merciful. "Little one, you must be a ninja of the Yamanaka clan. Are you proficient in their secret techniques?" Toka nodded. He had been training in the clan's techniques since childhood, and due to his unique circumstances, his mental prowess was among the finest within the Yamanaka lineage. "Can you access this spy's memories? If so, please assist me in determining whether she has any accomplices in Konoha." "Certainly," Toka agreed readily. Placing his hand upon the woman's head, he delved into her mind with his mental energy. In the mountains, Yama Zhongyuan was engrossed in the memories of a woman. She was an ordinary chunin, possessing few ninjutsu techniques, with the sole commendable skill being the ability to conceal herself using chakra, a technique she discovered by chance from a deceased bandit during her missions as a genin. After mastering this ninjutsu, she frequently undertook reconnaissance tasks for the Sand Shinobi, achieving exceptional results. This time, Her mission was to investigate the Konoha hospital, where she meticulously recorded her observations, particularly regarding Guo Yuan, inscribing them onto strips of cloth. Upon reading these memories, Guo Yuan grasped why Jiraiya, who had been away from the village for 3 years, was aware of him. Before long, Guo Yuan had absorbed all of the woman's recollections. From her memories, it was evident that she had embarked on this mission alone. Guo Yuan relayed the information to Jiraiya, who, upon learning that the woman had infiltrated alone, promptly took her away. As for Jiraiya's personal reflections, they may be worth perusing or disregarding. The author has been following Naruto since 2007, marking a decade of engagement with this series, which can be considered their gateway into the world of anime. Over the years, they have encountered numerous anime and many memorable characters. They have been enchanted by the cold wisdom of Lelouch, envied the undefeated duo of Blank, longed for the adventures of Kirito and Asuna in Sao, and appreciated Luffy's genuine sincerity. Yet, the only character they have truly loved is Jiraiya. Now, returning to the main subject, let us discuss Jiraiya. Throughout the years of watching anime, he remains the sole character I have adored. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya has trained 2 Hokage and the leader of the greatest mercenary organization in the ninja world, Akatsuki. The other 2 Sannin serve as bridges to peace and wielded 600 billion explosive tags to threaten Obito for the first time. Moreover, Jiraiya is a prolific author, with his work Ica Paradise being one of the best-selling books in the ninja world, cherished even by elite jonin like Kakashi. Logically, such a figure as Jiraiya should be a prominent individual, a wealthy magnate. However, his life was not so straightforward. In his later years, he wandered aimlessly, evading and searching for his past ties with Orochimaru. He harbored a lifelong affection for Tsunade, yet departed for eternity just as she resolved to accept him. In Naruto, Jiraiya is forever depicted as a carefree individual with a penchant for peeping into women's baths, often perceived as a lecherous old man. The esteemed Sannin was easily subdued by Tsunade with a single dose of medicine, while he trained Naruto, all the while siphoning off the money Naruto had painstakingly saved for ramen to indulge in frivolities. This seemingly shameless and unprincipled old man possessed an astonishing popularity. Jiraiya met his demise in battle against Pain, and I vividly recall the outrage expressed in online forums, where fans vehemently criticized Kishimoto. Their fervor for the confrontation extinguished in an instant. He epitomizes the archetype of a lovable loser, yet stands as a legendary Sannin. These 2 contrasting personas converge to create Jiraiya. He narrated a story through his life, the tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. For ninjas, the manner of living is inconsequential. What truly matters is how one dies. The value of a ninja's life is not determined by how they live, but rather by what they accomplish before their demise. Is the death of Jiraiya valuable? He could have chosen to retreat after acquiring intelligence on Nagato, yet he chose to confront death instead. Another question arises, was Jiraiya's life a success? His life, though filled with regrets, can indeed be deemed successful. Jiraiya's existence is intricately linked to the prophecy of the Child of Destiny. Even after gathering crucial intelligence, he opted not to withdraw, believing Nagato to embody the prophetic child. As Nagato had strayed from the path of the prophesied one, Jiraiya felt it was his duty, as the guide of this child, to rectify this error. In his final moments, he reminisced about his disciple, Naruto Uzumaki, whom he had taken under his wing for 2 years, an encounter that began 2 years prior when Naruto stumbled upon Jiraiya in a women's bathhouse. This lecherous sage provided Naruto with a warmth akin to that of family, a sentiment he had never experienced before. Thanks to Jiraiya, Naruto discovered his own ninja way, steadfastly pursuing his vows and ultimately fulfilling his mentor's expectations, becoming the kind of ninja described in the tale of Naruto, the hero's path. Jiraiya successfully completed his mission as the guide of the prophesied child, passing away with a sense of fulfillment. Undoubtedly, Jiraiya's life was one of success. On a side note, when the episode depicting Jiraiya's death aired, it coincided with my childhood friend's move to Japan for high school. He recounted that the Kishimoto family often had their windows broken by enthusiastic fans. I write this merely out of my admiration for Jiraiya, and I thank you for reading this far. The following morning, at Training Ground 3, Minato Namikaze introduced his teacher, Jiraiya, to Yamaka Yori and Kakashi. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Jiraiya exclaimed, surprised to see Yamaka Yori. "Uncle, so you really are Jiraiya. I never expected one of the legendary Sannin to be such a voyeur," Yamaka Yori remarked with a smirk. "Jiraiya-sensei, how many times must I tell you to stop peeping? Now your disciple is laughing at you," Kushina declared with disdain. Disciple? Who is this Brad mentor? Jiraiya, with a thick skin akin to a city wall, ignored the jibes from Kushina and Yamaka Yuri. He asked Kushina, please refrain from peeping, sensei. Minato cautioned Jiraiya once more. Yuri and Kakashi, keep your distance from this guy, Minato too. Jiraiya's nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Kushina further. Kushina, don't be so petty. Sensei, please don't provoke her. Minato interjected, attempting to mediate. Minato, stay out of this. I must teach this lecherous old man a lesson today. With that, Kushina summoned the chakra of the nine tails, enveloping herself in a three-tailed beast cloak. Hey, Kushina, are you serious? Jiraiya exclaimed, startled by her transformation. And that's not all. Yuri, in this moment, the choice between Jiraiya and the perverted old man was easily made by Yamaka Yuri. Sorry, Uncle Jiraiya. In the depths of the mountains, Yamashita Yuan did not hold back his strength. He directly activated the Ice Thunder mode. Was Jiraiya powerful? Undoubtedly. Those familiar with the original manga are well aware of Jiraiya's formidable prowess. In terms of data, Ninjutsu 10, Taijutsu 9, Genjutsu 6, Wisdom 9, Strength 9, Speed 9. Precision 10, Hand Seals 9, totaling 71. Except for Genjutsu, Jiraiya's statistics are nothing short of magnificent, ranking alongside Uchiha Itachi at the top of the Book of Heroes. In combat, Jiraiya in Sage mode, unaware of the full capabilities of the Rinnegan, could contend evenly against 3 of Pain's bodies. The 6 paths of Pain, comprising 6 individuals, could challenge the entire Hidden Leaf village. Jiraiya's ability to battle 3 of them alone is a testament to his might. In Yamashita Yuan's view, Pain's 6 paths represent the last boss within the realm of humanity in Naruto. The subsequent figures, such as Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, transcend the mortal plane. Thus, Jiraiya's strength places him among the top 5 ninjas within the human category. Faced with such a formidable opponent, even if Yamashita Yuan had not reached the pinnacle of his abilities, he could not afford to hold back. Observing Kushina and Yamashita Yuan's serious demeanor, Jiraiya also adopted a grave expression. In her three-tails form, Kushina possessed the strength of a shadow, while Yamashita Yuan, upon cursory inspection, seemed to possess the combat prowess of a high-ranking jonin. A careless misstep could lead to his downfall. Uncle Jiraiya, it's time to engage. In Ice Thunder mode, Yamashita Yuan's lightning body flicker required even Minato and Namikaze to treat it with utmost seriousness. In their initial encounter, Jiraiya was unaware of Yamashita Yuan's capabilities and, being no speedster himself, nearly faced a dire consequence. Yamashita Yuan flickered behind Jiraiya, launching a direct strike with Raikiri. In a critical moment, Jiraiya transformed into a wooden figure. Yamashita Yuan's unexpected attack was deftly countered by Jiraiya's years of combat experience. What astonishing speed! Truly worthy of the lightning release chakra mode. Jiraiya barely evaded Yamashita Yuan's strike. The instant Yamashita Yuan vanished, Jiraiya began forming hand seals for substitution technique. Just as he completed the seals, Yamashita Yuan's Raikiri was already upon him. How perilous! How perilous! Are children nowadays this formidable? The danger only escalated, Uncle Jiraiya. After Yamashita Yuan's attack missed, Kushina, harnessing the chakra of the Nine Tails, unleashed a crimson Rasengan toward Jiraiya. 2 defensive Earth Release techniques, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, and Earth Release, Earth Return, enveloped Jiraiya in protection. However, Kushina's Rasengan effortlessly shattered the defenses of both ninjutsu, allowing Jiraiya to use the opportunity to leave behind an Earth clone while he himself concealed with Earth Release, Rock Hiding Technique. Jiraiya's hand seal speed was astonishing. His ninjutsu activated in an instant, and had it not been for Yamashita Yuan's exceptional sensory abilities, he would not have detected him. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, Frozen, Ice Release, Ice Dragon. The Ice Dragon was a technique Yamashita Yuan devised by imitating the first Hokage's Wood Dragon. Freezing the Water Dragon Bullet required an immense amount of chakra, but once frozen, controlling the Ice Dragon demanded only Yamashita Yuan's mental focus. In the battle against Jiraiya, Yamashita Yuan merely played a supportive role, while the primary assault was led by Kushina. At the moment when Yamaguchi unleashed his ice release, Jiraiya, having trained in the mystical arts of Mayaboka Mountain, sensed fluctuations in the natural energy surrounding him. He soon realized that a portion of this natural energy had infused itself into Yamaguchi's Water Dragon Bullet, transforming it instantaneously into an Ice Dragon. The Ice Dragon collided with the rock where Jiraiya was concealed, shattering it to pieces, while the Ice Dragon remained unscathed. Jiraiya gazed at the Ice Dragon with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. recognizing it as a technique composed of natural energy. Summoning the toad Gamakichi through the summoning technique. Jiraiya commanded, "Use oil." The oil from Gamakichi, infused with natural energy, initiated the toad oil fire bullet. The ice dragon began to gradually melt under the onslaught. And faced with Jiraiya's fire release, Yamaguchi found himself at a loss, while Kushina could only retreat momentarily from the fray. Once Gamakichi's oil was depleted, Jiraiya's fire release came to a halt. "Kushina, unleash your ultimate technique," he urged. Kushina nodded, creating 50 shadow clones, each imbued with the chakra of the Nine Tails, swiftly surrounding Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi utilized the body flicker technique to retreat from the battlefield, observing the unfolding spectacle from a distance. Simultaneously, the 50 clones executed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Earth release, earth wall. Jiraiya erected 4 earthen walls around him. However, the torrent of Shuriken, empowered by the Nine Tails chakra, proved far too formidable for such defenses, and the earth walls were obliterated in an instant. As the earth walls crumbled, Jiraiya swiftly unleashed the earth release, earth flow river technique. The mudslide managed to deflect a portion of the incoming Shuriken, yet the remainder continued to hurtle towards him. Jiraiya hastily employed several additional ninjutsu, but their impact was minimal. Just as the Shuriken were about to strike him, he called out, "Minato, help me." Having been observing the battle, Minato heard Jiraiya's cry for assistance and promptly used the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk him away from the deadly barrage. "Enough, enough. Are you two trying to kill me?" Jiraiya gasped, addressing the pair. "Since you concede, Jiraiya-sensei, please act more responsibly in the future and refrain from peeping," declared Kushina. The victor, as she announced the terms of cessation. Jiraiya could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. As Jiraiya begrudgingly admitted defeat, Kushina burst into triumphant laughter, while Minato shook his head with an amused smile. Before long, Jiraiya reverted to his carefree demeanor, the earlier promise already forgotten. "Hey kid, was that ice release from the Mizuno Yuki clan?" he inquired of Yamaguchi, now intrigued by the ice technique. "Yes, it is ice release. But it's not from the Mizuno Yuki clan. It's my own," Yamaguchi replied confidently. "Yours? Is that so?" Jiraiya exclaimed. "Can the ice release of the Mizuno Yuki clan create an ice dragon?" Yamaguchi's mention of the clan caught Jiraiya's attention, prompting him to discern the distinction between their techniques. "Youngster, is your ice release also a bloodline limit?" Jiraiya asked, his curiosity piqued. In the mountains, Yamajong Yuan nodded slightly, uncertain whether his ice release belonged to the category of bloodline limit. However, since the world of Hokage generally categorizes special ninjutsu as bloodline limits, his acknowledgement was not unfounded. "Little one, demonstrate your ice release ninjutsu for me," he requested. Yamajong Yuan channeled his chakra, transforming his body into ice molecules. He subsequently executed the water release, water chaos wave, followed by sealing it in ice. Jiraiya observed closely as Yamajong Yuan performed the technique. At the moment when the water chaos wave was encased in ice, Jiraiya sensed a fluctuation of natural energy, similar to the emergence of the ice dragon. It was not a complete essence of natural energy, but merely a fragment of it. "Little one, perform another ninjutsu. Use the ice dragon," he urged. Yamajong Yuan, perplexed by Jiraiya's intentions, noted that the sage seemed to have made an intriguing discovery. He too was curious about his ice release, as Jiraiya's findings might prove beneficial to his research. Consequently, Yamajong Yuan expended a significant amount of chakra to encase the water dragon bullet technique in ice. During this process, Jiraiya finally confirmed that the wind and water elements within the natural energy were merging with Yamajong Yuan's chakra to form ice. This indicated that the crystallization of the ice dragon utilized a considerable amount of natural energy. Jiraiya's gaze towards Yamajong Yuan shifted. This was indeed natural energy. As someone currently training in Sage Mode, he possessed a profound understanding of the characteristics of natural energy. It is the very essence of the world itself. Transcending the realm of chakra, natural energy has an insatiable consuming nature, and if one is not careful during cultivation, they may be devoured by it, ultimately becoming part of nature itself. Jiraiya, having endured countless hardships to adapt to natural energy, was astonished that Yamajong Yuan could utilize it. "Little one, your ice release is indeed different from that of the Mizuki clan," Jiraiya remarked. "Master Jiraiya, have you discovered something?" Yamajong Yuan inquired. The ice release of the Mizuki clan is a ninjutsu formed by the fusion of wind release and water release, emanating from within. However, your ice release absorbs the natural energy that exists in the world, drawing from the water and wind attributes within it, manifesting from the outside in. Natural energy? Jiraiya assumed Yamajong Yuan was unaware of its significance and took the time to explain. Yet, Yamajong Yuan found it peculiar that he could harness natural energy. In the original narrative, natural energy represents one of the most formidable powers in the Hokage universe. Mastering natural energy allows one to enter Sage Mode, which enhances bodily agility and defense and grants expansive sensory capabilities. Most importantly, Sage Mode significantly amplifies the potency of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, offering a pathway to the strength of a Kage. Teacher, if the combination of natural energy and the body's chakra constitutes Sage Mode, then could it be that my ninjutsu? Yamajong Yuan pondered. Minato Namikaze, as the contract holder of Mount Myaboku, was aware of Sage Mode's existence, yet had only just begun his training. Indeed, it is quite possible. This little one's technique indeed contains natural energy. Kushina, utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails, suggested, try the fire release, fireball. Under the continuous infusion of the Nine Tails chakra, Kushina unleashed her C-rank fire release upon the ice dragon, igniting it in flames. That's it, Kushina. Indeed. This ice dragon possesses natural energy, making it quite challenging for ordinary fire release techniques to melt it. After nearly a minute of using fire release, fireball, the ice dragon finally began to dissolve. The toads of Mount Myaboku, imbued with a portion of natural energy, had contributed to Jiraiya's rapid melting of the ice dragon moments ago. Wait a moment, Uncle Jiraiya. You mentioned that my ice release absorbs the wind and water attributes of natural energy. However, how can I absorb wind attributes when I lack wind chakra? No wind attributes? That cannot be. Even with natural energy, an ice release without wind attributes would not succeed. As he spoke, Jiraiya rummaged through his belongings, seemingly searching for something. After scouring all his pockets without success, he looked up at Minato and asked, Minato, do you have any chakra testing paper? Minato handed the chakra paper to Jiraiya. Kid, channel your chakra into it. As the chakra flowed from Yamato, the paper first dampened, then crinkled, and ultimately split down the middle. Water, lightning, wind. Yamato distinctly recalled that when he refined his chakra at the age of 4, his attributes were lightning and water. He understood that chakra attributes in the world of ninjas could be acquired through training, yet he had never trained in wind release. Thus, there was only one explanation. The development of his ice release had granted him wind attributes. From this little one's ice release, it seems his wind affinity is quite formidable. Minato, demonstrate. Wind release. Great breakthrough for him. Jiraiya instructed. Watch closely. The hand seals for wind release. Great breakthrough are. After Minato's demonstration, Yamato followed suit. Effortlessly releasing wind release. Great breakthrough. This kid is well suited to become a contract holder for the Myaboku clan. What do you think, Minato? I believe it is a good idea, Minato replied, pleased at the prospect of Yamato becoming a contract holder for the Toad clan. The Toads of Mount Myaboku are powerful, capable of both offense and defense, and their exceptional information relay abilities would significantly enhance Yamato's strength. Seeing Minato's agreement, Jiraiya hesitated no longer and summoned the contract scroll of the Myaboku clan. Kid, this is the summoning contract of the Myaboku clan. Sign your name in blood, and you will be able to summon the Toads of Mount Myaboku to aid you in battle. Jiraiya told Yamato. Signing a contract with the Myaboku clan signifies the opportunity to learn sage techniques. Upon learning that he could harness natural energy, Yamato had already resolved to find a way to study sage techniques, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Yamato released his ice element transformation, then bit his finger, inscribing his name on the contract scroll. Kid, you know the hand seals for the summoning technique, right? Your instructor should have taught you. Now, give it a try and summon the Toads of Mount Myaboku. Yamato nodded and entered his ice element transformation. He wished to see what he could summon using the summoning technique while transformed. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, summoning technique. In the mountains, Shanzhong Yuan utilized the technique of summoning, resulting in a mist of white fog that was neither too large nor too small. Logically, the greater the coverage of the mist, the larger the summoned toad would be. Shanzhong Yuan speculated that he was most likely summoning an iron arm toad or perhaps a toad of loyalty. Jiraiya, you can even summon the old man now. Your sage mode has progressed remarkably. A voice, aged yet resonant, emerged from the lingering smoke. Boss. Jiraiya was startled by the voice that pierced through the fog. Huh? Jiraiya, you haven't entered sage mode? As the mist dissipated, a palm-sized green toad appeared before everyone. Master Shinzaku, what brings you here? Minato Namikaze, familiar with the elders of Myaboku Mountain, recognized the esteemed figure. Minato, this toad seems rather small. Why do you all display such reverence? Kushina inquired. Myaboka Mountain is one of the 3 sacred lands of summoning beasts in the ninja world, where the great Toad Sage presides over 2 elders, followed by the likes of Winta and his brethren. This esteemed figure is one of the elders, Master Shinzaku, and he is also the father of the Toad Winta brothers, Minato quietly explained. Minato, no need to whisper so, Kushina remarked. Master Shinzaku has cultivated Sage Mode for many years, greatly enhancing his perception. He can hear you even in a whisper. Minato sheepishly scratched his head. Then, Minato. Who was the other elder? Kushina asked, noticing that Master Shinzaku did not appear angered. It is Master Shizuma, the wife of Master Shinzaku. In terms of temperament, Master Shinzaku is far more amiable than Master Shizuma. It is fortunate that Shanzhong Yuan summoned Master Shinzaku. Had it been Master Shizuma, she would surely have taken offense at your comments, Kushina. Well then, Jiraiya, if I understand correctly, it was to you who summoned me? Master Shinzaku, having overheard the conversation, inquired. Indeed, boss. This little rascal summoned you. Jiraiya pointed to Shanzhong Yuan standing behind Master Shinzaku. What? Master Shinzaku, confident in his perceptive abilities, was astonished that he had not sensed someone behind him. Turning to face Shanzhong Yuan, he closed his eyes and released his mental energy towards the spot where Shanzhong Yuan stood. The result of his perception left him utterly astonished. He sensed that the area around Shanzhong Yuan was encased in ice. What is the meaning of this? Jiraiya, who is this little rascal? Master Shinzaku asked, his surprise evident. Jiraiya, witnessing Master Shinzaku's astonishment for the first time, replied, Boss, this little rascal is Shanzhong Yuan, a new contract holder. Shanzhong Yuan, you say? Master Shinzaku regarded him with a thoughtful gaze. Indeed, boss. I had intended to discuss Shanzhong Yuan with you upon my visit to Myaboka Mountain. Oh, what is it, Jiraiya? Master Shinzaku inquired. You see, I discovered that this little rascal can freeze ninjutsu when using water release techniques, and he does so utilizing natural energy. How can this be? Yuan, could you demonstrate a technique for me? Master Shinzaku requested of Shanzhong Yuan, intrigued by Jiraiya's revelation. In the mountains, Yamazhong Yuan nodded slightly, employing the technique of ice-sealing water release. When he froze the water release, to the perception of Sage Shinsaku, Yamazhong Yuan was not merely utilizing ninjutsu. He had become one with nature itself. Even in Sage Mode, which merely absorbs natural energy, it harmonizes with 1/3 of his physical energy and mental strength. However, during Yamazhong Yuan's ice-sealing technique, it was purely the fluctuation of natural energy, devoid of any trace of chakra. Jiraiya, where did you find this contract holder? He can flawlessly harness natural energy. Boss, are you suggesting that this little brat used no chakra at all while executing the ice-sealing water release? Indeed. Sage Shinsaku affirmed with unwavering confidence. Sage Shinsaku, every time I employ ice release, my chakra is severely depleted, Yamazhong Yuan remarked. Yuan-chan, do you have any prerequisites for your ice release? Sage Shinsaku pondered before inquiring. Yes, it requires entering a specific mode, like the one I am in now. Nodding thoughtfully, Sage Shinsaku continued. Do you need chakra to maintain this mode? Not at all. Merely sustaining the elemental form does not require chakra. It is only during the ice-sealing water release that chakra consumption is immense. Oh, I see. Yuan-chan, your state is impeccable. The flaw lies with you. Is my method of usage problematic? Yamazhong Yuan questioned. Ice release was his greatest trump card. If he could resolve the issue of its excessive chakra consumption, he would be confident in battling even Kushina in her one-tailed beast mode, rather than being effortlessly overwhelmed. It is not your method, but rather a lack of understanding of the properties of natural energy. Natural energy is a force that circulates within the world. Your current mode is part of this natural energy. By participating in its cycle, you can maintain this state without expenditure. Then, Sage Shinsaku. Why does my chakra deplete so significantly when I use ice release? Quite simply, Yuan-chan. When you employ ice release, the natural energy within you draws upon the external natural energy to assist in executing the technique. The natural energy within you is consumed without replenishment, leading to the continuous extraction of chakra to sustain your state. As Sage Shinsaku elucidated, Yamazhong Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. Utilizing ice elementalization, he resembled a water reservoir with 4 inlets and outlets. When he refrained from using ice release, the first inlet and second outlet maintained equilibrium, allowing the reservoir to remain full. This was the cycle of natural energy that Sage Shinsaku had just described. However, once he activated ice release, It was as though the third inlet's valve was tightly shut while the fourth outlet's valve was fully opened, causing water to rush out of the reservoir. The natural cycle through the first and second inlets and outlets could not sustain the water level, necessitating the opening of the third valve, which drew from the reservoir's stored water, representing his own chakra, by utilizing the chakra from the mountains to replenish the consumption of natural energy. Even with the nine tails at his disposal, he remains vulnerable. Is there a solution to this dilemma, Sage Shinozaki? Yamashiro asked. Indeed. The most effective method is to learn how to replenish natural energy from the cycle itself. Are you suggesting we learn Sage Mode? Jiraiya inquired. Uncle Jiraiya, please refrain from interrupting. Yamashiro shot him a glare. What Jiraiya-chan said is accurate. It is indeed about mastering Sage Mode. However, unlike our approach to Sage Mode, you need not fear being overwhelmed by natural energy, for ice is also a form of natural energy. Yet, Sage Shinozaki glanced at Yamashiro, hesitating before continuing. You will never be able to enter Sage Mode. Sage Shinozaki had expected Yamashiro to be disheartened by this revelation, but to his surprise, he remained remarkably composed. Jiraiya and Minato exchanged glances, sensing that Yamashiro was unaware of the true power of Sage Mode, and they resolved to withhold this information from him for fear of causing him distress. For Yamashiro, the realization that his elemental transformation was, in essence, natural energy itself rendered the possibility of utilizing Sage Mode irrelevant. What did natural energy signify? The 10 tails. Yamashiro distinctly recalled the 9 tails, stating that the 10 tails embodies natural energy itself. And what is the 10 tails? The Sage of 6 Paths. This implies that Yamashiro's ice elemental transformation could potentially evolve to the level of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Although he lacked the vast reserves of natural energy characteristic of the 10 tails and did not possess Kagaya's Rinnegan with its 9 tomo, the essence of his ice transformation mirrored that of the 10 tails, and his Sharingan could gradually evolve into a Rinnegan. In this world of shinobi, where lineage often dictates strength, Yamashiro felt a newfound sense of advantage. Sage Shinozaki, how should I go about learning Sage Mode? Yamashiro feigned ignorance as he inquired. To master Sage Mode, you must visit the 3 great sanctuaries, Mount Myaboku, the Wetbone Forest, and the Dragon's Cave. Now that you are a contracted member of our Toad clan, Mount Myaboku welcomes you at any time. Do you believe this kid is capable of learning sage arts? Jiraiya asked. Indeed. I have previously mentioned that Yamashiro's unique mode is immune to being consumed by natural energy. He merely needs to learn how to absorb it, Sage Shinozaki replied. But you just stated that the kid cannot enter Sage Mode. Why would you allow him to go to Mount Myaboku to learn? Jiraiya and Minato had initially intended to keep Yamashiro in the dark regarding Sage Mode, as the inability to access it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to anyone's morale. However, they were taken aback when Sage Shinozaki consented to Yashiro's journey to Mount Myaboku, fully aware that he could not enter Sage Mode, yet still agreeing to guide him there for training, which left the duo perplexed. Yuan-chan indeed cannot enter Sage Mode. However, he does not require it. His unique state has surpassed the application of natural energy found in Sage Mode. Nevertheless, he is unable to utilize Sage Chakra in this condition, and I am uncertain whether this is advantageous or disadvantageous for him. Sage Fukazaku gazed contemplatively at Yamashita Yuan. Sage Fukazaku, are you implying that I cannot enter Sage Mode after elementalizing into ice? What if I dispel this ice transformation? Please observe. Upon saying this, Yamashita Yuan relinquished his ice elemental form. Is this special state referred to as ice elementalization? It is indeed a fitting name. Regrettably, even in his current state, Yuan-chan cannot enter Sage Mode. Why? Yamashita Yuan had assumed that upon dispelling the ice elementalization, he would be able to cultivate Sage Mode, but to his dismay, it remained unattainable. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, your chakra quantity does not meet the requisite standards. Secondly, during your chakra refinement, you have already been infused with natural energy. When you first refined your chakra, the amount you obtained was certainly more than that of the average individual, correct? Yamashita Yuan recalled that during his initial chakra refinement, he possessed a chakra quantity comparable to that of an average chunin. For a 4-year-old child, even one from the Uzumaki clan, this was exceptionally formidable. However, as time passed, Yamashita Yuan's chakra growth rate proved to be rather ordinary, not significantly surpassing that of his peers. It was merely the surplus amount from his first refinement that rendered his chakra quantity considerably greater than that of his contemporaries. Indeed, this was the case. Yamashita reflected on what had been previously mentioned. Receiving the baptism of natural energy is undoubtedly beneficial for an ordinary person. However, for you, it is not. Your inherent absorption rate of natural energy is already rapid, and after the baptism, it becomes even swifter. An excessively rapid absorption of natural energy may prevent your physical and mental energies from harmonizing with it, leading to an overwhelming influx of natural energy that forces you into what you describe as ice elementalization. Upon hearing Sage Fukuzaka's explanation, Yamashita Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed that Sage Mode was beyond his reach. He still harbored a deep envy for the enhancement of ninjutsu power granted by Sage Chakra. Alas, after elementalizing into ice, natural energy could only be harnessed in conjunction with ice or applied post-freezing. Yamashita Yuan's other ninjutsu, including water style, continued to rely on his native chakra for execution. It indeed remains a matter of chakra quantity. Yamashita Yuan was dissatisfied with his 7-year-old body, which was destined to limit his chakra capacity to barely reaching the level of a special jonin. While he could not rectify the physical limitations, he realized that learning sage techniques could effortlessly resolve the excessive chakra consumption required for ice-encased water style. This revelation filled him with excitement. The chakra of a special jonin would suffice to unleash several large-scale water style techniques. If ice-encased water style did not necessitate chakra, Yamashita Yuan felt confident that he could contend with Kushina, who bore the One-Tail's cloak. It is worth noting that Kushina, adorned in the One-Tail's cloak, was a near-Kage-level shinobi and wielded considerable combat prowess during the Third Great Ninja War. Sage Fukuzaka, when can I begin learning Sage Mode from you? With anticipation, Yamashita Yuan inquired. As soon as Jiraiya agrees, you may commence at any time. I have no objections. The young lad hails from the Yamashiro clan and is a disciple of Kushina. He has honed his skills in sage arts, which will undoubtedly benefit Konoha. Jiraiya remained steadfastly devoted to Konoha, recalling that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have always exhibited unwavering loyalty. As a successor of the Will of Fire, Kushina's apprentice is certainly promising. Furthermore, Yamashiro is currently the backbone of the Konoha Hospital, so it was with great pleasure that he agreed to Yamashiro's pursuit of sage arts. Very well, Yamato, prepare yourself. In 3 days, I shall summon you using the reverse summoning technique, he said. Thank you, Sage Shinsaku. Yamato replied. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Sage Shinsaku addressed the group. Take care, Sage. Jiraiya bid farewell. Sage Shinsaku waved his hand, dispelling the summoning technique, and returned to Mount Mayaboku. Yamato, you need tea train tomorrow. Let Kushina take you to procure some provisions. If necessary, bring back some soldier pills as well, Minato said, patting Yamato's shoulder sympathetically. Minato's words evidently stirred unsettling memories within Jiraiya, causing a churn in his stomach and a pallor to settle on his face. The reminder from Minato, coupled with Jiraiya's reaction, prompted Yamato to recall the food from Mount Mayaboku in the original story. Sister Kushina, I implore you, please accompany me tomorrow to gather supplies. He beseeched. Of course, but what else with you too? Kushina queried, clearly unaware of the culinary reputation of Mount Mayaboku and bemused by Minato and Jiraiya's strange demeanor. I'm not entirely sure. As soon as Mount Mayaboku was mentioned, they reacted that way. Perhaps the food there is unpalatable. Minato also suggested I bring some provisions and soldier pills, Yamato explained. Is that so, Minato? Kushina inquired. Indeed, Minato replied, not wishing to recall the unsavory meals from Mount Mayaboku, offering a perfunctory answer. Kakashi, you should join me as well. Yamato suddenly remembered Kakashi, who had been overlooked by the others. Kakashi, meanwhile, was diligently practicing the Rasengan on his own. Upon hearing Yamato's voice, Kakashi paused and nodded in agreement. After residing in Konoha for 7 years, Yamato was finally poised to take the first step away from home. Over the course of the day, Kushina prepared an abundance of food for Yamato, and he also procured a considerable amount of soldier pills from Jiraiya. Kakashi and Yamato followed closely behind Kushina, engaged in discussions about the further development of the Chidori. That evening, Yamato confided in Yamashiro Kyeko about his impending journey to Mount Mayaboku for training. Although she felt a sense of reluctance, she understood that this was an essential path for her son's growth. Yamashiro Kyeko meticulously conveyed all the advice she could muster, to which Yamato nodded in agreement. The following day, 4 of them gathered for training, excluding Jiraiya. As usual, Minato immersed himself in the study of the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi focused on perfecting the Rasengan, while Yamato and Kushina delved into sealing techniques. Uncertain of how long Yamato would be away, Kushina decided to impart all foundational sealing techniques, such as the sealing technique of evil suppression and the 5-element seal, to him in one comprehensive session. In the secluded mountains, it is impossible for Yamashita to grasp the knowledge at present. He can only awaken his Sharingan to document Kushina's application of sealing techniques for future contemplation. Yamashita. The sealing technique we are about to explore is one of the few S-rank seals belonging to the Uzumaki clan. Kushina suddenly rose. What is the sealing? This technique was originally devised for the women of our clan, aimed at preserving youthful appearances and granting everlasting vitality. However, following enhancements by Mito and Tsunade, the advanced ninjutsu, BIH no-in, allows for chakra regulation, maintaining optimal bodily functions as well. Yamashita was already aware of the sealing in the original narrative. Tsunade and Sakura utilized the chakra accumulated through this technique to perform the BIH no-in. Yamashita initially believed that the rejuvenating effects were solely a result of the BIH no-in, unaware that this was the primary intention behind the development of the sealing. It appears that regardless of the realm, the desire for eternal youth remains a woman's greatest aspiration. Kushina, may I learn the sealing? Yamashita felt a sense of unease. Yet the allure of the S-rank sealing technique was irresistible. Of course, but your sealing will only store chakra and can only be released for an instant. Maintaining appearance and regulating bodily functions holds no benefit for male ninjas, Kushina explained. Then Kushina, how long will the accumulated chakra last? According to records, approximately 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. It is no wonder that no male ninja utilized the sealing in the original tale. It takes over 2 years to fill the sealing, allowing for a mere 10 minutes of use, and without Tsunade's forbidden technique, ninjutsu, creation rebirth for rapid recovery, it seems impractical. Kushina, this technique seems rather futile. Yamashita lamented. Futile? What does that mean? Kushina often encountered peculiar phrases from Yamashita, which he articulated quite reasonably. Futile means tasteless to consume yet regrettable to discard. It implies that your sealing holds little significance for me, yet it is an S-rank sealing technique that I cannot bring myself to forsake, Yamashita clarified. I see. Then perhaps you should not pursue it. I will inscribe a sealing formation for you instead. Upon hearing Yamashita's disinterest in the sealing, Kushina did not press further, instead etching a diamond-shaped sealing formation onto his arm. In just a few months of companionship, Kushina regarded Yamashita as one of her closest confidants, thus imparting the sealing arts without reservation. Throughout the day, Yamashita listened intently as Kushina elucidated sealing techniques, demonstrating nearly everything except that which pertained to tailed beasts. Minato, come here. After demonstrating the 4-symbol seal, Kushina hesitated for a moment before calling out to Minato Namikaze. After a brief discussion, Minato nodded in agreement. Yamashita, the Uzumaki clan possesses another forbidden sealing technique. After consulting with Minato, I have decided to teach you this technique as well. After finishing her words, Kushina cast a glance at Minato. In the distance, the name of the technique was Shiki F Jin. This technique could only be utilized once. It was a genuine forbidden art. Minato's expression turned grave as he spoke. Indeed, this technique involved the practitioner sacrificing their own soul to summon the Shinigami and seal the enemy's soul. Once the sealing was complete, the practitioner's soul would be devoured by the Shinigami, and thereafter, their soul would eternally harbor hatred and struggle against the enemy's soul within the Shinigami's belly, never finding release. Just the introduction of this technique sent a chill down Kushina's spine. Yamashiro understood well that Shiki F Jin was the technique that split the 9 tails in two in the original narrative. In the original work, only the Sage of 6 Paths and the Shinigami could separate the tailed beasts. The Sage of 6 Paths divided the 10 tails into 9, while the Shinigami could split the 9 tails merely as a specter. Compared to the Sage of 6 Paths, the Shinigami's form of existence might be of a higher order. Yamashiro, this technique is perilous. I hope you never find yourself in a situation where you must use it. I understand, Brother Minato, Yamashiro replied. Afterward, Minato taught him the hand signs for Shiki F Jin. The sequence was rather lengthy. Yamashiro had not memorized it in his past life while watching the anime. But now he learned that the hand signs were snake, boar, goat, hare, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. After imparting the final Shiki F Jin, Yamashiro became the second outsider with the opportunity to learn the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, with Minato being the first. Following the destruction of the Uzumaki village, most of the clan had perished, and those who remained lived in obscurity. After the clan's demise, Kushina had no intention of hoarding the sealing techniques upon being with Minato. She had shared the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts with him, and now she passed them on to Yamashiro. Unbeknownst to them, The day was drawing to a close. Tomorrow marked Yamashiro's journey to my Bokuzen. Minato treated the three to a barbecue as a farewell gift, during which he also gifted Yamashiro a unique kunai of his own design. Well then, Sister Kushina, Brother Minato, Kakashi, farewell. After finishing the barbecue, Yamashiro bid farewell to the three. Upon returning home, he found that Chiko had already gone to bed. He chose not to disturb her and merely asked Hachi, who had just returned from a mission, to look after Chiko. Early the next morning, Yamashiro employed the summoning technique to call forth Sage Shinsaku. Are you ready, Yamchan? Yes. Sage Shinsaku. Then let us depart. After Sage Shinsaku spoke, Yamashiro felt a flash before his eyes, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a completely different landscape. They had arrived at my Bokuzen. Is this the little spirit you mentioned, who is not afraid of being consumed by natural energy? Yamashiro, curious about the scenery of my Bokuzen and glancing around, was startled by the sudden voice. Indeed. Didn't I tell you before, dear? Yuan-chan possesses a unique state known as ice elementalization. Upon entering this state, she transforms into an ice being composed of the elemental energies of wind and water. The immortal Shinsaku explained this to the distant immortal Shirmama. You said that before. Yet I've never witnessed it, immortal Shirmama retorted. Little one, showcase your special state for me. She approached with a basket filled with wriggling insects, hopping joyfully toward Yamano Yuan. Yamano Yuan nodded and entered her ice elementalization state. Like immortal Shirmama, who was experiencing Yamano Yuan for the first time, immortal Shinsaku closed his eyes to sense her presence through his immortal perception. Incredible! In this mode, the little one truly resembles a block of ice, he marveled. All right. Dear mother, since Yuan-chan is visiting for the first time, shouldn't you prepare a sumptuous breakfast for her? Shinsaku suggested. No need to trouble immortal Shirmama. I brought my own provisions, Yamano Yuan quickly declined, recalling the insect banquet from the original story. Oh, there's no need to be so polite. Despite her fierce demeanor, she is an excellent cook, Shinsaku insisted, treating the situation as if it were his own home, leaving Yamano Yuan to smile wryly in acceptance. Yamano Yuan followed two frogs back to their abode. Earlier, when she summoned Shinsaku, they had been foraging in the forest. Yuan-chan, make yourself at home, immortal Shirmama said. As she swiftly prepared breakfast, Shinsaku poured her a cup of tea, which was quite ordinary for the mystical Mayuki mountain. Before long, immortal Shirmama presented an array of insect dishes, filling the table to the brim. Come, Yuan-chan, don't hold back, eat up. The two enthusiastic frogs gazed at Yamano Yuan with eager anticipation. Yamano Yuan closed her eyes and swallowed the insect ramen in one go. How does it taste, Yuan-chan? Shinsaku inquired. Delicious. She replied, suppressing the urge to retch, and gave a thumbs up for immortal Shirmama's insect ramen. Upon hearing her praise, immortal Shirmama smiled warmly. After breakfast, Shinsaku led Yamano Yuan to a nearby pond. Yuan-chan, to practice the sage mode, the first step is to sense and gather natural energy. Allow the natural energy to flow freely within you. In other words, become one with nature. But, immortal Shinsaku, I cannot sense the presence of natural energy. Yamano Yuan interrupted, recalling that one must perceive natural energy to merge with it, yet she felt nothing. Do not be anxious. Let me finish. Since you have not studied sage mode, even if you can use natural energy, you may not fully grasp what it is, Shinsaku explained. So, you mean to say that I only need to understand what natural energy is? Yamano Yuan asked. Understanding natural energy is essential for distinguishing between physical energy and spiritual energy. Shinsaku elaborated. However, Yamano Yuan still did not comprehend Shinsaku's words. She remembered that in the original story, Naruto's first step in practicing sage mode was to remain still and feel the presence of natural energy, while Shinsaku was instructing her to first understand the essence of natural energy. Yuan-chan, come here. Shinsaku Sage leapt to the edge of a tranquil pool, and those familiar with the original tale would know that the water contained toad oil. As in the original narrative, Shinsaku Sage applied the toad oil to Yamashita's arm. However, it was peculiar that Yamashita did not perceive any influx of natural energy. Unlike Naruto, who could distinctly feel the natural energy flowing into him and whose arm would transform into that of a toad, Yamashita felt no such flow. Yet his arm underwent a similar metamorphosis. Why is this happening, Sage Shinsaku? Yamashita pondered, sensing the undeniable entry of natural energy into his being, even as he remained blissfully unaware. This marks your first step in cultivation, understanding the distinction between natural energy, your physical energy, and your mental energy. Upon uttering these words, Shinsaku Sage struck Yamashita's arm with a staff, expelling the natural energy from within. Fear not being consumed by natural energy. You may freely utilize the toad oil. Should you transition into ice elementalization, it signifies a failure in your training. Simply return for another attempt until you can discern these three energies. In that moment, Yamashita comprehended the essence of his initial training. From the moment Yamashita began to refine his chakra, he absorbed an abundance of natural energy due to his ice release technique, which predominantly served as the foundational energy for his ice elementalization. The remaining natural energy intertwined with his ordinary state, resulting in his first chakra refinement being a fusion of natural energy, physical energy, and mental energy, albeit not in a perfect 1:1 ratio, thus not constituting sage chakra. This explains why Yamashita's initial chakra refinement exhibited a quantity akin to that of a chunin, a phenomenon Shinsaku Sage referred to as the baptism of natural energy. Moreover, because natural energy had been present since his chakra refinement commenced, Yamashita found it nearly impossible to differentiate between physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy. Having determined his path of cultivation, Yamashita applied the toad oil to his arm and activated his Sharingan to observe the flow of chakra within. Before long, a significant portion of his body transformed into a toad-like form, yet Yamashita remained undeterred, quietly enduring the flow of chakra within him. As he was on the brink of fully transforming into a frog, the flow of chakra within him abruptly ceased, and his cells began to shift towards an icy molecular structure. At the onset of ice elementalization, Yamashita noticed the substantial accumulation of energy within him beginning to flow into the cells that had undergone this transformation. He realized that physical energy and mental energy would not be absorbed by the ice elementalized cells, only natural energy would be consumed. This marked the first time Yamashita intuitively sensed this particular energy. After dispelling the ice elementalization, he resumed applying the toad oil. Twice. Yamashita lost track of how long he repeated this process, but perseverance bore fruit. Eventually, he finally sensed the presence of natural energy. Unlike physical and mental energy, natural energy possessed a unique vitality, almost as if it were alive. In the mountains, Shinsaku seized the opportunity and, after several transformations into ice elements, he finally succeeded in identifying the natural energy within his body. Once he discerned what constituted natural energy, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the chakra within. It was then that he realized, although his chakra did not embody natural energy, there existed within him a unique essence of natural energy. The moment he employed the ice transformation, this natural energy would be instantaneously unleashed, facilitating a transformation of the cells. Moreover, this natural energy possessed a peculiar allure towards the external natural energies, and an instinctive awareness informed Shinsaku that this very essence was the culprit preventing him from entering the sage mode. In the mountains, Yamashita used his chakra to invoke the natural energy within him. To his astonishment, this natural energy seamlessly merged with his chakra without any deliberate guidance. As the fused chakra coursed through each part of his body, that segment transformed into ice, gradually diminishing the natural energy within. Once his entire being was enveloped in ice, the natural energy became fully integrated into his crystalline form, ready for his command at any moment. Subsequently, in this icy state, Yamashita employed the technique of frozen water release. Indeed, as the sage of Shinsaku had foretold, the natural energy within him first experienced a fluctuation, and then a small portion of it entered the technique upon its completion. The natural energy in the air was irresistibly drawn into the water release technique, culminating in the desired effect of the frozen water release. However, as the energy from within was depleted without external replenishment, Yamashita's chakra, through the body's self-regulating mechanism, compensated for the consumed natural energy. After a series of experiments, Yamashita confirmed that this natural energy was the key to his ice transformation, possessing a unique attraction to ordinary natural energy, yet lacking the vitality that ordinary natural energy possessed. He then summoned Sage Shinsaku to share his findings, albeit omitting the details regarding the natural energy within him. Yamashita, you have clearly identified the natural energy. The next step is to truly feel it. Earlier, you sensed the flow of natural energy into your body through the toad oil. Remember that sensation, so you can perceive it even in its absence. With no concerns about Yamashita being overwhelmed by the natural energy, Sage Shinsaku would only come to guide him when he had questions regarding his training, while he usually instructed Jiraiya elsewhere. The original text did not specify when Jiraiya acquired Sage Mode, leaving Yamashita unaware of the timeline of Jiraiya's learning. Now, Both residing in Mayaboka Mountain, they had become peers. Jiraiya had successfully completed the first stage of his Sage Arts training. He could enter Sage mode with toad oil and sense natural energy without it. Yet he struggled to harmonize with that energy. Familiar with the essence of the natural energy he had utilized for over 3 years, Yamashita was able to sense external natural energy without the toad oil within just a few days. Throughout this period of practice, especially after discovering the natural energy within himself, he continuously pondered whether combining his bodily energy, mental energy, and the natural energy within could enable him to enter Sage mode. His only concern was that utilizing Sage mode would deplete this natural energy. Should it be consumed while he was in Sage mode, how would he replenish it? Until this dilemma was resolved, Yamashita was reluctant to experiment further. He called upon Sage Shinsaki once more, who expressed great satisfaction with Yamashita's progress. Regarding Shanzhong Yuan's upcoming training, the immortal Shinzua did not provide a definitive method, merely suggesting that Shanzhong Yuan utilize ice element transformation and meditate in that state. However, Shanzhong Yuan was reluctant to adopt this approach, as he possessed a unique natural energy within him. Previously, he had discovered that this natural energy had a peculiar allure for the external natural energy. When he transformed into ice, he decided to expose a portion of this natural energy to the outside world, and indeed, the surrounding natural energy surged into his body like moss drawn to a flame. In this state, when employing the ice sealing water escape technique, his chakra remained entirely unspent, save for what was necessary to execute the water technique. The issue that had plagued him for years, the excessive chakra consumption associated with ice techniques, was finally resolved, leaving Shanzhong Yuan feeling remarkably at ease. However, he soon realized that by using his internal natural energy as a medium to attract the external natural energy, he encountered a complication with his transformation. Due to the mobilization of a portion of his natural energy, a palm-sized area on his body failed to undergo ice element transformation, which could potentially become a fatal weakness. Shanzhong Yuan retracted his internal natural energy, causing the gathered external natural energy to gradually dissipate. Alas, if only I could gather all this natural energy, he lamented to himself. Suddenly, Jiraiya's voice echoed from behind him. Little brat, you might want to try the sealing technique. Startled, Shanzhong Yuan shot a glare at Jiraiya. You scared me. I wasn't expecting you to sneak up like that. It's not my fault, you little rascal. You made such a commotion during your training. And with all that natural energy gathering, I was worried when the boss came home for dinner that you'd attract his attention. Shanzhong Yuan felt grateful for Jiraiya's concern, especially since they had only known each other for a few days. Since you're fine, let us move on. You mentioned wanting to store natural energy? Shanzhong Yuan nodded. Indeed, I can gather a significant amount of natural energy in an instant, but I struggle to store it. Well then, you can attempt to use the sealing technique that Kushina gave you. Minato informed me that she had inscribed the technique for you. You can definitely guide the natural energy into the sealing technique, Jiraiya instructed. But Jiraiya, the sealing technique stores natural energy and cannot be used at will. Shanzhong Yuan protested. You can give it a try first. If the sealing technique can indeed store natural energy, I can assist you in modifying its release. I have also seen Tsunade's 100 healing seal. Really? Jiraiya? Shanzhong Yuan was taken aback by the suddenness of this revelation. Of course, a sage's word is his bond. Now, go ahead and try using the sealing technique to store natural energy. Jiraiya gestured for Shanzhong Yuan to commence his training. In the mountains, Yamazaki-wan replicated the previous method, channeling a portion of his innate energy into the seal after transforming it into ice. He activated the sealing technique of the seal, confining the natural energy within it, while the external natural energy was irresistibly drawn in, surging into the seal. Remarkably, using only a fraction of the special natural energy equivalent to guiding the icy waters, he managed to occupy 1% of the space within the seal. Given Yamazaki-wan's current chakra levels, normally it would take about a week to separate 100 clusters of this special natural energy. Thus, it implied that filling the seal with natural energy would require merely a week. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, sensing the natural energy dissipating at the seal, realized its capacity to store such energy. True to his word, he assisted Yamazaki-wan in modifying the release of the seal. Although the revised seal did not exhibit the remarkable effects seen in the original work when used by Tsunade, it could be unleashed at any moment once filled with chakra and could be shut off when not in use. However, chakra could only be reintroduced once the existing chakra within the seal had been entirely expended. Subsequently, Yamazaki-wan continuously infused natural energy into the seal, and it took almost 10 days for the natural energy within to reach saturation. The amount of external natural energy attracted by each cluster of special natural energy he separated varied, which extended the time spent by an additional 3 days beyond his initial expectations. Nonetheless, Yamazong could not help but marvel at the formidable power of nature. While it took a person 2 years to fill the yin seal with chakra, it required merely 10 days to saturate it with natural energy. Jiraiya, however, regarded Yamazong assertions with disdain, believing that the act of infusing natural energy into the yin seal was entirely distinct from a ninja accumulating chakra to fill it. Firstly, natural energy is inexhaustible, whereas a ninja's chakra is finite. Secondly, chakra can unleash ninjutsu, wielding much greater power than natural energy. To Jiraiya, a yin seal filled with chakra was far more practical than one filled with natural energy. As Yamazong infused an immense amount of natural energy into the yin seal, he gradually began to comprehend Jiraiya's words. Indeed, as he stated, natural energy is boundless. The natural energy in Mayaboka Mountain felt inexhaustible, regardless of how much Yamazong consumed. Once the yin seal reached saturation, Yamazong entered the state of ice elemental transformation and released the natural energy contained within the seal, which flowed from his arm. He unleashed the water chaos wave, and the ice transformation consumed no chakra. He released the water dragon bullet, and again, there was no chakra expenditure from the ice transformation. Afterward, Yamazong ceased the output of natural energy from the yin seal. He had opened it for approximately 10 minutes, during which 1/5 of the natural energy within was expended, with most dissipating into the air and only a small fraction utilized by Yamazong. This signifies that Yamazong, having invested 10 days in accumulating natural energy, could utilize ice techniques for approximately 50 minutes without any consumption. The long-standing issue of the frozen ninjutsu that had troubled Yamaguchi for 4 years was finally resolved, allowing him to tackle the intricacies of Sage Mode. However, his attempts to enter Sage Mode were thwarted primarily by his rapid absorption of external natural energy. Yamaguchi struggled to harmonize his physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy in a balanced ratio of 1:1, thereby failing to generate Sage Chakra. Consequently, he contemplated experimenting by merging physical and mental energies of equivalent magnitude to that of the unique natural energy, hoping to produce Sage Chakra. If successful, he would activate the yin seal to replenish the consumed natural energy. In the original narrative, Sage Fumizaku remarked that ninjas could easily distinguish between physical and mental energies due to their ninjutsu usage. Following his training, Yamaguchi achieved the same adeptness. He guided his physical and mental energies to match the size of the natural energy, meticulously controlling their fusion. Once each energy reached 1/3 of the total, they began to merge gradually. A distinctive chakra emerged from within Yamaguchi. Was this indeed Sage Chakra? His visage began to bear an orange-red hue. And since he was utilizing the natural chakra perceived through the oil of the toads from Mayaboka Mountain, his sage mask mirrored that of Naruto's. As Yamaguchi sensed the transformation of his chakra, he noted, in concordance with the original text, that the enhancements of Sage Mode were indeed significant. His perceptive abilities and agility were greatly amplified, activating the lightning release chakra mode and simultaneously releasing the yin seal. He found that the Sage Chakra significantly boosted his speed and strength, surpassing that of the Ice Thunder mode. With a flourish, Yamaguchi infused Sage Chakra into his lightning cutter technique. The technique's size and power transformed, rendering even the sound of its execution nearly imperceptible. In the original work, Guy had mentioned that the Chidori was created for assassination, yet both the Chidori and the lightning cutter were predominantly utilized for thrusting attacks. It was only after Yamaguchi mastered both techniques that he understood why they were ill-suited for stealth. Their sounds were too loud. The Chidori, true to its name, resonated like 1,000 birds in song, while the lightning cutter, despite its improvements, still lacked perfection. By incorporating Sage Chakra into the lightning cutter, Yamaguchi found it suitable for assassination purposes. Approximately 1 minute later, Sage Mode automatically dissipated, as Sage Fumizaku had predicted. Yamaguchi's youth rendered him unable to sustain the chakra for long, despite the yin seal supplementing his natural energy. Once his physical state recovered, he attempted Sage Mode again. This time, he refrained from executing the lightning cutter or activating the lightning release chakra mode, but his Sage Mode lasted less than 2 minutes. Following this, he conducted yet another experiment, employing the lightning cutter, lightning release chakra mode, and Chidori blade during Sage Mode. The Sage Mode of Yamashiro Yu-in lasted for less than a minute. After determining the duration of his Sage Mode, he ceased his training. Subsequently, he sought the wisdom of the sage Shinsaku regarding the combat techniques associated with sage mode. The following day, Yamashiro Yuin approached sage Shinsaku, who had been guiding Jiraiya in his training. However, Jiraiya still struggled to unify with nature, and sage Shinsaku could offer no assistance in this regard, urging Jiraiya to discover it on his own. Yuin-chan, is there something you wish to discuss? Sage Shinsaku sensed Yamashiro Yuin's arrival. Master Shinsaku, I wish to learn the combat techniques of sage mode, Yamashiro Yuin stated plainly. Yuin-chan, did I not mention that you cannot enter sage mode? What? Before sage Shinsaku could finish his sentence, Yamashiro Yuin activated sage mode, leaving both sage Shinsaku and Jiraiya astonished. The perfection of Yamashiro Yuin's sage mode took sage Shinsaku by surprise. He had previously assumed that Yamashiro Yuin could not achieve it, yet here he was, having succeeded, and his sage mode was markedly more refined than Jiraiya's. It was only then that sage Shinsaku noticed the natural energy flowing from Yamashiro Yuin's seal. Yuin-chan, are you absorbing the natural energy within that sealing technique? Yamashiro Yuin chose not to disclose the unique natural energy residing within him, leading sage Shinsaku to mistakenly conclude that the control of natural energy entering his body was facilitated by this sealing technique. Yamashiro Yuin nodded in silence. Kid, how long can you maintain your sage mode? Jiraiya inquired. Less than 2 minutes without any ninjutsu. Yuin-chan, your chakra reserves are too scant. It would be wise to minimize the use of sage mode for now. You may utilize it more effectively once your chakra reserves are sufficient. Yes, Master Shinsaku. However, Yuin-chan is truly a prodigy. He has devised a method to control the flow of natural energy into his body, sage Shinsaku remarked in admiration. Boss, you're mistaken. The genius behind this is thanks to my help in modifying the sealing technique, allowing this kid to enter sage mode. Jiraiya boasted with a hearty laugh. Jiraiya-chan, if you cannot even enter sage mode on your own, shouldn't you focus on your training? Yes, boss. Jiraiya quickly recoiled upon noticing sage Shinsaku's displeased expression. Yuin-chan, I will teach you the physical techniques of sage mode. Yes, thank you, Master Shinsaku. Sage Shinsaku candidly admitted that he had little to impart in terms of ninjutsu. What he could offer was the unique physical technique of sage mode from Mount Maiboku Frog Kata. The essence of Frog Kata lies in harnessing the natural energy surrounding oneself, transforming it into an extension of the body to create an intangible attack. Frog Kata is not difficult to learn. One simply needs to guide the natural energy nearby. After sage Shinsaku elucidated the technique, Yamashiro Yuin swiftly mastered this intangible attack while in sage mode. Moreover, one notable advantage of the Frog Kata discovered by Yamashita is that it does not require the expenditure of Senjutsu chakra. This implies that Yamashita can freely employ this physical technique while in sage mode. Yamashita, I have completed my training in the Frog Kata. What are your plans next? Are you returning to Konoha? Sannin Shinsaku, I do not intend to return to Konoha just yet. I wish to reside in Maiboka Mountain for a while. Yamashita plans to spend additional time training in Maiboka Mountain, having prepared ample supplies of provisions and soldier pills sufficient to sustain him for several months. He aims to familiarize himself with sage mode in the coming months. Additionally, his water-style jutsu are rather limited. The previous transformation into ice elements consumed a tremendous amount of chakra, making a few simple water techniques adequate. However, now that Yamashita has resolved that issue, the number of water-style jutsu at his disposal appears somewhat insufficient. Jiraiya also intends to remain in Maiboka Mountain for the time being, and Yamashita plans to seize the opportunity to consult him on various ninjutsu. I see. Please do not train too late tonight. My third child, Gamahiro, has just returned home. You should meet him, Sannin Shinsaku remarked. Understood. I shall not impose too much, Yamashita replied, displaying great politeness, especially towards elders who have aided him. That evening, Yamashita and Jiraiya arrived at Sannin Shinsaku's residence, where Sannin Shinsaku had prepared an extravagant feast of insect delicacies. Upon seeing the table laden with insect dishes, Jiraiya exhibited a look of trepidation. Jiraiya, Yamashita, you have arrived. Greetings, Sannin Shinsaku, the duo responded. You have come at the perfect time. The children's mother has just finished preparing the meal. Come, let us eat together. No, thank you. We have just dined, haven't we, Yamashita? Jiraiya winked at Yamashita, who, not wishing to partake in the insect feast, nodded in agreement. What a pity. Hiro, come out. Meet Jiraiya and Yamashita. Sannin Shinsaku called into the house with a hint of disappointment. Yamashita recalled that in the original narrative, Gamahiro possessed an exceptionally large physique, making Sannin Shinsaku's home appear somewhat too small in comparison. Shortly thereafter, a light blue toad emerged from the house, adorned with 2 short blades. Resembling the character from the original story to a considerable extent, albeit its size differed significantly from Yamashita's recollections. At present, Gamahiro's stature appeared notably smaller than that of Gamabunta during the confrontation between Naruto and Pain. Hiro, greet our guests. Understood, old man. I am Gamahiro. Remember to call me if there's a fight. Yamashita, I look forward to working with you. Just call me Jiraiya. After their introductions, Yamashita and Jiraiya learned that Gamahiro had been searching for a suitable weapon in the Land of Iron until he received a summons from the Great Sage Toad to return. Yamashita remained intrigued by this toad, which could foresee the future, though he had yet to meet the Great Sage Toad, whose status was quite extraordinary. Speaking of the Great Toad Sage, has Jiraiya's prophesied child been found? Sennin Shinsaku suddenly inquired. It has been largely confirmed, Jiraiya replied, his tone imbued with pride. Clearly satisfied with his disciple. What prophesied child? Toad Hiroshi asked. It is said that the Great Toad Sage once foretold that one of my disciples would bring about a monumental transformation in the ninja world. Though it remains uncertain whether this change will usher in peace or lead to destruction. I am merely the guide for this disciple, Jiraiya explained to Toad Hiroshi. Indeed. That is of great significance. Although the Great Toad Sage may be somewhat muddled, his prophecies have never been wrong, Toad Hiroshi remarked. Hiroshi. How dare you call the elder muddled? Sennin Shinsaku admonished Toad Hiroshi. After a leisurely chat, Yamashiro and Jiraiya departed, eager to avoid a meal of insects. Over a month later, one day, in sage mode, Yamashiro was practicing with Jiraiya when Toad Hiroshi hurriedly approached. Yamashiro. The Great Toad Sage has dreamed of a prophecy concerning you, Toad Hiroshi announced, wiping the sweat from his brow. Is that true? Hiroshi, quickly take me to him. Toad Hiroshi led the way, with Yamashiro and Jiraiya following closely behind. Toad Hiroshi brought them to a house. Yamashiro, Jiraiya, come in quickly. Don't keep the elder waiting. Sennin Shinsaku's voice resonated from within. Without delay, Yamashiro entered. Great Toad Sage, greetings, I am Yamashiro. Oh, you've arrived. The Great Toad Sage slightly opened his eyes and glanced at Yamashiro. I summoned you for no other reason than. Who are you? In a scene reminiscent of the original tale, despite being prepared, Yamashiro was still taken aback. I am Yamashiro, Great Toad Sage. Ah, yes, you are Yamashiro. Just a moment ago in my dream, you led a battle that would determine the fate of the ninja world, the Great Toad Sage stated. Great Toad Sage. Is there more? Yamashiro inquired, having waited in anticipation, but the sage remained silent. That's all. My recent dreams have undergone many changes. And I could only see you leading this war. After exiting the house, Jiraiya looked at Yamashiro with a serious expression. A war that will determine the fate of the ninja world? Who would initiate such a large-scale conflict? From the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, Jiraiya understood that a great battle loomed ahead in the ninja world, with Yamashiro at its helm. Listen, kid. The Great Toad Sage's prophecies are never mistaken. You must prepare yourself, since you are the leader of the war that will decide the fate of the ninja world. I will do everything in my power to guide you. Jiraiya firmly believed in the Great Toad Sage's prophecy and trusted that Yamashiro was the inheritor of the Will of Fire. If that were the case, then Yamashiro undoubtedly represented the Leaf Village, and Jiraiya felt it was his responsibility to help Yamashiro grow stronger. Yamashiro, however, did not subscribe to the notion of destiny. In the world of Naruto, with sufficient strength, everything could be altered. Thus, compared to the prophetic guidance, Jiraiya's words brought greater joy to Yamanaka Sora. Uncle Jiraiya, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Naturally, Yamanaka Sora would not decline the opportunity to receive Jiraiya's instruction. It is worth noting that Jiraiya is not only the teacher of the second Hokage, but also the mentor of the leader of the notorious rogue ninja organization, Akatsuki. He is renowned as the foremost master of ninjutsu in the ninja world, excelling in all forms of techniques except genjutsu. Furthermore, he is Yamanaka Sora's favorite character in the Naruto series. Grateful for the chance to receive Jiraiya's mentorship, Yamanaka Sora felt a deep sense of appreciation for the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. Hey, can you handle this? Upon learning of the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, Jiraiya pledged to guide Yamanaka Sora in his training. However, Yamanaka Sora never anticipated that Jiraiya's notion of guidance would entail carrying stones from Mount Mayaboku while performing an endless series of push-ups. Never before had Yamanaka Sora engaged in such intense training. He could barely manage 200 push-ups before he could no longer continue. There were children in the ninja world. who had not even attended the ninja academy, displaying greater prowess than Yamanaka Sora. Not to mention the children from prominent clans who had begun physical training at the tender age of 3. The Yamanaka clan, to which Yamanaka Sora belonged, primarily specialized in mental prowess, focusing on the cultivation of family secret techniques, leaving little time for physical training. Most of Yamanaka Sora's ninjutsu emphasized speed. Even his lightning release chakra mode was designed to enhance the speed of his lightning body flicker technique, in conjunction with Chidori for instantaneous kills. The Rasengan, which he later learned, was inherently a technique without hand seals, characterized by its rapid condensation and swift execution. Furthermore, his ice release techniques, aside from freezing water release and controlling ice, boasted the formidable ability to teleport without expenditure within ice infused with either Yamanaka Sora's chakra or natural energy. Previously, Yamanaka Sora was unable to distinguish between natural energy, bodily energy, and mental energy, believing that the chakra he sensed within the ice was his own. With Jiraiya's experience, it was evident to him that Yamanaka Sora was lacking in physical training. What Yamanaka Sora needed most at present was to strengthen his body and enhance his physical capabilities. As for ninjutsu, Jiraiya could teach him water release and wind release techniques later on, but Yamanaka Sora's physical attributes required urgent improvement. Hurry up, kid, run. Jiraiya lounged leisurely on the grass, overseeing Yamanaka Sora's running. To bolster Yamanaka Sora's physical conditioning, Jiraiya frequently returned to Konoha to procure various nutritious foods. Thus, after more than half a year of diligent training under Jiraiya's supervision, Yamanaka Sora's physical prowess saw significant enhancement. The most immediate effect of this improvement was observed in his chakra capacity. At last, Yamanaka Sora's chakra level had reached that of a typical jonin. In the original narrative, Naruto at 12 years old possessed chakra 100 times greater than Kakashi's. Now, Yamanaka Sora had finally attained 1% of Naruto's chakra level at the same age. In the year 41 of Konoha, having trained his body at Mount Myaboku for over 6 months under Jiraiya's guidance, Yamanaka Sora commenced his studies in water release ninjutsu. Thus far, the water release techniques he had mastered included water release, water chaos wave, water release, water wall, and water release, water dragon bullet, all of which were taught to him by his mother, Yamanaka Keiko. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya possesses an abundance of ninjutsu, having amassed countless techniques throughout his battles. Young one, has anyone ever enlightened you on the nature transformation of water release? He inquired. No. My water release techniques were all taught to me by my mother, the boy replied. I see. Then, what do you believe is the most crucial characteristic of water when used for offense? Jiraiya continued. It should be the transformation, impact, and pressure. Yamano reflected after a moment of thought. What transformations can water undergo? Jiraiya pressed on. The question posed by Jiraiya was trivial for someone of modern understanding. Even an elementary school student would know that water exists in 3 states: solid, liquid, and gas. The solid state refers to water frozen into ice. The liquid state is its natural form, and the gaseous state can manifest as water vapor or mist. Yamano recounted these well-known forms of water to Jiraiya. Cough, cough. Young one, you are quite knowledgeable. Now, what about the pressure and impact of water? Jiraiya asked. Yamano shook his head. Although he had studied the principles of water pressure and impact in his previous life, the applications of these concepts within ninjutsu diverged significantly from conventional physics. The pressure of water primarily compresses its volume. Most applications revolve around high-pressure water columns, where the more finely compressed the column, the greater its potency, akin to a razor-sharp blade. For instance, the second Hokage's technique, water release, water cutting wave. Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation of pressure, Yamano had an epiphany. In ninjutsu, the pressure of water is chiefly employed in techniques akin to water guns, as illustrated when the sage Fukasaku used a water gun to eliminate pain's summoned beast through water pressure. And what are the impact of water, Uncle Jiraiya? Yamano asked. The impact of water is exemplified by water release, great waterfall technique, which harnesses chakra to create a massive volume of water to strike the enemy. After elucidating the nature transformations of water release, Jiraiya introduced Yamano to his first technique, in B-rank ninjutsu that utilized water pressure, water release, water dragon whip. The technique concentrates water in one place and shoots it outward. Yamano activated his Sharingan, and after Jiraiya demonstrated the technique once, he had already committed it to memory. Over the course of the following month, with the aid of his Sharingan, Yamano diligently learned nearly all of Jiraiya's water release techniques. Jiraiya's collection of ninjutsu was immensely rich, and Yamano felt that apart from a few S-rank techniques from the second Hokage, the allure of the remaining water release techniques had diminished for him. Among Jiraiya's extensive collection related to water release, Yamano's greatest acquisition was a technique from the Mizunoke's clan, secret technique, 1,000-kill water flight. Although Yamano's ice release differed from the Mizunoke's clan's methods, their ninjutsu offered him unique insights. Young one, you have nearly mastered my water release techniques. I have spent almost a year guiding your training, and my sage mode has languished for too long. From here on, your progress is in your own hands. I must refine my sage mode, Jiraiya announced, having dedicated a significant portion of his time to mentoring Yamano. Over the past 6 months, Yamajong Yuan has significantly enhanced his physical abilities, with a notable increase in his chakra reserves, and has also acquired numerous water-style jutsu. He is immensely grateful for Jiraiya's guidance. As another month passed, Yamajong Yuan diligently experimented with the effects of various water-style techniques after being frozen. He discovered that the jutsu requiring greater pressure produced greater power when frozen. For instance, the second Hokage's water-style, water-breaking wave transformed into an exceptionally sharp ice blade after being frozen by Yamajong Yuan, effortlessly cleaving through rock. However, he chose to abandon jutsu reliant on impact, which converted to a gravitational descent after freezing. Ultimately, Yamajong Yuan did not have the opportunity to learn the transformation-type water-style techniques, as Jiraiya had not gathered them. During this time, Yamajong Yuan also witnessed the remarkable growth of Gamabunta. The size increase of the Toad clan is truly astonishing. In the original narrative, Naruto and Gamakichi had not seen each other for several months, during which Gamakichi had already grown to the size of Gamabunta. Similarly, Yamajong Yuan observed Gamabunta, who had been smaller than Gamakichi during Pain's assault on Konoha, now grow to the size of Gamabunta within this half-year span. Yamajong Yuan could only sigh in awe. With the seasons changing, Yamajong Yuan spent another year in Mount Myaboku. Throughout this year, he focused primarily on solidifying the jutsu he had previously learned, Chidori and its derivatives, lightning release chakra mode, Rasengan, various water and ice techniques, and sage mode. After a year of consolidation, he felt confident in facing Kushina, clad in the form of a tailed beast, while in ice elemental transformation or sage mode. Having spent nearly 2 years at Mount Myaboku, Yamajong Yuan reaped abundant rewards, resolving the long-standing issue of excessive chakra consumption in ice techniques, temporarily entering sage mode, and mastering numerous water-style jutsu taught by Jiraiya. It was time to return to Konoha after 2 years away. One day, after finishing a sparring session with Sage Fukasaku, Yamajong Yuan lay on the grass and remarked, "Are you leaving, Yamachan?" "Yes, I am grateful for your care over these past 2 years." Sage Fukasaku had indeed assisted Yamajong Yuan immensely, clarifying natural energy, cultivating sage mode, and imparting the techniques of the frog group. Yamajong Yuan felt deep appreciation for Sage Fukasaku. Another person he was thankful for was Jiraiya. Just the modification of the evil sealing method had greatly benefited him, not to mention the many water-style techniques he had been taught. Over the year, Jiraiya had also made significant strides in mastering sage mode. Jiraiya had struggled to enter sage mode alone, and Yamajong Yuan recalled that in the original story, Jiraiya had entered sage mode through a fusion with Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima. Consequently, he proposed to both sages that they attempt a direct fusion with Jiraiya, and indeed, with the aid of the two powerful sages, Jiraiya successfully entered sage mode. Yamajong Yuan felt elated to help Jiraiya perfect his sage mode. And after achieving success in his training, Jiraiya returned to Konoha. Observing Jiraiya's lewd grin, Yamashiro Yoru had a vague understanding of his purpose for returning to Konoha. Subsequently, Yamato Yoru bid farewell to the toads of Myaboku Mountain and was transported back to Konoha by the sage Shima, who happened to be foraging for food in the village. Using the summoning technique, "Boss, a large bowl of seafood ramen, along with 2 servings of chashu," Yamashiro Yoru requested, finding himself near Ichiraku Ramen upon his arrival. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." The owner of Ichiraku responded quickly. In no time, a steaming bowl of seafood ramen was placed before Yamashiro Yoru. "Ah, is that you, Yoru? It's been quite a while, almost 2 years." The owner exclaimed, recognizing him warmly. "Yes, I've been training outside the village during these 2 years." "I see. Well, today's ramen is on me as a welcome-back gift," the owner declared. "Thank you, uncle," Yamashiro Yoru replied, engaging in conversation with the owner about the amusing tales from Myaboku Mountain while savoring his ramen, until an Umbu member appeared beside him. "Yamashiro, the Hokage wishes to see you." Uncle, it seems I won't be able to finish my ramen. I must take my leave, Yamashiro Yura said, acknowledging the urgency of the Hokage's matter. Indeed, matters concerning the Hokage are paramount. You can enjoy ramen another time, the owner replied. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed at Yamashiro Yura with a warm smile, and Yamashiro Yura scrutinized him in return. After 2 years apart, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face bore numerous wrinkles, and his hair had begun to gray. After all, he was 50 years old, and the third Hokage's health was not as robust as it used to be. Ah, Yura, you little rascal. You disappeared to Mayaboka Mountain without a word, abandoning your duties at the Konoha Hospital. Hokage-sama, you never paid me. So how could you claim it was my work? Ahem, what do children need money for? How unendearing. Since you've returned, you should visit the Konoha Hospital tomorrow. Consider it your task, with compensation, the third Hokage stated. Understood, Hokage-sama. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now, Yamashiro Yura replied, eager to return home to see his mother and have a chat with Kushina. Remember to go to the Konoha Hospital tomorrow, the Hokage reminded him. Exiting the Hokage's office, Yamashiro Yura hurried towards the Yamashiro clan. As usual, Yamashiro Keiko was resting in her inner chamber, having missed her son every moment during the past 2 years. Since Uchiha Hikari left her, Yamashiro Yura had become her most significant bond. Mother, are you there? Yamashiro Yura called out, and upon hearing his voice, Keiko hastily rose to open the door. When she saw her son standing there, tears of joy streamed down her face. The mother and son engaged in heartfelt conversation until noon. Keiko personally prepared a feast of Yamashiro Yura's favorite dishes. Although he had already eaten at Ichiraku, he polished off everything his mother made, not wanting to disappoint her efforts. In the afternoon, Yamashiro Yura set out to find Kushina, scouring much of Konoha but failing to catch sight of her. He had no choice but to enter Sage Mode, sensing her presence. Due to Kushina's immense chakra, Yamashiro could easily sense her presence, along with another familiar chakra nearby. Rushing towards the source of his perception, Yamashiro discovered Kushina in the Forest of Death, along with Jiraiya, who was being thoroughly chastised by her. Kushina, what's happened to Uncle Jiraiya? Yamato, you're back. How wonderful. Come, let's give this lecher a good beating. Hurry, save me. I didn't mean to. After listening to their accounts, Yamashiro learned the unfolding of events. It turned out that Kushina had intended to enjoy a hot spring, while Jiraiya had coincidentally been spying on her there. Although Jiraiya lacked decency, he would never stoop so low as to invade the privacy of his disciple's girlfriend. Upon seeing Kushina at the entrance, he attempted to retreat, but inadvertently made a noise that alerted her to his presence. Consequently, Kushina unleashed her four tails and pursued Jiraiya into the Forest of Death. Aware of his guilt, Jiraiya knew he could not match Kushina in her four-tailed form without entering Sage Mode, so he chose not to resist. Kushina, why not let it go? Uncle Jiraiya didn't see anything. Spare him, please. Yes, Kushina, I was wrong. Humph, for your sake, I will let you off this time. Having worn herself out from the scuffle, Kushina was eager to converse with Yamashiro upon his return. They made their way to the third training ground, where Yamashiro shared the progress he had made over the past 2 years at Mayaboka Mountain. Kushina also recounted her own transformations during this time, surprising Yamashiro with the revelation that her relationship with the Ninetales had significantly improved. Shortly after Yamashiro arrived at Mayaboku, Minato had departed the village on a mission, feeling lonely. Kushina, having heard Yamashiro's assertion that humans and tailed beasts could coexist harmoniously, began engaging in conversations with the Ninetales. Gradually, the Ninetales responded, leading to an increasingly amicable relationship between them. You were right, Yamato, humans and tailed beasts can indeed become friends. Now, Little Nine is my friend. In the original narrative, Naruto's companion, the Ninetales, had developed such a close bond with Kushina that it seemed possible to prevent future attacks on the village. Yamato, would you like to meet the Ninetales? Yamashiro was taken aback by Kushina's suggestion, instinctively responding, Kushina, is that really appropriate? What does it matter? Just tell me if you want to meet. Kushina wore a teasing expression, assured of his compliance. Well, I suppose I would like to meet, Yamashiro admitted, intrigued by the Ninetales, the proud fox that could defeat 5-tailed beasts with ease. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Yamashiro bashfully scratched his head. All right. I will now enter the seal of the Ninetales. You will use the secret technique of the Yamashiro clan to follow my consciousness into the seal. Yamashiro nodded, and his consciousness entered Kushina's body. Under her guidance, his awareness successfully traversed into the seal of the Ninetales. The seal of Kushina resembles that of Naruto. as she leads Yamashiro to the enormous cage that confines the Nine Tails. The grand door is identical to that in the original work. Yet the ceiling strips on the cage have vanished. Kushina slips through a gap in the ceiling prison and climbs onto one of the Nine Tails' tails. Surprisingly, the Nine Tails appears indifferent to her actions. "Hey, Nine Tails, I've come to see you again," Kushina calls out, but when the creature ignores her, she tugs at its other tail. Kushina-ne, maybe we should head back." Upon encountering the Nine Tails, Yamashiro finally understands the immense fear it instills in the world. While the Nine Tails may possess a haughty demeanor akin to that in the original series, the manga fails to convey its true power. Even from behind the bars of the cage, Yamashiro can sense the terrifying aura radiating from the beast, although the Nine Tails keeps its eyes closed and does not acknowledge them. The mere unconscious release of its energy sends shivers down Yamashiro's spine. "What's wrong, Yamashiro? Didn't you say that humans and tailed beasts could coexist peacefully?" He watches Kushina, bouncing on the Nine Tails' tail, incredulous at her carefree attitude. This lack of awareness explains Naruto's character, and Yamashiro marvels once more at the strength of genetic inheritance. "Kushina, please be reasonable. It's one thing for you to come here, but bringing a child to bother me is another matter entirely." The Nine Tails, exasperated by Kushina's persistence, finds itself in a predicament. It cannot kill her, for her death would spell its own demise, nor can it scold her, as that would be futile. The Nine Tails has never encountered someone so tenacious. Just moments ago, it had even torn off the ceiling strips, proclaiming that humans and tailed beasts could live in harmony. "Hey, you over there, little brat. Was it you who told Kushina that humans and tailed beasts can coexist?" The Nine Tails had overheard Kushina's earlier words and is now curious about the one who uttered such a statement. "Why, yes, that was me." Yamashiro struggles to breathe under the overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails. "Now that you've seen me, do you still believe that humans and tailed beasts can coexist peacefully?" Yamashiro falls silent. Even though he knows the outcome from the original story, facing such a powerful Nine Tails leaves him lacking the confidence to assert that belief. "I believe that day will come. Even if I cannot become your friend, the next or the one after that Jinchuriki surely will," Kushina asserts with unwavering determination. The Nine Tails glances at Kushina on its tail, remaining silent. After emerging from the Nine Tails seal, Yamashiro feels a sense of gloom wash over him. He had thought that he had grown significantly over the past 2 years, yet before the Nine Tails, he finds himself devoid of even the courage to resist. In the world of Naruto, the Nine Tails is nothing compared to those gods. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, the Sage of Six Paths, Obito, Kagaya Otsutsuki each possesses the power to overpower the Nine Tails. Encountering the Nine Tails serves as a wake-up call for Yamashiro. He realizes that he has no time for complacency. In comparison to the Nine Tails, he is far from formidable, let alone when faced with even stronger beings. "Jiu Nai, let us engage in a duel." "Very well." Jiu Nai had never seen Guo Yuan wear such a serious expression. The third training ground witnessed yet another sparring session between Guo Yuan and Jiu Nai. As before, Jiu Nai donned the cloak of the tailed beast, while Guo Yuan entered the Ice Thunder mode directly. Water release, water bullet. Guo Yuan unleashed a flurry of water techniques aimed at Jiu Nai. Cloaked in her tailed beast form, Jiu Nai effortlessly evaded Guo Yuan's water attacks. She possessed an intimate understanding of his combat style, characterized by the swift combination of thunder body flicker and lightning blade strikes, or employing ice release for a rapid maneuver followed by a decisive lightning blade. Remaining vigilant, Jiu Nai kept a watchful eye on Guo Yuan's thunder body flicker, deliberately avoiding areas saturated with water to prevent a surprise ice-encased assault. Over the past 2 years, Guo Yuan had resolved the issue of excessive chakra consumption associated with ice release techniques, intending to surprise Jiu Nai during this training session. Previously, his ice techniques required water to be frozen to function, until he learned the secret technique of the Mizuki clan, 1,000 Kill Water Surge, in Mayaboka Mountain. The Mizuki clan's ice release typically involved freezing moisture in the air using their bloodline, and after mastering 1,000 Kill Water Surge, Guo Yuan drew inspiration from their techniques. "Sister Jiu Nai, here I come." With that declaration, he executed the thunder body flicker, appearing directly before her. Instead of using lightning blade or similar techniques, Guo Yuan approached with confidence. "Ice blade." Suddenly, an ice blade manifested in his previously empty hands, catching Jiu Nai off guard and tearing through her tailed beast cloak. Though he intended to capitalize on his initial success, he underestimated the resilience of the Nine Tails chakra. The tails behind Jiu Nai lashed out at Guo Yuan. "Ice armor." Moisture from the air and ground rapidly coalesced into an armor-like formation around Shan Zhongyuan's upper body, mitigating the damage from Jiu Xingnai's strike. Ice Thousand Needles. Shan Zhongyuan condensed moisture from the air into numerous ice needles. Jiu Xingnai, in her tailed beast state, found herself beleaguered by the relentless onslaught of his techniques. While the attacks lacked significant power, they possessed formidable penetrating ability. Even the ice strikes against her cloak impeded her mobility. After Shan Zhongyuan unleashed the Ice Thousand Needles, Jiu Xingnai's tailed beast cloak was left riddled with holes. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his ice blade, finally shattering Jiu Xingnai's tailed beast form. With his newly acquired technique, Shan Zhongyuan achieved the remarkable feat of defeating Jiu Xingnai's tailed beast cloak for the first time. The following day, Shan Zhongyuan arrived at the Konoha hospital with a mission scroll delivered by the Umbu the previous night. Having not visited the hospital in nearly 2 years, he was surprised to find it largely unchanged. In the 42nd year of Konoha, tensions between the various villages had escalated, and even Konoha was rife with unease. As if every leaf and blade of grass was on high alert, most of the village's funds had been allocated for the procurement of war supplies, leaving little to no resources for the renovation of the Konoha hospital. Shan Zhongyuan arrived at the director's office bearing a mission statement. Despite not having seen him for 2 years, the director instantly recognized this young prodigy, a genius medical ninja. Shan Zhongyuan was assigned to the emergency department, where he encountered returning border defense ninjas. Injured individuals were frequently brought to Konoha Hospital, and Shan Zhongyuan was well aware of his own proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Ever since he had saved White Fang, rumors had circulated throughout the village, proclaiming him a medical ninja on par with Tsunade. In terms of treating external injuries and performing surgical procedures, Shan Zhongyuan held a firm confidence, believing his skills rivaled those of Tsunade. His surgical expertise was the result of 5 years of accumulation from his previous life, while his adeptness in treating external wounds stemmed from his integration of nature transformation into his healing techniques, enabling him to proficiently wield the advanced medical ninjutsu known as healing palm technique. However, in other areas, he found himself considerably lacking when compared to Tsunade. Particularly in the realm of detoxification, the world of Naruto differed from his previous life, particularly with the existence of Sunagakure, where puppet masters excelled in the use of poison. One of the reasons Shan Zhongyuan agreed to work at Konoha Hospital under the third Hokage was to gain insight into the poisons of Sunagakure. His mother, Shan Zhongqing, had served as a medical ninja on the front lines of the Sunagakure battlefield, detoxifying poison ninjas. Shan Zhongyuan intended to study these poisons before learning detoxification techniques from her. With the Third Great Ninja War on the horizon, he felt compelled to refine his medical ninjutsu as much as possible before the conflict commenced. If feasible, he also aspired to realize one of his ideas prior to the outbreak of war. For several consecutive days, Shan Zhongyuan had not encountered any ninjas returning from the Sunagakure border. After consulting a senior colleague, he learned that the poisons from Sunagakure were exceedingly fearsome. Poison ninjas often succumbed at the border without timely medical intervention. On the 6th day at Konoha Hospital, he finally met his first ninja returning from the Sunagakure border. This ninja had been poisoned recently and had received only rudimentary treatment from accompanying medical ninjas, which merely halted the spread of the toxin, allowing him to survive long enough to return to the village. In his previous life, Shan Zhongyuan had limited knowledge of poisons during his university years. He was aware that poisons could be classified by their characteristics into acute and chronic, by their visibility into overt and covert, and by their effects into neurotoxins and hemotoxins. The poisons utilized by the puppet masters of Sunagakure were predominantly acute and overt. If left untreated for a certain period, they would lead to immediate death. Shan Zhongyuan, along with his seniors, worked tirelessly for several hours to stabilize the injured ninja who had been affected by a hemotoxin. As the toxin coursed through the bloodstream, it rapidly spread throughout the body. In subsequent conversations with his seniors, Shan Zhongyuan learned that most of Sunagakure's poisons exhibited similar effects, leading him to conclude that they were primarily hemotoxins. Relieved by this revelation, he realized he could utilize ice release to temporarily freeze the body, halting the flow of blood, and then devise a method to eliminate the toxin. In the following days, Shan Zhongyuan balanced his responsibilities at Konoha Hospital while diligently studying the nature transformation of healing technique alongside Shan Zhongqing. The art of healing, endowed with transformative properties, can yield various effects, including detoxification. After a period of bustling activity, the Konoha Hospital found itself in a sudden lull, and the atmosphere in the village grew increasingly tense. Each day, ninjas hurriedly traversed in and out of the village. Meanwhile, after spending over half a month learning medical ninjutsu from Jingzi Yamashiro in the mountains, Yamashiro had become adept at handling most poisons. With the hospital's reduced workload, he had not received any other assignments and was instead reassigned to assist civilians and ninjas at the outpatient clinic. The clinic saw few visitors throughout the day, leaving Yamashiro with ample free time to peruse the notes left by Tsunade, hoping to unearth insights into medical ninjutsu. On a day when he was deeply engrossed in his studies, Yamashiro was approached by a patient, a petite girl with purple hair. He could swear to the heavens that he was not inclined towards younger girls. It just so happened that those he found appealing were coincidentally of that age. At that moment, he felt a sense of healing wash over him. In his previous life, having lived for 32 years, he had never felt a stir of affection towards any girl, and even after 9 years in the world of Naruto, he had remained indifferent to the beauties depicted in the original work. However, today, Yuyuki was the first girl he had seen that made his heart flutter with delight. My wrist was injured while practicing taijutsu. Could you please assist me, esteemed ninja? She said, extending her right hand. Her voice was soft, and it melted Yamashiro's heart. He endeavored to adopt the demeanor of a caring older brother, soothing her gently while treating her injury. Under the healing powers of the healing technique, her sprain was swiftly alleviated. Thank you, esteemed ninja, she expressed with polite gratitude. There's no need for such formalities, little sister. What is your name? I am Yuyuki. Ah. So it is she. Yamashiro certainly remembered Yuyuki. Although her appearances in the original work were few, her popularity was undeniably high. This was partly due to her striking beauty, which ranked among the finest of Konoha's female ninjas, and also due to her name, which referred to a flower, Yuyuki, the moonlight flower, symbolizing eternal love. In the original narrative, most of Konoha's female ninjas had found their partners, Naruto with Hinata, Sasuke with Sakura, Sai with Ino, and Asuma with Kurenai. Yet only Tsunade and Yuyuki remained unattached. After Jiraiya's sacrifice in the Rain Ninja Village, Tsunade had not formed any further bonds. Yuyuki's boyfriend, the Swift Moonlight, had tragically perished early at the hands of the Sand Ninja, Maki, and Kabuto. Yamashiro held a fondness for Yuyuki that transcended romantic feelings. It resembled the affectionate adoration of an older brother towards his younger sister. Yuyuki, what a lovely name. I am Yamashiro. Please, do not refer to me as esteemed ninja. You may call me Yamashiro or Brother Yamashiro. He resolved to cultivate a friendship with Yuyuki promptly. Then I shall call you Senior Yamashiro. My father taught me to be polite and not to address strangers directly. To Yuyuki, Yamashiro was indeed a stranger upon their first encounter, although he had left a favorable impression on her. In a casual conversation with Yuzuki Yuka, Yamashiro Toru learned that she is 4 years old and had her first training in martial arts today, during which she accidentally injured herself. Yamashiro Toru reminisced about the original work where Yuzuki Yuka practiced swordsmanship. Are you planning to train in swordsmanship, Yuka? He inquired. Yes, how did you know, Toru-senpai? She replied. That's not important. What matters is that I can help you find someone to teach you, he assured her. Really? Who is it? She asked eagerly. Of course it's true. Come to the Konoha hospital tomorrow, and you'll find out then. Yamashiro Toru teased her, already having someone in mind to instruct Yuzuki Yuka. All right. See you tomorrow, Toru-senpai. See you tomorrow. In the early hours of the following day, Yamashita Toru and Konoha Hospital took a leave of absence, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Yuzuki Yuin at the hospital entrance. The previous day, they had merely agreed to meet, without specifying the morning hour. After 2 hours of waiting, Yuin finally arrived, breathless and clutching a short blade. Upon seeing her, Toru instantly utilized the body flicker technique to appear beside Yuin. Did you wait long, senpai? The little girl panted, clearly having run all the way there. No, I just came out of the hospital myself, Toru replied. Yuin, let us head to the third training ground. Your swordsmanship instructor is there. Okay. The mere mention of swordsmanship illuminated Yuin's eyes with excitement. At the third training ground, Kakashi Hitaki had already been summoned by Toru and was diligently striking a wooden post while muttering to himself. Those who approached him could hear his grumbled complaint, Damn Yamashita Toru, making you learn about Obito's tardiness. Ignoring Kakashi's resentful glare, Toru introduced him to Yuin, saying, Yuin, this is Kakashi Hitaki, my friend and a descendant of the Hitaki clan, renowned for his sword techniques. He can teach you, can't he? What? You called me over this early just to have me teach a little girl swordsmanship? Kakashi, initially expecting a serious matter when summoned to the training ground, was taken aback to learn that his purpose was to instruct a young girl, leading to his irritation. The little girl's excitement at discovering Kakashi's lineage quickly faded when she realized he was unwilling to teach her. A child's emotions are often vividly displayed on their faces, and seeing Yuin's disappointment, Toru resolved to make Kakashi reconsider. Kakashi, I'll give you one more chance. Will you teach her? I want tea. Kakashi retorted defiantly. No sooner had Kakashi spoken than Toru activated his lightning release chakra mode, appearing directly behind Kakashi with the body flicker technique. Over the 2 years, Toru had made significant progress, and Kakashi, being a prodigy, had also continued to grow. Toru's mastery of lightning release chakra mode and body flicker technique had been refined with the help of Tsukumo Hatake, who undoubtedly shared his knowledge with Kakashi as well. Moreover, the Hatake clan's sword techniques are inherently akin to physical ninjutsu, utilizing lightning release chakra to enhance cellular activity. The moment Toru executed the body flicker technique, Kakashi anticipated his intention and had already prepared a shadow clone, using the body flicker technique to evade. Unaware of Kakashi's subtle maneuver, Toru struck only to disperse Kakashi's clone. Surprised that Kakashi had managed to deceive him with the clone technique, Toru missed his mark, and Kakashi seized the opportunity. Drawing his short blade, Kakashi infused it with lightning release chakra, manifesting the formidable Chidori blade. Not bad, Kakashi, you've even mastered the Chidori blade, Toru acknowledged. I like your Sharingan. The dynamic vision required to keep pace with your Chidori is beyond my capabilities. I must rely on the derivative jutsu you described. Moreover, this technique has evolved beyond the mere Chidori blade. What does this imply? Kakashi's words prompted Yamanaka to notice that the short blade in Kakashi's hand indeed felt distinct from the Chidori blade. Kakashi offered no further explanation. The short blade, radiating a bluish-white luminescence, sliced directly toward Yamanaka. Curious about Kakashi's progress over the past 2 years, Yamanaka chose not to evade and engaged in direct combat with him. Udzuki Yuin observed the two before her, marveling at their prowess, relying solely on physical techniques and body flicker. She had heard of Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy, a genin graduated at the tender age of 5, well known throughout Konoha. Yet, she was astonished to discover that the affable senior from yesterday possessed such formidable strength. Kakashi, you've truly impressed me. Your progress over these 2 years is remarkable. After a fierce exchange, Yamanaka realized that in his normal state without utilizing Sage Mode or Ice Elemental techniques, he could not best Kakashi in a short time. Previously, he had speculated that Kakashi would achieve the rank of J-Nin at 11, having already executed missions during the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Yet here was Kakashi, at merely 8 years old, capable of holding his own against Yamanaka in his standard form. It remained unclear whether this was due to the teachings of Minato Namikaze or if Kakashi inherently possessed such potential. It is worth noting that even in his normal state, Yamanaka could contend on equal footing with a typical J-Nin, suggesting that Kakashi's current prowess was at least that of a special J-Nin. Upon noticing Yamanaka cease his offensive, Kakashi too refrained from further attacks. He had believed his progress over the 2 years substantial. Yet he was astonished that even in his standard form, he could not overcome Yamanaka. Hey Kakashi, why not teach that little girl? He implored. Why? Kakashi sensed something amiss with Yamanaka. Don't you find her adorable? So beautiful and so endearing. So, you are this kind of person. Kakashi's deadpan expression conveyed deep disdain. This child appeared no older than 3 or 4, and Yamanaka was indeed a peculiar individual. Hey, what kind of look is that? I swear I'm not a lolicon. It's just that my preferences happen to align with younger girls. Yamanaka's explanation seemed feeble. Yamanaka-senpai, is Kakashi-senpai unwilling to teach me? Udzuki Yuin inquired cautiously. Of course not. Kakashi just doesn't know where to begin, right, Kakashi? Kakashi felt a chill emanate from Yamanaka, shivering as he realized that he had struggled against Yamanaka's regular state, let alone the formidable abilities he possessed when utilizing ice techniques. Indeed, under pressure from Yamanaka, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Kakashi's consent, a radiant smile illuminated Udzuki Yuin's face. Subsequently, Yamanaka decided to take an extended leave from the Konoha hospital to train alongside Kakashi and Udzuki Yuin in the 3rd training ground. In the 42nd year of Konoha, the Sand Village was notably active. Although they had not launched direct assaults, minor skirmishes were frequent, prompting the issuance of commands from the Hokage's office. The village's J-Nin and higher-ranked shinobi began procuring various ninja tools in preparation. Today, the leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans convened a family meeting, to which all ninjas of the clans were summoned. Naturally, Yamashiro Toru attended, marking his inaugural participation in such a gathering. He had always assumed that the number of clan members was rather limited. However, he was taken aback to find that over 500 ninjas were present. During the meeting, Toru's cousin, Yamashiro Kai, remained silent, while Akimichi Shirkato clutched a bag of snacks. Only Nara Shikaku diligently outlined the strategies for the clans to address the impending war. The clan members, accustomed to such dynamics, listened quietly. Once the clan meeting concluded, the ninjas of the three clans hurriedly departed to prepare, and Toru returned to the third training ground. There, he was focused on developing a new type of medical ninjutsu. With the Third Shinobi World War on the horizon, he felt an urgent need to complete this technique swiftly. Shanzhong Yuan aspired to develop a medical talisman akin to an explosive tag. While perusing Tsunade's notes, he stumbled upon her lamentation regarding the potential of portable medical ninjutsu resembling explosive tags, which could significantly enhance a ninja's survival rate. Had it not been for the subsequent losses of Shinji and D, which profoundly affected Tsunade, she might have already brought the concept of the medical talisman to fruition. In his previous life, Shanzhong Yuan had encountered various talismans in fantasy novels, and the world of Naruto provided him with existing explosive tags for study. Explosive tags encapsulate advanced fire-release ninjutsu in a specialized paper through runes, unleashing power comparable to that of AJ Nin's fire release upon activation. Inspired by this, Shanzhong Yuan intended to replicate the process, attempting to seal the healing technique in rune form. The sealing of explosive tags primarily utilizes the fire sealing technique. For sealing the healing technique, Shanzhong Yuan planned to employ the evil sealing technique. He recalled that the original work indicated the evil sealing technique could seal even cursed seals containing natural energy, suggesting it would also be effective for sealing the healing technique. However, he faced failure. While the evil sealing technique could indeed seal the chakra containing the healing technique, he overlooked a crucial detail. The evil sealing technique was originally designed for use on the human body, and thus the paper could not bear its runes. After the failure of the evil sealing technique, Shanzhong Yuan was compelled to seek alternative methods. During this period, he experimented with the 5-element sealing technique, fire sealing technique, and even the 4-symbol sealing technique, which he had yet to master, but none succeeded. The 5-element sealing technique and fire sealing technique proved incapable of sealing the healing technique, and like the 4-symbol sealing technique and evil sealing technique, the paper could not support their runes. The series of failures left Shanzhong Yuan in a state of despair, yet he was reluctant to abandon his pursuit. Should he successfully research the healing talisman, not only would it safeguard the lives of his friends and family, but it would also enhance the financial well-being of the Shanzhong family, and ultimately, even the third Hokage would owe him a significant favor. Just as he was grappling with his predicament, Jiraiya appeared. Having recently emerged from the third Hokage's office, Jiraiya was tasked with investigating the recent activities of the Sand Ninja, which had become a source of vexation for the third Hokage. Among the residents of Konoha, Jiraiya was the most trusted for intelligence gathering, making him the natural choice for this assignment. He initially intended to leave the village immediately. However, upon passing by the third training ground and observing Shanzhong Yuan in distress, he decided to step inside. "Ah, it's Uncle Jiraiya," Shanzhong Yuan exclaimed. "I'm not practicing sealing techniques. I'm developing a jutsu," he replied. "By the looks of it, are you researching a medical talisman?" Jiraiya inquired. "How did you know, Uncle Jiraiya?" Shanzhong Yuan asked. "Regarding this jutsu, young one, you might want to reconsider. The predecessors have labored for so long without success. How could you possibly achieve it so easily?" Jiraiya said, patting Shanzhong Yuan on the shoulder. Shanzhong Yuan was taken aback upon hearing Jiraiya's words. It turned out that individuals in the Naruto world had indeed researched healing talismans before, but to no avail. "Uncle Jiraiya, why did the predecessors fail?" It is known that similar research has been conducted, and Yamaguchi Haruka is eager to understand why his predecessors faced failure, as it may provide valuable insight. I recall Tsunade mentioning that the inability to preserve medical ninjutsu for extended periods is a contributing factor. After contemplating for a moment, Jiraiya responded, "As for what techniques the predecessors employed to seal medical ninjutsu, I am uncertain. You should inquire with Tsunade or Orochimaru. I have little interest in such matters. Young one, do not squander your time on this. War is approaching. Focus on enhancing your strength instead." With that, Jiraiya departed without a backward glance. Yamaguchi Haruka has never been one to concede easily. The failures of his predecessors do not signify his own inevitable defeat. Consider Thomas Edison, who encountered over 8 000 failures while experimenting with more than 600 materials before successfully inventing the light bulb. Haruka has only faced a few setbacks. In the following month, he experimented with various materials capable of conducting chakra, yet none proved suitable for sealing medical ninjutsu. Young one, you have not yet given up. Upon returning from an intelligence mission in the Sand Village, Jiraiya discovered Haruka still engrossed in his research. Uncle Jiraiya, you are back, Haruka greeted him weakly. Cough, cough. Earlier, I casually inquired with Orochimaru. He mentioned that the material used to seal medical ninjutsu was jade, he said, tossing a piece of jade to Haruka. Jade? Haruka exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. How could he have overlooked this? His years of reading as a bookworm in his previous life, particularly in the realm of cultivation novels, seemed wasted. Haruka accepted the jade from Jiraiya, successfully engraving the runes of the sealing technique onto the jade, with healing technique also sealed within it. As he sensed the healing technique within the jade, he found that, as Jiraiya had stated, the medical chakra was indeed gradually dissipating. Medical ninjutsu, strictly speaking, falls under the category of yang release, albeit lacking the miraculous healing effects associated with it. Uncle Jiraiya, do you think natural energy could prevent the loss of medical chakra? Haruka recalled how the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, experienced a significant enhancement in the power of his wood release and accelerated recovery after utilizing sage techniques. Since medical ninjutsu was originally developed based on Hashirama's rapid healing, might the incorporation of natural energy render it more stable? Well, I'm not certain. Young one, you may wish to experiment. Haruka entered sage mode, applied healing technique, and then sealed it within the jade using sealing technique. Once more, he sensed the medical chakra within the jade, and notably, the chakra infused with natural energy showed no signs of loss. Uncle Jiraiya, look. Haruka presented the jade to Jiraiya, who examined it for a considerable time. The medical chakra within the jade remained as it was at the outset. Young one, it appears you have succeeded. Jiraiya gazed at Haruka in disbelief. If Haruka's experiment had indeed triumphed, it would hold immense significance for Konoha. Uncle Jiraiya, is jade expensive in Konoha? The reward for a C-rank mission can buy 3 or 4 pieces. The price of jade is rather exorbitant, and it is predominantly favored in women's adornments. The ninjas of the Leaf Village generally refrain from acquiring it. Uncle Jiraiya, the efficacy of this technique requires further observation over the next few days. If it proves successful, you should inform Lord Hokage, he said. Jiraiya nodded. The significance of this technique for the Leaf Village is paramount and must be communicated to the third Hokage. Should the healing talisman indeed be successfully developed, Yama no Yura need not worry about the Leaf Village monopolizing it. To prevent the medical chakra within the jade from dissipating, the utilization of natural energy is essential. Only Yama no Yura and Jiraiya possess the ability to harness sage mode. At present, Yama no Yura intends to return to the Yama no clan to discuss the status of the healing talisman with Yama no I. In the mountainous clan, Yamashiro Yoko and Yamashiro Hachi engaged in a discussion regarding the healing talisman. Those who could assume the role of clan leader are certainly not simpletons, and Yamashiro Hachi, upon hearing the details, comprehended the immense benefits the healing talisman could bestow upon their clan. Among the 3 clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly, the Nara clan is responsible for maintaining the operational integrity of the Konoha medical system, effectively monopolizing the supply of medicinal herbs within the village. The profit margins from supplying herbs to a major ninja village are exceedingly substantial. In the original narrative, Shikamaru's casual use of explosive tags is attributed to this very reason. It is said that the Akimichi clan's invention of the military rations was inspired by a secret medicinal concoction from within their clan, allowing them to receive dividends from the sales of the military rations. In stark contrast, the Yamashiro clan lacks a distinct enterprise and receives no dividends. The majority of their clan's expenses are sustained through the missions undertaken by their ninjas. The healing talisman developed by Yamashiro Yoko presented Yamashiro Hachi with an opportunity to enhance the living conditions of their clan members. Yamashiro Hachi sought confirmation repeatedly and requested Yamashiro Yoko to produce the healing talisman on site. Several days later, both Yamashiro Hachi and Yamashiro Yoko received a summons from the Hokage. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Jiraiya awaited their arrival. The third Hokage had received a report from Jiraiya the previous day, informing him that Yamashiro Yoko had developed the healing talisman that the village had long been researching. The third Hokage was acutely aware of the talisman's value. If it could be mass-produced, it would profoundly impact Konoha's forthcoming warfare, significantly improving the survival rate of its ninjas. Upon their arrival at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, without any preamble, directly inquired of Yamashiro Yoko whether the healing talisman could be mass-produced. Yamashiro Yoko shook his head, explaining that even with tireless effort, the number of talismans he could produce daily was limited. How many can you produce in a day? The third Hokage asked. On a good day, a maximum of 30. Yamashiro Yoko replied after contemplation. The third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement, noting that the figure aligned closely with Jiraiya's estimations. According to the intelligence Jiraiya had recently gathered from the Sand Ninja, there was currently an unknown internal strife within their ranks, suggesting that war would not be imminent. With a production rate of 30 talismans per day, Konoha would have a considerable stockpile before the onset of war, a prospect that greatly pleased the third Hokage. Hachi, I trust you understand the significance of the healing talisman. Its value is monumental for both the village and the Yamashiro clan. As the clan leader, please share your thoughts. The third Hokage said after a moment of silence. Lord Hokage, the village is responsible for procuring gemstones for the Yamashiro clan, while the clan will manufacture and sell the healing talismans, providing the village with 30% of the profits from each sale. It is imperative that the sales of the healing talismans remain under our control, Yamashiro Hachi articulated, fully aware of the implications. What ensued was a negotiation between the two parties, ultimately resulting in an agreement whereby the materials for crafting the healing talismans would be supplied by Konoha, and the Yamashiro clan would remit 40% of the profits from each sale to the village. Both sides expressed satisfaction with this outcome, and Yamashiro Yoko's role transitioned from serving as a medical ninja at the Konoha hospital to producing healing talismans, a noteworthy B-rank mission. In the following month, Yamashiro Yoko dedicated himself to the production of healing talismans in the third training ground, while Yuzuki Yugao, under Kakashi's guidance, began to make strides in her swordsmanship. The performance of Yuzuki Yuin cannot be compared to that of Kakashi, a prodigious talent. However, she certainly surpasses the average individual by a considerable margin. Over the course of the past month, during which Kakashi has been mentoring Yuzuki Yuin, he has identified numerous deficiencies in her foundational skills. Previously, when Shikaka Nara pointed out these issues, Kakashi had not taken them to heart, but upon his own discoveries, he has come to grasp the gravity of the situation. Consequently, Kakashi has become less averse to instructing Yuzuki Yuin. Are we going to school today? Yamashiro Enko inquired. School? Why would we? Kakashi responded, casting a glance at Yamashiro. Lin and Obito are graduating. You didn't know? Kakashi shook his head, though in truth, Yamashiro was not aware of the simultaneous graduation either. He had merely sensed it using Sage Mode while crafting healing talismans. Shall we go and see? Kakashi asked. Absolutely. It has been a while since I last saw Lin and Obito, Yamashiro replied enthusiastically. Yuin, we are heading to the Ninja Academy to witness our classmates' graduation exams. Would you care to join us? Yamashiro asked Yuin. Brother Enko, I shall pass. I am determined to train diligently. During this time of effort, Yamashiro had finally earned Yuin's affectionate address of brother. He had been elated for quite some time. Yamashiro and Kakashi made their way to the Ninja Academy, arriving just in time to see Yuhi Kurenai take the stage. For someone like Kurenai, who had guidance from her elders, passing the Academy's Genin exam was a mere formality. Following her, Mitarashi Anko, Sarutobi Asuma, and Nara Shikamaru all successfully passed their examinations. Next up, Mike Guy? Laughter erupted among the surrounding students even before Guy took the stage. Typically, Guy's performance was that of the perennial underachiever. He ranked last in ninjutsu, had no aptitude for genjutsu, and his taijutsu was merely acceptable. In times of peace, the graduation assessments at the Ninja Academy predominantly focused on the body flicker technique. However, with the imminent outbreak of war, Konoha is in dire need of new genin, or rather, fresh recruits for the battlefield. Guy was fortunate to even be admitted to the academy as the third Hokage had intervened on his behalf. And due to this special consideration, the academy's principal placed him in the elite class. Unlike the standard class, the children in the elite class were seen as the future pillars of Konoha, and those graduating from this class would receive guidance from Konoha's elite jonin. As the war looms, the subjects of the graduation exams are determined by the academy's instructors themselves. Guy's specialty, taijutsu, was the focus of his examination. And like everyone else, he graduated successfully. Next up, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, are you present? The examiner's deliberate repetition elicited even more laughter from the students around. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito was also in the elite class. However, his performance was only marginally better than Guy's, and he had a notorious habit of being late, widely recognized as Konoha's king of tardiness. Obito's examination subject was Shadow Clone Technique, a ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan learns from a young age, and he passed with ease. Following him, Lin bore some resemblance to Sakura from the original narrative, possessing exceptional chakra control, which made the Shadow Clone Technique a simple task for her. After the last student completed their examination, all the members of the elite class graduated successfully. Following this was a lengthy discourse from the teachers of the Ninja Academy, culminating in the awarding of certificates. Thus, Obito and his companions officially became Genin of Konoha. Lin, Obito, over here, called Yamashiro Aoi. Damn you, Kakashi, you arrogant fool. Obito shouted back, his demeanor unchanged. I graduated too. How did you two end up here? Lin inquired. We came out of boredom to watch your graduation exam, Aoi replied. As the four were engaged in casual conversation, other students noticed them. Is that Kakashi and Yamashiro Aoi? Kakashi and Aoi had been established as role models for the students. Kakashi was Konoha's youngest chunin, while Aoi was a medical ninja on par with Tsunade. Kakashi, Obito, Lin, it seems we are in trouble, Aoi said. I don't want to deal with these students. Since you graduated today, I'll treat you to barbecue. Let us meet at the barbecue restaurant next to the third training ground. Having spoken, Aoi activated his lightning release chakra mode and swiftly vanished. Kakashi followed suit, using the same technique to escape. Obito and Lin exchanged a glance before dashing through the crowd toward the barbecue restaurant. Recently, the Yamashiro clan has profited significantly from the sale of healing talismans, and as the developer and creator, Yamashiro Yudo has also seen his fortune swell. When Obito and Rin arrived, the four of them indulged in a sumptuous feast at a barbecue restaurant. Even Obito, tempted by the delights of the grill, set aside his quarrels with Kakashi and focused on devouring the food. After finishing their meal, the quartet strolled along the street, exchanging updates on their recent circumstances. Obito, do you know who our guiding instructor will be? I also do not know, Obito replied. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he usually kept himself well informed, yet Rin's earlier inquiry had yielded no answers. Oh, have you all already discovered your team composition? Yamashiro Yudo asked, somewhat puzzled, as he had not heard the instructors mention anything about group assignments. Obito informed me before the exam that everyone would pass this time. He mentioned that our team would be paired with a chunin, Rin added. It seemed that war was imminent. Graduation had already been predetermined, and the only thing left was a catalyst to ignite the conflict. Yamashiro Yudo recalled from the original narrative that the Third Great Ninja War began with the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage. Prior to that, Jiraiya had traveled to Sunagakure to gather intelligence, and upon his return, he noted a significant reduction in the movement of the village's ninjas. Yamashiro Yudo speculated that this was likely due to the defection of Sasori of the Red Sand. Shortly after his defection, Sasori had eliminated the third Kazekage, and Sunagakure would use this as a pretext to instigate war. The Third Great Ninja War was drawing ever closer. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, war is about to commence, and we will all be dispatched to the battlefield. Here are the healing talismans I developed, 30 in total, 10 each. Their effects are comparable to the healing technique, Yamashiro Yudo stated, distributing the talismans to the trio. Kakashi, already aware of the healing talismans, accepted them and stored them away, while Obito and Rin, seeing Kakashi's action, did not decline the gift. This is all I can do for you. Be cautious on the battlefield, especially you, Obito. Do not engage in foolish acts of heroism. Although he was aware that in the original tale, Obito was taken by Madara during the battle at Kanabi Bridge, and Rin was inadvertently killed by Kakashi a year before Minato's succession, that was merely the story. Each passing day made Yamashiro Yudo increasingly aware that he resided in a tangible world. He could not guarantee that Kakashi and the others would experience the same fate as in the original narrative. They were among the few friends he had in this world of Naruto, and he could only do his utmost to ensure their survival. After bidding farewell to the trio, Yamashiro Yudo returned to the third training ground, where Yuzuki Yagana was tirelessly wielding her sword. It was truly remarkable for a 4-year-old girl to achieve such proficiency. Yagana, pause for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing Yamashiro Yudo's voice, Yuzuki Yagana halted her training. He had never interrupted her before, so this unusual behavior piqued her curiosity. Brother Yudo, what is it? Yagana, starting tomorrow, please refrain from coming to the third training ground. Yamashiro Yudo said with a hint of reluctance. Why not? Because war is imminent, and I must make some preparations. Yu Shiya nodded gently. Although she had not experienced war firsthand, She had heard of its terrors from her parents and those around her. Dear brother, once the war concludes, please return and teach me the art of cultivation. Her radiant smile brought a measure of lightness to Yamaguchi Haru's heavy heart. After watching Shien depart, Yamaguchi Haru devoted himself to crafting healing talismans. The 30 he had promised to the third Hokage was but a fraction of his actual output. Over the course of a month, he successfully produced over 1,100 healing talismans. After delivering 900 to the Yamaguchi clan, he retained more than 200 for himself. With this reserve of over 200 talismans, Yamaguchi Haru felt a significant relief and decided to cease his production of healing talismans for the time being. In nearly 3 months, he had created more than 2,700 talismans, keeping 200 for personal use, while the village had ample supply with 2,500. In the ensuing days, Yamaguchi Haru planned to focus on mastering wind release techniques. The first to declare war against Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War was the Sand Ninja, who predominantly employed puppetry and wind release. While he felt confident in handling puppets, whether mechanical or poisonous, he was less acquainted with wind release. Thus, he sought to familiarize himself with various wind release ninjutsu before the conflict began. Both Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya were experts in wind release, but unfortunately, Minato had recently become a Nin instructor and was preoccupied with intensive training for Kakashi and his comrades. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had been dispatched by the third Hokage to gather intelligence in the Sand Village. With both unavailable, Yamaguchi Haru resolved to visit the Konoha library to study the fundamentals of wind release. As he exited the third training ground, Yamaguchi Haru sensed a powerful, chilling chakra approaching from behind. As the chakra drew nearer, he discreetly entered his ice elemental form and activated the sealing technique. Taking a few steps forward, he was suddenly ambushed by an earth-style ninjutsu. In response, Yamaguchi Haru unleashed his lightning chakra mode, entering ice lightning mode. At the moment the earth-style technique struck, he evaded with a lightning body flicker. Turning to confront his assailant, he beheld a figure with long black hair, golden snake-like eyes, purple eyeshadow, pale skin, and bluish green Tomo-shaped earrings, none other than Orochimaru, Uncle Snake, mastering core technology. This phrase was often uttered by fans of Naruto in a previous life, referring to Orochimaru as the only ninja in the Naruto universe who believed in science, cell cultivation, human experimentation, reincarnation, cloning, Yuan-kun. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I couldn't resist testing you. I hope you don't take offense. Orochimaru's voice, slightly hoarse, lacked emotion, yet felt strangely familiar to Yamaguchi Haru, a kindred spirit in scientific belief. Are you the esteemed Orochimaru? Yamaguchi Haru feigned ignorance. Indeed, that is I. Upon recognizing the attacker as Orochimaru, Yamaguchi Haru felt a wave of relief. At this moment, Orochimaru still held some affection for Konoha and maintained a deep respect for his former teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus, Yamaguchi Haru had no cause for concern regarding Orochimaru's intentions. Yuan-kun, I have heard that you have successfully developed healing talismans. Just returned from the land of Earth. Orochimaru had learned from the third Hokage of Yamaguchi Haru's success in completing the healing talismans that had previously remained unfinished. The name Yamashita Yoko, often associated with the legendary Orochimaru, was not unfamiliar to him. Recognized as a medical ninja comparable to Tsunade, he was initially perceived by Orochimaru as merely a pawn, a temporary figure to stabilize Konoha's medical system following Tsunade's departure. However, upon learning that Yamashita Yoko earned his esteemed title by saving the life of the suicidal White Fang, Orochimaru's perception of him began to shift. Yet, he still felt that Yamashita Yoko did not truly merit such a claim, for no one understood Tsunade's medical ninjutsu more thoroughly than he did. It was not until he heard from the third Hokage about Yamashita Yoko's completion of the healing talisman that Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Previously, he had heard from Jiraiya that Yamashita Yoko frequently trained at the third training ground. Orochimaru intended to visit this location to meet him, but fate intervened, and he encountered Yamashita Yoko as he was departing, leading to their earlier exchange. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, fortune has favored the endeavor, Yamashita Yoko replied, engaging in conversation despite the imposing presence of Orochimaru, who could not help but acknowledge the youth's remarkable capabilities. Yoko, what is your destination? Did not Master Sarutobi instruct you to produce healing talismans? Orochimaru inquired. I have been creating healing talismans continuously for nearly 3 months now. Surely the village's reserves are sufficient. Yamashita Yoko responded with a hint of exasperation. However, one can never have too many healing talismans. You still have not answered my previous question. Where are you headed? Lord Orochimaru, I am going to the Konoha library to study wind release techniques, Yamashita Yoko confessed, compelled by Orochimaru's persistent questioning. Wind release techniques? Orochimaru mused, observing him thoughtfully. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. With war imminent, I wish to fortify my skills before the conflict begins. What knowledge could the Konoha library possibly hold on wind release? With Lord Minato leading newly graduated Genin in special training and Uncle Jiraiya away on a mission, I have no choice but to explore the library for basic wind release techniques, Yamashita Yoko explained. Wind release, coincidentally, I am quite adept at it as well. Would you like me to demonstrate? Orochimaru's earlier curiosity had burgeoned into genuine interest. That would be greatly appreciated, Lord Orochimaru, Yamashita Yoko replied after a moment's contemplation. As one of the legendary three, Orochimaru possessed undeniable strength, firmly at the level of a Hokage. At this moment, he had not yet utilized the reanimation jutsu to switch bodies, and his soul remained unblemished, rendering him impervious to Jinjutsu. At the third training ground, Orochimaru showcased various wind release techniques to Yamashita Yoko, ranging from C rank to A rank, leaving him in awe. Moreover, Orochimaru not only demonstrated the techniques but also elucidated their characteristics and shortcomings. Yamashita Yoko had to concede that in terms of ninjutsu knowledge, Orochimaru surpassed Jiraiya. After the demonstration of wind release techniques concluded, the two engaged in casual conversation. Yoko, as a medical ninja, what does life signify to you? Orochimaru's query prompted Yamashita Yoko to reflect on his character from the original narrative. From a young age, Orochimaru sought the meaning of life following the tragic loss of his parents. Through his gradual exploration, he became acutely aware of the fragility and brevity of existence. Naturally gifted in ninjutsu, Orochimaru embarked on a quest to study the techniques of immortality upon realizing life's transience. As he delved deeper into his research, he grew increasingly indifferent to the sanctity of life, resorting to increasingly ruthless methods, including conducting experiments on fellow villagers and children, until he was ultimately betrayed by Danzo and fled from Konoha. In my previous life, my first impression of Orochimaru was far from favorable. Few would admire a villain who had slain his own teacher. However, my perspective began to shift with the introduction of Kabuto, who emulated Orochimaru's path and even surpassed him in certain aspects. This character's presence illuminated the notion that Orochimaru's life was indeed fascinating. Later, when Orochimaru expressed his intentions to rescue Tsunade, his words further endeared him to me, casting the initial antagonist in a different light. Upon entering the world of Naruto, I, having grown under the banner of communism in my previous life, received a materialistic education and worked in the field of medicine. My interest in Orochimaru, the sole character in Naruto who embraced science, naturally deepened as we shared a common vocation. Among the many evaluations of Orochimaru, one particularly resonated with me. In the world of Naruto, some believe in lineage, others in will, some in the physical form, others in vision, while some trust in innate talent and others in diligent effort. Yet, Orochimaru alone places his faith in science. Orochimaru, I perceive life as the most fragile of all, especially that of a ninja. A single kunai can extinguish a ninja's life, just as a ninjutsu or an explosive tag can, I remarked, causing a glimmer to spark in Orochimaru's eyes. It was the first time he had heard such sentiments, so closely aligned with his own beliefs. Despite life's inherent fragility and brevity, certain aspects it offers are invaluable and eternal. The transmission of ninjutsu, the legacy of bloodlines, and the love of parents for their children. My words rendered Orochimaru silent. It was evident that my brief statements could not shake his convictions, yet they stirred memories of his own parents. Then, do you believe it is possible for one to attain immortality? He inquired, clearly resonating with my earlier musings, which prompted such a question. Among Naruto enthusiasts, a popular saying persists: if one is fortunate enough to be born in Konoha, they must share a drink with Orochimaru while discussing the nature of longevity. I had fulfilled this wish for many fans. In the realm of Naruto, only Kaguya Otsutsuki has genuinely attained immortality, having consumed the chakra fruit of the divine tree, rendering her an undying being. The immortality of Kakuzu and Haiden is deemed a form of dark sorcery, while Orochimaru's Edo Tensei demands the sacrifice of a portion of one's soul. Previously, I held little interest in immortality, believing that a lifetime of a few decades, rich with human experiences, sufficed. Yet, with newfound affections, my perspective shifted. The prospect of sharing eternity with a beloved is indeed a beautiful notion. In a certain sense, I believe that immortality may indeed be attainable. After deep contemplation, Yamashiro spoke this conclusion. The reason humans succumb to aging and death is due to errors that occurred during the mutation and replication of genes. A flawless replication is never achieved. The human body lacks the means to rectify these minor errors. Over time, the accumulation of genetic replication mistakes culminates in a significant flaw that renders the entire system incapacitated, leading to dysfunction. Note: this segment was inspired by a discourse from a professor during my university days. If one were to preserve genes at the pinnacle of human capability, allowing for their perfect replication to form a new body and subsequently transfer one's consciousness into this new vessel, a new existence could commence. In a previous life, such a notion would have been utterly impossible, for consciousness, or the soul, cannot be transferred. However, in the world of Naruto, the study of the soul has been successfully integrated into ninjutsu. Techniques such as soul transformation, corpse sealing, and impure world reincarnation are all intimately linked to the soul. Yamashiro's envisioned method bears resemblance to Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, yet it effectively circumvents any damage to the soul. Yamashiro chose not to divulge this method to Orochimaru, nor would he employ it himself. On one hand, the current technological capabilities within the Naruto universe cannot realize this concept. On the other, the existence of chakra, a wondrous force, renders the attainment of immortality through scientific means from a previous life undesirable for Yamashiro. Even if true immortality were ever to be realized, he would aspire to achieve it in a manner akin to Kagaya Otsutsuki. At present, he harbors little interest in the notion of immortality. His ambition remains to ascend as the strongest in the ninja world. Upon receiving Yamashiro's response, Orochimaru felt a sense of satisfaction, as conversing with him felt akin to discovering a kindred spirit. Just as Orochimaru was preparing for a more profound discussion with Yamashiro, an Umbu ninja arrived bearing a summons from the Hokage, instructing Orochimaru to report to the Hokage's office immediately. Yamashiro, I hope we have the opportunity to converse again soon. Orochimaru bid farewell before departing. Shortly after Orochimaru's exit, the third training ground buzzed with activity. Minato Namikaze arrived with Kakashi and others, and soon, Kushina joined them. Minato, why did Jiraiya-sensei summon us to the third training ground? I was out shopping with Mikoto. Kushina exclaimed, her expression one of discontent. Please don't be upset, Kushina. Jiraiya-sensei must have a reason for gathering us here, however. He merely instructed the frog to notify me without elaborating on the matter. Let us be patient and wait, Minato reassured her while advocating for Jiraiya. He too found it peculiar that their teacher had suddenly called everyone to the third training ground. How odd, Yamashiro. That you lack a guiding instructor or a team of your own, Obito remarked, bewildered by Yamashiro's solitary status. I do have a guiding instructor. The red-haired beauty beside Minato is my teacher. Yamashiro replied. Minato? You actually call him Minato? The words of Yamazaki Haru provoked a furious reaction from Obito. My mentor, whom I affectionately refer to as Sister Kushina, happens to be the girlfriend of your tutor, hence the name, Yamazaki Haru explained. I don't care. I refuse to accept being shorter than you for a lifetime. Arrogant Yamazaki Haru, I challenge you to a duel. Obito exclaimed. Save your breath, you would be swiftly defeated. Kakashi interjected, eliciting an irritable response from Obito. Without a moment's hesitation, Obito unleashed the signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yamazaki Haru, shaking his head in resignation, effortlessly split the fireball apart with Chidori, and then utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind Obito. Game over, came Yamazaki Haru's voice from behind, causing Obito to break out in a cold sweat. Humph. Arrogant Yamazaki Haru. One day, I shall defeat you. Obito, unwilling to concede, remained defiant. Haru, how did you do that just now? Is it the same space-time ninjutsu as Sensei Minato's? You vanished in a similar manner back at the Ninja Academy. Rinawara, startled by Yamazaki Haru's sudden appearance, recalled a similar incident at the academy. It resembled instantaneous movement. This is a variation of the body flicker technique. The lightning body flicker. By stimulating cellular activity with lightning chakra, the speed of the body flicker technique reaches its zenith, which is entirely different from Brother Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, Kakashi also left the Ninja Academy in the same manner, Yamazaki Haru elucidated. Why could that scoundrel Kakashi be seen using the lightning body flicker? Obito's question mirrored Rin's curiosity. If Kakashi had departed using the lightning body flicker, why could they faintly perceive his silhouette? Hiki, that's because his technique was underdeveloped. Yamazaki Haru replied with a chuckle. Kakashi, taken aback by Yamazaki Haru's comment, could only snort in response, glaring at him with his signature deadpan expression. Haru, come quickly. Jiraiya-sensei has returned, called Minato Namikaze to Yamazaki Haru. Are these two brats your students, Minato? Jiraiya inquired, glancing at Obito and Rin. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei. This is Uchiha Obito, and she is Yuara Rin, Minato introduced them. Greetings. Lord Jiraiya. Obito, in the presence of one of the legendary three, dared not act impudently and respectfully greeted him. The legendary status of the legendary three during the Second Great Ninja War was well known throughout Konoha. And even the Uchiha clan had repeatedly instructed their kin to show respect to them. Like the third Hokage, Jiraiya treated all ninjas in the village equally, harboring no animosity towards the Uchiha clan. After becoming acquainted, Jiraiya began addressing serious matters. Not long ago, I received a mission from Lord Hiruzen to gather intelligence in Sunagakure. In fact, I had infiltrated Sunagakure 3 months prior, during a time of internal strife within the village. Internal strife? Are you saying that Sunagakure abruptly ceased its operations against Konoha 3 months ago due to problems within the village? Minato queried. Indeed. It was during that time that the prodigious puppet master of the Sand Village, Sasori of the Red Sand, defected. Not only was Sasori a brilliant puppet master from the Sand Village, but he was also the grandson of the esteemed Chiyo. And his betrayal dealt a significant blow to the village's reputation. The Sand Village was compelled to halt all plans in order to mitigate the repercussions of this incident. After finishing his statement, Jiraiya paused and regarded Minato Namikaze. Minato, whom he had diligently trained, possessed exceptional analytical skills. Jiraiya's pause was intended to afford Minato the time to process this intelligence. Master Jiraiya, has something happened to a prominent figure in the Sand Village? Minato did not disappoint Jiraiya, with information from merely 3 months prior in the mobilization of ninjas within the village. He deduced that there was a crisis among the upper echelons of the Sand Village. You were correct. Just a few days ago, I infiltrated the Sand Village for the second time. The atmosphere there was rather strange. The ninjas of the Sand Village were fervently rallying, proclaiming their intent to exact vengeance upon Konoha. Seizing the opportunity, I captured a ninja and, through a unique method of interrogation, discovered that the third Kazekage had gone missing. Having vanished while pursuing Sasori to the borders of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya stated with a grave expression. What? The third Kazekage is missing at the borders of the Land of Fire? Kushina exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. The disappearance of a village leader is no trivial matter, especially given the already precarious relationship between the Sand and Leaf villages. With the Kazekage now missing at the borders, even Kushina recognized the implications of this situation. No wonder the Sand Village suddenly mobilized a large number of ninjas at the border. It seems they are preparing for full-scale war with Konoha following the election of the fourth Kazekage, Minato remarked. Sigh, war is on the horizon, Jiraiya lamented. In the original narrative, the disappearance of the third Kazekage signified the clarion call for the Third Great Ninja War. Yamashiro-in, upon learning that Jiraiya had summoned them to the third training ground, had already begun to suspect the gravity of the matter. Brother Minato, Uncle Jiraiya, here are 50 healing talismans, which I have personally withheld. Please use them sparingly, Yamashiro-in declared as he handed the 50 healing talismans to Minato and Jiraiya. Kushina, these are 50 healing talismans for you. Use them freely, and if you run out, feel free to ask for more, he added. Initially, both Minato and Jiraiya felt a sense of gratitude and appreciation towards Yamashiro-in for the generous gift. The village typically distributed healing talismans, but a Genin would only receive 5, while a seasoned leader like Jiraiya would acquire 10. Such life-saving items were never deemed excessive, and Yamashiro-in's willingness to provide 50 left a profound impact on them. However, they were taken aback when Yamashiro-in promptly gifted all 50 talismans to Kushina, implying that she could request more as needed. Minato, being Kushina's boyfriend and sharing an intimate bond, took it in stride. Yet, Jiraiya was less than pleased. Hey kid, even Kushina may not need to step onto the battlefield. Why bestow so many upon her? I, who have risked my life for the village, received only 25 talismans. And your success in developing these healing talismans is partly due to my efforts. Jiraiya's protestations were met with indifference from Yamashiro-in, who was eager to return to his clan and assess their situation. In the mountainous region, the clan leader, Yamashiro Hachi, is summoning his kin. The members of the Akadu and Nara clans have already gathered in the courtyard, and Yamashiro Yado has returned just in time for the clan meeting to commence. Just as Hachi was about to send someone to fetch Yado, he spotted him entering the assembly. Yado greeted the members of the 3 clans before joining the throng. During the meeting, Nara Shikaka took the floor as the principal speaker, succinctly outlining the arrangements for the clans within the village. Following that, the distribution of military supplies commenced. The three clans, Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara, are closely intertwined, thus the provisions were equally apportioned among them. The Akimichi clan had prepared military rations, consisting of 2 for Chunin and 3 for Jonin, while the Nara clan provided various medicinal supplies and bandages. Generally, the lower-ranking ninjas from each clan served supportive roles from the rear, and the Inuzuka clan was no exception, hence they did not prepare provisions for them. After the Akidu and Nara clans had distributed the military rations and medical supplies, the members of the 3 clans began to disperse to bid farewell to their families. Please wait a moment. The Yamashiro clan's military supplies have yet to arrive. Nara Shikaka's voice silenced the assembly once more. The members of the Akidu clan exchanged curious glances with their Yamashiro counterparts, who appeared equally perplexed regarding the healing talismans. The Yamashiro clan was distributing healing talismans, which were imbued with a special healing technique sealed within jade stones, allowing for portable medical ninjutsu. As Shikaku's words echoed, the crowd erupted into murmurs. Most of the Chunin and lower-ranking ninjas were whispering amongst themselves, having never heard of such healing talismans. The ability to carry medical ninjutsu into battle could indeed signify a second chance at life. The Jonin from the 3 clans had previously received the healing talismans in the village, thus they were aware of their significance. However, they were astonished that the Yamashiro clan had acquired such a valuable resource for distribution. Has the Yamashiro clan's financial situation improved recently? How could we afford to purchase healing talismans? Ultimately, an esteemed Jonin from the Yamashiro clan could not restrain his curiosity and posed the question to Hachi. The healing talismans were crafted by our Yamashiro clan, Hachi replied, characteristically reticent, offering only a terse explanation. Yet, this statement ignited fervor among the members of the 3 clans. Such a vital item was, in fact, produced by the Yamashiro clan. The matter of the healing talismans was originally classified as a secret strategic reserve of Konoha, known only to the higher echelons and the leaders of the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans. Had circumstances not grown increasingly tense, the village might have concealed the distribution of healing talismans to the Jonin for an extended period. The members of the Akidu and Nara clans congratulated their friends within the Yamashiro clan, for the bonds among the 3 clans were not merely words. Every individual within each clan sincerely regarded the members of the other 2 clans as family and brethren. Standing in the mountains, Yamajong Yuan gazed at the harmonious relations among the 3 clans, feeling deeply moved. In his past life, he had grown accustomed to deceit and treachery. Such genuine brotherhood stirred profound emotions within him. The Yama clan's reserves of healing talismans were likely limited. Yamajong Yuan had entrusted Yamahai with a total of 500 healing talismans, allowing each of the upper ninjas in the village to receive 5, leaving approximately 500 talismans within the clan, with roughly 500 ninjas among the 3 clans. Even after excluding the lower ninjas, each would receive only a few talismans. This thought filled Yamajong Yuan with regret. He should have prioritized the creation of more talismans earlier. Indeed, the Yama clan had only 500 healing talismans remaining, and there were 11 upper ninjas among the 3 clans. Each of these 11 received 5 talismans, while the nearly 200 middle ninjas were allotted 2 each, leaving the lower ninjas without any. The healing talismans had only recently been developed and were scarce, thus prioritized for the upper and middle ninjas. The lower ninjas, who had their own teams, could sign up with Rikuju to receive 1. Yamahai communicated this to the clan members, who expressed no complaints. It was only right for resources to be allocated to those in need. After the clan meeting, Yamajong Yuan was called aside by Yamahai and joined Nara Rikuju and Aikido Dingzu in the Yama clan's reception hall. Yuan, you have truly been a great help this time, Nara Rikuju remarked. Brother Rikuju, you are too kind. As a member of the Inuzuka, it is my duty to contribute to the clan, Yamajong Yuan replied. Enough of this formality. It pains me to listen. Aikido Dingzu interjected, clearly irritated by their pleasantries. While Yamahai nodded in agreement. You too, you must speak your minds. It is quite bothersome. Now that is the spirit. Rikuju, lighten up. Here, let me treat you to some chips. Aikido Dingzu handed a bag of chips to Nara Rikuju. Didn't you call Yuan over specifically to discuss something? Rikuju reminded. Yes. Yuan, I wanted to talk to you about something important, Yamahai confirmed. What is it, brother Rikuju? Yamajong Yuan inquired. Yuan, you are a disciple of Kushina, and Jiraiya-sama must have informed you about the situation in Sunagakure, Nara Rikuju stated. Is it regarding the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage? Yamajong Yuan asked. Precisely. You are indeed well informed. Once war commences, Konoha's first adversary will be Sunagakure. The puppet masters of Sunagakure are adept in the use of poison, and we will require the support of Konoha's medical ninjas. This time, I wish for you to strive for the position of captain of the medical team. Nara Rikuju explained. Brother Rikuju, why? Yama Zhongyuan did not immediately acquiesce and sought clarification. Firstly, on the battlefield of Sunagakure, our three clans will have over half of our ninjas present. If the captain of the medical team is a ninja from our three clans, the chances of survival will increase significantly. Secondly, over 70 of Konoha's medical ninjas are deployed to the battlefield of Sunagakure. If you become the captain and earn their trust, it will greatly benefit the development of our three clans within the village, Nara Rikuju concluded, looking at Yama Zhongyuan, awaiting his response. Shan Zhongyuan initially aspired to venture to the battlefield of the Land of Earth when the opportunity arose, particularly regarding the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Laozi, whom he held in deep regard. However, Nara Shikaku's words resonated with wisdom. Weighing the interests of the three clans against personal vendettas, Shan Zhongyuan ultimately chose to compromise. Very well, Yuan, you may return to prepare. We have matters yet to discuss. Upon Shan Zhongyuan's agreement, Shan Zhonghai permitted him to depart. After Shan Zhongyuan left, Shan Zhonghai let out a long sigh of relief. Shikaku, I am grateful you recalled the matter concerning my father. Otherwise, I might have overlooked it. If Yuan had truly gone to the Land of Earth, the consequences would have been dire. It struck me suddenly as well. Yuan is not yet strong enough. We must do everything in our power to protect him. His talent is evident to all. He is the future of our three clans, Nara Shikaku remarked. It was Nara Shikaku who had orchestrated Shan Zhongyuan's appointment as the leader of the medical team, recalling the tragic demise of Shan Zhongyuan at the hands of the Four-Tails. And Shan Zhonghai and Akito Ding's performance was a ruse intended to safeguard Shan Zhongyuan, preventing him from impulsively seeking vengeance against the Four-Tails. Meanwhile, Shan Zhongyuan mistakenly believed that the three clans genuinely required him to assume the role of medical team leader, and he pondered how he might achieve this position. In the Hokage's conference room, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the heads of all clans in Konoha, two advisors, the Hokage's assistant Danzo, and the leader of the Umbu gathered together. Everyone. Jiraiya has returned with troubling news. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure has gone missing at the border of the Land of Fire. Sunagakure is currently poised to exploit this situation as an excuse to invade our Konoha. The third Hokage's expression darkened. He recognized that should Sunagakure take action, Konoha would not face a solitary adversary, but potentially the entirety of the shinobi world once more. This thought led him to reminisce about the previous two great ninja wars. Konoha was situated within the Land of Fire, which serves as a vital artery connecting the north and south. The ecological environment of the Land of Fire is among the finest of the five great nations, ideal for agriculture. Its unique geographical position, coupled with favorable living conditions and the formidable Konoha shinobi, has rendered the Land of Fire the most powerful among the five great nations. The prosperity of a nation often incites jealousy from neighboring realms, particularly given the Land of Fire's abundant resources. Once, there were figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who could instill fear in the hearts of the shinobi world, but following the battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara perished, and shortly thereafter, Senju Hashirama also passed away. Without the deterrence of absolute power, the struggle for resources ignited the First Shinobi World War. During this conflict, Konoha was under the command of Senju Tobarama, and although the legacies of the Senju and Uchiha clans remained, the absence of Hashirama and Madara was felt. Nonetheless, Konoha still managed to overpower the remaining four great shinobi villages, albeit at a significant cost. The five great nations subsequently signed a truce treaty, allowing each to recuperate. Following this treaty, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who had fallen during a coup in Kumogakure, passed the mantle of the third Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Over the course of 20 years, Hiruzen meticulously steered Konoha, nurturing it through 2 decades of peace, which allowed the village to flourish once again. At the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha was at the zenith of its power, led by the esteemed Hokage and his 3 disciples, alongside the remarkable figures of White Fang and Kato Dan. These exemplary successors contributed to Konoha's ultimate victory in the war. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! Aizen! The voice of Mido Minion interrupted the third Hokage's reverie. Ah, my apologies, I was lost in thought. Let us resume the meeting. The third Hokage regained his focus and addressed the assembly. We were discussing the movements of the Sand Village. What are your thoughts on this matter? Sensei Sarutobi. It is crucial to pay attention to their enigmatic puppet techniques and various poisons, particularly the latter. Jiraiya remarked. Indeed, Jiraiya is correct. During the previous Shinobi World War, despite Tsunade's presence, many shinobi fell victim to the sand's toxins. With Tsunade absent from the village now, their poisons could pose a significant threat to us, Tsunade's former apprentice. TKSH Rin added. Furthermore, Konoha's medical shinobi have always been led by Tsunade. Without her, the coordination of our medical ninjas will undoubtedly face challenges, Mito Minion supplemented. The somber remarks from the esteemed leaders cast a pall over the meeting room. These issues demanded resolution. Narashikaka then proposed the idea of appointing Yamanaka Ino to succeed Tsunade. Sarutobi-sensei, I believe Yamanaka Ino would be a fitting replacement for Tsunade. Orochimaru's voice broke the silence. Oh, Orochimaru, please expound on your reasoning. The third Hokage's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, Yamanaka Ino was a commendable choice. Sarutobi-sensei, first and foremost, Yamanaka Ino possesses medical ninjutsu skills that closely rival Tsunade's, and secondly, as a member of the Yamanaka clan, he has demonstrated unwavering loyalty to Konoha. The only concern is whether his qualifications will be accepted, Orochimaru articulated. Nodding frequently, the third Hokage found merit in Orochimaru's assessment, deeming Yamanaka Ino quite suitable for the role. What does everyone else think? The third Hokage solicited opinions from the assembly. The Uchiha clan agrees. The Hyuga clan agrees. The Sarutobi clan agrees. The Nara clan agrees. The Akimichi clan agrees. The Yamanaka clan agrees. Except for the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. The leaders of the other clans showed little interest in the position of medical team leader. Presently, Konoha's prominent clans had few medical ninjas of note. And Yamanaka Ino was lauded as a medical shinobi on par with Tsunade. The Hokage's nod indicated that Yamanaka Ino's appointment as medical team leader was all but assured. Wait. I must object. Danzo's sudden dissent cast a shadow over the faces of the clan leaders. Their earlier consensus was now marred by Danzo's opposition, which felt like a slap in the face to them all. Danzo, too, felt a sense of helplessness. In his view, Yamanaka Ino was merely a 9-year-old child. While proficient in medical ninjutsu, it was utterly unacceptable to appoint a child as the leader of a team. Danzo, please articulate your reasons for opposing this decision. The expression of the third Hokage was far from pleasant. He had just nodded, and such an overt hint was understood by the leaders of various clans. How could Danzo, an old comrade, remain oblivious? Hizashi, Orochimaru has just stated that Yamashiro's credentials and strength fail to command respect. Danzo interjected. However, what I referred to was not the inability to garner respect, Orochimaru remarked. Enough about Danzo's qualifications. The mere fact that Yamashiro saved Hitaki Tsukumo and has worked at the Konoha hospital since the age of 5 is more than sufficient. The third Hokage intentionally paused for several seconds upon mentioning the rescue of Hitaki Tsukumo. Danzo understood the implication. The third Hokage had never forgotten about Tsukumo's case. Under the pressure exerted by the third Hokage, Danzo had no choice but to nod in acquiescence. The leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected smoothness of the proceedings. First came Orochimaru's proposal, followed by the third Hokage's tacit approval, leading to unanimous agreement from the clans, with even Danzo's objections being swiftly suppressed by the third Hokage. Well, if everyone is in agreement, then Yamashiro shall be the captain of the medical team. Now moving on. Wait a moment, Sarutobi-sensei. Yamashiro is still a genin, you see. Just as the third Hokage was about to steer the conversation to another topic, Jiraiya interrupted him. His intention was straightforward, to secure benefits for his apprentice. Yamashiro had developed a healing talisman, which, for various reasons, could not be publicly acknowledged by the village. However, some form of recognition was certainly warranted. The third Hokage shot a fierce glare at Jiraiya. He was indeed aware that Yamashiro was still a genin, and originally intended to promote him to Chunin after the meeting, not expecting Jiraiya to raise the matter in public. Given Yamashiro's significant contributions to the village, perhaps it would be better to promote him to Chunin. Tsunade also understood the third Hokage's intention and boldly spoke up. This time, even Danzo found himself devoid of grounds for opposition. The merits of Yamashiro's development of the healing talisman were immense, making the position of Chunin more than appropriate. The leaders of the prominent clans, while unaware of Yamashiro's creation of the medical talisman, would undoubtedly refrain from voicing their dissent now that the village's higher-ups had tacitly accepted it. Subsequently, the discussion in the conference room revolved around specific strategies for the impending war. Following this meeting, Konoha made all necessary preparations to confront the Sand Ninja. The day after the meeting, Yamashiro received a summons from the third Hokage. Yesterday, Yamashiro had already been informed by Yamashiro Hayashi about the meeting's outcome. Yamashiro was astonished that Orochimaru had advocated on his behalf. His smooth ascent to the role of captain of the medical team was largely due to Orochimaru's assistance. Having visited the Hokage's office numerous times, the guarding ninja recognized Yamashiro and allowed him entry without inquiry. The door to the Hokage's office stood wide open, and the third Hokage had been awaiting Yamashiro's arrival. "Good day, Hokage-sama," Yamashiro greeted as he walked in. Upon his entrance, the third Hokage, with furrowed brows, was intensely focused on the documents on his desk. Hearing Yamashiro's voice, he managed to force a smile. "Yamashiro, you have finally arrived." "Hokage-sama, have you summoned me for a particular reason?" Although Yamamoto Yama is well aware of the matter at hand, feigning ignorance seems prudent when it concerns a high-level meeting. "Yama, I have two matters to discuss with you. First, during your tenure as a genin, you have exhibited exceptional performance, providing aid to numerous injured individuals at the Konoha Hospital. And you have even developed a healing talisman. The village has decided to promote you to Chunin." "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Who would be delighted by a promotion and a raise? Yama is no exception. Second, Yamamoto Yama, I hereby appoint you, in the name of the Hokage, as the captain of the medical team destined for the battlefield in the Land of Wind. You will have full authority over all matters concerning the medical team, and you will also have the right to participate in war councils." Upon finishing, the third Hokage handed the appointment letter to Yamamoto Yama. The third Hokage's appointment was entirely different from what Yama had envisioned. He initially believed his role would align with that of a battlefield medical group leader from his previous life, solely responsible for healing the wounded. Yama had never anticipated that he would be appointed captain of the medical team, becoming one of the decision-makers on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Only after reading the appointment letter did the third Hokage realize something was amiss. Observing Yamamoto Yama, who had accepted the appointment letter, the third Hokage recognized that it had indeed been issued to him. This letter conferred powers akin to those granted to Tsunade when she was appointed captain of the medical team. Recently, the third Hokage had been overwhelmed by the frontline situation, and in a moment of oversight, he issued such an appointment. His word is law. The third Hokage, akin to the monarch of Konoha, would not make capricious decisions. Moreover, he believed that although Yama was merely a 9-year-old child, he was remarkably mature and would not speak out of turn in meetings. Thus, Yama received a position that was not rightfully his, swiftly becoming one of the decision-makers on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Upon officially becoming the captain of the medical team, Yama's first task was to gather the members of his team. At Training Ground 3, the members of the medical team quickly assembled. Despite being called a medical team, there were quite a number of them, 151 in total, including Yama. A cursory glance revealed that more than half were colleagues from the Konoha Hospital, alongside 20 to 30 unfamiliar faces, one of whom was an old acquaintance of Yama's. "Uchiha-man, greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Yamamoto Yama. Most of you are my colleagues from the Konoha Hospital, and I am thrilled to fight alongside you." Yama's opening remarks were rather understated. There were no impassioned speeches to rally morale, nor any displays of authority. Yama felt that such theatrics were unnecessary. He believed that actions would speak louder than words. He understood that there would undoubtedly be individuals within the team who might harbor doubts about him, and he intended to earn their respect through his deeds. After a brief self-introduction, Yama began to assess the medical ninjutsu proficiency of his team members. Among them, 92 could utilize the healing technique to simplify the detoxification process, while only 12 were capable of employing palm sage technique. The 12 individuals are seasoned medical ninjas from Konoha Hospital, and Yamashiro Toru is well acquainted with them. Among the medical team, those whom he had yet to meet were revealed to him earlier. As he learned about medical ninjutsu, it turned out these individuals were ninjas from the village, assigned to safeguard the medical ninjas. Notably, among them is the formidable Jonin from the Hyuga clan, Hyuga-mei, and an old acquaintance of Yamashiro, the special Jonin from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha-man. Additionally, there are 2 Chunin squads from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Both Hyuga-mei and Uchiha-man can easily handle regular Jonin, while the 2 squads from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans can also manage Jonin with ease. The remaining combat personnel possess various specialties. Some excel in sealing techniques, others in genjutsu, and some are adept at trap detection. Yamashiro counted a total of 126 medical ninjas, including himself, and 25 combat ninjas. Subsequently, he organized all members into 5 groups based on their medical ninjutsu capabilities. The first group, consisting of 33 individuals who cannot utilize the healing technique for detoxification, is tasked with treating minor injuries. The remaining 92, excluding 12 who can employ palm sage technique, are divided into groups of 20, with each group containing 3 of the 12 medical ninjas proficient in palm sage technique. Yamashiro works alone, ready to assist wherever challenges arise. After the groups were formed, he instructed everyone to explain their roles while he recalled the various wind-style ninjutsu demonstrated by Orochimaru the previous day at Training Ground 3. Yamashiro remained at the 3rd training ground until afternoon, awaiting the arrival of Kushina and Minato. Toru, just as well you are here. It saves me the trouble of searching for you. Jiraiya-sensei has asked us to wait for him at Training Ground 3, Kushina remarked. Toru, I heard you have been promoted to Chunin? Minato inquired. Yamashiro nodded, considering the promotion to Chunin a trivial matter, unworthy of concealment. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin. This is my gift, Minato said, smiling as he presented Yamashiro with a special kunai. Yamashiro accepted the kunai, recognizing it as the specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai from the original story, engraved with Minato's teleportation technique. Thank you, brother Minato. Yamashiro expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Kushina felt a twinge of embarrassment for not having prepared a gift for her studentess promotion. Noticing Kushina's discomfort, Yamashiro reassured her, Sister Kushina, you can give me your gift when I get promoted to Jonin. Upon hearing Yamashiro's words, Kushina dismissed her awkwardness and returned to her usual carefree demeanor. You lot, do you still have the leisure to joke around? Jiraiya's sudden appearance interrupted their light-hearted banter. The 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure has been appointed, not long ago. The 4th Kazekage declared that the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance was orchestrated by us in Konoha. Sunagakure has officially declared war on us. Upon finishing, Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he looked at Yamashiro and the others. The war has begun. The news of Sunagakure's declaration quickly spread throughout Konoha, reaching even the villagers. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage inquired with Jiraiya about the new Kazekage's situation. Jiraiya possessed scant knowledge regarding the 4th Kazekage, Raza, having only heard whispers of him from the denizens of Sunagakure during prior intelligence gathering. Ordinarily, the leader of a village, prior to their succession, would be actively engaged on the battlefield or would cultivate a public persona to elevate the reputation of their successor. Yet, astonishingly, there was no intelligence concerning Raza prior to his ascension as Kazekage from the Konoha perspective. Lord Hokage, we have received intelligence from the battlefield of the Land of Wind. An Umbu ninja reported, presenting a sealed scroll to the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage hastily unfurled the scroll, having previously dispatched Konoha's most elite Umbu operatives to investigate the 4th Kazekage. The scroll detailed, 4th Kazekage Raza, male, age unknown, possessor of the magnet release Kekkei Genkai, combat style unknown. A captured sand ninja, refusing to be taken prisoner, asserted that Raza possessed the formidable ability to single-handedly suppress the rampaging Shikaku in the desert. The final line of the scroll cast a grave pall over the 3rd Hokage's countenance. The capacity to contain a tailed beast, even one as singular as Shikaku, was not to be underestimated. Jiraiya, take a look at this. The 3rd Hokage handed the scroll to Jiraiya. After a swift perusal, Jiraiya mirrored the expression of the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi-sensei, we must dispatch our ninja immediately. Shikamaru is in peril on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. Indeed. You are correct. This 4th Kazekage is no ordinary foe. Not to mention the presence of Chiyo and Aiz, both of whom are the same caliber as a Kage. It would indeed be troublesome for Shikamaru to face them alone. The 3rd Hokage recognized the gravity of the situation. Mobilization was of the essence. Summon Yamashiro to my office. He commanded an unseen ninja. Before long, Yamashiro arrived at the Hokage's office, and upon receiving permission from the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya handed the scroll to him. Yamashiro quickly scanned its contents. In the original narrative, Raza remained a peripheral character as the collapse of Konoha was orchestrated by Orochimaru, and the Edo Tensei was sealed by Gaara. Prior to reviewing this scroll, Yamashiro had even presumed that Raza's strength was such that Jiraiya could manage without entering Sage Mode. However, according to the scroll, Raza could independently suppress the rampaging Shikaku in the desert, a daunting feat, considering the tailed beast's ability to regenerate infinitely in such an environment. Raza's capacity to contain Shikaku in such a state suggested that his prowess far exceeded what was depicted in the original tale. Yamashiro, you have seen the intelligence. This is quite troublesome. Jiraiya, Prepare yourself. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow for Sunagakure to rendezvous with Shikamaru and confront the Sand Ninja. Yes, Lord Hokage. The two exited the Hokage's office, each setting out to rally their respective teams. At the third training ground, Yamashiro informed the medical team of their departure time, allowing them to disperse and make their preparations. The time frame allotted by the third Hokage was tight, and Yamashiro needed to gather supplies and bid farewell to his family and friends. Kunai, explosive tags, shuriken. Yamashiro first procured supplies from the ninja tool shop. Subsequently, he activated Sage Mode to sense the whereabouts of Kushina and others. He first visited Ichiraka Ramen to inform Kushina of his impending deployment. As his sole disciple prepares to depart from Konoha for the battlefield, Kushina is filled with anxiety, imparting her wisdom about the perils of war to Yamashiro Toru. After bidding farewell to Kushina, Toru makes his way to the Ninja Academy, where Yuzuki Yugao has recently begun her studies. He refrains from interrupting her, choosing instead to observe her from a distance, etching her image into his memory. Subsequently, Toru arrives at the Forest of Death, where Minato Namikaze has yet to receive his mission. He and Kakashi continue their rigorous training in the perilous terrain. Hey, Kakashi Obito. Toru greets the two. What brings you here, you little sneak? Obito retorts, now impervious to Toru's sudden appearances, having grown accustomed to his teacher's even more unpredictable nature. I'm heading to the land of wind. Just came to bid you farewell. Toru replies. What? You're leaving? Obito is momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing of Toru's impending deployment. Be careful out there. If something happens to you, Kushina will be heartbroken, Minato advises. Come on, Minato. Is it appropriate to say such things to someone about to head into battle? Toru quips back. My apologies, my apologies. That was thoughtless of me. But Toru, do take utmost care. Thank you, Minato. Toru turns to Kakashi and Rin. Don't you two have anything you wish to say to me? Toru. I look forward to our next meeting. Kakashi responds before immersing himself back into his training. Toru, you must return alive. Rin's voice, tinged with emotion, tugs at Toru's heartstrings. Unable to bear the somber atmosphere of parting, he waves his hand and prepares to depart. Wait a moment, you little sneak. One day, I will surpass you. I eagerly await that day. With that, Toru vanishes using the Thunder Body Flicker technique. At the Yamashiro clan, Toru informs his mother, Yamashiro Keiko, of his imminent departure to the battlefield. Keiko remains silent, fully aware that her son is unlike other children as a mother. Her only recourse is to offer her silent support. She begins to prepare Toru's belongings, ensuring he has everything he needs. Toru, recognizing the terror that war represents in his mother's eyes, finds himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, both remain silent, and Toru exits the room with the package prepared by his mother. The following morning, as Toru passes by Keiko's room, he stands quietly at the door for a minute before turning to leave. Inside, Keiko is already in tears, whispering, Toru, you must return safely. At the gates of Konoha. Following the third Hokage's impassioned address, the team setting off to support the land of wind embarks on their journey. War? Huh? Kid, what do you think causes war? Jiraiya asks Toru while gazing upon the assembled ninja army. Inequitable distribution of resources can incite war. Jealousy can incite war. Hatred can incite war. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Uncle Jiraiya, after all your years in the ninja world, surely you understand this principle. Toru responds. Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be war. I, too, have been in search of true peace. Alas, I have yet to find it. Do you think there will come a day when people can truly understand one another? I pondered. I am uncertain. Yet I am aware that if this war ends in failure, the villagers of Konoha shall never witness such a day. Jiraiya, uncle, there is no time for confusion now. You little rascal. Who do you think I am? I would never be daunted by such trivial matters. Jiraiya's laughter resonated, raw and mighty, embodying the spirit of the exuberant sage he was. Then, Uncle Jiraiya, let us proceed. This time, I, Yamashiro Toru, shall make a name for myself in the world of shinobi. The medical ninjas, burdened by the necessity of carrying extensive medical equipment, moved at a pace slower than that of their combat counterparts. Although Toru and Jiraiya had set out together, the distance between them had grown significantly over the days. Captain, we have just left the safe zone. The battlefield lies not far ahead, one of the medics remarked. Ming, activate your Byakugan and scout ahead for any concealed enemies. We are on the brink of entering the battlefield. Proceed with caution, Toru instructed Hinata Ming, who complied by opening his Byakugan to survey the surroundings, while Toru remained vigilant, attuned to the movements around them. Captain, There are no enemies detected within a kilometer ahead, Ming reported, allowing Toro to exhale in relief. Ming, please check the surroundings every kilometer. Do not let your guard down against ambushes. Toro understood the critical importance of this medical unit for the Konoha shinobi on the battlefield in the Land of Wind, necessitating utmost vigilance. As the medical team advanced, Ming diligently scanned the vicinity every kilometer to ensure their safety. After traveling 5 kilometers, however, Ming detected the presence of sand ninjas lying in wait. Captain, there are 27 sand ninjas ahead. Halt. Man, go ahead and assess the sand ninjas formation, Toro commanded, bringing the group to a stop and dispatching Uchiha Man to investigate the enemy's details. Toro was somewhat familiar with Man's capabilities, having previously sparred with him. During their journey, he learned that Man had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. Envy and resignation washed over Toru. His own Sharingan had remained stagnant at 2-tomo for nearly 3 years. Soon, Uchiha Man returned. Captain, the sand ninjas appear to be resting. There are 5 Jonin among them, and the leader is also a Jonin. The others likely possess Chunin-level strength. Toru assessed the strength of both sides. With 5 Jonin, including a leader of equal rank, and the presence of medical ninjas capable of utilizing chakra scalpel techniques, the combat capabilities of both parties were closely matched. Let a squad of 7 combat ninjas from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans remain to protect the medical unit. Those among the medical team who can wield chakra scalpel techniques accompany me to ambush the sand ninjas. Toru assigned roles swiftly, leading the charge toward the resting place of the sand ninjas. He could have chosen to circumvent the sand ninjas and continue forward. However, should they be discovered and pursued, the less combat-capable medical ninjas would undoubtedly suffer casualties. As captain, Toru felt a profound responsibility to safeguard his team. Moreover, the decision made by Yamashiro to ambush the sand ninjas was significantly influenced by the presence of Hyuga-Niji's Byakugan on their side, which allowed them to monitor the movements of the enemy, coupled with Niji's formidable offensive capabilities as a Jonin. Among the medical team, 7 individuals were proficient in utilizing chakra surgical knives. With the assistance of Hyuga-Niji's Byakugan, Yamashiro and his band of 23 chose several positions that were strategically concealed from view. Yamashiro positioned himself at the forefront, awaiting the arrival of the sand ninjas. Not long after they settled into their ambush, the sand ninja squad appeared. This particular team evidently included sensory ninjas. Yamashiro, employing a secret technique acquired from a sand ninja female spy, masked his chakra. It was his first application of this technique since his training, during which he had confirmed its effectiveness in evading detection by sensory-type ninjas. As anticipated, the sensory ninja failed to perceive his presence. Once the sand ninjas let their guard down, Yamashiro summoned a chakra surgical knife with his left hand, entering into the ice elemental transformation and unleashing the thunder release chakra mode. In the blink of an eye, the ice thunder mode allowed him to materialize behind the sensory ninja, swiftly severing their throat with a single stroke. The sand ninjas who were tasked with protecting the sensory ninja launched wind-style techniques, kunai, and shuriken towards Yamashiro. The surrounding sand ninjas hastily dodged as their comrades attacked Yamashiro, but the onslaught failed to inflict any damage upon him. Once again employing the thunder instantaneous technique, Yamashiro vanished from sight. From the moment Yamashiro appeared, to the instant he eliminated the sensory ninja, and finally, his disappearance, merely 5 seconds elapsed. The outer ninjas of the sand squad had no time to react, and the assaults aimed at the sensory ninja were rendered completely ineffective against Yamashiro, who had transformed into the ice element. Thus, Yamashiro flawlessly claimed his first blood in the Third Great Ninja War. His performance not only instilled panic among the Sand Ninja squad, but also left his comrades in awe. Particularly, Uchiha Man, who possessed the Sharingan, found the instantaneous technique, only discernible through the 3-tomo Sharingan's dynamic vision, to be beyond his imagination. Remain calm, carry the body of Tainata, and proceed forward. The enemy killed our sensory ninja to prevent our advance. There must be something ahead. The judgment of the Sand Ninja's Jounin was notably astute. Yamashiro's thunderous execution of the sensory ninja not only safeguarded his allies from detection, but also served to intimidate the Sand Ninjas, compelling them to reconsider their approach. The Sand Ninja squad continued forward, unwittingly stepping into the trap set by the medical team. Uchiha Man struck first, incinerating a sand chunin with the Great Fireball technique. Hyuga-Niji, not to be outdone, dispatched another chunin with a palm strike. The others followed suit, and the Sand Ninja squad, having lost their sensory ninja, was caught completely off guard by the ambush orchestrated by Yamashiro and his allies. In an instant, 9 chunin were neutralized. while one Jounin suffered a severed right arm from Yamashiro's chakra surgical knife. You are ninjas of Konoha. Damn Konoha. The enraged leader of the Sand Ninja squad charged directly at the seemingly weakest Yamashiro among the group. In the midst of the mountain, Yamashiro Yoko entered the Ice Thunder mode, his left hand condensing a chakra scalpel. In this state, his physical response and speed far surpassed those of the leading J-Nin of the Sand Ninja team, who was swiftly sent flying by a powerful kick from Yamashiro. Infuriated, the J-Nin unleashed a wind release technique, continuous great breakthrough. Fortunately, Yamashiro had previously witnessed Orochimaru demonstrate wind release, and as the formidable attack approached, he effortlessly evaded it by stimulating his cellular activity with lightning release. Now it was my turn. An ordinary J-Nin stood no chance against Yamashiro in Ice Thunder mode. In an instant, a flash of lightning struck, and the leading J-Nin of the Sand was left with a gash across his throat from Yamashiro's chakra scalpel. After dispatching the leader, Yamashiro, alongside the medical team, eliminated the Sand Ninja squad. The medical team suffered 3 serious injuries and 5 minor ones but succeeded in annihilating the Sand squad. Following this ambush, the members of the medical team regarded their captain with newfound respect. Previously, apart from Uchiha Man, most had perceived Yamashiro merely as a medical ninja with slightly superior healing abilities. However, the recent battle revealed to them that their captain was indeed a formidable shinobi. In the world of Hokage, strength is revered, and all members of the medical team who participated in this battle held Yamashiro in high esteem. Concerned about potential night terrors, Yamashiro instructed everyone to hastily bury the bodies of the Sand Ninjas and continued onward with the medical ninjas towards the Konoha outpost. After encountering the Sand Ninjas, the medical team pressed forward at full speed and finally arrived at the Konoha camp that evening. Shikaku, Nara, and Jiraiya had been eagerly awaiting Yamashiro's arrival. The Sand Ninjas had provoked them multiple times throughout the day, and without Yamashiro's medical team present, they had no choice but to endure. Upon entering the camp, Yamashiro was summoned to a meeting in Shikaku's tent. Yoko, you have finally arrived. There is no time for pleasantries. Let us discuss urgent matters. How's the status of your medical team? Shikaku inquired. They are well enough, though weary from the continuous journey. We encountered a squad of Sand Ninjas along the way, but they have been dealt with, and there were no casualties among the medical ninjas, Yamashiro succinctly reported. That is good to hear. Tonight, let the medical ninjas rest well. Tomorrow, we shall confront the Sand Ninjas, Shikaku decided upon hearing the favorable condition of the medical team. Are you in such a hurry? Yamashiro asked, puzzled by Shikaku's and Jiraiya's demeanor. Yoko, you are unaware. In the days leading up to your arrival, the Sand Ninjas have been incessantly provoking us, occasionally dispatching puppet masters to harass us. Without medical ninjas to neutralize their poisons, we lack the confidence to engage in battle, leading to a decline in morale within the camp. Now that you are here, this battle is inevitable, Jiraiya explained to Yamashiro. Is that so? How do you plan to approach this war? Yamashiro inquired. According to the reconnaissance from the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, there are 2 shadow-level strongholds within the Sand Ninja camp, the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, and Chiyo. Tomorrow, I will handle Chiyo, while Rasha will be restrained by Jiraiya. Uncle Shikaku, what about the ordinary ninjas? Do we have no strategies for them? Yamashiro questioned. The battlefield tomorrow shall be the arid domain of the Sand Shinobi. With the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan at our disposal, we can ensure that the enemy shall not ambush us. As for the possibility of us laying traps for the adversary in the swirling sea of yellow sand, a terrain so familiar to the Sand Shinobi, it is indeed a daunting task, Jiraiya remarked wisely. He was correct. Tomorrow we must engage in a decisive battle. Furthermore, with your medical team present, we can promptly attend to the wounded Leaf Shinobi. The overall caliber of our ninjas surpasses that of the Sand, and as long as we address the issue of toxins, victory should be within our grasp. Shikaku's statement left Yamashiro unable to voice any dissent, for the impending conflict promised to be fierce. At the Sand Village encampment, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, conferred with Chiyo regarding the forthcoming operations. The Leaf's reconnaissance, utilizing the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the insects of the Aburame clan, was formidable. Yet the Sand had its means of intelligence gathering as well. Yamashiro and his medical team had just arrived at the Leaf encampment when the 4th Kazekage received word. Deducing from Jiraiya's marching route, he surmised that the Leaf's medical unit was following a similar path. Initially, Raza intended for himself or Chiyo to eliminate the Leaf's medical ninjas. But the vigilance of the Leaf, coupled with the Byakugan and the ever-watchful Aburame insects, rendered them unable to maneuver freely. Preferring to avoid a grand confrontation in the forest, Raza recognized that without the advantage of terrain, the Sand Shinobi might not stand a chance against the Leaf. Consequently, he had no choice but to dispatch several elite shinobi to feign a routine patrol, hoping to cause some disruption and perhaps eliminate a few medical ninjas in the chaos. However, upon observing the medical team that had just arrived at the Leaf encampment, it became evident that they had suffered no injuries, indicating a failure of the Sand team's mission. Raza, it appears your plan has faltered, Chiyo remarked upon receiving the intelligence. Indeed, I suspect there may even be a Quasi-Kage among the Leaf's medical unit. Raza replied gravely. Yes, that does seem plausible. Although we dispatched only ordinary elite shinobi to avoid alarming them, it is possible that the medical team sustained no damage due to the presence of at least one Quasi-Kage among them. Or perhaps they simply never encountered the medical unit at all. Chiyo analyzed. That cannot be. This mission included Tanaka, whose sensory abilities are among the finest in the village. Raza countered, dismissing Chiyo's second hypothesis. Then it seems the Leaf has deployed another Quasi-Kage to the battlefield. Raza, who do you believe it might be? It can only be the eldest son of the third Hokage, or the recently ascended disciple of Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato. I suspect Minato is the more likely candidate, Raza stated. Minato? The boy who mastered the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique? Chiyo replied, her recollection of Minato vague, only remembering his mastery of the technique. During the early stages of the Third Great Ninja War, Minato's reputation had yet to flourish, and other villages merely categorized his strength as that of a Quasi-Kage. Little did they know that Minato had refined the Flying Thunder God technique, elevating his prowess to that of a full Kage. Setting aside the esteemed figure of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, let us turn our attention to Rasha. Tomorrow, leave White Fang to me. Jiraiya, you shall confront him. Chiyo harbors an intense hatred for Tsukumo Hatake, who has slain her son and daughter-in-law. She dreams of avenging herself upon White Fang. The battlefield for tomorrow's grand conflict will be the desert, where my sand will surely prove advantageous. I am also well aware of Jiraiya's prowess. With this battle, the Leaf village shall undoubtedly face defeat. Chiyo nodded and departed from the tent of the fourth Quasi-Kage. The following day, the Leaf camp began bustling with activity at the break of dawn. The air was thick with tension. The ninjas quickly assembled, and the medical team from the Yamanaka clan remained on standby. Let's move. At the command of Tsukumo Hatake, the majority of the Leaf ninjas set forth for battle. In the desert, the yellow sand swirled, obscuring visibility. The forces of the Leaf were encircled by the oil-producing clan's insects, while the Hyuga clan's ninjas utilized their Byakugan to survey the surroundings. Lord Tsukumo, Lord Jiraiya, we have detected a considerable number of sand ninjas ahead. The Yamanaka clan members relayed the feedback from their insects immediately. Hold on a moment. Hyuga clan ninjas, confirm if there are any ambushes in the vicinity. Tsukumo commanded. After a thorough investigation, the Hyuga ninjas reported that the area was clear of hidden threats, allowing Tsukumo to lead the forces onward until they encountered the opposing troops amidst the dunes. Is this the fourth Quasi-Kage, Rasha? Upon their first meeting, Jiraiya inquired, gazing at the man with dark red hair. Enough of your prattle. White Fang shall perish. The fourth Quasi-Kage was unable to utter more before Chiyo's puppets lunged at Tsukumo. Rasha, choosing not to explain further, engaged Jiraiya in combat. As the commanders clashed, the ensuing chaos erupted amongst the ninjas below. Thus commenced the inaugural battle of the Wind Country. Tsukumo and Chiyo were seasoned adversaries, well acquainted with each other's strengths and combat styles. In terms of power, Tsukumo held a slight advantage, evident from the repeated severing of Chiyo's chakra threads controlling her puppets. However, Chiyo, as an elite shinobi, wielded her puppetry with unparalleled finesse, making it challenging for Tsukumo to gain the upper hand. Conversely, the battle between Jiraiya and the fourth Quasi-Kage unfolded with much more grandeur. The fourth Quasi-Kage possessed the magnet release Kekiai Genkai. Yamanaka recalled that the original work did not specify which two elements combined to form magnet release. Yet witnessing the Quasi-Kage's mastery of wind and lightning techniques led him to conjecture. An elite shinobi's attributes typically exceed two, with most possessing more than two chakra elements. The fourth Quasi-Kage was no exception, and judging by his adept use of various jutsu, Yamanaka could ascertain that he wielded both wind and lightning from the outset. As the fourth Quasi-Kage, Rasha's understanding of technique surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Jiraiya, as a disciple of the third Hokage, displayed remarkable proficiency in the application of ninjutsu. The clash between them in the realm of ninjutsu resulted in a stalemate. Aside from his lightning element, Jiraiya was capable of utilizing ninjutsu across the other four elements, while the fourth Quasi-Kage's prowess in ninjutsu was equally commendable. To my astonishment, The disciples of the third Hokage possess such formidable strength. If we were in another place, defeating you would truly be a challenge. The fourth Kazekage remarked. Are you suggesting that in the desert, you could effortlessly triumph over me? After a series of exchanges, Jiraiya had begun to grasp the extent of Rasha's abilities. He realized that without entering Sage Mode, he could not prevail against Rasha. Yet it would not be an easy feat for Rasha to defeat him either. Does your village of Konoha not have the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? I wonder if they have discerned anything unusual about the sand in the desert? Upon finishing his statement, the sand controlled by Rasha surged forth like a tidal wave towards Jiraiya. You can manipulate sand? You are a Jinchuriki of the One Tail. No, wait. There are no sealing techniques on you. Jiraiya did not regard the approaching wave of sand with much concern, forming hand seals to erect an earthen wall. What? Jiraiya's earthen barrier was easily swept aside by the sand wave, and in a moment of inattention, he suffered a significant blow from Rasha's wind technique that followed closely behind. Jiraiya, it's over. The fourth Kazekage pressed the advantage, intent on eliminating Jiraiya. Just after sustaining his injury, Jiraiya crushed a healing talisman from the mountains. And the fourth Kazekage's hasty wind technique was merely of B rank. With the talisman's aid, Jiraiya managed to stabilize his injuries, narrowly avoiding the Kazekage's lethal strike. Summoning technique, Jiraiya needed time to recuperate and called upon Gamma Bunta for assistance against the fourth Kazekage. Bunta, be wary of that fellow's sand. It is far heavier than ordinary sand, Jiraiya cautioned. I shall not be as useless as you. Although Bunta did not voice it. He had already heightened his vigilance against the Kazekage's sand. After years of fighting alongside Jiraiya, he understood that anything Jiraiya specifically warned about was certainly extraordinary. Summoning technique? Just as rumored, it is indeed a large red toad. The morale of the Konoha ninjas, which had waned due to Jiraiya's injury, was reignited upon witnessing Gamma Bunta's arrival. The medical team, led by Yamashiro, provided treatment to the poisoned or injured Konoha ninjas not far from the battlefield, while he himself stealthily infiltrated the fray. In this conflict, Konoha was at a disadvantage. Indeed, as Kakashi Hitaki had stated, the overall strength of Konoha ninjas was inferior to that of the Sand ninjas. However, in this environment, both sides were nearly evenly matched. In terms of numbers, Konoha, including the medical team, had just over 8,000, while the Sand village boasted over 12,000. Yamashiro was acutely aware that should Jiraiya or Kakashi Hitaki's side be defeated, the Konoha ninjas would face a brutal massacre, as nearly 300 members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were among them. Earlier, Yamashiro sensed that Jiraiya had utilized this summoning technique to call forth Gamma Bunta, and he could no longer remain idle. The summoning of Gamma Bunta indicated two possibilities. Either the fourth Kazekage had been vanquished, allowing Jiraiya to summon Gamma Bunta to deal with the remaining foes, or Jiraiya had sustained injuries and required Gamma Bunta's assistance. With these thoughts in mind, Yamashiro felt compelled to act, for the safety of his clansmen and Jiraiya was paramount. As Shanjong Yuan arrived on the battlefield, he beheld the sight of Wantai being buried beneath waves of sand. Activating his Sharingan, he spotted Jiraiya above Wantai, his hands clasped together, clearly entering Sage Mode. The fourth Kazekage's sand gold, a mixture of ordinary sand and golden grains, was significantly heavier and more destructive than regular sand, leaving Wantai with no means of defense but to endure the onslaught. In the distance, a massive plume of white smoke erupted as Shanjong Yuan summoned the mighty toad. Toad Gong. Gong. I implore you. The target is the sand ninja below. Understood. Toad Gong, a fervent warrior, seized the opportunity to showcase his prowess, charging into the fray with dual blades raised, sweeping through a multitude of foes. The Sand Ninja, thrown into disarray, unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu against Toad Gong. Meanwhile, Shanjong Yuan activated his Ice Thunder mode, occasionally utilizing Lightning Body Flicker in conjunction with his Chakra Surgical Knife to stealthily eliminate Sand Ninja Jainin while Toad Gong executed large-scale ninjutsu. The fourth Kazekage, Luo Sha, had taken notice of both Shanjong Yuan and Toad Gong, having already witnessed 4 Sand Jainin fall to their hands. The number of lower-ranked ninjas slain by Toad Gong was incalculable. Unable to tolerate the chaos any longer, Luo Sha decided to cease his assault on Jiraiya and swiftly turned to confront Shanjong Yuan. Are you leaving already? I was just getting started. Jiraiya would not allow Luo Sha to disrupt Shanjong Yuan as he finally completed his Sage Mode, summoning for the first time in such a chaotic environment, truly. Sage Shima lamented. Goodness, Jiraiya must be in quite a predicament to resort to this. Do not be angry. So, who is Jiraiya's opponent? Sage Fukasaku attempted to ease the tension. Apologies, but our adversary is the fourth Kazekage. Without your assistance, I cannot prevail against him, Jiraiya admitted. While the two sages engaged in light banter, the fourth Kazekage launched his attack, eager to eliminate Shan Zhongyuan without wasting time on Jiraiya. The sand gold surged forth like a torrent toward Jiraiya. Is that sand infused with gold? Sage Fukasaku discerned its nature immediately. With the infusion of Sage Chakra, the Earth Release, Earth Wall's defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced, successfully repelling the sand gold. The fourth Kazekage regarded Jiraiya and the two toads with a grave expression. He formed hand seals, causing the sand gold below to encircle Jiraiya. Sand-binding coffin. Sandstorm funeral. The overwhelming pressure of the sand enveloped Jiraiya, plunging him into peril. Jiraiya, use oil. And you, child, use wind. Sage art. 5 right gates. The sand gold melted under the intense heat, transforming into glistening solid grains. Roshi did not anticipate that his attack would be so effortlessly neutralized by Jiraiya. He had initially intended to ensnare Jiraiya with the sand-binding coffin, followed by the sandstorm funeral to inflict injury, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Yamashiro in his weakened state. However, in Sage mode, Jiraiya was far from easy to subdue. In the original narrative, even against the enigmatic and formidable Rinnegan, Jiraiya managed to defeat 3 Pain without any prior intelligence. Although Roshi's prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to Pain. Under Sage mode, Jiraiya swiftly turned the tide of battle, leaving Roshi, the fourth Kazekage, in a state of defensive struggle. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Kakashi Hitaki were also nearing a decisive conclusion in their confrontation. Despite Chiyo unveiling the formidable tin puppet technique, she could not gain the upper hand against Kakashi. Kakashi maintained his initial composure, deftly evading the assaults of Chiyo's puppets while meticulously seeking an opportune moment to sever the chakra threads controlling them. Chiyo's chakra was gradually depleting under Kakashi's patient and strategic approach. Maintaining this rhythm, victory was merely a matter of time. Observing Chiyo's arduous efforts, Roshi glanced at Jiraiya and the distant toad Gamma, letting out a sigh. Yamashiro's situation was equally grim, as he and Toad Gamma found themselves encircled by 4 elite sand shinobi. The elite shinobi were an entirely different caliber compared to the one Yamashiro had previously ambushed and eliminated. Despite exerting his utmost strength, he found himself outmatched by the 4 opponents, although Toad Gamma was there to assist him. Toad, we're in quite a predicament. Do you have a plan? Yamashiro inquired. I'll use water style. You follow up with lightning, paralyzing them first, then employ ice release to eliminate the one in the upper left corner. He feels the most threatening. Toad Gamma whispered, striving to keep his voice low. Understood. I will unleash Earth Walk at maximum power. Gamma, when you release water style, remember to leap to avoid friendly fire. Got it. Let's begin. Water style, Iron Cannonball. Toad Gamma leaped high and expelled a massive sphere of water from his mouth. The water style was countered by the 4 elite sand shinobi, who collectively employed wind style to disperse it, sending droplets scattering. As Toad Gamma leaped, Yamashiro had already begun forming seals, and the dispersal of the water aligned perfectly with his intentions. Lightning style, Earth Walk. The lightning chakra surged through the scattered water. In the arid desert, moisture evaporated rapidly. Yamashiro seized the moment when the 4 were incapacitated, encasing them in the ice release. Following Toad Gamma's advice, he swiftly moved to the upper left, where an elite shinobi, just recovering from the effects of the lightning paralysis, was pierced through the heart by Yamashiro's lightning cutter. Ichiro, you wretched brat. The remaining 3 elite shinobi, witnessing the death of their comrade, charged toward Yamashiro, fully aware that he was no match for the trio. And having previously employed lightning body flicker for surprise attacks, Yamashiro was now drained of chakra after using Earth Walk at such intensity in the lightning cutter. After Toad Gamma landed, Yamashiro consumed a soldier pill and used lightning body flicker to reappear atop Toad Gamma. Yamashiro, can we still fight? Toad Gamma asked. No problem. I can find a way to take down another one, Yamashiro replied. The prowess of these 3 individuals is formidable. Whom do you intend to confront? It shall be the one directly ahead. The demise of that sand shinobi has rendered him irrational. An enraged opponent is often the easiest to handle, Yamashita remarked. Utilizing his instantaneous movement once more, Yamashita materialized 3 meters behind the deranged sand shinobi. The reflexes of an elite jonin surpassed those of an ordinary jonin, so Yamashita dared not approach too closely. From a distance of 3 meters, he unleashed the ninjutsu, Chidori Sharp Spear, developed by Sasuke in the original work. The bewildered sand shinobi did not anticipate Yamashita's long-range lightning attack. However, Being an elite jonin, he swiftly evaded a critical blow, sustaining only a wound to his left arm from the Chidori sharp spear. A single strike would not suffice, and Yamashita recognized that opportunities had dwindled. He returned to the back of Gamabunta, preparing to confront the fourth Kazekage. Can you leap out? Head towards the fourth Kazekage, Yamashita urged. Your chakra must be depleted by now, but you need not worry about those old men over there, Gamabunta advised. It is not concern. I intend to intimidate the fourth Kazekage into retreating with the Sand Shinobi. Continuing this battle, even if Konoha prevails, would result in significant losses, Yamashita replied. Seeing Yamashita's stubbornness, Gamabunta acquiesced and disregarded the provocations of the three elite jonin, exerting his full strength in the direction of the fourth Kazekage. By my mother, Jiraiya, Gamabunta is approaching. Jiraiya, currently facing off against the fourth Kazekage, quickly evaded upon hearing the words of Fukasaku Sage. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, lacked the formidable sensory perception of Sage mode. But the sudden retreat of Jiraiya and others tightened his chest with unease. The instincts of a strong warrior compelled the fourth Kazekage to evade as well. And just as he did, a massive shadow loomed over the sand. Gamabunta descended from the sky, crashing into the desert and creating a large pit. Gamabunta, what brings you here? Fukasaku Sage inquired. It was I who summoned him here, Yamashita declared. What brings you here, Yamashita? Fukasaku Sage asked, casting a glance at him. Of course, to assist you. If we join forces, we should be able to severely injure, if not eliminate, the fourth Kazekage. Without the fourth Kazekage, the Sand Shinobi would be utterly defenseless. As he spoke, Yamashita entered Sage mode. Upon witnessing the transformation on Yamashita's face, the fourth Kazekage felt a pang of anxiety. This boy now appears to be in a state akin to Jiraiya's, although he lacks those two toads. His strength will undoubtedly be formidable. At that moment, the fourth Kazekage began to contemplate retreat. He turned to Chiyo, who was also panting heavily and on the verge of defeat. Sand Shinobi, retreat. The fourth Kazekage gritted his teeth and issued the order to withdraw. The Konoha forces did not pursue. The desert environment favored the Sand Shinobi's tactics, and chasing them could easily lead to falling into their traps. To conclude the conflict in such a manner was satisfactory for both Hatake Tsukumo and Jiraiya. In a hasty attempt to bolster morale, a minor victory for Konoha was indeed a considerable achievement. At the Konoha camp, Hatake Tsukumo, Jiraiya, and 6 elite jonin, along with Yamashita, congregated within Tsukumo's tent. The first battle against the Sand Shinobi had come to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, please share your thoughts. The post-war summary meeting has commenced. Much like in the Hidden Leaf Village, Chiyo and the 7 elite jonin from the Sand Ninja team have gathered in Raza's tent to deliberate on the war, with the focus of their discourse solely on Yamano Yado. The third Kazekage has gone missing at the borders of the Land of Fire and in pursuit of vengeance. The Sand Village has amassed over 12,000 ninjas, excluding Ebizo, the 3 Tsuchikage, and fewer than 1,000 lower-ranked ninjas remaining in the village. This represents the entirety of the Sand Ninja forces. Among the 12,000 ninjas, only Chiyo, Raza, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shikaku, hold the title of Kage. The Tsuchikage have all remained in the Sand Village, while there are 8 elite jonin, 4 of whom are puppeteers, and the other 4 were previously engaged in battle with Yamano Yado. At this moment, Raza's expression was grim. Despite the Sand Village having the advantage of time and place, they still suffered defeat, even losing 1 elite jonin. What troubled Raza the most was that it was a child, seemingly no older than 11 or 12, who had killed an elite jonin from their village and forced his retreat. The Hidden Leaf Village truly is the cradle of genius. From the previous White Fang and the legendary 3 ninjas, to now, Yamano Yado. Sigh, Chiyo lamented. Lord Kazekage, it was this little brat's peculiar ninjutsu that led to Aikir's demise. My arm was injured in the same manner. What peculiar ninjutsu? The elite jonin named Kawaguchi recounted his encounters with Yamano Yado to Raza in detail. He employs lightning release chakra mode, possesses extraordinary speed, utilizes ice release, and can teleport instantaneously. As Raza listened to Kawaguchi, he meticulously organized the intelligence on Yamano Yado. Kawaguchi, are you certain it was instantaneous teleportation and not the lightning body flicker technique? Raza inquired. I can assure you, I can distinguish between the two, Kawaguchi replied. Could it be the flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage? Chiyo, who had encountered Minato Namikaze during the last Ninja World War, recalled her impression of the flying thunder god technique, and Yamano Yado's teleportation reminded her of it. Kawaguchi, Did he wield any weapons during your confrontation? Lord Kazakage. Yamano Yado utilized only a chakra scalpel throughout the encounter, without resorting to any other weapons. Previously informed by Chiyo that the Flying Thunder God requires a medium, Raza speculated that Yamano Yado's teleportation was likely not the Flying Thunder God, but rather a unique body flicker technique. More than Yamano Yado's teleportation, Raza was intrigued by the ninjutsu employed by Jiraiya. Under the influence of such a technique, Jiraiya's power, reaction speed, and physical resilience were significantly enhanced, allowing him to turn the tide of battle against Yamano Yado, who had previously suppressed him. Chiyo, I wonder if you have ever heard of such a technique. Raza then conveyed Jiraiya's state while using Sage Mode to Chiyo. After a moment's contemplation, Chiyo responded, "This could very well be the Sage Mode utilized by the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. I have only heard of such techniques. I never expected them to truly exist. The Sage Mode is indeed a tangible reality, utilized by the legendary Sage of Six Paths through its remarkable techniques. The employment of Sage Mode significantly amplifies the potency of jutsu, enhances the body's resilience against impacts, and heightens sensory perception, as the old monk in the corner of the tent astonishingly revealed. What nonsense are you spouting? The Sage of Six Paths is a mere myth. How can you utter such words? Retorted an elite puppeteer ninja. The old monk, however, paid him no heed and remained silent, eyes closed as if in slumber. Having listened to Bunpoku, Raza was now confident that Jiraiya was indeed employing Sage Mode. Jiraiya's performance mirrored the characteristics described by Bunpoku, leaving no room for doubt. Meanwhile, as the Sand Ninja studied Yamashiro and Jiraiya, the Leaf Village had also discerned Raza's capabilities. Part of this understanding was attributed to Yamashiro's contributions. Although Raza had seldom appeared in the original narrative, the techniques he wielded left an impression on Yamashiro. In a previous life, when Yamashiro witnessed Raza utilizing gold sand as a weapon after being reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation, he pondered the extravagance of employing gold in such a manner. How could a Wind Shadow Sand Ninja, possessing such wealth, ever lack resources? This impression of Raza's gold sand lingered in Yamashiro's mind, prompting him to articulate it during the earlier meeting. Yamashiro's comments reminded Jiraiya of what Sage Fukasaku had once mentioned regarding Raza's use of gold sand. Upon confirming the unique nature of Raza's sand, the Leaf Village found themselves at an impasse. Even with the knowledge that it was gold sand, they remained unable to counter Raza's abilities amid the swirling sands of the desert. Following the discussions, Yamashiro returned to the medical team, which had played a pivotal role in the recent battle. Without their intervention, countless Leaf Ninja would have succumbed to the toxins from the Sand Ninja village. In the days that followed, there was a tenuous peace between the Sand Ninja and the Leaf. Raza, wary of Jiraiya's Sage Mode, and the Leaf, lacking a means to counter Raza's gold sand, both refrained from making any rash moves. During this period, Yamashiro contemplated the intersection of medical ninjutsu and modern medicine. He harbored a desire to reform the medical techniques within the Naruto universe. Traditionally, medical ninjutsu relied heavily on chakra. Once exhausted, the healing abilities would cease, leaving no recourse but to watch the wounded perish. Yamashiro had previously considered imparting his knowledge of modern medicine to the medical ninjas of the Leaf, enabling them to save lives even in the absence of chakra. However, due to the inability to explain the origins of such knowledge, he had to abandon that idea. Now, faced with a dire battlefield, Yamashiro resolved to impart some fundamental medical knowledge to the medical ninjas of the Leaf. He established a teaching area within the vicinity of the medical team. Initially, the medical ninjas showed little interest in the modern medical concepts Yamashiro presented to them. Knowledge that could not instantly heal wounds or restore a ninja's combat effectiveness seemed futile. Yet, as Yamashiro delved deeper into his explanations, the medical ninjas began to recognize the profound significance of the information he was sharing. Thus, under the tutelage of a group embarked on the journey of disseminating modern medicine from a previous life within the realm of Naruto. As days passed, the Sand Shinobi grew increasingly restless and began to dispatch puppet masters for harassment. However, Kakashi Tsukumo adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards the Sand Shinobi's antics, reasoning that there would be no significant repercussions, especially since the poison ninjas were attended by medical teams, ensuring their safety. Lord Whitefang, just now, Jiraiya-sensei has ambushed a Sand Shinobi and captured one. This marked the first successful apprehension after days of disturbances from the Sand Shinobi, prompting Kakashi Tsukumo to swiftly inform Yamamoto. For the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, the intelligence that could be gleaned from the enemy's mind was simply invaluable. In the mountains, Yuan was imparting lessons to the medical team when he received a message and hastened towards the tent of Flagwood Tsukumo. You have arrived, Yuan. This is the Sand Ninja puppet master captured by Jiraiya just outside the camp. Utilize the secret techniques of your clan to glean any intelligence you can. Yuan nodded and placed his hand upon the puppet master's head, allowing his consciousness to delve into the depths of the puppet master's mind. From within the shadows of the puppet master's thoughts, he learned that the puppet master was named Shangyu, an elite jonin from the Sand Village. Possessing the skills of a puppet master at the level of the Azure secret technique, puppet masters are classified into 4 tiers: black, azure, white, and red. In the original narrative of the Wind Chronicles, Kankuro was merely at the black secret technique level, while Chiyo exemplified the white secret technique. The red secret technique was only achieved by the likes of Sasori and the creator of the puppet art, Monzaemon. An Azure secret technique puppet master was indeed a notable find for Jiraiya. Yuan continued to explore the recesses of Shangyu's mind, where vivid memories from his childhood unfolded before him. He skimmed through these recollections, seeking something of value. After more than an hour, he finally stumbled upon intelligence pertinent to the current war. Shangyu recalled being abruptly summoned back to the village while on a mission. A meeting of the Jonin was convened to discuss the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage at the borders of the Land of Fire. This news incited fervor among the Jonin, who clamored for war against Konoha. Subsequently, the disciple of the third Kazekage, supported by the advisors Chiyo and Kuratsuchi, ascended to the position of fourth Kazekage. The first decree of the newly appointed Kazekage was to declare war on Konoha. From Shangyu's memories, Yuan could discern the deep-seated animosity Sand Ninjas harbored towards Konoha. After the war commenced, Sand Ninjas suffered defeat in the initial conflict against Konoha. The fourth Kazekage called upon the Jonin to deliberate on these recent events, all of which Yuan observed within Shangyu's recollections. As he continued to peruse Shangyu's memories, he uncovered the details of his current mission, to disrupt the Konoha camp and sow chaos within it. According to Shangyu's memories, the Kazekage was wary of Jiraiya's sage mode and hesitated to launch a direct assault, yet could not tolerate Konoha's tranquility, thus dispatching skilled puppet masters to create disturbances instead. Yuan pressed on and discovered 2 segments of concealed memories. Such hidden memories often contain the most sensitive information. Initially reluctant to uncover these segments, he feared they might hold crucial war intelligence. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately chose to access these memories. The first segment revealed the intimate moments between Shangyu and his wife, portions of which made Yuan blush, having lived 2 lifetimes as a virgin for 42 years. Such glimpses left him feeling quite embarrassed. The second memory, however, brought him unexpected delight. This segment contained a secret mission assigned to Shangyu by the Kazekage. Within the memory, the Kazekage instructed Shangyu to infiltrate the Konoha camp, as previously stated, to create disturbances and, additionally, to plant sand gold around the periphery of the Konoha encampment. After confirming that there was no further pertinent intelligence within Shangyu's mind, Yuan withdrew his consciousness from the depths of Shangyu's thoughts. Even with the immense mental fortitude of Yamashiro, enduring 2 consecutive hours of scrutinizing the memories of others proved to be quite taxing. After a brief respite, Yamashiro relayed the intelligence he had gathered to Kakashi Hitaki and Jiraiya. Upon learning that Jiraiya had captured a puppet master of the A-class secret technique, who was also an elite Jonin, both men found no reason to doubt the intelligence acquired from SHU. Senior Kakashi, could it be that Rasha buried gold sand around our camp with the intent to launch a surprise attack? Jiraiya, well acquainted with Rasha's prowess in manipulating gold sand from their previous encounters, realized that any ordinary ninja caught in its torrents would undoubtedly meet their demise. It is quite plausible. However, we know little about Rasha and his potential methods of assaulting the camp, Kakashi remarked. Uncle Kakashi, regardless of Rasha's intentions, we must first eliminate the gold sand surrounding the camp, Yamashiro urged. Kakashi nodded in agreement and summoned ninjas from the Hyuga clan to collect the gold sand around the camp, which would subsequently be melted down by fire-style ninjas. The Sand Shinobi are preparing to act. Yamashiro, is the medical team functioning adequately? Kakashi inquired. With me overseeing the medical team, you need not worry, Uncle Kakashi, Yamashiro assured him. Emerging from Kakashi's tent, it was already deep into the night. The Hyuga clan's ninjas diligently processed the gold sand they had gathered, following Kakashi's orders to summon those adept in fire techniques, many of whom were from the Uchiha clan. Though the Hyuga and Uchiha clans often engaged in subtle rivalries within the village, they displayed commendable unity in the face of war. During the conflict, Competition persisted between the two clans, yet incidents of direct confrontation were rarely heard of. As Yamashiro passed by the fire-style ninjas melting the gold sand, an Uchiha clan member inadvertently met his gaze. The Uchiha, upon recognizing Yamashiro's countenance, was struck with astonishment. Yamashiro's perceptive abilities alerted him to someone watching him from behind. Turning, he encountered the astonished visage of Fugaku Uchiha. Yamashiro knew Fugaku well, as he was the father of Itachi and Sasuke, and the next leader of the Uchiha clan, who had concealed his Sharingan for so long. Yamashiro felt neither affection nor animosity towards Fugaku. The latter was merely a standard Jonin at this point, and Yamashiro had no desire to engage with him. Noticing Yamashiro attempting to move away, Fugaku promptly pursued him, compelling Yamashiro to lead him to a more secluded area. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Yamashiro halted abruptly and turned to inquire. However, Fugaku remained silent, instead activating his Sharingan to scrutinize him. Growing impatient, Yamashiro prepared to leave once more. "Wait." Fugaku interjected hastily as Yamashiro attempted to depart. "What is it that you want? I have little time. Could you please be quick? Do you know who your father is?" Yamashiro gazed at Fugaku in bewilderment, contemplating various reasons for Fugaku's interest in him, yet he had not anticipated this particular inquiry. "You bear a striking resemblance to one of my kin, in appearance and demeanor, particularly in your eyes, which are almost identical. His name is Uchiha Hikari. Do you know him? What connection do you have with him?" Yamashiro had initially contemplated leaving without a trace, yet he feared that Uchiha Fugaku might divulge the matter, as he wished to shield his mother's life from any disturbances. "He is my cousin. His father and my father are full brothers." "Are you familiar with him?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired further. "I do not know him. The world is vast, and many share similar features. I hail from the Yamashiro clan. My name is Yamashiro N. All members of the Yamashiro clan have golden hair. Why is yours black?" "This is because my father belongs to the Nara clan." Regarding the issue of hair color, Nara Shikako had previously informed Yamashiro to say that if questioned, he should mention that his father is of the Nara clan. Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Yamashiro N for an extended period, but the calm demeanor of Yamashiro N suggested he was not deceiving him. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku suppressed his curiosity and departed. After Hanabi was captured by Jiraiya, half a month had elapsed, during which the Sand Ninja refrained from sending anyone to disturb the Leaf Village encampment. Nevertheless, Konoha remained vigilant, with the Oil Woman and Hyuga clan shinobi constantly monitoring the movements of the Sand Ninja. Throughout these 2 weeks, Yamashiro had been instructing medical shinobi while simultaneously studying wind release techniques under Jiraiya's tutelage. As Jiraiya had remarked, his aptitude for wind release was commendable. In half a month, Yamashiro had mastered 4 C-rank techniques, 3 B-rank, and 1 A-rank wind release. The purpose of his study was to lay the groundwork for the future learning of the spiral shuriken, a technique co-developed by himself and Namikaze Minato, of which he also held the right to utilize. Each time he recalled the effect of the technique during its experimentation in the Forest of Death, he felt a pang of envy towards Namikaze Minato. Previously, he had devoted his time to mastering ice release, initially to resolve the issue of its substantial chakra consumption, followed by the study of water release techniques. Yamashiro understood that ice release was his greatest asset in establishing himself within the world of Naruto. With the previous issues surrounding ice release resolved and the Sand Ninja Village currently lacking any notable activity, he was determined not to squander this time. During the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, he aspired to rescue Obito, which would likely bring him face-to-face with Uchiha Madara. Even in his twilight years, Madara would certainly possess strength comparable to that of a Kage. Moreover, with the impending Night of the Nine Tails in the 48th year of Konoha, if he were to save Obito, it could potentially alter the course of events. If Obito remained susceptible to Madara's influence, then changing the fates of Namikaze Minato and Kushina on that fateful night would similarly require formidable power. Thus, Yamashiro resolved to seize every moment to strengthen himself. "Lord Jiraiya, Lord N, Lord Kakashi request your immediate presence." On this day, as he was engaged in his usual training of ninjutsu, Yamashiro received a summons from Hatake Kakashi, who was also calling for Jiraiya. Notably, since the last war, the ninjas of Konoha had begun to address Yamashiro with the honorific lord. In the world of Naruto, strength commands respect, and the performance of Yamashiro in the previous conflict was widely acknowledged, making such reverence well-deserved. Initially, Yamashiro was somewhat unaccustomed to the situation, but as the number of people calling increased, it became inconsequential. Upon Yamashiro and Jiraiya's arrival at the tent of Hatake Tsukumo, 6 elite jonin and representatives from various clans had already gathered within. The two were seated beside Hitaki Tsukumo, who then gestured for the Hyuga clan representative to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, just moments ago, our clan's ninja discovered that the shinobi from Sunagakure have begun to assemble, indicating a potential major operation. Lord Tsukumo, is it not a bit excessive to summon us merely due to their gathering? Inquired the representative from the Uchiha clan. This was not an attempt to contradict the Hyuga clan. Rather, the Uchiha representative spoke a truth that was undeniable. During wartime, assembling troops was a commonplace occurrence. Of course, it is not merely that. Shirwei, please share your findings with them. Just now, my insects informed me that several squads from Sunagakure have set numerous traps and explosive tags along the route from the Konoha encampment to the front lines. Yamanaka Shirwei's words made everyone realize that the situation was indeed serious. It was highly likely that the shinobi from Sunagakure could no longer restrain themselves and were preparing to launch a second offensive. The movements of Sunagakure have already begun. We must prepare in advance. Now, you must notify the various clans, and Jiraiya shall inform the civilian ninjas to brace for the impending assault from Sunagakure. Understood, Lord Tsukumo. The Konoha encampment swiftly transitioned into a state of readiness, and soon reports arrived indicating that the forces of Sunagakure had reached the outskirts of the Konoha encampment. Jiraiya, exercise caution this time. Rashi is well aware of your Sage Mode's potency, and his decision to engage in a frontal assault suggests he has devised a strategy to counter you, Hitaki Tsukumo advised. Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging the need for vigilance against Rashi's conspicuous advance. Yamashiro, we still require your assistance. Is the medical team in the rear adequately prepared without your presence? Rest assured, Uncle Tsukumo, there will be no issues. In the previous battle, Konoha's victory was largely attributed to Yamashiro's contributions. Even if Jiraiya could suppress Rashi and Yamashiro could defeat Chiyo, the disparity in numbers between Konoha and Sunagakure would remain unchanged, particularly given the limitations imposed on Konoha ninjas in a desert environment. Thanks to Yamashiro summoning the toad, Gamabunta. During the last encounter, Konoha's losses were significantly mitigated. Following that battle, Hitaki Tsukumo recognized that Yamashiro's battlefield value far exceeded his role in providing medical support. Consequently, in the face of Sunagakure's impending assault, he chose to allow Yamashiro to participate directly in the conflict. Lord Tsukumo, everything is ready. Let us depart. Excellent. Onward. With a firm command from Hitaki Tsukumo, over 7,000 ninjas from Konoha surged towards the battlefield. Previously, Yamanaka Shirwei had identified the traps set by the Sunagakure squads, thus leading the Konoha ninjas in clearing these obstacles ahead. Are they approaching? Rashi's sand eye hovered in the air, constantly monitoring the movements of Konoha. Upon observing Yamanaka Shirwei and several others dismantling the traps, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. Is everything all right on your end? Rashi inquired of Chiyo, who was positioned nearby. Chiyo remained silent, her expression grave as she nodded. Let us commence. All Sand Shinobi, advance. Reikage commanded the troops to move forward, thus igniting the second clash between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi. In the face of Raza, Jiraiya was anything but complacent, having already entered Sage Mode beforehand. Shikamaru and Chiyo had clashed numerous times, and he had devised his own countermeasures against her puppetry techniques, just as before. Victory for Shikamaru was merely a matter of time as the battle commenced. Yamashiro observed the almost identical situation from a distance, finding it peculiar that the Sand Shinobi, fully aware of their inability to win in such a manner, would choose to engage once more. Yet, despite his confusion, the current state of battle demanded his immediate attention. Yamashiro summoned Gamabunta through the summoning technique, targeting the Sand Shinobi's J-Nin with the same fervor as before. Little brat, your opponents are us. Kawaguchi and his companions had been anticipating Yamashiro's appearance. At that moment, the fourth Kazekage and Chiyo also initiated their assault. Raza unfurled a scroll, and the two simultaneously formed hand seals. A white sealing barrier enveloped the four combatants, isolating them from the outside world. Jiraiya, what is this? Sage Shinsaku looked gravely at the barrier before them. Although the barrier was not particularly sturdy, it would take approximately 2 minutes of concentrated assault on one side to breach it. The real question was whether Raza would provide them the opportunity to do so. Raza, is your objective truly Yamashiro? Shikamaru halted his attack, regarding the two with a solemn expression. Indeed, from the moment SHU was captured, I intentionally allowed you to believe I was wary of Jiraiya's Sage Mode, refraining from assault. Today, I laid traps along the route to divert your attention. leading you to think I had devised a method to counter Sage Mode, thus engaging in battle with you. You would sacrifice an elite J-nin merely to ensnare Yamashiro? Jiraiya gazed incredulously at them. Huh. To eliminate this brat, sacrificing an elite J-nin is well worth it. Is he not a genius? I wonder if his brilliance extends to escaping the grasp of Shikaku? Chiyo replied with a cold smirk. Shikaku. Hearing Chiyo's words, Jiraiya grew anxious and struck the barrier with a Rasengan, yet it remained unscathed. Jiraiya, it's futile. This barrier requires simultaneous attacks at a single point for 2 minutes to break through. For now, we must focus on the fourth Kazekage. I hope Yamashiro is safe. Taking Sage Shinsaku's words to heart, Jiraiya resolved to eliminate the fourth Kazekage with utmost haste. In the depths of the mountains, Yama Zhongyuan remained oblivious to the impending attack from the Sand Ninja. His thoughts were consumed with concern for the well-being of Kakashi and Jiraiya. The Sand Ninja ensnared 4 shadow-level powerhouses within a barrier, prompting Yama to sense an underlying issue. Child, rather than worrying about others, perhaps you should focus on your own safety. The voice of Igu interrupted Yama's contemplations, summoning the mighty toad, Hiroshi, through the summoning technique. Yama was soon surrounded by several elite J-nin from the sand. However, he felt no trepidation, equipped with the Ice Thunder mode. He was confident in his ability to evade should the need arise, especially now that Konoha's elite J-nin had arrived. Igu, your audacity knows no bounds. 6 elite J-nin bullying a mere child? Allow me to teach you a lesson, exclaimed Uchiha Hyu, the third elder of the Uchiha clan, a representative of the Uchiha faction on the battlefield. Igu, taken aback by the swift arrival of Konoha's elite J-nin, had no choice but to contend with them first. Child, do not revel too soon. Someone will deal with you. Hey, this little brat is in your hands. Do not forget what Lady Chiyo instructed. Higu's words drew Yama's attention to an old monk standing behind the 6 elite J-nin. The monk, with his white hair and beard, had his hands pressed together, eyes closed, muttering incantations. Yama's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the monk, who bore a striking resemblance to the once kind-hearted Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Gaara. In that moment of clarity, Yama grasped why the Sand Ninja had ensnared Jiraiya and Kakashi within the barrier and why they had chosen to engage in this seemingly futile battle. It was not that Gaara had discovered a method to counter Sage Mode. Rather, the true target of the Sand Ninja had always been him. Young one, what is your name? Chiyo merely instructed me to eliminate you, without even divulging your name. The monk inquired with a serene smile. I am Yama Zhongyuan, a Ch-nin of Konoha. How fortunate for Konoha to possess such talent. Alas, I have promised Chiyo that I must take your life. My apologies, little one. With that, a crimson chakra began to emanate from the monk's form. Having trained extensively with Kushina, Yama was intimately familiar with the appearance of the tailed beast cloak. Contrary to the original tale where Gaara had never utilized the full-tailed beast cloak, Yama had assumed that the Jinchuriki could only partially transform or employ the fake death technique for complete transformation. He was astonished to discover that the one-tailed Jinchuriki was capable of donning the tailed beast cloak. The cloak of the one-tail, though singular in tail, exuded an overwhelming pressure that surpassed even that of Kushina's nine-tail state, approaching the power level of the nine tails and two tails. Unlike Kushina's state while utilizing the tailed beast cloak, the monk's speed appeared relatively unchanged. Instead, his mode of attack transformed, allowing him to manipulate sand akin to Gaara from the original narrative. In a desert filled with swirling sands, an adversary capable of controlling sand was indeed a terrifying prospect. The gargantuan form of Hiroshi became nothing more than a target, prompting Yama to descend from the toad's head and confront the monk directly. Yet, Yama possessed a measure of confidence in facing the monk head-on. During the recent assault by Funfu, Yamaguchi realized that Funfu's techniques required a span of 1 to 2 seconds for release. Situated within the desert, where sand is omnipresent, Funfu possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate it, a significant advantage. However, the sand itself bears weight, and under the influence of chakra, a substantial mass of sand necessitates a certain amount of time to mobilize, presenting an opportunity for Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi activated his Ice Thunder mode, leveraging the formidable perception granted by the secret techniques of his clan, combined with the swiftness of the Ice Thunder mode. In that fleeting moment when Funfu directed the sand for an attack, Yamaguchi adeptly evaded it using the Thunder Body Flicker technique. Despite Funfu unleashing successive ninjutsu, Yamaguchi evaded them all, yet he understood that this strategy could not endure indefinitely. The One-Tail, a tailed beast, possessed an immeasurable amount of chakra compared to his own. While Yamaguchi could momentarily evade with his technique, he could not escape for eternity. The situation reached a stalemate, at least until Yamaguchi's chakra was depleted, leaving Finfu unable to gain the upper hand. However, Yamaguchi was unwilling to remain passive. While Finfu executed his ninjutsu, he diligently sought out Finfu's weaknesses. Through a series of evasive maneuvers, Yamaguchi discerned that Finfu remained stationary while performing his ninjutsu. This was due to Finfu's lack of systematic ninja training, resulting in a slow hand sign formation, averaging 2 seconds to release a technique. Movement would distract him, making it impossible to complete the hand signs within 3 seconds, thereby causing the technique to fail. Thus, every time Finfu released a technique, he would pause for approximately 2 seconds. Guang, as soon as I identify Finfu's weakness, I want you to strike with Iron Bomb. Yamaguchi's voice resonated loudly, not only reaching Toad Guang but also Finfu, who could hear him clearly. Yamaguchi's words were met with skepticism by Finfu. No ninja would so brazenly announce their tactics. Furthermore, Finfu held unwavering confidence in Shikaku's absolute defense, believing that even in its tailed beast form, it was impervious to ordinary attacks. Yamaguchi capitalized on this very notion, knowing that no ninja would loudly proclaim their battle strategy. He was aware that Finfu would not waver at his words, but Toad Guang would undoubtedly act upon them. As Finfu commenced his next ninjutsu, Yamaguchi shouted to Guang, "Attack!" Toad Guang unleashed the Iron Bomb towards Finfu, precisely as Yamaguchi had anticipated. Finfu's attention was entirely consumed by the ninjutsu he was conjuring. By the time he recognized Toad Guang's impending attack, he had no time to evade it. Ice Seal. Yamaguchi froze Toad Guang's Iron Bomb, and the colossal ice sphere descended from above. The one tail, renowned for its absolute defense, was struck by the massive ice ball, yet Finfu emerged relatively unscathed, with only the beast's exterior shattered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A glint of madness flickered in Finfu's eyes as the chakra of the tailed beast began to infiltrate his mind. The relationship between Shikaku and Finfu was relatively amicable. At the very least, Shikaku would not interfere with Finfu in the face of an enemy. However, the chakra of tailed beasts inherently harbors negative emotions, and the injury Finfu had just sustained ignited these feelings. Gradually, Finfu's body began to transform, entering a state of partial tailed beast transformation akin to Gaara from the original narrative. In the mountains, Shan Zhongyuan had been waiting for Finfu to transform in this manner. Just moments ago, a massive block of ice had fallen behind Finfu, and Shan Zhongyuan seized the opportunity to teleport using the ice, delivering a swift strike akin to a 1,000-year kill with his shuriken to the partially tailed beast-transformed Finfu. Shan Zhongyuan recalled vividly that in the original narrative, Naruto employed a similar tactic, inadvertently breaking Gaara's partial-tailed beast transformation. Now, following the same method, Shan Zhongyuan successfully dismantled Finfu's transformation as well. I didn't expect you to see through Shikaku's partial-tailed beast transformation. That was indeed the special body flicker technique that Rasha mentioned, wasn't it? Young one, you truly are remarkable, Finfu exclaimed sincerely. Shall we continue? Shan Zhongyuan inquired, his chakra nearly depleted. After consuming a soldier pill, he asked, alas, I promised Chiyo that I would kill you. It seems I cannot fulfill that vow. Then let Shikaku take over. With that, Finfu closed his eyes. Shikaku, it is now your turn. As Finfu shut his eyes, the sands of the desert began to coalesce around him, and soon a colossal figure appeared on the battlefield. Larger than even Gamabunta, Shikaku's body bore the same hue as the sands, resembling a massive raccoon, adorned with violet inscriptions, while its enormous tail swished back and forth, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Hey, Yuan, Shikaku has emerged. This is no longer a game, one exclaimed. In terms of size, Gamabunta and Shikaku were comparable. Yet the disparity in their strength was monumental. This is indeed a tailed beast. A moment's misstep could cost us our lives, Shan Zhongyuan remarked gravely. The Sand Shinobi are resorting to tailed beasts, Uchiha Shio exclaimed, his expression shifting as he observed Shikaku not far away. Shan Zhongyuan's strength barely reached the level of a Quasi-Kage, and with the massive frog, also a Quasi-Kage, as his ally, they stood no chance against Shikaku. This is the plan of Lord Kazekage. With one tail in play, that brat is undoubtedly doomed. The sacrifice of this little brat, Shangu, is worth it, Uchiha Shio thought. Glancing at the frenzied scene in the valley and then at the distant tailed beast, silently praying that Shan Zhongyuan could somehow escape the impending disaster. I have finally emerged. With a boisterous laugh, Shikaku awakened. As Shan Yuan sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from Shikaku, his expression grew increasingly grave. Previously, he had believed that the power of the one-tailed beast would not be too formidable. Considering that Naruto and Sasuke had managed to break through the sleep technique under Shikaku's assault in the original story. Yet, Shan Yuan had overlooked a crucial detail. During the Nin exams, Gaara was the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, and their relationship was fraught with animosity. When Gaara employed this sleep technique, he was still suppressing Shikaku's chakra. In contrast, Funfu had been in a close bond with Shikaku for decades. Like Gaara, Funfu had been the Jinchuriki of Shikaku since childhood. After years of companionship, Shikaku held a strong recognition of Funfu, who in turn trusted Shikaku. Without the constraints of a Jinchuriki, Shikaku in its complete form was far more powerful than when Gaara had used the sleep technique. To celebrate my emergence. You shall perish, little brat. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Yuan, evade my attack. Water release, iron bullet. In the depths of the mountains, the formidable Toad Guang decided to evade and face the onslaught of the beast Shikaku on his own. Previously, the iron cannonballs could withstand several of Shikaku's practice shots. Yet now, they were utterly futile against the beast's might. Witnessing the iron cannonballs shatter, Toad Guang hurriedly leaped forward while Shan Yuan deftly dodged using his lightning instantaneous technique. What shall we do? This adversary is overwhelming, Toad Guang inquired. I am uncertain, Shan Yuan replied with a grimace, in the face of Shikaku's absolute power. Our efforts seem insignificant. Then, what of your ice release? That too is unfeasible. We are in a desert, devoid of sufficient water. And those ninjas. Isn't it possible for your clan's secret technique to relay sound to them? They could utilize water release against Shikaku. Toad Guang's suggestion sparked an idea in Shan Yuan's mind. Indeed, it was a brilliant strategy. Should there be ample water, he could attempt the technique he had long envisioned. Guang, I require a moment. This opponent is too strong. I cannot ascertain how long we can endure. Reaching a consensus, Toad Guang unsheathed his twin blades and leaped in front of Shikaku. In terms of ninjutsu and chakra, he was no match for the beast. His only recourse was to engage in hand-to-hand combat to buy time. Shan Yuan exited his ice elemental form and entered Sage mode to enhance his sensory perception. He then employed his clan's secret technique to connect himself with all the ninjas present. Time was of the essence. He could not discern between the sand and leaf ninjas. Attention, leaf ninjas. A voice resonated in the minds of both leaf and sand ninjas, causing them to momentarily pause. I am Shan Yuan, and I am currently battling the sand ninja's tailed beast, One-Tail Shikaku. I urgently require your assistance. In 10 seconds, all who can utilize water release. Direct it towards the center of the battlefield, at the location of One-Tail. I implore you. With that, Shan Yuan severed the connection, despite the aid of Sage mode. Conveying a message to such a multitude proved to be quite taxing. He entered his ice elemental form, channeling the natural energy from the dark sealing technique. The 10 seconds provided the leaf ninjas with a moment to prepare and allowed Toad Guang to withdraw. Although uncertain of Shan Yuan's intentions, many believed that a mere water release would pose no threat to One-Tail and would merely deplete the opponent's chakra. Most sand ninjas held this belief. And as the leaf ninjas began to unleash their water release, they faced minimal obstruction. When the leaf ninjas beheld the colossal form of One-Tail Shikaku in the center of the battlefield, they felt a cold sweat for Shan Yuan. Hearing that they could assist him, the ninjas surged toward One-Tail. 10 seconds later, a torrential wave of water release surged toward the beast. Toad Guang leapt away before the ninjas unleashed their water release, while Shikaku disdainfully regarded the approaching water. Ice seal. Bolstered by the natural energy of the dark sealing technique, Shan Yuan successfully encased all the water release in ice. The icy blocks crashed upon Shikaku, leaving its body riddled with wounds. As Shikaku sustained injuries, the leaf ninjas rejoiced. Their faces alight with elation, while the sand ninjas displayed an air of disdain. Having interacted with Shoha for many years, they were well aware of its formidable capabilities. Indeed, while immersed in the desert, the surrounding sand began to coalesce once more towards Shoha, swiftly mending the holes in its body. You dare to injure me, you little brat. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Shoha, enraged by Yamaguchi, unleashed a barrage of vacuum bullets towards him. Unperturbed, Yamaguchi deftly manipulated the ice to form a protective ice wall in front of him. The ice, forged from natural energy, absorbed the impact of Shoha's vacuum bullets, rendering them largely ineffective. Blocking like this is not a viable strategy. This is a tailed beast, abundant in chakra. Your ice wall will inevitably succumb, the anxious Gamacho exclaimed. I am preparing a new technique. Though I have never employed it before, it exists merely as a concept and requires some time to prepare. For now, we must rely on the ice wall to hold for a while longer, Yamaguchi explained to Gamacho. What technique could possibly contend with Shoha? Are you certain of its effectiveness? This is a tailed beast. I possess no guarantees of victory. However, if this technique succeeds, even if we cannot win, we certainly won't lose. Over time, Gamacho had come to understand that Yamaguchi was not one to act recklessly. Given Yamaguchi's confidence, Gamacho chose to place his trust in him. As Shoha relentlessly bombarded the ice wall, cracks began to emerge, while Yamaguchi remained with his eyes tightly shut. Gamacho, filled with trepidation, watched Yamaguchi closely. With a resounding crack and a boom, the ice wall shattered under Shoha's assault, and simultaneously, Yamaguchi opened his eyes. The surrounding ice blocks beginning to gather much like Shoha's sand. Gamacho sensed an overwhelming influx of natural energy surging into the aggregation of ice, culminating in a force he had never experienced before. Giant ice statue. As Yamaguchi uttered the name of the technique, Gamacho felt as though the pile of ice had been imbued with life. The ice imparted a sense of existential oppression upon Gamacho, although merely a collection of ice. The immense pressure emanating from it left him somewhat breathless. This sensation was distinct from the suffocating feeling brought on by the vast chakra of a tailed beast. It resembled the innate fear a child feels in the presence of a venerable elder, a fear that emanates from within. Gamacho was unaware that the technique utilized by Yamaguchi did not exist in the world of Naruto. It was a wondrous method inspired by Taoist practices from Yamaguchi's past life, akin to a certain realm of existence, law of heaven and earth. The first time Yamaguchi had beheld this extraordinary technique was in the animated adaptation of Journey to the West, where Erlang Shin and Sun Wukong engaged in a battle of wits, both employing the law of heaven and earth. As a child, Yamaguchi had been deeply fascinated by this remarkable spell, marveling at how a monkey, the size of a person, could grow taller than a mountain. His intrigue in this technique led him to peruse several Taoist texts before his journey into this realm. However, upon arriving in the world of Naruto, Yamaguchi became engrossed in enhancing his strength, completely forgetting about the law of heaven and earth, until that fateful encounter with the Nine Tails under the guidance of Kushina. The profound sense of helplessness stirred memories in Yamanaka Sora of the Taoist concept of Fation Xiangdi. However, being situated in Konoha at the time, there were numerous constraints that compelled him to set aside his thoughts. The relentless pressure from the One Tail and the suggestion from Gamabunta prompted Yamanaka Sora to take a daring leap of faith. Fation Xiangdi represents a state of transcendence in Taoist texts, fundamentally rooted in the Tao. Yamanaka Sora, not being a Taoist himself, could not grasp the essence of the Tao, yet he could harmonize with natural energy. When the ice element manifested, Yamanaka Sora was intrinsically ice, which is a natural element. Centered on himself, he fused the natural energy with the ice fragments he had conjured earlier. A unique transformation occurred as his consciousness, the ice, and the natural energy converged into a singular entity. Yamanaka Sora constructed a colossal ice giant around himself. His consciousness resided within the giant's form, merging seamlessly with it. He controlled the giant as effortlessly as he would his own body. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Jiraiya, in sage mode, alongside Fukasaku and Shima, sensed an immense gathering of natural energy outside. What is happening out there, boss and big sis? Jiraiya inquired, unable to discern the external situation, relying instead on the heightened perception of the two sages. I do not know, but I can sense a significant accumulation of natural energy outside, and it evokes a sense of trepidation within me, Fukasaku replied gravely. The child's mother was not mistaken. This power is indeed formidable. Worry for Yamanaka Sora's safety weighed heavily on Jiraiya, compelling him to intensify his efforts, putting more pressure on Rasha, who was already struggling to defend himself. On the other hand, Chiyo found herself in dire straits, cornered by Kakashi Hitaki. Outside the barrier, Yamanaka Sora perceived himself as the ice giant, yet to others, he merely appeared as an enlarged version of himself encased in ice, the figure of the giant being an amplified representation of Sora. Hey, Dingmu. I recall that Sora belongs to the Yamanaka clan. Why does he seem to be employing the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan? Nararuga, the clan representative, queried his ally from the Akimichi clan. You should direct that question to Ryoko. She is Sora's clan elder and may possess the answer. Dingmu retorted after sending a sand ninja flying back. How should I know? However, this technique of Sora's does not seem to be a multiplication technique. It resembles a grand ice sculpture, Ryoko, another clan representative, remarked. Hey, you three, Is this a new technique from your trio of clans? I have never seen anything like it, Uchiha Hiru questioned. After exchanging glances, Naruto nodded in affirmation. Can't even the hefty ones from the Akimichi clan utilize this secret technique? Uchiha Hiru murmured before departing, without delving into the reactions of other ninjas on the battlefield. Yamanaka Sora's confidence surged after successfully executing a simplified version of Fa Tianxiang Di, known as the Ice Colossus. He could feel the immense power contained within this form. Shoha could not fathom why Yamaguchi had grown to such an immense size, and within this colossal form, he sensed a formidable threat. F-Ton, Rank Dan. Shoha unleashed a technique aimed at the head of the ice giant. Yet Yamaguchi effortlessly commanded the giant to catch the attack with outstretched hands. What? Shoha was taken aback. He had never anticipated that anyone could so easily withstand his assault. Yamaguchi instinctively formed hand seals, intending to employ the body flicker technique to appear before Shoha, only to realize that while utilizing the ice giant, he was unable to perform ninjutsu. Moreover, he was intrinsically linked to the giant, and he could distinctly perceive the natural energy sustaining the giant's form beginning to dissipate. At this rate, the ice giant could only endure for a maximum of 5 minutes. Time was of the essence, prompting Yamaguchi to sprint towards Shoha. Upon reaching Shoha, Yamaguchi delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, which penetrated through Shoha's sandy form. Yamaguchi was astonished by the sheer force of the ice giant's fist, and Shoha was equally stunned by the impact. Seizing the moment, Yamaguchi relentlessly struck Shoha with blow after blow, creating numerous gaping holes in his sandy body. Yamaguchi, enough. Quickly awakened that old monk. Just look at the losses suffered by the Leaf Ninjas. The words of Gamabunta jolted Yamaguchi back to reality, reminding him that the well-being of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as well as the Leaf Ninjas, outweighed fleeting satisfaction. Yamaguchi aimed a fist at Shoha's head, and Funboku was sent flying from the impact, the excruciating pain rousing him from his stupor, which subsequently caused Shoha to dissipate. The Leaf Ninjas erupted in jubilant cheers at Shoha's disappearance, while the Sand Ninjas were left pallid with dread as Yamaguchi approached them. However, Yamaguchi's focus was not on the Sand Ninjas. He merely sought to breach the barrier and rescue Jiraiya and the others. Upon reaching the barrier, Yamaguchi struck it with tremendous force, and after several blows, cracks began to form. Just as Gamabunta leaped over, he witnessed the fissures appearing in the barrier and joined in the effort. After nearly a minute of relentless pounding, the barrier finally shattered. With the barrier destroyed, the combat within came to a halt, and Yamaguchi observed the disheveled fourth Kazekage and Chiyo, realizing he may have inadvertently caused a problem. As expected, upon seeing the barrier collapse, Chiyo and the fourth Kazekage promptly fled. Jiraiya and Kakashi did not pursue. They were both astounded by Yamaguchi's current state. Kid, this accumulated natural energy is yours. How did you manage that? Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief. Yamaguchi could not articulate a response and could only display a look of resignation. Kid, in this form, are you unable to speak? Jiraiya conjectured, observing Yamaguchi's expression of helplessness. Yamaguchi nodded, eliciting a knowing expression from Jiraiya. Yamaguchi, are you not from the Yamaguchi clan? What about your family's secret techniques? Communicate with us through your mental prowess, Kakashi urged. In the mountains, Yamashita's expression stiffened. He had surprisingly forgotten about the family's secret techniques at his disposal. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and began to connect with several individuals through his mental energy. Uncle Shoma, Uncle Jiraiya, are both of you unharmed? After establishing the connection, Yamashita inquired. We are fine. The Sand Shinobi's target is you. They sacrificed an elite Jonin to mislead us into believing that Luo Sha's attention was solely focused on Jiraiya's sage mode, when in reality, they have been plotting against you all along. Shoma explained the Sand Shinobi's intentions, while Jiraiya beside them displayed a look of trepidation. Had it not been for Yamashita hiding such a trump card, he might have indeed been killed by Shikaku. If Yamashita were to perish, the medical team would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray, Konoha would lose a future pillar, and Kushina would undoubtedly go berserk. Jiraiya dared not think further. Hey, Uncle Jiraiya, do you really wish for my demise? In their shared mental space, Yamashita's psychic energy allowed everyone to glimpse one another's thoughts. Yamakan, Jiraiya didn't mean it. Anyone would feel apprehensive in such circumstances, so do not hold it against him. However, what exactly is the nature of this form? It is my first time witnessing such a massive accumulation of natural energy, Sage Shinsaku inquired. Yamashita recalled the principles behind the giant ice statue in their shared consciousness, carefully omitting details from his previous life. Shoma, though not well versed in natural energy, had heard of it and was astonished that Yamashita could directly integrate his unique ice release with natural energy. Sages Shinsaku and Shima gazed at Yamashita in astonishment. They had initially believed that his ice elemental transformation utilized natural energy to convert his body into ice, a unique bloodline limit that synchronized with natural energy. However, it now seemed that after Yamashita's transformation, he had become the very essence of natural energy itself. "Kid, how long can you maintain this form?" Jiraiya asked after surveying the situation of the Konoha ninja. "Less than a minute," Yamashita responded after checking the natural energy within the giant ice statue. "Now, go take care of that puppet master from the Sand Shinobi." Jiraiya pointed towards the elite Jonin puppet master nearby. Jiraiya had briefly scanned the battlefield. Noting the significant casualties among Konoha's mid and low-ranking shinobi, they needed to recover some losses. Yamashita nodded, severed the psychic connection, and sprinted towards the puppet master as indicated by Jiraiya. "Shuma-senpai, if you face this kid's giant ice statue, would you prevail?" Jiraiya asked after Yamashita had departed. "This technique is formidable. Even if he landed a single blow on me, I would struggle to withstand it. However, it has a notable flaw. It is excessively cumbersome," Shoma replied. Jiraiya understood Shuma's implication. Their thoughts aligned. Yamashita's technique might be suitable against tailed beasts, but it posed no significant threat to them. While Shoma and Jiraiya engaged in casual conversation, Luo Shachio encountered the battered Bunfuku. "Bunfuku, how could you fail? What exactly transpired?" Chio, somewhat vexed, inquired, "Has Yamashiro suddenly grown larger, encased in ice?" He effortlessly deflected Shikaka's practice shot with a single hand. His strength is formidable. Shikaka's absolute defense proved futile, as a single punch could pierce through Shikaka's very being. "Is this the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan?" Upon hearing Benfuku's explanation, Rasha glanced at Yamashiro and asked. "It seems so. Although Yamashiro belongs to the Yamashiro clan, the boar, deer, and butterfly clans share a close kinship, so it is not surprising that he possesses the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan. However, the Akimichi techniques require a substantial accumulation of chakra within the body. Practitioners of the Akimichi clan typically appear corpulent. Why then is this lad not at all overweight?" Chio pondered with curiosity. "Lord Kazekage, Chio, Yamashiro's ice release is remarkably potent." Benfuku informed Rasha and Chio about Yamashiro's freezing of the Konoha ninja's water release techniques. "Alas, this endeavor has truly come to naught. We lost SHU, believing we could eliminate Yamashiro, only to discover how deeply he concealed his true capabilities," Chio lamented. "Nevertheless, we have profited this time. The loss of an elite Jonin in exchange for the lives of at least 1,000 lower-ranked Konoha ninjas is a favorable trade," Rasha remarked. "What then shall we do next, Rasha?" Chio, feeling somewhat flustered, was at a loss. "Let us retreat. I fear that Jiraiya and the others may soon join the fray, and our losses would be exacerbated," Rasha advised. Meanwhile, the battle between Yamashiro and the elite Sand Ninja puppeteer had reached its conclusion. The puppeteer's diverse and unpredictable attacks, including toxins, were rendered ineffective against Yamashiro, protected by the Ice Colossus. It is worth noting that even Shikaka's practice shots could not breach his ice. The puppeteer was swiftly vanquished by Yamashiro, at which point Rasha issued a retreat order to the Sand Ninjas. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, the ordinary Konoha ninjas suffered grievously without Yamashiro's assistance, dwindling from over 7,000 at the war's onset to just above 6,000 remaining. Upon receiving the retreat command, the Sand Ninjas ceased their entanglement with the Konoha ninjas and withdrew cleanly in no time. The Ice Colossus maintained by Yamashiro was dispelled as the Sand Ninjas retreated. Once the natural energy sustaining the colossal ice dissipated, it instantly melted away. Upon the dissolution of the Ice Colossus, not only was Yamashiro's chakra depleted, but the natural energy accumulated within the Yin Seal was also nearly exhausted. As Yamashiro emerged from the Ice Colossus, he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. "Are you all right, Yamashiro?" Kakashi, ever vigilant, remained attentive to Yamashiro. The moment the Ice Colossus was dispelled, Kakashi appeared before Yamashiro to thwart any potential ambush by the Sand Ninjas. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. My chakra is nearly spent," Yamashiro replied with a faint smile. Kakashi hoisted Yamashiro onto his back and, after entrusting command of the Konoha ninjas to Jiraiya, made his way back. Under Jiraiya's guidance, the Konoha ninjas began to clear the battlefield, retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades. "Jiraiya, I shall return to Myobokuzen with the child's mother," Summon us at any time if needed, Fukasaku, the sage, declared. Upon returning to his tent, Yamaguchi fell into a deep slumber. Kakashi had arranged for the medical ninjas to attend to him before departing, as the aftermath of battle demanded his immediate attention to various matters within the camp. Meanwhile, Jiraiya took charge of organizing patrols and maintaining vigilance at the Konoha camp to thwart any potential ambushes by the Sand Shinobi. After several days of recuperation, Yamaguchi finally recovered from the aftereffects of employing the giant ice statue. This technique, to Yamaguchi at this juncture, was quite a formidable burden. Controlling such a massive surge of natural energy was no trivial task. It necessitated not only a robust mental fortitude, but also exceptional physical prowess. Yamaguchi had constructed the giant ice statue, using his own body as the core, merging entirely into the statue. While this method allowed for perfect control over the technique, it demanded an enormous expenditure of both stamina and chakra. Just days prior, Yamaguchi had managed to sustain the giant ice statue for a mere 10 minutes, which drained him significantly. While the natural energy within the statue supported him, he felt no immediate repercussions. It was only after the statue dissipated that he realized the extent of his exhaustion. The depletion of his stamina left him unable to gather chakra, and he remained bedridden for several days until he regained his strength and his chakra levels returned to normal. Aside from these adverse effects, Yamaguchi discovered a notable increase in his chakra reserves, attributed to his direct immersion in natural energy, now comparable to that of an average elite ninja. Once his body had recovered, his first order of business was to replenish the natural energy within the Yin seal. Without the natural energy stored in the seal, he could not enter Sage Mode, and the ice release techniques would consume excessive chakra. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya understood that Yamaguchi required time to recuperate, especially given the recent inactivity of the Sand Shinobi, which alleviated the need for his assistance. The natural energy within the Konoha camp was far less concentrated than that of Miyaboka Mountain or the village itself, and it took Yamaguchi nearly a month to fully recharge the Yin seal with natural energy. Once replenished, Yamaguchi resumed teaching the medical ninjas the medical theories from his previous life. During the last war, the medical ninjas had discovered the immense utility of the specialized medical ninjutsu Yamaguchi imparted. Several of them had employed his techniques to revive numerous ninjas whose hearts had ceased to beat. They had never contemplated using lightning release to stimulate the heart, nor did they expect that simple chest compressions could yield similar results. Now, the medical ninjas were brimming with interest in the unique medical ninjutsu Yamaguchi had taught. His lectures attracted an increasing number of attendees. Not only medical ninjas but also ordinary shinobi, all of whom greatly benefited from the knowledge he shared. One day, an unexpected guest graced Yamaguchi's classroom, Uchiha Fugaku. Previously, to elucidate the issue of hair color, Yamaguchi had deceived Fugaku into believing that his father belonged to the Nara clan. Though Yamashiro had provided an explanation regarding his hair color, Uchiha Fugaku remained skeptical, yet he refrained from pressing the matter further. It is essential to note that Yamashiro was the leader of the medical team at the Konoha camp and one of the strategists of the war. Furthermore, in terms of strength, Yamashiro surpassed him significantly. Faced with someone of higher status and greater prowess, Uchiha Fugaku, despite his lingering doubts, found himself at a loss in dealing with Yamashiro. Later, he learned that Yamashiro had established a classroom within the camp to teach medical ninjutsu to aspiring healers, allowing others to audit the sessions. Curiosity piqued, Uchiha Fugaku decided to attend one of Yamashiro's classes, hoping for a stroke of luck. The atmosphere in the classroom was vibrant, filled not only with medical ninjas but also with a considerable number of ordinary ninjas from Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku took a seat in an inconspicuous corner. Yamashiro, unaware of Fugaku's presence, began his lecture on the topic of genetics. When discussing genetics, one cannot overlook the bloodline limits in the realm of Hokage. Aside from the first generation who developed their own, subsequent bloodline limits were inherited. Yamashiro skillfully intertwined genetic principles with the bloodline limits in the Hokage universe, captivating the attention of the ninjas present, including Uchiha Fugaku, who found himself intrigued. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the collective thoughts of the ninjas, halting Yamashiro's lecture. Many were perturbed. Not only had their lesson been disrupted, but such disrespect towards Yamashiro was intolerable. As the ninjas turned to see the source of the interruption, they were met with a member of the Umbu. Yamashiro, this is for you from Lord Hokage, the Umbu member stated, disregarding the disapproving glares of the ninjas as he handed a sealed scroll to Yamashiro. After accepting the scroll, the Umbu ninja vanished using the body flicker technique. Apologies, everyone. Let us continue. Yamashiro placed the scroll into his pouch and resumed his lecture. The lesson on genetics extended for a full 2 hours before concluding. After many ninjas departed, Yamashiro finally noticed Uchiha Fugaku in the corner. Uninterested in engaging, he tidied his belongings and turned to leave. Yamashiro, wait a moment. Uchiha Fugaku quickly blocked his path as Yamashiro attempted to exit. What is it now? Yamashiro's cold demeanor made Fugaku feel somewhat awkward. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan at a young age and commanding respect wherever he went, Yamashiro's attitude was unfamiliar to him. Yamashiro, I have no other matters at hand. I was merely intrigued by your discussion on genetics. Uchiha Fugaku, displaying the depth of character that would eventually lead him to become the clan leader, adeptly diverted the conversation in the face of Yamashiro's indifference. If you have questions about genetics, you can return tomorrow. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, Yamashiro exited without a backward glance. Upon returning to his tent, Yamashiro retrieved the scroll given to him by the third Hokage. His earlier remarks had partly aimed to evade Uchiha Fugaku, but more importantly, he was eager to examine the contents of the scroll bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. Upon receiving the scroll, Yamashiro Yoko discovered that the sealing technique employed by the third Hokage was the esteemed 4-symbol seal. A scroll utilizing such a technique must undoubtedly possess significant importance. As Yamashiro Yoko unfastened the seal and unfurled the scroll, he found a letter along with 2 smaller scrolls within. He first opened the letter, which began with some insipid pleasantries, followed by commendations for his remarkable performance in the recent skirmishes. The conclusion detailed the rewards bestowed upon him, 2 S-rank water release techniques developed by the second Hokage. These techniques were water release, hard vortex water blade, and water release, water dragon bite explosion, renowned as the most powerful water jutsu conceived during the lifetime of Tobarama Senju. The second Hokage. Throughout his illustrious career, Tobarama Senju invented a plethora of jutsu, including Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God, and Impure World Reincarnation. Despite his extensive repertoire, his mastery remained predominantly in water techniques. It is said that he forged a pact with the ocean, enabling him to unleash formidable water jutsu even in arid environments. The fact that the third Hokage would generously grant Yamashiro Yoko 2 S-rank water techniques took him by surprise, revealing an unexpected largesse from the third Hokage. Water release. Hard vortex water blade utilizes hydrostatic pressure to compress water into a spear-like projectile. This technique can be thrown, and upon contact with a target, it manifests a water vortex, with its destructive range varying according to the user's chakra. Water release. Water dragon bite explosion serves as an advanced form of the water dragon bullet technique, propelling the enemy with the impact of the water dragon, which then splits in 2 to assail the foe. Yamashiro Yoko recalled that these 2 techniques were among the ultimate skills of the second Hokage in the Naruto game, particularly noting the visual splendor of water dragon bite explosion, which surpassed the majority of techniques in the Naruto series. Receiving such potent S-rank techniques exceeded Yamashiro Yoko's expectations. Although he possessed considerable talent in water jutsu, it was unlikely he could master 2 S-rank techniques merely by examining the scrolls. In that moment, he recalled Jiraiya. With no significant developments from the Sand Shinobi over the past month and Jiraiya having little to occupy his time, he readily acquiesced to Yamashiro Yoko's request. Yamashiro Yoko presented the 2 S-rank water scrolls to Jiraiya, who, upon opening the scrolls, was taken aback by the techniques contained within. Kid, did the old man give you these? Yes, these techniques were entrusted to me along with this letter by Lord Hokage. As he spoke, Yamashiro Yoko handed the letter to Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly skimmed through it and remarked with a knowing tone, "This is precisely what the old man should do." Yamashiro Yoko looked at Jiraiya with curiosity, having previously speculated that the third Hokage's decision to grant him these techniques must have come at a considerable cost. Otherwise, how could Danzo and the 2 advisors have agreed to reward a member of the Hokage lineage with such powerful S-rank techniques? However, Jiraiya's words suggested otherwise. Neither Yamashiro Yoko nor Jiraiya were aware that, not long prior, a seismic shift had occurred among the higher echelons of Konoha. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had decisively transferred full command of the battlefield in the Land of Lightning to Minato Namikaze. The Hokage's assistant, Danzo, opposed the notion that Minato was too young to bear such a heavy responsibility, but was swiftly rebuffed by the third Hokage. The 2 advisors also expressed their dissent, prompting the third Hokage to furiously suspend the 3 of them. The legendary ninja, Hiruzen Sarutobi, once again demonstrated his formidable prowess in the wake of the Third Great Ninja War, decisively stripping Danzo and the others of their authority. He publicly announced the awarding of 2 S-rank water release techniques from the second Hokage's sealing technique to Yamanaka-in, a commendable hero who had successfully repelled the Sand Ninja twice. With Danzo and the 2 advisors suspended, the intent to set an example was evident, and the other ninjas of Konoha harbored no doubts regarding the third Hokage's decisions. Jiraiya, upon reading the third Hokage's letter, recognized that Danzo would never consent to reward someone from the Hokage lineage, such as Yamanaka-in, with such a prestigious reward. The fact that these 2 techniques had now come into his possession indicated to Jiraiya that Hiruzen had decisively dealt with Danzo and the others. In Jiraiya's eyes, this was the true essence of his mentor, the legendary ninja Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya shared his musings with Yamanaka-in, who appeared somewhat skeptical. He believed that since White Fang had been covertly harmed by Danzo, and the third Hokage had refrained from punishing him, it was improbable that the third Hokage would take any action that could destabilize Konoha during the Ninja World War. Young one, I understand you harbor some bias against the old man, and I too find certain of his actions unsatisfactory, but this letter signifies that the legendary ninja has returned. After proclaiming this, Jiraiya refrained from further explanation and commenced his study of the 2 water release techniques. The S-rank water release techniques of the second Hokage had long been documented in the sealing book, and Jiraiya had never studied them before, thus finding them immensely intriguing. With his profound mastery of ninjutsu, he quickly formed a vortex of water in his hands and began to compress it according to the technique's instructions. Yamanaka-in observed Jiraiya practice the hard vortex water blade, seeking to grasp the essence of the technique. 2 days later, in a desert not far from the Konoha camp, Jiraiya successfully executed this S-rank ninjutsu. Yamanaka-in watched as Jiraiya formed hand seals, compressing the water vortex into a water harpoon. Jiraiya hurled the water harpoon into the desert, which then exploded, unleashing a water tornado that swept through the area. The sand was lifted into the air, creating a massive pit in the dunes. Young one, it worked. The second Hokage was a genius. This water release technique possesses remarkable power even in the desert, Jiraiya exclaimed. Uncle Jiraiya, if this technique is released with Sage Chakra, could it break Shikaku's absolute defense? Yamanaka-in inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya responded, if utilized in Sage mode, this technique should be able to breach Shikaku's defenses. However, even if we penetrate Shikaku's defense and injure him, he can infinitely recover in the desert. What if we transform the water tornado into an ice tornado? In suggested. An ice tornado? How would a frozen water tornado rotate? Without the pulling force generated by rotation, it could never break through Shikaku's defense, Jiraiya replied. Jiraiya, my intention is to freeze a portion of the water vortex, allowing me to manipulate the form of the ice when it solidifies. By incorporating ice blades within the swirling vortex, the injured areas of Shikaku would be unable to heal, and his movements would be severely restricted. Yamanaka-ryo proposed this concept, and upon hearing it, Jiraiya deemed it feasible, utilizing the hard vortex water blade to breach Shikaku's defenses and inflict injury, followed by the continuous slicing of his wounded areas with the rotating ice blades, presents an excellent strategy to hinder Shikaku's actions. Young one, you must swiftly master this technique and test its efficacy. While it is theoretically sound, the practical results remain uncertain. With that, Jiraiya began to elucidate the training method for the hard vortex water blade. Under Jiraiya's meticulous guidance, and having observed the training process for 2 days, Yamanaka-ryo mastered the technique in less than a day. In the desert, Yamanaka-ryo first unleashed the hard vortex water blade while in Sage mode. Transitioning from Sage mode to Ice Elemental form took him 2 seconds. Within those 2 seconds, as the spear of the hard vortex water blade transformed into a vortex, Ryo froze a small portion of the water within it, enhancing its destructive power without impeding the vortex's rotational speed. Jiraiya, is this effect satisfactory? Ryo inquired. Jiraiya nodded, affirming that during the duration of the vortex, their anticipated results would indeed be achieved. Young one, how long can you maintain the vortex's rotation with your chakra? Jiraiya asked. The duration and range of the hard vortex water blade's attack are contingent upon the amount of chakra wielded by the user. Given Yamanaka-ryo's elite J-nin chakra reserves, sustaining the vortex's rotation for 5 minutes is entirely feasible. In the realm of ninja warfare, 5 minutes can yield significant outcomes, and Jiraiya was pleased with this result. The two then proceeded to explore another technique, the water dragon bite explosion. This technique, compared to the hard vortex water blade, presented a considerably lower learning curve. Essentially, the water dragon bite explosion harnesses the impact force of the water dragon projectile, subsequently splitting the water dragon into two for continued assault. The duo quickly acquired this ninjutsu. However, after experimentation, Yamanaka Ryo discovered that this technique was rather ostentatious, visually impressive, yet lacking in substantial damage. It was well suited for showmanship, though. After receiving two S-rank water release techniques from the third Hokage, Yamamura continued to teach the medical ninjas, while Uchiha Fugaku appeared in his class consistently. Yamamura wished to avoid entanglement with the Uchiha clan. Although his father, Uchiha Hai, was a member of the clan, it was Yamamura's mother, Yamamura Keiko, who raised him and provided him with a home. He did not want anyone to disrupt her life. Yamamura had grown increasingly impatient with Uchiha Fugaku's persistent advances, even contemplating whether to discreetly eliminate him. However, he refrained from acting on this impulse, as Fugaku had previously claimed to be a cousin of Uchiha Hai. The deep-seated education from his past life prevented Yamamura from taking action against his elder. Unable to shake Fugaku off, nor eliminate him, Yamamura found himself exasperated by Fugaku's ever-smiling demeanor. As weeks passed, Uchiha Fugaku maintained his demeanor, leading Yamamura to learn to ignore his presence. After finishing a class, as was his custom, Yamamura began to pack up and leave, only to be called back by Uchiha Fugaku. "Yamato, wait a moment." Reluctantly, Yamamura turned around. Noticing Fugaku's Sharingan, its three tomo fixed intently upon him. "You're not attempting to cast a genjutsu on me, are you?" Yamamura asked, a hint of wariness in his voice. "Yamato, you misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire if your Sharingan has awakened," Fugaku responded, his words resonating in Yamamura's ears. Yamamura was certain he had not revealed any vulnerabilities in the past weeks. Yet, seeing Fugaku's expression, which mirrored that of a child claiming familial ties, left Yamamura uncertain about whether Fugaku truly knew his lineage. "Yamato, your disguise is quite convincing. I can ascertain that you are the son of my elder brother." Having utilized the unique techniques of our Uchiha clan, Fugaku elucidated. In the original narrative, Yamamura had never heard of any method the Uchiha clan employed to identify their kin. Yet, this was no mere comic. This was the realm of reality. More importantly, Yamamura had no desire to engage Fugaku in a game of hide-and-seek any longer. So he simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, my father is Uchiha Hai." Upon hearing Yamamura's admission, Uchiha Fugaku was elated. In truth, the Uchiha clan possessed no genuine means of identifying their kin. It was merely that Yamamura bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Hai. Having spent much time in close proximity to Uchiha Hai, Fugaku had quickly concluded that Yamamura was indeed the son of his cousin. "Yamato, may I inquire about your circumstances?" Fugaku asked. Yamamura nodded. Having acknowledged his lineage, he felt there was little else he could not share. Thus, he began recounting the tale of how his parents met and fell in love, conveying to Fugaku all that he had learned from Yamamura Keiko. However, he framed the reason for their distance from the Uchiha clan as his mother being heartbroken and unwilling to revisit the place where Uchiha Hai had once resided, omitting any mention of Yamamura Aki and Kakashi Itaki. Uchiha Fugaku harbored deep feelings for Uchiha Hai, whose parents tragically perished during the war when he was still a child. Uchiha Hai was raised by his father alone. From a young age, Uchiha Fugaku admired his cousin immensely, not born with the fire attribute, nor having developed it later. He instead became a prodigy of the Uchiha clan through his mastery of lightning release. Upon receiving the devastating news of Uchiha Hai's death in the Second Great Ninja War, Uchiha Fugaku awakened his Sharingan, believing a portion of his own genius was attributable to Uchiha Hai. This explains Uchiha Fugaku's unwavering obsession with Yamanaka-in. As Yamanaka-in recounted the circumstances surrounding her and her child's situation, she inquired, "How is the Yamanaka clan treating you both?" Uchiha Fugaku responded, "The current head of the Yamanaka clan is my cousin, Yamanaka Kaiji. He holds great respect for my mother and treats me well." "Oh, I see. In that case, it would be best not to return to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan harbors little fondness for the Inuzuka and Akamichi clans. As you three clans stand united with the Hokage, should you both return to the Uchiha clan, you would likely face exclusion from the clan members. And your lineage is something no one else in the Uchiha clan is aware of." "Why is that?" Yamanaka asked, her surprise evident. "You are the son of my elder brother, and your mother was the woman he cherished above all else. It is as simple as that." Uchiha Fugaku's words significantly altered Yamanaka's perception of him. From his tone and demeanor, she could ascertain that he spoke the truth. Initially, Yamanaka believed Uchiha Fugaku was attempting to exploit his knowledge of her identity, but she now realized her misjudgment. Uchiha Fugaku was merely a brotherly figure, eager to inquire about the potential son of his deceased sibling. You have yet to answer my earlier question. Have you awakened your eyes? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Yamanaka nodded, and soon, the Crimson Tutomo Sharingan manifested. Tutomo? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in astonishment. At not yet 11 years of age, Yamanaka possessed a Tutomo Sharingan, marking him as a prodigious talent even among the Uchiha clan. This is for you, Uchiha Fugaku said, after expressing his awe and producing a small box. Yamanaka accepted the box and opened it to reveal a pair of contact lenses. These are commonly used by the Uchiha clan for disguise. When carrying out missions, it is imperative to conceal the identity of the Uchiha clan. Without the Sharingan, the clan's strength would be significantly diminished. These lenses serve to mask the Sharingan's appearance. Thank you. Yamanaka-on's heart swelled with complexity, sensing Uchiha Fugaku's assistance stemmed from genuine goodwill. There is no need for such formality. Should you and your mother not find comfort within the Yamanaka clan, I shall certainly bring you back to the Uchiha clan for care. But as it stands, it seems you are faring well in the Yamanaka clan. As long as you conceal your Sharingan, you and your mother can live peacefully there, which brings me great relief. Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a smile. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is renowned for their deep familial bonds. From a distance in the mountains, Yamashiro observed the indifferent and solemn Uchiha Fugaku from the original work, and he couldn't help but marvel at his benevolent demeanor, akin to that of a kindly elder. Oh, by the way, I have something for you, Uchiha Fugaku said as he produced a scroll. What is this? Yamashiro inquired. This is the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Nothing particularly precious, as only those who possess the Sharingan can wield it. Until now, Yamashiro had only mastered one Jinjutsu, the Naraka's vision. So this scroll from Uchiha Fugaku was precisely what he lacked. Well, I must take my leave now. I will no longer attend your lessons, Uchiha Fugaku declared before turning to depart. Thank you, Uncle Fugaku, Yamashiro called after him. Through his actions, Uchiha Fugaku earned Yamashiro's respect. In the days that followed, Yamashiro juggled, teaching, while delving into the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan. With his formidable mental strength, he quickly grasped the techniques contained within the scroll. Meanwhile, his Sharingan underwent subtle changes, although Yamashiro remained oblivious to them, continuing his lessons and refining his Jinjutsu. During this period, Uchiha Fugaku also visited to provide guidance on Yamashiro's training. Their relationship blossomed significantly from what it had been before. With Fugaku's assistance, Yamashiro swiftly mastered all the Jinjutsu from the scroll. He then embarked on learning the Rasengan, for there were less than 3 years remaining until the mission at the Kanabi Bridge, and he needed to attain the strength of a shadow within that time to have a chance of rescuing Obito. Unlike Naruto from the original story, who possessed an immense chakra reserve allowing him to create hundreds of shadow clones, Yamashiro could only produce 2. One clone practiced cutting leaves while the other severed a waterfall, while the original continued to instruct medical ninjas. Drawing from Naruto's experience with the Rasengan and the fact that Minato had already perfected it, Yamashiro found his progress in mastering the technique to be swifter than he had anticipated. Within approximately 2 weeks, he successfully developed an incomplete version of the Rasengan. At this stage, the Rasengan was not throwable and could injure its user upon detonation, resembling the version used by Naruto against Pain in the original tale. Naruto had infused his Rasengan with natural energy, which stabilized it, allowing for its true refinement. Yamashiro followed suit, entering Sage mode and infusing the Rasengan with Senjutsu chakra containing natural energy. Activating his Sharingan, he observed the internal stabilization of the Rasengan as natural energy was incorporated. So engrossed was Yamashiro in observing the transformation of the Rasengan that he failed to notice a portion of the natural energy flowing within him being absorbed by his Sharingan. Before long, the Sharingan, having absorbed the natural energy, underwent a new transformation, accompanied by a scorching sensation in his eyes. The sudden change compelled Yamashiro to halt his Rasengan training, at which point he noticed that a portion of the natural energy from the Yin seal had been absorbed by his Sharingan. As Yamashita removed his contact lenses, he felt the transformation of his Sharingan. With natural energy continuously absorbed by the Sharingan, it finally evolved into its second tome after nearly 3 years. Once the burning sensation in his eyes subsided, Yamashita realized that everything around him had become significantly clearer. He could distinctly see the flapping wings of birds soaring through the sky. Entering the ice element transformation, he condensed the surrounding moisture into a mirror of ice. Gazing into the mirror at the Crimson 3 Tomo, Yamashita was filled with delight. After the initial excitement, he began to reflect on his recent state, why the Sharingan absorbed natural energy, and why it evolved under such circumstances. In the original narrative, Sasuke's three tomo had evolved during his battle with Naruto at the Valley of the End, spurred by Naruto's provocation. This had been Yamashita's previous understanding. But in light of his own Sharingan's evolution, he now believed that the reason behind Sasuke unlocking his three tomo was far more intricate. At that time, Sasuke had already been cursed by Orochimaru, with the curse mark itself being an application of natural energy. When Sasuke utilized the cursed form, the natural energy was absorbed by his Sharingan, and combined with Naruto's stimulus, his Sharingan underwent evolution. For Yamashita, it had been over 2 years since he unlocked his second tomo. The accumulation over this period had saturated the power of his second tomo. He had previously sensed a tendency for evolution in the Uchiha clan's Genjutsu, yet remained oblivious to it. When Yamashita entered Sage mode earlier, the natural energy absorbed by his Sharingan, which had already reached saturation, initiated its evolution due to the infusion of new energy, thus granting him the three tomo Sharingan. The three tomo Sharingan represents the pinnacle of the ordinary Sharingan's forms. Upon unlocking the three tomo, his dynamic vision would be vastly enhanced. In the original story, it was Sasuke's activation of the three tomo at the Valley of the End that enabled him to perceive Naruto's movements, which were previously obscured. Furthermore, the three tomo Sharingan could decipher various ninjutsu and replicate them. Kakashi earned the title of Konoha's copy ninja partially due to his innate talent for techniques, but more significantly because of the three tomo Sharingan. In the original narrative, during the confrontation between Itachi and Sasuke, Sasuke's three tomo Sharingan even dispelled the Tsukuyomi. Although Itachi may have been holding back, it still demonstrated the formidable power of the three tomo. It is noteworthy that Sasuke with his two tomo was utterly defenseless against Itachi's Genjutsu. With the unexpected evolution of his Sharingan into three tomo, Yamashita had acquired another aspect to train of familiarizing himself with the three tomo Sharingan. As for the Manjiki Sharingan, he felt that it was unnecessary for the time being. With his abilities in Ice Release and Sage Mode, particularly the former, Yamashita believed that the ultimate development of Ice Release would rival that of the Sage of Six Paths and Kageyatsutsukī. Moreover, activating the Manjiki would necessitate finding a solution to its inherent blindness. In the original work, only Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Sasuke could wield the Manjiki without limitations. The latter two had transplanted their brother's eyes, while Obito's body was largely composed of the first Hokage's cells. In the depths of the mountains, Yamashiro had no siblings and harbored no desire to transplant the original cells. If not for the future resurrection of Yamashiro Aki, he would have preferred to retain his three tomo Sharingan indefinitely. The subsequent days were spent familiarizing himself with his three tomo Sharingan, during which he discovered that its dynamic vision surpassed that of the two tomo by more than double. Furthermore, his mental prowess significantly increased following the evolution of his Sharingan. Utilizing the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan became increasingly effortless for him. In the 2 months following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, Yamashiro's strength underwent profound enhancement. His chakra volume reached the level of an elite Genin, and he mastered 2 S-rank water release techniques. The training of the spiraling shuriken was nearing completion, and his Sharingan had evolved into the three tomo form, accompanied by a marked improvement in his mental capacity. Now, Yamashiro's prowess was far superior to that of 2 months prior. With all his cards laid on the table, he felt confident in his ability to withstand the one-tailed Shikaku within the Giant of Ice. Meanwhile, at the camp of Hatake Tsukumo, several ninjas from the Hyuga clan, along with Tsukumo and Jiraiya, were reporting the latest intelligence. Upon hearing their accounts, the expressions of Tsukumo and Jiraiya changed dramatically. "Tsukumo-senpai, should we immediately summon the others?" Jiraiya inquired. "First, call Yamashiro. He is also one of the commanders in this war." Upon Yamashiro's arrival at the Konoha camp, Tsukumo conveyed the latest intelligence from the Hyuga clan. "Yamashiro, today while investigating information on the Sand Ninjas, the Hyuga discovered 2 Sand Ninjas. Upon our confirmation, these 2 are both candidates for the position of Kazekage. One is a bodyguard of the 3rd Kazekage, and the other is Shikuten Yakura." "Uncle Tsukumo, is the great battle about to commence again?" Yamashiro asked. "Indeed. War is upon us." "Yamashiro? Kazekage, are you implying that you summoned me and the Sand Ninja merely to confront him?" In the tent of the 4th Kazekage Rasha, a girl who appeared to be around 18 or 19 spoke of Yamashiro's situation. "Precisely, Yakura. The Sand Ninjas summoned both of you to restrain Yamashiro during the impending conflict. Allowing Shikaku to deal with the ordinary ninjas of Konoha, Chiyo stated. Lady Chiyo, is Yamashiro truly formidable? The tall, silent man, Sandon, inquired. He can suppress Shikaku in the desert. A single comment from Chiyo darkened the expressions of Yakura and Sandon. They were well aware of Shikaku's power, particularly in the desert, where he was an indomitable force. With their combined strength, they would hardly stand a chance against Shikaku, and if Yamashiro could indeed suppress him, it indicated that his strength was beyond that of Shikaku. What difference would it make for them to engage Yamashiro, other than courting death? It is not as it seems. That young lad utilized the Akimichi clan's expansion technique and drew upon the water release of over half the Konoha ninjas, subsequently freezing the water release techniques. He then laid the frozen water as armor upon the giant, which allowed him to withstand Shikaku's assault. Under normal circumstances, his strength is roughly comparable to Sanduin's. Chiyo explained the situation to the two, as per her understanding. Chiyo spoke the truth. Yamashiro Yodo excels in the art of ice release, and Yakura, your blaze release, is his nemesis. With both you and Sandwell present at the onset of the next war, that little brat is doomed, Raisha remarked. Upon hearing their explanation, Yakura and Sandwell felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yakura had witnessed her father deftly counter the ice release of the Mizuki clan with blaze release during her childhood. Learning that Yamashiro Yodo specialized in ice release instantly bolstered her confidence, for her blaze release was indeed the bane of ice release. The arrival of these two prospective shadows invigorated the ninja of Sunagakure, despite having the advantage of time and terrain in their previous battle against Konohagakure. They had failed to deliver a decisive blow, even suffering a defeat in their initial encounter, largely due to the presence of Yamashiro Yodo. Now, with the two prospective shadows from Sunagakure at their side, victory in the forthcoming war seemed assured. In the forums of my past life, it was often said that the most formidable ninjutsu of the Hokage was not Inyang release, but rather the art of verbal persuasion. In a bygone era, Naruto, with his words alone, swayed Tsunade, convinced Nagato, and guided Obito back to the right path. Although the ninjas of this world had not witnessed Naruto's prowess in verbal persuasion, Yamashiro Yodo had certainly experienced the effectiveness of his master's eloquence. Just moments ago, Kakashi and Yamashiro Yodo were in awe of Jiraiya's remarkable skill in verbal persuasion. The ninjas of Konoha were in a state of disquiet upon learning that two prospective shadows from Sunagakure would be participating in the battle. However, following Jiraiya's impassioned speech, coupled with a fervent invocation of the will of fire, the Konoha ninjas were invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Uncle Kakashi, with Jiraiya's capabilities. What significance does our hastily fought first battle hold? Yamashiro Yodo inquired, exasperation evident in his tone. Kakashi, usually a man of few words, composure, and seriousness, found his worldview challenged by the scene before him. He was astonished that Jiraiya's verbal prowess could eclipse the impact of a victorious battle. What do you think, Kakashi-senpai kid? Was my speech effective? Jiraiya asked, brimming with pride. Kakashi and Yamashiro Yodo exchanged glances and gave Jiraiya a thumbs up. Subsequently, Kakashi summoned representatives from various clans, as well as elite jonin, to convene in his tent. Lord Kakashi, while Jiraiya's recent address has stabilized the ninjas' morale, the disparity in strength remains glaring, Nara Shikaka remarked. Indeed. The presence of two prospective shadows from Sunagakure, one of whom possesses the bloodline limit of blaze release that counters Lord Yamashiro's ice release, alongside a formidable weapon like Shikaku, places us at a significant disadvantage in the upcoming war. An elite jonin added. Do not fret about Shikaku. I have a plan to deal with him, Jiraiya asserted confidently. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Jiraiya's words. As one of the two shadow-level powerhouses in the camp, his strength was a source of reassurance. Yodo, what is your opinion? Yamashiro Yodo, seated to the right of Kakashi, furrowed his brow in contemplation, leading Kakashi to believe he had his own thoughts. I apologize. I was preoccupied with thoughts of blaze release and Yakura, he replied. Upon hearing Yamashiro's distant thoughts, Hatake Tsukumo nodded slightly, believing that Yamashiro was concerned about how the fire release would counter his ice release. In reality, Yamashiro was merely reminiscing about this individual. The fire release user, Yakumo, emerged during the latter stages of World War II. At the tender age of 18, she had already become a pillar of strength for the Sand Ninja Village, a fact Tsukumo had conveyed to Yamashiro the previous day. In the original narrative, during the Third Great Ninja War, Yakumo earned widespread acclaim for her remarkable feats on the battlefield, becoming a celebrated hero among the villagers of Sunagakure. Regrettably, after that, Sunagakure was embroiled in a decisive conflict with the Wagakure. In an effort to eliminate their rearguard concerns, they sought peace with Kirigakure, which stipulated the surrender of Yakumo. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, ultimately succumbed to the village's pressure and deceitfully lured Yakumo to Kirigakure under the guise of a confidential mission, where she fell victim to an ambush by disguised Kirigakure ninjas. At present, Yakumo possesses the strength of a Quasi-Kage. It is now the 43rd year of Konoha, with 4 years remaining until the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. In that time, it is quite possible that Yakumo has ascended to the status of a Kage. Yet, even such a formidable talent cannot escape the grim fate of becoming a pawn in the grand game of politics among the great nations. Yamashiro harbored a measure of sympathy for Yakumo. She had devoted years to Sunagakure, only to meet her demise at the hands of her own village. Yamashiro's recollection of Yakumo's fire release techniques was rather vague, as she had only appeared in the memories of Tobi's Edo Tensei and her disciple Kankuro in the original work. The only technique of Yakumo's that Yamashiro distinctly remembered involved a method capable of instantly evaporating bodily fluids, alongside the manipulation of fireballs. Yamashiro, you must take extra care with the fire release. Its lethality is immense, and I entrust this matter to you, Tsukumo remarked. Yamashiro nodded, acknowledging that while the ability to vaporize moisture posed a certain threat to his ice release, he was confident that already frozen ice would withstand Yakumo's fire release. In the following days, both Konoha and Sunagakure were rife with tension and paranoia. Given Konoha's disadvantaged position, they could not afford to take the initiative, while Sunagakure remained inexplicably reticent to engage in battle. One day, Tsukumo summoned Yamashiro and Jiraiya to his tent, where members of the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans were already present. The ninjas from both clans reported the intelligence they had gathered to Yamashiro and Jiraiya. The Yamanaka clan, adept at utilizing insects for reconnaissance, had discovered through their relentless little scouts that Sunagakure was covertly transporting something beyond the range of the Byakugan's insight. Upon receiving feedback from the insects, the Yamanaka clan promptly contacted their counterparts from the Hyuga clan to investigate further. After confirmation from the Hyuga's Byakugan, it was revealed that Sunagakure was secretly transporting puppets. Upon learning this, Yamashiro experienced a moment of clarity. It was not that Sunagakure was unwilling to engage in battle, but rather that there was an issue with their most formidable weapon, the puppets. The puppet masters of Sunagakure had long instilled fear in the hearts of other villages, as their puppets were equipped with countless traps and potent poisons. Even with Konoha's excellent medical ninja system, there were times when they would be powerless against the toxins wielded by the puppet masters. How many puppets are we dealing with? Jiraiya inquired. The number of puppets transported earlier remains unknown, but approximately 1,000 remain. After pondering for a moment, the ninja from the Hyuga clan responded. 1,000, you say? Shikumo-senpai, allow me to handle this. This batch of puppets must be dealt with, and if I go, Jiraiya eagerly volunteered. Uncle Jiraiya, Uncle Shikumo, both of you cannot go. If the Sand Ninja discover either of you leaving the Konoha camp, they will certainly launch a surprise attack. The Sand Ninja are transporting puppets at this time to provoke you into action, interrupted Yamashiro in. Yamashiro's reasoning was sound. Both Jiraiya and In could not afford to move. Who among the Sand Ninja's puppet transport team possesses formidable strength? In inquired. My insects inform me that there is only one individual they fear, he replied, indicating that only one elite Jonin or higher was present. He speaks the truth. My Byakugan has only detected Yakumo with the Scorch release, the Hyuga clan ninja added. Uncle Shikumo, if it's just Yakumo, then I shall go, In declared. Youngster, are you confident in dealing with Yakumo's Scorch release? Your ice release is countered by her abilities, cautioned Jiraiya. Do not worry, Uncle Jiraiya. I am well prepared. My strength has significantly increased compared to 2 months ago. Observing In's confidence, Jiraiya refrained from opposing him. In, I entrust this matter to you. If any danger arises or you encounter an ambush, you may abandon the mission. How many individuals do you require? Shikumo inquired. 3 proficient in water release, In stated after some contemplation. Within the Konoha camp, there were few ninjas skilled in water release. Most could only perform a couple of minor techniques. However, finding 3 elite Jonin who excelled in water release was not overly difficult. Once the 3 arrived at Shikumo's tent, In promptly set off with them, following the guidance of the Oil Girl clan's insects towards the location where the Sand Ninja's transport squad had been spotted. After In's team departed, Shikumo commanded the ninjas from the Hyuga and Oil Girl clans to remain vigilant regarding the Sand Ninja's movements. If any elite Jonin or higher were to provide support, they were to return immediately and report. On the journey, In explained the mission and inquired about the names of his 3 companions. He learned that they were Uchiha Hanabi, Tanaka Taichi, and Saratobi Ao. Among them, Uchiha Hanabi was a female ninja skilled in fire, water, and wind release. Appearing to be in her early 20s, she was exceptionally beautiful. As the Uchiha clan was known for their attractive members, Tanaka Taichi bore a resemblance to Jiraiya during his drunken escapades in the bar, exuding a somewhat disheveled aura. Proficient in water release, and found a favorable impression of Taichi. Lastly, Saratobi Ao was quite the chatterbox, a trait In struggled to manage. He was adept in both water and fire release. Guided by the insects, the group advanced for approximately an hour before they spotted the Sand Ninja's puppet transport team. The Sand Ninja numbered around 50, with 2 Jonin at the front and back, while Yakumo was situated in the middle of the formation. "Captain, what shall we do? The disparity in numbers is considerable, and at this rate, we stand no chance," Tanaka Taichi remarked. "You all wait here. I shall first deal with the sensory ninja in front of the Sand Shinobi squad. Taichi and Aoi, you should maneuver around to the rear and restrain the 2 Jonin lurking there. The rest of you will be under the protection of my summoning beast. Hana, you and I will confront Yakura." After assigning the tasks, Yamashiro transformed into the guise of a civilian using a transformation technique and concealed his chakra with a secret art acquired from a Sand Shinobi spy. He feigned an accidental encounter with the Sand Shinobi transport team, who, oblivious to the chakra emanating from him, regarded him as an ordinary civilian. Upon signaling for him to step aside, they continued on their path. As the front of the team passed by Yamashiro, his ice thunder mode erupted, and in an instant, he appeared before the sensory ninja. With a chakra-infused surgical knife, he swiftly severed the ninja's throat. The 2 Jonin tasked with protecting the sensory ninja merely perceived a flicker before they could react, realizing too late that the sensory ninja had already perished. Next, "It's your turn, Lightning Cutter." Following his successful strike, Yamashiro did not flee, but instead pierced the heart of the left Jonin with the Lightning Cutter. It was only then that the Sand Shinobi reacted, realizing within the span of 5 seconds that they had lost their sensory ninja and 1 Jonin. Summoning technique. Yamashiro summoned Gamabunta. "Bunta, I entrust these foes to you." "No problem." After 2 battles fought side by side, Gamabunta and Yamashiro had developed a remarkable synergy as partners. "It is he, Yamashiro. I have seen this toad before. It is truly Yamashiro." This is the end. None among the Sand Shinobi were unfamiliar with Yamashiro. His previous performances in the wars had been striking, especially the Giant of Ice, which had left a profound, albeit unfavorable, impression on these shinobi. Just as all attention was drawn to Yamashiro and Gamabunta, Uchiha Hanabi and the others began to make their move. Water release, great waterfall technique. From the rear of the Sand Shinobi squad, Taichi Tanaka unleashed his water technique. Scorch release, rising heat. A wave of intense heat surged forth from the Sand Shinobi ranks, instantly evaporating Taichi's water technique. "You are Yamashiro?" Yakura stepped forward from the ranks. "Indeed, it is I. From whom did you learn the secret technique to conceal your chakra?" Yakura's inquiry took Yamashiro aback. According to the script, they were supposed to exchange threatening words before engaging. Yamashiro chose not to respond and instead initiated his attack. He drew a katana from a sealing scroll, employing Chidori blade, and activated his Sharingan, materializing before Yakura with a flash of lightning. Yamashiro wished to discern the extent of assistance provided by his 3-tomo Sharingan in combat, thus opting for a taijutsu confrontation. Yakura remained unfazed by Yamashiro's assault. She discerned from his movements that he was not particularly skilled in taijutsu, being more of a speed-oriented ninja, quickly gaining the upper hand in their physical exchange. Her years of combat experience allowed her to recognize the emerging issues. Regardless of the angle from which she launched her assault, Yamashiro always seemed to anticipate her movements, effortlessly evading her attacks. After a brief exchange, Yakura realized that mere physical prowess would not suffice to overcome Yamashiro. With a fierce declaration, Scorch release, rising flame. A terrifying wave of heat erupted from Yakura. In response, she summoned ice armor, dissipating Tanaka Taichi's earlier waterfall technique, which left the air thick with steam. Yamashiro skillfully condensed the surrounding vapor into a protective armor. "The warm-up should be over now. Let us witness your ice release," she challenged. "Very well." Scorch release. A bloodline limit born from the fusion of wind release and fire release harnesses the wind to amplify flames, resulting in temperatures that far exceed those of standard fire release. Yamashiro was acutely aware of the terrifying heat of Scorch release. If he were to use water release, he might not have time to freeze it before it was completely evaporated. Thus, he had previously assigned Uchiha Hanabi to assist him. As Yamashiro faced Yukura, waves of heat began to emanate from her form, giving rise to several fireballs of varying sizes around her. Yukura deftly directed a basketball-sized fireball toward Yamashiro, its intense heat causing the very air around it to feel as if it were about to ignite. Yamashiro first reformed his ice armor into a wall to intercept the fireball. Then, from behind this icy barrier, he unleashed a water dragon bullet. The ice he conjured, infused with natural energy, was inherently more resilient than ordinary ice. Even the techniques of the guardian beast could not breach Yamashiro's icy fortress, let alone Yukura's fireball. Yamashiro commanded the ice dragon to charge at Yukura, who had just noticed that her fireballs had been thwarted by his ice wall. Thus, rather than attempting to melt the ice dragon with scorch release, she opted to evade with a substitution technique. Yamashiro, the sand ninjas are mostly dealt with. Shall we proceed to dismantle these puppets? Upon hearing the words of Gama Hiroshi, Yukura realized that the ninjas tasked with protecting the puppets had already suffered significant losses at his hands. Gama Hiroshi's strength was at least that of a quasi-kage, and his immense size posed a considerable threat. The Sand Ninja transport team, comprised mainly of Chunin aside from Yukura and 4 Jonin, simply lacked the capacity to withstand him. Recognizing the danger Gama Hiroshi presented to the lower-ranked ninjas, Yukura resolved to confront him first. She hurled a massive fireball in his direction. Yamashiro observed the shift in the fireball's target to Gama Hiroshi, and in an instant, Raisan appeared above Gama Hiroshi's head. Hiroshi quickly unleashed the iron shell bullet. That fireball is no ordinary attack. Yamashiro's serious demeanor heightened Gama Hiroshi's vigilance. Initially, he had assumed it was merely an oversized great fireball technique, and had drawn his twin blades to cleave through it. However, upon hearing Yamashiro's warning, Gama Hiroshi abandoned that notion and expelled an iron shell bullet toward the fireball. Upon contact, the iron shell bullet began to evaporate almost immediately. Within 2 seconds, it had completely vanished, yet the fireball appeared scarcely diminished. Hiroshi, continue. Gama Hiroshi unleashed 5 more iron shell bullets, and after successfully evaporating 4 of them, the 5th finally extinguished the fireball. That was perilously close. I appreciate your assistance, Yamashiro. The toad, Guang, expressed a sense of trepidation. Had it not been for Yamashiro's timely warning, he would have attempted to cleave the fireball with his dual blades. Given the temperature of the fireball just witnessed, had he proceeded, he would likely have been severely burned. Guang, may I summon that leaf ninja? Yamashiro inquired, gesturing towards Uchiha Hanabi. If it would be of assistance to you, certainly. Guang replied. Thank you, Guang. Hanabi, please come forward. After expressing their gratitude to Guang, Yamashiro called out to Uchiha Hanabi. Taken aback, Uchiha Hanabi hesitated before approaching Guang. Noticing Guang's lack of rejection, she felt a wave of relief and leapt atop his head. Guang, Hanabi, while I engage in battle with Ikura, you two should utilize water release techniques directed at my position, Yamashiro instructed. Captain, should we maintain the water release continuously? Uchiha Hanabi queried. Not exactly, Hanabi. Activate your Sharingan and monitor my duel with Ikura. As soon as you observe the absence of water vapor around me, deploy the water release immediately, Yamashiro responded. Hanabi nodded in agreement, and Guang indicated his willingness to cooperate. After devising their strategy, Yamashiro leaped down from Guang's head, landing not far from Hikura. From their previous encounter, Yamashiro had discerned that Hikura employed a plethora of scorching techniques. The fireball was one, emanating heat waves from her body was another, and even her movements radiated a searing sensation. Thus, Yamashiro resolved to leverage Guang and Hanabi's water release to first defeat Hikura before destroying the puppet. Confronting Hikura, Yamashiro opted for his preferred combat style, relying on speed to secure victory. Guang and Uchiha Hanabi unleashed their water release before Yamashiro initiated his movements. But Hikura's scorching techniques evaporated the water as it arrived. In the ice lightning mode, Yamashiro's 3-tomo Sharingan could barely capture mere afterimages. With the cover of water vapor obscuring his vision and lacking any sensory ninjutsu, Hikura could only engage in passive defense. Yamashiro materialized before Hikura, using the water vapor to forge an ice blade and aim to strike at her. However, Hikura had anticipated this attack, revealing herself to be merely a clone. As Yamashiro's strike missed, anxiety gripped him, prompting him to form an ice armor from the vapor. Indeed, just as the ice armor took shape, Hikura's fireball struck him. Yamashiro was drenched in cold sweat. Had he delayed by even a second, he would have been reduced to cinders by Hikura's fireball. Sensing Hikura's presence in the direction of the incoming fireball, Yamashiro conjured dozens of ice Samban, launching them towards her. Hikura effortlessly evaded his projectiles, retreating once more. However, as the water vapor began to dissipate, Guang and Uchiha Hanabi resumed their water release directed at the pair. Hikura continued to employ her scorching techniques to evaporate the water, leaving Yamashiro bewildered. He had not anticipated that Hikura possessed a similar technique to conceal her chakra. The water vapor obscured the view of the Sharingan, rendering him unable to locate Hikura. Unless she initiated an attack, Yamashiro found himself at an impasse against her. As time passed inexorably, Shan Zhongyuan could ascertain that the Sand Shinobi had received word and would arrive shortly. Utilizing his mental prowess, he connected with Ga Frog and Uchiha Hanabi, instructing them to cease their water release and to immediately dismantle the puppets. Meanwhile, he remained focused on Yitsong. "Hey, Shan Zhongyuan, let us negotiate." Yitsong's voice emanated from his left. In an instant, Shan Zhongyuan used the Thunder Body Flicker technique to appear at the source of the voice, only to discover it was a mere clone. Yitsong's cunning exceeded Shan Zhongyuan's expectations. The Sand Shinobi reinforcements were imminent, and under such circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Speak. What is your proposal? From where did you learn the secret technique to conceal your chakra? Tell me, and I shall depart immediately." Yitsong's condition was unexpectedly straightforward. A seemingly trivial piece of intelligence regarding a Sand Shinobi female spy in exchange for 1,000 puppets and the safe retreat of Shan Zhongyuan's team was indeed a fair trade. "I hope you honor your word." With that, Shan Zhongyuan divulged all he knew about the Sand Shinobi spy. "Could you share a bit more? Does your Konoha prison mistreat its prisoners?" Yitsong's voice trembled slightly, leading Shan Zhongyuan to surmise her emotional state was somewhat unstable. "I cannot say." Shan Zhongyuan genuinely did not know. In the original tale, Fengshen and Leishin's escape was incited by Mizuki's instigation and inadequate sustenance, both of whom had an insatiable appetite compared to the average person. He believed others should not be in a similar plight. "I see. Thank you for the information. Our deal is sealed. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yitsong's voice faded away. Shortly thereafter, Shan Zhongyuan sensed her chakra along with that of the remaining transportation squad's ninja in the distance. Sighing in frustration, Shan Zhongyuan lamented that since his arrival on the battlefield, he had been outmaneuvered for the first time, a feeling that was profoundly disconcerting. After Yitsong's departure, Shan Zhongyuan's team swiftly dismantled all the puppets before making their escape. Just as they departed, Luo Sha and Chio arrived with a throng of Sand Shinobi. Luo Sha surveyed the ground strewn with puppet remnants and the bodies of the transporting Sand Shinobi, his fury palpable. He had deliberately chosen to transport the puppets a few days prior to the battle, believing Konoha would focus their reconnaissance on the sand camp. Yet it had still been discovered. "Where is Yitsong? Did anyone spot her?" Chio anxiously noted the absence of Yitsong among the fallen. Her concern stemmed from both the well-being of Yitsong and the fear that she might fall into Konoha's clutches. Yitsong had executed numerous clandestine missions for the Sand Shinobi over the years. If captured, the consequences would be dire. "Let us not panic. We had a total of 52 personnel for this puppet transport. There are 46 bodies on the ground," suggesting Yitsong led the remaining 6 to safety. Luo Sha remained level-headed, analyzing the situation calmly. "Lord Windshadow, we have discovered traces of battle ahead." A Sand Shinobi reported the sighting of where Shan Zhongyuan and Yitsong had clashed. Luo Sha hurried to the scene and, upon observing the scorched earth, concluded that Yitsong had indeed engaged in combat with someone. The absence of bloodshed indicated that neither party had sustained significant injuries. From these signs, Luo Sha was reassured that Yitsong was unharmed, and Chio, too, felt a weight lift from her heart. After an exhaustive search, Sand Shinobi was unable to locate any leaf ninjas in the vicinity and thus had no choice but to retreat. At this moment, Yama Zhongyuan's team was nearing the leaf camp. Their mission had been remarkably successful, although it was marred by the severe injury sustained by Saratobi Ao, who, fortunately, was under the care of Yama Zhongyuan. After receiving treatment, he had escaped life-threatening danger and would soon recover with some rest. Throughout the journey, Yama Zhongyuan pondered why Yekong had shown such particular concern for the Sand Ninja female spy. As adversaries, when Yama Zhongyuan inquired about intelligence from the enemy on the battlefield, it could only imply one of two scenarios. Either he aimed to deceive, leading them to believe that the individual in question was of great importance to Yekong, or that she was indeed significant enough for Yekong to jeopardize Sand Ninja interests to ensure her safety. Yama Zhongyuan inclined towards the latter, convinced that the emotional fluctuations in Yekong's tone could not have been feigned. He felt a tinge of regret for having skimmed through the memories of the Sand Ninja female spy, neglecting to examine the details that lay beyond her mission-related recollections. At the Leaf Camp, Kakashi Shigeru and Jiraiya learned that Low Sand and Chiyo were leading a considerable contingent of Sand Ninjas to rescue a transport team. They too set off to provide support. En route, a ninja from the Hyuga clan alerted them to the presence of approaching figures ahead. Exercising caution, the two instructed their companions to conceal themselves immediately. Shigeru uncle, Jiraiya uncle. The chakra signatures were unmistakable to Yama Zhongyuan, who called out directly to them. Upon hearing Yama Zhongyuan's voice, Kakashi Shigeru felt a wave of relief wash over him, and once confirmed, he exhaled deeply. Kid, you didn't encounter Low Sand and the others? Yama Zhongyuan shook his head, replying, if I had met Low Sand, would I still be standing here? Haha, true enough. Seeing that Yama Zhongyuan was unharmed, Jiraiya reverted to his usual boisterous demeanor. Kakashi Shigeru instructed everyone to return to the camp while he and Jiraiya inquired about the details of Yama Zhongyuan's mission. Yama Zhongyuan omitted the transaction with Yekong, relaying everything else with complete honesty. Upon learning that Yama Zhongyuan had successfully completed his task and destroyed over 1,000 puppets, even the stoic Kakashi Shigeru couldn't suppress a smile. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Sand Ninja camp, Low Sand and Chiyo wore grim expressions. Low Sand immediately inquired whether Yekong had returned to the camp. Once informed that Yekong had arrived with 5 injured ninjas, they finally felt a sense of relief. Later, within Low Sand's tent, Yekong recounted the events, similarly omitting her transaction with Yama Zhongyuan. Yekong, if you hadn't protected those companions and continued fighting, who would have emerged victorious between you and Yama Zhongyuan? Chiyo questioned. Yama Zhongyuan's body flicker technique is exceedingly swift. I could only adopt a defensive stance, and my scorch release couldn't even melt his ice. Had I not retreated at that moment, I might have perished. Yekong's words rendered Chiyo silent. Chiyo was all too aware of Yekong's prowess. Defeating her would require significant effort on Chiyo's part. What if the Sand Wheel were with you? Low Sand inquired. I could restrain Yama Zhongyuan, but I wouldn't be able to kill him. Yekong contemplated before responding. The little imp is surprisingly formidable. The Sand Wheel, upon hearing Yitsong's response, was somewhat astonished. Lord Wind Shadow, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Yitsong stated. Very well. You have worked hard this time. Go and rest, Luo Sha reassured Yitsong before allowing her to depart. This skirmish had inflicted significant losses on the Sand Ninja. Luo Sha received intelligence from the surviving Sand Ninja that mirrored Yitsong's accounts. Following the loss of 1,000 puppets and a newfound caution towards Yamanaka Toru, the Sand Ninja retreated and fell silent once more. The Konoha side, under the reconnaissance of the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, confirmed that the Sand Ninja had abandoned their offensive plans and subsequently relaxed their vigilance. Days later, Hatake Sakumo proposed a test of Yamanaka Toru's strength. Eager to gauge the gap between himself and the elite of the shinobi, Yamanaka Toru accompanied him to the Gobi outside the Konoha camp. Yamanaka Toru immediately entered his Ice Thunder mode, activating his 3-Tomo Sharingan, understanding that he must exert his utmost against Hatake Sakumo. Though Hatake Sakumo stood seemingly at ease, gripping his white fang blade, Yamanaka Toru sensed no openings whatsoever. Water Release, Grand Waterfall Technique. Yamanaka Toru opted to create a combat environment favorable to him. The Grand Waterfall surged towards Hatake Sakumo, who, with his white fang blade emanating a radiant glow, cleaved through the torrent at the very moment it approached. As Sakumo swung his blade, barely gathering strength, Yamanaka Toru seized the opportunity to use Thunder Body Flicker, appearing behind him. Thunder Slash, he executed, piercing through Hatake Sakumo. The struck Sakumo transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished. Sensing a potent malevolence behind him, Yamanaka Toru swiftly erected an ice wall. Yet, Hatake Sakumo's blade did not halt. It struck the ice wall directly. The wall, fortified by the shield of the crane, proved incapable of withstanding the assault. And despite Yitsong's scorch release being futile against it, Sakumo's strike cleaved it in twain. Yamanaka Toru was taken aback by the ease with which his ice wall was shattered, with Sakumo's blade poised above his head. I have lost, Yamanaka Toru declared despondently. He had believed his progress substantial, yet found himself utterly powerless in the face of Hatake Sakumo. Toru, you placed too much faith in your ice. When you erected that wall, you had ample opportunity to escape using Thunder Body Flicker, yet you chose not to. Your ice is indeed formidable, but it is not invulnerable. The Hokage possesses no fewer than 10 methods to dismantle your ice. Even the third Raikage's Hell Stab could achieve this, as could the third Tsuchikage's Dust Release. You are overly arrogant. Hatake Tsukumo's words served as a stark wake-up call for Yamanaka Toru. His rapid increase in strength had left him somewhat disoriented, and it was only through Tsukumo's admonition that he regained clarity. At present, Yamanaka Toru was still far from the realm of true power. This latest encounter with Hatake Tsukumo illuminated the deficiencies in both his mindset and abilities. Yamanaka Toru aspired to be a speed-oriented ninja, seeking to achieve a single, lethal strike, akin to the original character of Minato. However, unlike Minato, whose instantaneous body technique relied on space-time ninjutsu, Yamanaka Toru's teleportation was contingent upon his ice release. In the mountains, the ice release technique permits instantaneous movement within a 50-meter radius without any energy expenditure, while the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze imposes no such distance restrictions. As long as a marker exists, he can teleport limitlessly, a feat far beyond the capabilities of ice release. It is precisely due to this technique that Minato can infiltrate enemy territory and accomplish various high-stakes missions, all while ensuring his safe retreat. Following his battle with Kakashi Hatake, Yamashiro Weimar realized the necessity to evolve his combat strategy. He envisioned creating kunai or other tools for teleportation markers using ice release, akin to those employed by Minato. This innovation would eliminate the need for Yamashiro to search for suitable teleportation spots among massive ice blocks. Instead, he could simply rely on these tools for positioning. Furthermore, such movement would confound adversaries, leading them to believe that Yamashiro's teleportation, like Minato's, required specific tools or markers. Should this concept be refined, his ice release teleportation could reach its fullest potential, in addition to the Thunder Body technique. Yamashiro enlisted Kakashi Hatake's assistance to refine this idea. Coincidentally, as Kakashi was overwhelmed by recent affairs at the Konoha camp, thus he agreed to help Yamashiro. In the subsequent days, Kakashi delegated all camp responsibilities to Jiraiya and focused on developing new ninjutsu with Yamashiro in the desert outside the camp. Yamashiro opted to shape a scalpel from ice release. After all, having wielded scalpels for many years in his previous life, he remained a proud medical practitioner in the Naruto world and was thoroughly familiar with them. Although the ice scalpel could not sever a person's chakra pathways like a chakra scalpel, it was still remarkably sharp. The ice scalpel was crafted by freezing the moisture in the air with natural energy, subsequently controlled by Yamashiro to condense the ice. During the crafting process, he infused the scalpel with the natural energy from his own body, enhancing its durability. Upon completing the ice scalpel, Yamashiro needed to familiarize himself with this new method of movement using teleportation markers. Having utilized ice release teleportation for many years, he merely needed to adjust the sensing object. And he quickly mastered the ability to teleport freely within a 50-meter range using the ice scalpel. After realizing his initial concept, the next step was to perfect the technique. To refine the ninjutsu, Yamashiro engaged in sparring, utilizing the Thunder Body technique in conjunction with the small-scale ice release teleportation, which even Kakashi found somewhat challenging. In terms of strength, Yamashiro and Kakashi were worlds apart. However, with the combination of Thunder Body and ice release teleportation, Yamashiro's speed surpassed Kakashi's reaction capabilities. This marked the first occasion in years that Yamashiro managed to gain an advantage over Kakashi. As usual, while engaged in practice, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan called out to them, "Lord Kakashi, Lord Yamashiro, Lord Jiraiya requests your immediate return." Kakashi speculated that the sand ninja might be up to something new, promptly halting the sparring session and making his way back to the Konoha camp. Yamashiro also sheathed the ice scalpel and returned to the camp. "Jiraiya, what is the matter? Is there any unusual activity from the sand ninja?" Kakashi hurriedly returned to the tent, directly inquiring of Jiraiya. Yamashiro followed closely behind Kakashi into the Konoha camp, and upon entering the tent, he overheard Jiraiya's words. "No, it's the Rock Shinobi. They have declared war on Konoha, while the Cloud Shinobi have simultaneously declared war on both Konoha and the Rock." As he spoke, Jiraiya handed the intelligence report to Kakashi. After reviewing it, Kakashi passed the report to Yamashiro. "Jiraiya, what does the village mean by this?" Kakashi, not having encountered the messenger ninja, could only seek clarification from Jiraiya. Everything in the village is currently managed by Master Sarutobi. Previously, he dismissed Danzo and the two advisors, decisively appointing Minato as the commander against the Cloud Shinobi, while Orochimaru was designated to lead the fight against the Rock. The heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, alongside the Hyuga twins, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, are stationed in the Land of Water. Saratobi's people say that handling the Sand Shinobi is sufficient for now. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback to learn that the third Hokage had dismissed Danzo and the advisors, though he found such political matters unimportant. His primary concern lay with the battle against the Sand Shinobi. This sentiment was shared with Yamashiro. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Yamashiro realized that the situation in Konoha was far from optimistic. The Third Great Ninja War had fully erupted, with Konoha now simultaneously facing the Sand, Cloud, and Rock Shinobi. While the Mist Shinobi lurked ominously nearby, the battlefield against the Sand had gathered 3/4 of Konoha's medical ninjas and 2 elite shinobi. In the Land of Earth, the Cloud, Rock, and Konoha formed a tripartite stalemate, each side restraining the others. Strangely, the Rock had yet to declare war on the Sand, granting the Sand and Rock an advantage in numbers during this conflict. Yamashiro understood that they must hold their ground against the Sand until the Rock engaged the Sand Shinobi, in order to maintain a relative balance among the 4 great nations. Unlike Yamashiro, Kakashi was not as well versed in history, yet he recognized the significance of the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Currently, their only course of action was to swiftly gain the upper hand in that arena. However, with the Sand Shinobi outnumbering Konoha and their elite forces bolstered by 2 Nearkage-level shinobi, parity was the best they could hope for, provided Jiraiya could maintain control over the guarding crane. Kakashi's thoughts mirrored those of Yamashiro, who had been contemplating how to break the stalemate. Uncle Kakashi, would it be possible to turn the tide if all of the Sand Shinobi sensory ninjas were eliminated? Yamashiro inquired. His words sparked a glimmer of hope in Kakashi and Jiraiya. If the Sand Shinobi were to lose their sensory ninjas, the desert could indeed become a strategic advantage for Konoha. Certainly, it would be a significant boon to us if the Sand Shinobi were deprived of their sensory ninjas. But how can we achieve that? Kakashi questioned. I can locate the sensory ninjas among the Sand Shinobi, but I have no means to eliminate them, Yamashiro replied. Having trained in the mental arts of the Yamashiro clan since childhood, coupled with his formidable spiritual strength from his 2 lifetimes, he had previously been able to effortlessly eliminate the Sand sensory ninjas due to his ability to discern which among them possessed strong spiritual prowess. Uncle Tsukumo, what do you think are the chances of us infiltrating the Sand ninja camp and eliminating those sensory ninjas together? The audacious idea proposed by Yamashiro made both Tsukumo Hatake and Jiraiya gasp in astonishment. How could this be possible? Your infiltration would undoubtedly be detected by the Sand ninjas' sensory ninjas, Jiraiya remarked. I possess a secret technique that can conceal chakra, rendering sensory ninjas oblivious to our presence. With that, Yamashiro employed his technique to cloak his chakra. Jiraiya summoned a member of the Oil Woman clan, and surprisingly, the insects did not detect Yamashiro. Yamashiro, share this technique with me. Once I master it, I will take care of the Sand ninjas' sensory ninjas. Jiraiya was taken aback by Tsukumo's agreement to Yamashiro's audacious plan, as the two contemplated venturing deep into the Sand ninja camp to commit murder. I cannot agree to this, Tsukumo-senpai. You are the overall commander on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. If anyone should go, it should be me, Jiraiya insisted. Tsukumo, do you still doubt my abilities? Moreover, Yamashiro is with us. His ice-release teleportation is, in certain respects, on par with Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Additionally, you've witnessed the effectiveness of that jutsu. If we exercise caution, even in failure, we can still escape unscathed. Tsukumo Hatake's intentions were unmistakably clear. He was resolute about participating. Jiraiya could only nod in acquiescence. Upon reaching a consensus, Tsukumo Hatake learned the chakra-concealing technique from Yamashiro and spent an entire day mastering it. On the third night, Tsukumo and Yamashiro commenced their operation, intending to infiltrate the Sand ninja camp under the cover of darkness. As they exited Tsukumo's tent, both concealed their chakra. Only the 3 of them were privy to this operation, and they needed to ensure that the Leaf's sensory ninjas remained unaware. During the night, the primary patrols from the Leaf were conducted by the Oil Woman clan's insects, which failed to detect the duo. The Hyuga clan's ninjas, having received no signals, did not activate their Byakugan, allowing the 2 to breach the barrier and leave the Leaf camp undetected. The Sand ninja camp was not far from the Leaf camp, separated by a small expanse of desert, and the 2 quickly approached the vicinity of the Sand ninja camp. Uncle Tsukumo, let us pause for a moment. Yamashiro called out to Tsukumo, who was ready to proceed. What is it, Yamashiro? Tsukumo inquired, perplexed. Let us wait before we act. People are in their deepest slumber between 2 and 3 in the morning. Even ninjas tend to lower their guard during this time. Tsukumo gazed at the moon's position in the sky and acquiesced to Yamashiro's suggestion. As the clock struck past 1 in the morning, the 2 commenced their mission. Tsukumo first located a weak point in the Sand Ninja barrier and easily breached it. They entered the Sand Ninja camp through the gap in the barrier. And prior to their entry, Yamashiro had placed an ice surgical knife around the camp's perimeter. Once inside the Sand Ninja camp, Tsukumo and Yamashiro utilized the shadows of the tents to conceal themselves. After ensuring their cover, Yamashiro began searching for a ninja among the sand who possessed a superior mental capacity but average chakra levels. Unlike Konoha, Sunagakure does not boast numerous clans, and its perceptive ninjas are widely scattered. In order to identify the sensory ninja, Kakashi Hatake required the assistance of Shikamaru and Nara. Consequently, they had no choice but to act in unison. They infiltrated the far left of the Sunagakure encampment through a mental link. Shikamaru informed Kakashi of the location of the sensory ninjas, and the duo commenced their operation from left to right. Ninjas possess heightened vigilance compared to ordinary individuals, particularly the sensory ninjas who wield formidable mental prowess, accustomed as they are to perceiving the world through their chakra. Utilizing a secret technique, Kakashi and Shikamaru concealed their chakra, allowing Shikamaru to swiftly sever the throats of the sleeping sensory ninjas with his chakra-infused surgical knife. For this mission, Kakashi refrained from using the White Fang's blade, which emanated a conspicuous white light, rendering him an easy target during assassination tasks. Instead, he wielded a simple short knife, harvesting the lives of the Sunagakure sensory ninjas under Shikamaru's guidance. Uncle Kakashi, do not disturb that tent. There is only one individual inside with an immense amount of chakra, likely Shikaku. Just as Kakashi prepared to approach the next tent, Shikamaru's voice resonated in his mind. Heeding Shikamaru's warning, Kakashi bypassed the tent in question. Subsequently, under the cover of night, they successfully eliminated all the sleeping sensory ninjas within Sunagakure. Uncle Kakashi, the only remaining threats are the patrolling sensory ninjas. We have just dispatched 62 of them, and 31 remain on patrol. How many ninjas are patrolling in total? Kakashi inquired. Approximately 300, similar to our encampment. During the night, mainly sensory ninjas and barrier teams conduct checks, with a few J-nin standing guard. I sensed that many of the patrolling ninjas were inspecting the barriers, suggesting they are part of the barrier unit, just like in Konoha. Eliminate them all. Our next actions must be swift. We must resolve this without drawing attention. After concluding their communication, Kakashi set his plan into motion. The patrol teams, primarily composed of barrier units and sensory ninjas, posed little challenge to a ninja of Kakashi's caliber. His approach was straightforward and ruthless. He stealthily approached the rear of the patrol team and struck from behind. Before the front ranks could react, one entire squad had already met its end at Kakashi's hands. Shikamaru employed his familiar tactics, substituting his lightning-based technique with an ice surgical knife. Having already determined the patrol route, he strategically placed the ice knives in advance. Much like Minato Namikaze, who could annihilate dozens of J-nin in an instant, Shikamaru teleported between the chakra surgical knives, swiftly vanquishing another patrol team. In less than an hour, all sensory ninjas within the Sunagakure encampment had been silently dealt with by Shikamaru and Kakashi. Uncle Kakashi, all sensory ninjas have been neutralized. You should withdraw now. I still have matters to attend to. No, the mission is complete. We must retreat immediately. Kakashi commanded with a firm mental directive. Uncle Shomao, I have placed the ice surgical knives at the entrance where we came in. You should leave first, and I will join you in 5 minutes. Upon learning that Yamamoto had already positioned the ice surgical knives, Hatake Shomao felt considerably reassured and agreed to Yamamoto's request. After Shomao departed, Yamamoto retrieved his forehead protector and handed it to a sand ninja, subsequently melting all the ice surgical knives within the camp. Yamamoto's objective was to create a diversion, leaving behind the Leaf Village forehead protector to cloud the judgment of the Sand Ninja. As long as the performance within the Leaf Camp was executed well, the Sand Ninja would not suspect the Leaf Village. After completing this task, Yamamoto swiftly relocated to a position about 50 meters from the ice surgical knives outside the Sand Ninja camp and teleported away. Once Hatake Shomao and Yamamoto regrouped, they immediately set off towards the Leaf Camp. During their journey, Yamamoto explained his recent actions to Shomao, advising him to maintain a low profile and avoid any unusual behavior over the next 3 days. Back at the Leaf Camp, in Shimeo's tent, Jiraiya anxiously awaited their return. As time passed, his impatience grew. He wondered if Shomao and that young lad had encountered any trouble. Given the distance between the Leaf Camp and the Sand Ninja Camp, they should have returned by now. Of course, we are fine. Yamamoto's sudden appearance startled Jiraiya. Shortly after, Shomao leisurely entered the tent. Seeing both of them safe, Jiraiya finally relaxed. Shomao, did you succeed? Jiraiya inquired eagerly. Yes, we have dealt with all of the sand ninjas' sensory ninjas, Shomao replied. Jiraiya was overjoyed upon hearing Shimeo's response. In a ninja war, intelligence reigns supreme when the strengths of both sides are comparable. The most effective means of obtaining intelligence on the battlefield is through sensory ninjas, who serve as the eyes and ears of the ninja army. The absence of sensory ninjas signifies a loss of battlefield advantage and initiative. Jiraiya was astonished that Shomao and Yamamoto had truly accomplished this feat. Eliminating all of the sand ninjas' sensory ninjas with just the two of them could potentially alter the course of the war. Shomao, should we immediately arrange for the impending battle against the sand ninja? Jiraiya asked, eager to capitalize on the newfound advantage. Jiraiya, let's hold on for now. It would be best for us to refrain from any action in the coming days, Shomao advised. Refrain from action? Why would we squander this opportunity now that the sand ninja has lost their sensory ninjas? Jiraiya questioned, perplexed. Uncle Jiraiya, I intentionally left behind a leaf forehead protector at the sand ninja camp. Given your understanding of Chiyo, how do you think she would perceive this? Yamamoto's words sparked a realization in Jiraiya. It was clear that Yamamoto aimed to provoke suspicion among the sand ninja. Young lad, what do you propose we do? Simply maintain the leaf camp as usual. We should have the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans ninjas keep a close watch on the sand ninja's movements. Little one, do you wish for the sand ninja to believe we are oblivious to the assassination of their sensory ninjas, thereby seizing the final opportunity to initiate combat against us? Jiraiya comprehended Yamashiro's intentions. It was indeed more prudent for the sand ninja to launch a preemptive strike, laying traps rather than provoking them, thus allowing them to prepare. Contemplating these matters, Jiraiya acquiesced to Yamashiro's strategy. Once the trio reached a consensus, Jiraiya promptly arranged the patrols for the ensuing days. At the sand ninja camp. Early in the morning, 5 elite Chunin, 2 Quasi-Kage, and Chiyo were summoned to Rosa's tent. Esteemed colleagues, a grave incident transpired last night. Our encampment was besieged, and all our sensory ninjas were ruthlessly assassinated. Even the barrier team and the patrolling ninjas suffered significant casualties. Rosa continued. The sole clue left behind is a standard-issue headband of the Leaf Village, clutched tightly in the hand of a fallen ordinary ninja from the barrier team. Upon hearing Rosa's words, the expressions of those in the tent darkened. They had heard no disturbances the previous night, making the occurrence particularly shocking. Lord Wind Shadow, you mentioned that the slain ninja from the barrier team possessed a Leaf Ninja's headband? Kawaguchi inquired. Indeed. That is the only item left at the scene aside from the bodies, Rosa replied. Then it must be the work of the Leaf. We have the headband as evidence against those wretched Leaf Ninjas. Kawaguchi exclaimed. Kawaguchi, remain composed. I believe this was not the doing of the Leaf, Sandwheel interjected. Lord Sandwheel. The evidence is clear. Why do you assert otherwise? Kawaguchi questioned, somewhat discontented. Lord Wind Shadow, I have examined the deceased ninjas before arriving here. They were evidently slain by a sharp blade that severed their throats. Some bore no visible wounds, yet they too must have succumbed to a similar fate. The commonality amongst them is that they were all instantaneously killed without a chance to resist. Sandwheel's observations solidified Chiyo's own conclusions. She addressed the assembly. Sandwheel speaks the truth. This incident should not be attributed to the Leaf. Rosa held Chiyo's opinions in high regard. Although she was not as formidable as him in combat, her extensive experience, owing to her greater age, far surpassed his. Thus, Rosa maintained a deep respect for Chiyo. What is your perspective on this matter, Elder Chiyo? Rosa inquired. As I previously mentioned, this does not appear to be the work of the Leaf. Sandwheel noted that all the ninjas were instantaneously slain, leaving them no opportunity for resistance. Therefore, where did the headband in the barrier team's possession originate? It is likely someone deliberately left it behind to mislead us, Chiyo articulated. Her reasoning garnered consensus from everyone in the tent, except for Hakura, who suspected Yamashiro's involvement after learning of the incident. Hakura's rationale was straightforward. The sensory ninjas had perished in their slumber, indicating they had not detected the intruder. To her knowledge, only she and Yamashiro possessed the secret technique to conceal their chakra from sensory ninjas, making her suspicions naturally gravitate towards him. Hakura, you have been bowing your head since earlier. Have you made any discoveries? Rosa noticed Hakura's unusual demeanor and casually inquired. It is nothing. I was merely contemplating the possibility that the inhabitants of Konoha deliberately left behind their forehead protectors to disrupt our vision. The secret technique of concealing chakra, which Yakura is reluctant to disclose, can only be expressed in such an ambiguous manner. Indeed, Yakura raises a valid point. Konoha could very well engage in such tactics. Shaolin. At this moment, Utilize your sand eye to observe Konoha's movements. Observe for an additional 2 days if their actions remain consistent with the norm. We can largely eliminate Konoha as a suspect, Chiyo instructed Shallowin. Shallowin nodded. At present, the sensory ninjas have been secretly assassinated, leaving only him and the Wind Shadow Sand Eye capable of reconnaissance. Hence, he is the most suitable for monitoring Konoha. If Konoha exhibits no unusual behavior, who do you believe it could be? Asked Rasha. It must be the rock ninjas. I am just uncertain how they managed to evade detection by our sensory ninjas. Chiyo lamented. The discussion among Rasha and the others continued until noon. Aside from Yakura, the consensus was that the assassins of the sensory ninjas were not from Konoha, but from the rock ninjas. In Chiyo's view, if Konoha possessed a method to evade the scrutiny of sensory ninjas, they would have employed it long ago rather than waiting until after the loss of over 1,000 ninjas to take action. In the ensuing 2 days, Shallowin utilized his sand eye to discreetly monitor the dynamics of the Konoha camp. However, unbeknownst to him, everything had already been discovered by the Oil Girl clan ninjas, arranged in advance by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, in cooperation with Yamashiro, orchestrated an impressive ruse, successfully misleading Shallowin. Upon returning to the Sand Ninja camp, Shallowin recounted in detail to Rasha and Chiyo the observations he had made over the past 2 days. It indeed appears that Konoha is not to blame. The detestable rock ninjas. At this moment, Rasha harbored a profound animosity toward the rock ninjas. Alas, now is not the time for lamentation, Rasha. We cannot prolong the war with Konoha. While they remain unaware of our loss of sensory ninjas, we must initiate combat immediately. Chiyo asserted. Lord Wind Shadow. I concur with Chiyo's sentiments. Should Konoha learn of our assassinated sensory ninjas, we would find ourselves at a greater disadvantage in this war. Shallowin also advocated for immediate action. With both of them in agreement, Rasha ceased his hesitation and resolved to engage Konoha in battle. With Rasha's determination to confront Konoha, the latter had already begun preparations for the impending conflict. Every move of Shallowin was meticulously observed by the Oil Girl clan spies. Upon Shallowin's return to the Sand Ninja camp, Yamashiro, having received the news, promptly sought out Hatake Tsukumo in his tent. Kid, you have finally arrived, Jiraiya exclaimed, having awaited Yamashiro's arrival long before he received the news. Time is of the essence. Let us commence the war strategy meeting. Yamashiro nodded and began to discuss the forthcoming actions with Hatake Tsukumo and Jiraiya. That evening, a small team led by Jiraiya set up explosive tags along the route that the Sand Ninjas would traverse. Meanwhile, Yamashiro arranged several concealed traps on the battlefield, predominantly consisting of explosive tags. With the assistance of the Hyuga and Oil Girl clans, the two and their teams swiftly established the traps and returned to the Konoha camp under the cover of night. The following day, the Sand Shinobi refrained from hastily commencing battle, opting instead to investigate the route for any potential traps. Yamashiro was well aware that Chiyo's cautious nature would undoubtedly lead her to dispatch Sand Shinobi to scout for traps. Consequently, he did not instruct Jiraiya to set up large-scale traps. Rather, he utilized explosive tags, strategically burying them in obscure locations, specifically within piles of rubble that could only be traversed when a significant number of individuals were present. Given the battlefield's desert setting, the Sand Shinobi were exceedingly confident in their understanding of such terrain, which caused them to lower their guard. However, Yamashiro had left them with a few substantial surprises amidst the sands. Without any sensory ninjas among them, the ordinary Sand Shinobi, after conducting their search, failed to detect the explosive tags laid by Jiraiya and did not venture onto the battlefield, thus ensuring the success of Yamashiro's plan. Once they confirmed safety, Rasha and Chiyo promptly initiated their actions, with Rasha gathering all the Sand Shinobi present in the camp. Rasha, Chiyo, the One-Tailed Jinchuriki, Yakura, Sand Wheel, 5 elite Jonin, and over 10,000 Sand Shinobi set forth in a grand procession. Meanwhile, the Konoha side also mobilized fully, comprising Shikaka Nara, Jiraiya, Yamashiro, 6 elite Jonin, and 6,000 ninjas. In terms of high-level combat prowess, Shikaka Nara could suppress Chiyo, while Jiraiya in Sage Mode could overcome Rasha. Yamashiro was confident in his ability to contend with Yakura and Sandwheel, as Shikaku possessed the second Mizukage SS-class ninjutsu, Water Release, Hard Vortex Water Blade, to restrict movements. The objective of this assassination attempt on all sensory ninjas among the Sand Shinobi was to enhance the victory probability for the ordinary ninjas. Should Konoha manage to deplete over 3,000 ordinary Sand Shinobi in this battle, the Rock Shinobi would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to declare war, thus creating a mutual constraint among the 4 great nations, stabilizing the overall situation. On the Sand Shinobi's front, just as their more than 10,000 troops set out, they encountered difficulties, as the Sand Shinobi traversing the rubble on either side were grievously injured or killed by Jiraiya's explosive tags. Both Rasha and Chiyo wore grim expressions. Rasha shot a fierce glare at Kawakami, who had been responsible for the reconnaissance team the previous day. Feeling the weight of Rasha's gaze, Kawakami dared not look back. Drenched in cold sweat, he felt wronged. He had not anticipated that Konoha's traps would be positioned not on the main road, but rather in the seldom trodden rubble, making it impossible for anyone without sensory abilities to detect them. Naturally, Kawakami dared not voice these thoughts to Rasha or Chiyo. With the Sand Shinobi suffering significant casualties even before reaching the battlefield, over 300 lost and countless injured, he could not escape the burden of responsibility. Chiyo, at that moment, understood who was behind the assassination of the sensory ninjas. Konoha had meticulously orchestrated this scenario to lead the Sand Shinobi into a trap. Observing the unfolding situation, Rasha, who had risen to the position of Kazekage, was not foolish. He too grasped the truth of the matter. However, with the arrow already knocked, this battle had become inevitable. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Rasha ordered the Sand Shinobi to continue their advance. The Sand Shinobi forces soon arrived at the battleground of the previous two encounters. Yamashiro, the Sand Shinobi have entered your trap, reported the Hyuga clan's ninja, ever vigilant under Yamashiro's direction. Upon discovering that the Sand Shinobi had walked into the battlefield traps, they promptly informed Yamashiro. Excellent, Rasha and Chiyo. I trust you will appreciate this gift. In the mountains, Shanzhong Yuan controlled the melting of the ice blocks beneath the desert. As the ice melted, the sand ninja standing atop it fell into the explosive seal traps. Shanzhong Yuan's 4 traps had already claimed the lives of over 300 sand ninjas. Even before the battle had commenced, nearly 700 of their ranks were lost. Haha, well done, little ghost. Look at those sand ninjas, dead or wounded. We possess a significant advantage this time, Jiraiya exclaimed with laughter. Now, whether we can secure victory depends on everyone. There is little more I can do, Shanzhong Yuan remarked. Rest assured, Yuan, the morale of the sand ninjas has plummeted, and nearly 1/5 of their forces are injured. This time, we shall surely prevail, said Hatake Tsukumo, easing Shanzhong Yuan's anxiety. If even the typically calm and wise Tsukumo harbored such confidence, the prospects for victory appeared promising. The sand ninjas, without hesitation, launched their assault under Raza's command, targeting Jiraiya directly. Chiyo, harboring deep resentment towards Tsukumo, naturally sought no other adversaries. Shanzhong Yuan observed as Yakura and another towering man rushed towards him, triggering his Ice Thunder mode and confronting them. Although the sand ninjas boasted numerical superiority in ordinary combat, the recent traps had severely diminished their morale. With around 2,000 of their ranks injured by the explosive seals, the Leaf Ninjas prioritized those wounded sand ninjas, reinforcing Jiraiya's assertion of their considerable advantage. Funfu had been monitoring the battlefield and noted the sand ninjas' declining fortunes. Resigned, he resorted to using the feigning sleep technique to summon Shikaku. Uncle Jiraiya, Shikaku has appeared. Shanzhong Yuan's voice echoed in Jiraiya's consciousness. He hurled an ice surgical knife towards Shikaku and instantly teleported to its location, arriving before Shikaku after 3 consecutive jumps. After repelling Raza, Jiraiya quickly approached Shikaku. Yuan-chan, Jiraiya just mentioned you have a method to restrict Shikaku's movements. What is it? Asked Senjutsu Danzaku. You shall know shortly. Shanzhong Yuan teased, and Danzaku refrained from further inquiries, as Jiraiya was currently preparing a formidable technique that required his Sage Chakra assistance. Water Release, Hard Vortex Water Blade. Jiraiya unleashed a technique infused with a vast amount of Sage Chakra, aided by the powers of the 2 sages. The water blade transformed into a water vortex, and the intense rotational force easily dismantled Shikaku's absolute defense. Just as Shikaku awakened, he was struck before he could act. Little ghost. This technique will last for about 20 minutes. The rest is up to you, Jiraiya said, turning to fend off Raza's assault, resuming their previous confrontation. Shanzhong Yuan summoned natural energy, ensuring the rotational speed remained unaffected while freezing a portion of the water within the vortex, shaping the ice into blade-like edges. As envisioned by Shanzhong Yuan, Shikaku's rate of recovery from the sand absorption equaled the wear inflicted by the ice blades. Throughout the 20 minutes of the water vortex's duration, Shikaku was successfully restrained from action. After this, if they could eliminate Yakura and the towering man within 20 minutes, the war could be declared over. In the mountains, Yamashita gazed at the 2 figures rushing towards him, muttering to himself. He had previously clashed with Yakura while intercepting the Sand Shinobi transport team, so he was well aware of Yakura's formidable abilities. As for the other large man, he was an enigma. However, anyone capable of fighting alongside Yakura must possess at least the strength of a quasi-shadow. Faced with the two quasi-shadows, Yamashita did not dare to underestimate them in the slightest. He summoned the Toad Gamabunta using the Spirit Summoning technique. Be cautious of Yamashita's ice release. It is quite treacherous, Yakura warned. Reminiscing about how Gamabunta's water release had previously complemented Yamashita's ice release. As the third Kazekage's bodyguard, Sandwell held great confidence in his own abilities, having learned most of his techniques directly from the third Kazekage. Therefore, he paid little heed to Yakura's caution. Sandwell initiated the attack with the Iron Sand Hammer, condensing iron sand into a massive hammer that he swung down upon Yamashita. In response, Yamashita activated his Ice Thunder mode, narrowly evading Sandwell's sudden strike. Magnet release. Is it surprising that there are others among the Sand Shinobi capable of this technique besides the third and fourth Kazekages? Yamashita exclaimed in astonishment. Is it so strange that I, as the protector of Lord Third Kazekage, possess magnet release? Sandwell's words prompted Yamashita to regard him with even greater seriousness. The strength of the third Kazekage's bodyguard surely surpassed that of a typical quasi-shadow. In terms of power, the third Kazekage was likely on par with the third Tsuchikage, Noki, as he was universally acknowledged as the mightiest wind shadow. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had fallen to the hands of the Red Sand Scorpion. Based on the descriptions of the third Kazekage's puppet that later appeared in the original narrative and the techniques Sandwell had just employed, Yamashita speculated that Sandwell had likely received guidance from the third Kazekage. With this thought in mind, Yamashita felt a surge of excitement. He was not a warmonger, but the prospect of battling a formidable opponent stirred his blood. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. Freeze. Yamashita commanded, controlling an ice dragon that surged towards Yakura and Sandwell. Sandwell erected a wall of iron sand, and the ice dragon slammed forcefully against it, yet the wall remained unscathed. After absorbing the impact, the iron wall reformed into 5 conical iron sand spikes, which then shot directly toward Yamashita, evading with thunder instantaneous movement. Yamashita soon discovered that the iron sand spikes relentlessly pursued him. So, they are tracking types? He mused nonchalantly, drawing forth an ice surgical knife and hurling it toward the two adversaries' position before instantaneously teleporting to its location. Flying Thunder God Technique. So, this brat can use the Flying Thunder God Technique too? Sandwell exclaimed, retreating while questioning Yakura upon seeing Yamashita suddenly appear before him. I'm not sure. He didn't use this move during our previous encounter, Yakura replied, his voice trembling in surprise. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Your spikes haven't been returned yet, Yamashita declared as he used thunder instantaneous movement to appear behind Sandwell, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying directly toward the incoming iron sand spikes. Sandwell, be careful. Quickly dispel the iron spikes. Yakura's timely warning saved Sandwell from imminent peril, and Yamashita, feeling somewhat displeased at the missed opportunity, glared at him. Gamabunta. Iron Cannonball. The distant voice of Shanzhong Yuan echoed in the consciousness of Hama Guang, prompting him to leap and launch an iron cannonball towards the direction of Shanzhong Yuan. Upon noticing the cannonball being fired, Yitsong immediately activated her blazing technique, intending to evaporate the projectile. Shanzhong Yuan, sensing the intense heat emanating from Yitsong's body, understood her intent. Just as the iron cannonball was less than a meter away from Yitsong, he abruptly encased it in ice. Yitsong found herself outsmarted. Her blazing technique had little effect on Shanzhong Yuan's ice technique, rendering it impossible to melt the cannonball and evaporate it at such a short distance. Consequently, Yitsong was propelled away by the massive ice block. Shanzhong Yuan's attention was fixated on Yitsong, leaving him unaware of the imminent attack from Shalun, who had transformed iron sand into a colossal iron block. When did that happen? Shanzhong Yuan realized the iron block was nearly upon him, and there was no time for a quick escape. He utilized his earlier ice technique to teleport. However, what he did not anticipate was that Sha Lun had been waiting for him. As he reappeared, the iron sand spike shot towards his heart. Crack, crack, crack. The iron spike pierced Shanzhong Yuan's heart directly, leaving Sha Lun in shock as he noticed that Shanzhong Yuan did not bleed nor sustain any injury. A cold sweat broke out on Shanzhong Yuan's brow, relieved that he was in an ice elemental state. Otherwise, Sha Luan's move could have cost him his life. Yitsong, are you all right? Sha Luan, realizing his failure, quickly inquired about Yitsong's condition. I'm fine. Yi-song replied, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth as she slowly rose. Yi-song, let us join forces. There's something off about this guy. My iron sand spike pierced his heart, yet he is unharmed, Shaolin remarked. All right, I will assist you with my blazing technique. Yi-song responded, blazing technique, ascend. Yi-song's blazing technique infused Shaolin's iron sand with intense heat, transforming the originally dark iron sand into a glowing crimson. The situation exceeded Shanzhong Yuan's expectations. The combined threat of Shaolin and Yi-song surpassed that of Shohei. Guang, keep your distance for a while. I am about to unleash a powerful technique. Be cautious not to get caught in the crossfire, Shanzhong Yuan communicated telepathically to Hama Guang. Afterward, he dispelled his ice elemental state and entered Sage mode, connecting with the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. Konoha ninjas, this is Shanzhong Yuan. Everyone, retreat to a distance of 100 meters immediately. I will soon employ a formidable technique, so keep your distance to avoid collateral damage. The voice of Shanzhong Yuan resonated in the minds of the Konoha ninjas, prompting them to spring into action as he began to prepare Wind Release Spiral Shuriken. Shanzhong Yuan first concentrated a Rasengan in his hand, infusing it with Wind Nature Transformation and Sage Chakra. Whirling blades began to emerge around the Rasengan, producing a sharp, piercing sound. As the noise intensified, the Spiral Shuriken gradually took shape. Meanwhile, with Yi-song's blazing technique enhancing it, a massive kunai, glowing red from the heat, materialized on the battlefield, hovering in the air and raising the temperature of the desert by several degrees. In the mountains, Yamamoto noted the approaching shuriken. Yet he held unwavering confidence in the sand iron kunai he had crafted with Yezhong. Without hesitation, he directed the kunai towards Yamamoto. As the kunai soared through the air, it ignited due to friction, creating flames that distorted the very space around Yamamoto with an illusion of searing heat. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Yamamoto launched a spiral shuriken, which collided mid-air with the blazing kunai. The convergence of wind blades, flames, and sand iron resulted in a tremendous explosion, and Yamamoto activated his Sharingan. Fixating on the spectacle of the blast, the wind blades from the spiral shuriken incessantly sliced through the sand iron kunai, while the flames, fueled by the wind, grew increasingly fierce. As the temperature escalated, the sand iron began to melt, and the magnetic properties of the shuriken diminished under the intense heat, causing the once cohesive kunai to disintegrate. The kunai fragmented into small, fiery iron shards that erupted across the sky. These flaming fragments scattered around Yamamoto and Yezhong, leaving Shuriken astonished that their combined assault was thwarted. Yezhong too stared at Yamamoto in disbelief. How could Yamamoto possess such an array of techniques? Techniques he had not employed during their earlier skirmish? Shuriken queried, somewhat perplexed. Yezhong shook her head in silence, sensing something amiss and preferring not to elaborate. Noticing her reticence, Shuriken assumed she was contemplating a strategy against Yamamoto. Yezhong, we must continue to collaborate. Even this boy's ice release cannot withstand the heat of our blaze release. When the blazing kunai soared past earlier, his ice blades were completely melted, Shuriken asserted. Is that truly the case? Yezhong asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, if you doubt. You may test the ice block over there, Shuriken replied. Very well, let us try. Yezhong acquiesced to Shuriken's proposal. Together, they crafted a small kunai, which Shuriken directed towards the ice block, and indeed, it began to melt. Yezhong breathed a sigh of relief. Discovering Yamamoto's vulnerability offered a glimmer of hope for victory. Yamamoto, observing with his Sharingan, was taken aback to witness his ice being dissolved. This was a first for him, even when defeated by Kakashi. It was through the cleaving of ice blocks that he had been overcome. This revelation served as a reminder to Yamamoto that the heat resistance of ice was finite. When faced with temperatures exceeding that limit, it would inevitably melt. Realizing that the combination of blaze release and sand iron could dissolve his ice, Yezhong and Shuriken launched another assault. Faced with relentless and deadly strikes, Yamamoto could only evade by utilizing lightning body flicker and ice surgical blades, all while ensuring the ice blades did not come into contact with the burning sand iron. Yamamoto, do you require my assistance with water release? Gamma asked. No need, Gamma. I cannot defeat these two, yet they cannot best me either. Besides, Jiraiya's battle is nearing its conclusion. Just keep an eye out for the other sand shinobi, Yamamoto replied. In utilizing the spiral shuriken earlier, he had entered Sage mode and sensed the precarious situation of Jiraiya. Rasha was on the brink of collapse. After Jiraiya dealt with Rasha, he entrusted Shikaku to Jiraiya, believing that their victory rested solely in his capable hands. Meanwhile, The duo of Sandwheel and Yukura remained oblivious to the distant circumstances surrounding Rasha, persistently unleashing their scorch release, sand iron against Yamashiro. As the two continued their assault, the searing heat generated by their technique evaporated the water release utilized by the leaf ninjas, resulting in a substantial updraft. Yamashiro, preoccupied with evasion, failed to notice the ominous darkening of the sky until he caught sight of the cumulonimbus clouds forming above. Recalling the moment from the original narrative when Sasuke confronted Itachi and unleashed the technique known as lightning release, Kirin, Yamashiro, felt a profound shock. The merit of Kirin lies in its extensive range and rapid descent, striking with such speed that evasion becomes futile, while dodging the attacks of his adversaries. Yamashiro utilized his Sharingan to monitor the clouds for any signs of lightning, and upon confirming its presence, he summoned Gamabunta. Yukura's scorch release had inadvertently created the cumulonimbus cloud essential for Yamashiro's Kirin. All he needed to do was guide the lightning, ensuring that the Kirin would not inadvertently harm him. In the original tale, Sasuke had stood atop a high vantage point to direct the technique. However, in this battlefield devoid of elevation, Yamashiro had no choice but to call upon Gamabunta. Sandwheel cast a disdainful glance at Gamabunta, perceiving the giant to be nothing more than a living target, and promptly directed the scorch release, sand iron, toward him. Bunta, leap away from them. I need to prepare a technique, Yamashiro instructed. Upon hearing this, Gamabunta leaped with great force, distancing himself over 100 meters from the duo. Yamashiro's Sharingan began to track the speed and direction of the lightning within the clouds, and he subsequently employed Chidori Sharp Spear to channel the lightning. As Yamashiro infused his lightning release into the clouds, an ethereal beast began to materialize, its form comprised of a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, and the body of a stag. Gamabunta was taken aback by the transformation occurring above, feeling the terrifying energy of the lightning. Even the fearless toad found his legs trembling at the sight. What is this? Run, Yukura, run. Sandwheel sensed an overwhelming threat and urged Yukura to flee. Wait, why is it so small? Yamashiro pondered, observing the Kirin's size, which was only half of what Sasuke had conjured in the original tale. Is it small? If it were larger, would you intend to eliminate me as well? Gamabunta exclaimed, startled by Yamashiro's words, fearing that the technique might grow even more formidable. Ruka, Yoshiko, look over there. Akadu Dingmu called out to his comrades. What the hell? Ruko, look quickly. Yoshiko nonchalantly glanced, only to be startled. Naruto was equally taken aback by Yamashiro's technique. The entire battlefield, regardless of whether they were sand shinobi or leaf ninjas, was struck with astonishment at Yamashiro's display, including Jiraiya and his companions. Hey, kid's father, what is that? Sage Shima exclaimed upon noticing Yamashiro's Kirin. Sage Fukasaku turned his head, startled, and quickly urged Jiraiya to cease his actions. Jiraiya, stop. Look behind you. Jiraiya turned around, utterly flabbergasted. What is this kid doing? What technique is this? I have no idea. In the mountains, Shanzhong Yuan remained oblivious to the immense shock his technique had instigated among the onlookers. With a swift gesture, the Qilin descended before the Sandwheel with an unstoppable force. Shanzhong Yuan was not a man known for mercy. However, due to a strategic plan, he had no desire to take Yutsong's life. The Qilin's assault was solely directed at the Sandwheel. In an instant, the Sandwheel was reduced to a pile of charred remains, leaving Yutsong pale and shaken. The blood drained from her face. She witnessed the sheer power of the technique. Had it not been for Shanzhong Yuan's deliberate restraint, her fate would likely have mirrored that of the Sandwheel. Shanzhong Yuan leapt down from the frog's back and approached Yutsong. Hey, are you all right? He inquired, noticing her dazed expression. Why did you spare me? Yutsong, regaining her composure, looked at him with a complex gaze. Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to discuss a transaction with you. A transaction? Yutsong observed the seriousness etched on Shanzhong Yuan's face, realizing he was not jesting. I will not betray the Sand Village. If that is your intention, you may as well kill me now. When did I ever suggest you betray the Sand Village? I simply want you to agree to one matter. This request will not harm the interests of the Sand Village, nor will it put your life at risk. If it violates either of these conditions, you are free to refuse. However, you must agree when I present this request, Shanzhong Yuan explained. What is it? Yutsong asked. The specifics will be revealed later. If you agree, I will not only spare you, but also ensure that the person you hold dear is liberated from Konoha prison. Are you serious? Yutsong's heart raced at his words. Of course, I am. It would be easy for me to kill you now. There is no need for deception. Shanzhong Yuan replied. All right. I agree. After contemplating, Yi-sung recognized the truth in his words, particularly since he had stated she could refuse if it jeopardized her or the village's interests. After releasing Yi-sung, Shanjong Yuan prepared to confront Shoha. Trapped within the confines of the icy water vortex, Shoha had not moved an inch for several minutes. His wounds were gradually healing, only to be exacerbated by the icy blades. When Shanjong Yuan and the frog approached Shoha, the tailed beast no longer exhibited his previous arrogance. Instead, he regarded them with calm composure. Haha, One Tail, how does it feel to be ensnared here? The tides have turned, and now it is your turn to be mocked. The frog jeered at Shoha. Shoha ignored the frog and addressed Shanjong Yuan. Kid, this is your second victory over me. This time does not count. Our goal was merely to confine you, Shanjong Yuan retorted. Haha, in terms of humanity, you are quite candid. Shoha responded. Farewell. With that, Shanjong Yuan encased the entire water vortex in ice, trapping Shoha in a solid block. He then teleported above Shoha's head and, with his technique, the Chidori sharp spear, pierced through the ice, striking Fubuki's shoulder. Gaara still lives. Fubuki cannot perish just yet. The pain and numbness radiating from his shoulder roused Fubuki from the genjutsu, and Shoha subsequently vanished. After vanquishing Shikaku, Yamashiro Tura consumed a military supply pill and rejoined the fray alongside the ordinary ninjas. With the assistance of Fukasaku, he descended upon the battlefield like a fierce tiger, rendering the sand ninjas utterly powerless against such a formidable force. Meanwhile, the battle involving Jiraiya and his comrades had reached a decisive conclusion. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, lay gravely injured, as did Chiyo. Jiraiya, under the protection of the sage Fukasaku and Shima, emerged unscathed, while Kakashi Hitaki skillfully dispatched Chiyo without suffering a scratch. With two elite ninja from the sand severely wounded, one semi-elite dead, and another fleeing, Shikaku had also been dealt with by Yashiro Toru. The elite ninjas of Konoha were more than capable of handling the remaining threats, securing a victory for Konoha in this conflict. Tura left Fukasaku to engage the ordinary sand ninjas while he took it upon himself to safeguard the members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. The clansmen were easily identifiable, operating in groups of 3 on the battlefield, particularly the Akimichi clan with their noticeably robust physiques. Turu's keen perception scanned the surroundings for any distress signals from the clansmen, rushing to assist wherever necessary. Just as he rescued a group of Inuzuka, he noticed a familiar figure ahead, injured. Yamashiro Ryoko, the daughter of Turu's maternal uncle, was only 7 years old and had already distinguished herself as the second youngest nin in the Yamashiro clan. Though not as close to Ryoko as he was to Yamashiro Hachi, she remained an important relative to Turu. Spotting her injury caused him to panic. He unleashed his lightning chakra mode, appearing instantaneously behind her. Ryoko, damn it, where is the medical ninja? The man cradling Ryoko was unmistakably a member of the Nara clan, while the sand ninja before them was being confronted by a member of the Akimichi clan. Please, lay Ryoko down. I am a medical ninja. Nara Shikaku, startled by the sudden voice behind him, turned to find Turu and breathed a sigh of relief. Upon assessing Ryoko's wound, Turu's expression soured. A kunai from the sand ninja had pierced her lung and was laced with potent poison. If left untreated, Ryoko's life would be in grave jeopardy. I must administer emergency treatment here, otherwise, she will face life-threatening consequences. With that, Turu conjured a small ice bed and erected 4 opaque ice walls around them. In his fervor to save his cousin, Turu momentarily overlooked Nara Shikaku's presence. Once the preparations were complete, he began to unfasten Ryoko's clothing. As siblings, his intentions were purely medical, yet Nara Shikaku's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Gazing at Ryoko's form, he became entranced. Had she awakened at that moment, she would have seen a boy diligently tending to her wounds while another man stared, slack-jawed. Turu first neutralized the poison infecting Ryoko and then crushed several healing talismans, placing them upon her wound. Gradually, the bleeding subsided, her breathing steadied, and her consciousness began to return. One of the secret arts of the Yamamoto clan is the enhancement of mental strength. Yamamoto Yoshiko, a prodigy of her clan, possesses a mental fortitude that, while not quite on par with Yamamoto En or Yamamoto Hachi, far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Upon regaining consciousness, her first sensation was one of coldness, swiftly followed by intense pain. As she gradually opened her eyes, those feelings dissipated. To her surprise, she discovered that the upper half of her clothing had been unfastened, and several healing talismans were placed upon her body, while Yamamoto diligently attended to her treatment. If it were solely this, Yoshiko could easily accept the situation. For in her eyes, Yamamoto-in was merely a child, her younger brother whom she had watched grow up. However, the sight of a man leering at her chest was entirely another matter. Yoshiko had known Nara Shirkong for over a decade, and had never suspected he could possess such a side. The Nara clan was typically renowned for their exceptional intelligence and composed judgment, yet Shirkong's current demeanor seemed to cast aside the honor of his lineage. Stop for a moment and help me put my clothes back on. Yoshiko's voice echoed in Yamamoto-in's mind. Yoshiko-ne, you're awake? He exclaimed, slightly taken aback. But the treatment is at a crucial juncture, and besides, we are siblings, so you need not concern yourself. It's not you I'm worried about. It's that scoundrel behind you. No, wait, you're a scoundrel too. How could you unfasten my clothing in front of that lecher? Yoshiko chastised in her mind. At that moment, and realized he had failed to send Shirkong away. The look on Yoshiko's face told him she was touched by his concern, and being just a child, he could easily be forgiven. Thus, the infamous Nara Shirkong of the Naruto world was born. What Yoshiko thought remained unknown to N. His only desire was to ensure that Shirkong would forget this incident entirely. According to theories from his past life, a severe impact could lead to amnesia. Alternatively, he could render Shirkong unconscious and seal away the memory with a jutsu. Contemplating this, and clumsily resumed dressing Yoshiko as the moment of opportunity faded. As Shirkong regained his senses, he noticed N had abruptly halted the treatment, which puzzled him. At that instant, he felt a wave of murderous intent and turned to face Yoshiko, locking eyes with her furious gaze. Yoshiko, I can explain, Shirkong stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine at her glare. Listen well, Nara clan cousin. You have two choices, either be struck into amnesia or be rendered unconscious and have your memory sealed, N declared, causing Shirkong to break out into a cold sweat. Wait, let me say one last thing. Yoshiko, I've liked you since we were very young, but I was too timid to confess. However, today I must speak my heart. Nara Shirkong, I'm fond of you. With that, Shirkang closed his eyes, bracing himself for N's response. Upon hearing Nara Shirko's words, Yamashita Yoshiko felt a rush of embarrassment. Her face flushed with crimson. Observing his sister's reaction, Yamashita Yudo realized that Yoshiko had always harbored feelings for Nara Shirko. As he watched the two of them, his thoughts drifted to Yuzuki-yu. He wondered how she was faring in the village. In the mountains, Yoshiko Yamashita was successfully swayed by the sweet words of Nara Shikamaru, rendering Yamashita Turu's plan of amnesia unnecessary. Yoshiko Yamashita had emerged from danger, and Yamashita Tura ceased further treatment, retreating with a bewildered Akimichi Dingmu after dismantling the ice wall. Once Yoshiko Yamashita was secured, Yamashita Tura returned to the battlefield. The Sand Shinobi, after the arrival of Gamabunta, began to falter. RSA and Chiyo, both gravely wounded, had barely escaped from the clutches of Kakashi Hitaki and Jiraiya. Observing the irretrievable collapse of the Sand Shinobi, RSA sighed and reluctantly commanded a retreat. Upon receiving Ursa's order, the Sand forces hastily shouldered their fallen comrades and vacated the battlefield with utmost speed. The Leaf Ninja, witnessing the Sand's withdrawal, erupted in cheers. Kakashi Hitaki refrained from issuing a pursuit order, adhering to the principle of not chasing a desperate foe. Moreover, the objectives of this war had been achieved. The Sand had suffered considerable losses, and it was inevitable that the Rock Shinobi would seize this opportunity to declare war on the Sand, thus ensuring mutual restraint among the four great nations, alleviating the need to confront the entire Sand village. Senior Kakashi, this surely marks a resounding victory, exclaimed Jiraiya, his face alight with excitement. That little brat's technique took down a Sand Genin, and many ordinary Sand ninja perished as well. Indeed, a resounding victory, Kakashi affirmed. Order the troops to immediately attend to the wounded to mitigate our losses. Also, inform Yamashita Turu and the representatives of each clan, as well as the elite Genin, to convene in my tent this evening. Jiraiya nodded and commenced his actions. Under Jiraiya's command, the Leaf Ninja efficiently cleared the battlefield and transported the injured to the medical ninja for treatment. Turu, feel free to call me if you need anything, Gamabunta said. Understood. After bidding farewell to Gamabunta, Yamashita Turu dispelled the summoning technique and immersed himself in the effort to rescue the wounded. Jiraiya, wishing to converse with Yamashita Turu, observed his busyness and smiled, choosing not to intrude. That evening, in the Leaf Camp, within Kakashi Hitaki's tent, all high-ranking officials from the Leaf and Sand battlefields gathered. Kakashi Hitaki, Jiraiya, and Yamashita Turu emerged unscathed, while others bore various injuries. However, thanks to the healing talismans crafted by Yamashita Turu, none suffered severe afflictions. Only Yoshiko Yamashita remained unable to move. This time, we have triumphed, a fact that is evident to all, so I need not elaborate. But do you know who the greatest contributor to this victory is? Kakashi paused, scanning the crowd, noting the puzzled expressions of all except Yamashita Toru and Jiraiya. It is Yamashita Toru. He proposed the assassination of the Sand's sensory ninja and, under the cover of night, joined me in eliminating all of their sensory operatives. A Sand shinobi without their sensory ninja is akin to a blind and deaf individual. The traps we set inflicted monumental losses upon them. The others, upon hearing Kakashi's words, gazed in astonishment at Yamashita Toru, comprehending the audacity of assassinating the sensory ninja, not to mention how they evaded detection. Infiltrating the Sand camp was no feat for the ordinary. Kakashi disregarded their reactions and continued, "In this battle, we have eliminated at least 3,000 Sand ninja and caused the loss of AJ Nin. Consequently, our subsequent battles will be significantly more manageable." Upon hearing such a bountiful account of victories, the individuals within the tent erupted in joyous laughter. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Sand Ninja's tent, presided over by Rasha, was one of desolation. This battle could only be described by a single term: catastrophic losses. Both Rasha and Chiyo were grievously injured. 5 elite jonin suffered, with 1 dead and the others wounded. The Sand Wheel, a crucial asset, was reduced to cinders by Yamashiro's lightning release. Kirin. Although Finn and Yakura remained relatively unscathed, their spirits were too dampened to continue fighting. A preliminary tally indicated that over 300 ordinary Sand Ninja had perished. Nearly 700 fell victim to the traps set by Jiraiya and Yamashiro, while about 2,000 others, wounded by these traps, ultimately succumbed on the battlefield. The remainder consisted of casualties from standard combat with the Leaf Ninja and the aftermath of Gamabunta's involvement. Cough, cough. Esteemed colleagues, we have suffered grievously this time, and it seems we shall be unable to engage in further conflict for the foreseeable future, Rasha stated, his voice strained by coughs. Alas, Rasha speaks the truth. We have indeed incurred significant losses. Not only ordinary ninjas, but even the Sand Wheel has fallen at the hands of Yamashiro. Chiyo's side. Yakura remained silent, offering no opinion, and her demeanor had changed since her return. Rasha and Chiyo presumed she was frightened by Yamashiro's technique, yet felt powerless to address it. Lord Kazekage, with such substantial losses, "I fear the Rock Ninja may seize this opportunity to strike," remarked Kagawa, who had inadvertently fallen victim to Uchiha Hisa's genjutsu during their skirmish, sustaining severe injuries. "Do not fret. I have already dispatched someone to summon my brother. HZ will be arriving with Maki. Should the Rock Ninja dare to make a move, we shall ensure they pay dearly for it," Chiyo reassured. "Lord HZ and Maki are coming? Splendid. That alleviates my worries about a potential ambush from the Rock Ninja," Kagawa replied, visibly relieved by Chiyo's explanation. "Is it wise to leave only a shadow of a Kazekage to guard the village?" Yakura expressed her concerns regarding the safety of the Sand Village. Currently, the 4 great nations are embroiled in a war characterized by mutual restraint and vigilance. "I will exercise utmost caution to prevent any opportunities for others to strike at the Sand Village," Rasha assured. As the high-ranking officials of the Sand discussed the battle's toll, a scroll arrived at Rasha's tent. After confirming its safety, Rasha's guard presented the scroll to him. Upon unfurling it and quickly scanning its contents, Rasha's expression turned grave as he announced, "The Rock Ninja have declared war on us." "What? How could it come so swiftly?" Chiyo exclaimed, snatching the scroll and her countenance shifting dramatically. "Damn you, Noki." Simultaneously, the Leaf Village received news of the Rock Ninja's declaration against the Sand Ninja, and Kakashi Hitaki publicly announced this intelligence. The declaration of war from the Rock Ninja against the Sand Ninja implied a significant reduction in the forces facing them. At that moment, everyone grasped the meaning behind Kakashi's earlier statement that the subsequent battles would be considerably easier. After the meeting concluded, Yamashiro made his way to the area where the injured from the Leaf were recuperating, intending to visit Yamashiro Ryoko. Unfortunately, he arrived at an inopportune moment. As Yamashita Yudo arrived, Nara Shikako was administering medicine to Yamashita Ryoko. Once the barrier between them was shattered, the dynamics of their relationship underwent a dramatic transformation. The sweetness of their interaction struck Yamashita Yudo like a bolt from the blue, leaving him overwhelmed and engulfed by the metaphorical dog food of their affection. In the days that followed, a fierce battle erupted between the Sand and Rock Ninjas, while Konoha remained passive. Although the previous conflict ended in their favor, they suffered nearly 1,000 casualties, rendering them unfit for further combat. The rock ninjas had anticipated an opportunity to exploit the sand's weakened state following their recent defeat. However, they were caught off guard as the sand ninjas rallied in defiance, leading to significant losses for the rock forces. Even the third Tsuchikage's son, Kuratsuchi, fell prey to a preemptive ambush by Kiru. During these hectic days, Yamashita Yudo was incessantly occupied with tending to the injured. As the captain of the medical team, he could not afford to indulge in idleness. After several days of relentless effort, he finally concluded the treatment of the wounded, allowing himself a moment of respite as he collapsed onto his bed, yearning for a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had been eager to engage Yamashita Yudo in conversation, but the overwhelming number of casualties kept him preoccupied, leaving no room for dialogue. Upon witnessing Yudo finish his medical duties, Jiraiya entered the tent and abruptly roused him from his rest. "Hey, Uncle Jiraiya, what are you doing?" Yamashita Yudo protested against this unwelcome interruption. I've been wanting to talk to you for ages. Come with me," Jiraiya insisted, dragging him out to the arid expanse beyond the camp. "What do we need to discuss so far from the camp?" Yamashita Yudo queried, perplexed by Jiraiya's insistence. "I have 2 questions for you, kid. First, what is the technique you used to channel lightning? Second, why did you let Yukura go?" Jiraiya's tone was grave. Sparing an enemy was not a trivial matter. As for that technique, there is not much to say. Its conditions are quite stringent. It requires cumulonimbus clouds and the presence of friction-generated lightning to be effective. Yamashita Yudo explained the mechanics and limitations of lightning release, leaving Jiraiya somewhat disheartened as he had hoped for a more broadly applicable technique. And what was the reason behind deliberately sparing Yukura? Don't think no one noticed. You are aware of my Sage Mode sensory abilities, right? Jiraiya continued his probing. "Uncle Jiraiya, my decision to spare Yukura was based on my own considerations. I require his assistance for a future plan, the details of which I shall not divulge." Yamashita Yudo admitted candidly in the face of Jiraiya's persistent inquiries. "What kind of mysterious plan could it be? You're just a brat," Jiraiya scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Yamashita Yudo, choosing not to press further. "You old pervert, what a hassle," Yamashita Yudo retorted without reservation. At merely 34 years of age, Jiraiya took offense at being referred to as an old man, raising his hand to playfully strike Yamashita's head. Sensing the motion, Yamashita Yudo deftly dodged the blow. "Brat!" Jiraiya exclaimed in mock outrage, invoking the lion's mane technique, causing his hair to extend and ensnare Yamashita Yudo in its coils. In the mountains, the moment Shanshong Yuan extended his hand, he hurled an icy surgical knife. Just as Jiraiya was reveling in his triumph, Shanshong Yuan instantaneously teleported beside the icy blade. "Flying Thunder God? No, little brat. Is this your ice-style teleportation? So, you and Senior Shikomo have been refining this technique all along." Shanshong Yuan provocatively taunted with a grin. "It seems you have made significant progress during this time. However, this is merely the beginning. You still have a long way to go." Upon finishing his words, Jiraiya formed hand seals and altered the terrain with earth release. Jiraiya's technique was unleashed with such swiftness that Shanshong Yuan found himself ensnared by Jiraiya's underworld swamp before he could evade. "Uncle Jiraiya, you haven't forgotten my ice techniques, have you? The underworld swamp is made of mud." Naturally, Jiraiya would not allow Shanshong Yuan to escape so easily. He swiftly followed up with a fire release, great fireball technique. Shanshong Yuan, unfazed, erected an ice wall to block Jiraiya's attack and subsequently froze the underworld swamp, successfully extricating himself. "Uncle Jiraiya, it's my turn now," he declared, forming hand seals and unleashing a colossal waterfall towards Jiraiya. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya's earthen barrier successfully obstructed the water flow but could not withstand Shanshong Yuan's ice. Observing Jiraiya erecting a dirt wall, Shanshong Yuan controlled the latter half of the waterfall to freeze it, causing the earth wall to shatter into ice fragments. In a burst of ice thunder mode, Shanshong Yuan appeared beside Jiraiya, conjuring ice blades from the surrounding water and striking downwards. In a moment of desperation, Jiraiya utilized the substitution technique to evade. As the ice blade cleaved the wooden block in two, "Hey, kid, are you trying to kill me?" Jiraiya exclaimed exaggeratedly. "If it were that easy to kill you, you would have been dead countless times by now." Just then, Jiraiya's vision blurred, and Shanshong Yuan, wielding the ice blade, reappeared before him. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither gaining the upper hand after numerous exchanges. "Haha, enough. Little brat, you've done quite well." Jiraiya expressed genuine delight at Shanshong Yuan's progress. The praise made Shanshong Yuan feel somewhat embarrassed, knowing that half of his techniques had been learned from Jiraiya. Subsequently, Jiraiya and Shanshong Yuan casually conversed about matters concerning the third Hokage. Jiraiya could sense Shanshong Yuan's bias against the third Hokage. Uncle Jiraiya, have you ever considered making money? Shanshong Yuan deliberately steered the conversation away from the third Hokage. Making money? Of course, I have. With money, I could indulge in hot springs and fine wine. That is the greatest enjoyment for a man. Seeing Jiraiya's lecherous grin, Shanshong Yuan shook his head in resignation. Uncle Jiraiya, I notice you often write things. Would you be interested in writing a book? If it becomes popular, it could mean a fortune. Jiraiya found Shanshong Yuan's suggestion quite intriguing. Yes, writing a book. Perhaps penning your autobiography or recounting your amusing escapades of peeking at the women's bath. As Shanshong Yuan's proposal resonated with him, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Almost impatiently eager to embark on this venture. Well then, young one, I shall not indulge in further conversation. I have matters to attend to. With that, Jiraiya departed without a backward glance. In the original narrative, it remains unclear when Jiraiya commenced his literary endeavors. However, by the 48th year of Konoha, when Kushina was expecting Naruto, Jiraiya had already completed his first book, Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. The name Naruto was derived from the protagonist of this very work. When Kakashi turned 18, Jiraiya gifted him a copy of Make-Out Paradise, leading Kakashi down an uncharted path. Yamamoto, too, held great affection for the portrayal of Kakashi clutching Make-Out Paradise in the original story. Thus, for various reasons, Yamamoto began to encourage Jiraiya to pursue writing. Little did he anticipate the fervor with which Jiraiya would embrace this endeavor. Kakashi, I have made such a significant contribution to your future happiness. The next time we meet, you must treat me to barbecue. Yamamoto mused to himself. Achoo. On the battlefield of the land of Earth, Kakashi, engaged in training, sneezed. Kakashi, are you all right? Are you catching a cold? Lin inquired with concern. Seeing Lin's attentive manner towards Kakashi, Obito, feeling a pang of jealousy, remarked, that fool Kakashi must have offended too many people to receive such treatment. Kakashi, disregarding Obito's comment, shook his head at Lin to signal his well-being and resumed his training. The battle between the rock and sand ninjas had resulted in significant losses. Following their disheartening defeat at the hands of Konoha, the sand ninjas engaged in a fierce conflict with the rock ninjas. Although they emerged victorious, they lacked the resources to continue the fight. Thus, the battlefields of the Wind Country saw Konoha, sand, and rock ninjas mutually restraining one another. The same situation prevailed in the land of Earth, where Konoha, rock, and cloud ninjas faced similar circumstances. Meanwhile, in the land of water, Konoha, cloud, and mist ninjas were engaged in their own conflicts. The five great nations found themselves locked in a stalemate, and nearly 6 months into the Third Great Ninja War, it had devolved into a war of attrition. As time passed swiftly, a year quietly slipped away. During this year, the various battlefields saw little significant activity, with numerous small-scale skirmishes and ambushes occurring incessantly. Outside the Konoha camp in the Wind Country, Shikaku and Yamamoto participated in their regular training sessions. In the 44th year of Konoha, Yamamoto was approaching the age of 12. Akin to Naruto and his peers at the time of their graduation in the original tale. Over the course of this year, Yamamoto experienced considerable growth in numerous ways. Firstly, in terms of height, Yamamoto seemed to sprout like mushrooms after a rain, now reaching approximately 1.6 meters. Secondly, due to his proficiency in ice release, his chakra volume surpassed that of the average ninja, approaching the caliber of a semi-kage, albeit not quite as extraordinary as Naruto's in the original narrative. With the enhancement of his chakra, Yamamoto's prowess advanced significantly. Not long ago, during an encounter, Yamamoto faced Chiyo, deploying all his trump cards aside from the giant eye statue, and surprisingly achieved a stalemate against her. Though Chiyo's age had somewhat diminished her strength, her decades of battle experience surpassed that of many Kage-level ninjas. In summary, Chiyo's abilities were undoubtedly still at the Kage level, and Yamamoto's ability to match her was a testament to his burgeoning strength. Observing the young man before him, Shikaka couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He had witnessed Yamamoto's remarkable growth firsthand. At the tender age of 12, one can already contend with a slightly weaker shadow-level ninja on equal footing. It is noteworthy that the legendary god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, attained the prowess of a shadow only at the age of 13. After concluding a training session with Kakashi Hitaki, Yamamoto returned to the medical squad. Through over a year of diligent effort, the majority of medical ninjas in the squad have successfully applied modern medical knowledge to real-life rescue operations. Their comprehension of human anatomy and internal organs has significantly deepened, and substantial advancements have been made in the field of surgical procedures. Hey, Mei, how are you feeling? Upon returning to the medical team, Yamamoto first visited his former teammate, Hinata Mei. During a recent encounter with Chiyo, Yamamoto found himself restrained by Chiyo, leaving the other medical ninjas reliant on the protection of Hinata Mei and 2 other Chunin. Fortunately, this encounter was fortuitous, as Chiyo was accompanied only by an elite Jonin on a mission. With the assistance of her Byakugan, Hinata Mei possessed strength surpassing that of an ordinary Jonin, yet still fell short when compared to an elite Jonin. Thus, under the desperate protection of Hinata Mei and the 2 Chunin, the medical ninjas managed to escape, albeit at the cost of 2 Chunin lives and Hinata Mei sustaining serious injuries. After checking on Hinata Mei, Yamamoto proceeded to visit his sister, Yamamoto Ryoko. While Ryoko's mental fortitude did not match Yamamoto's, her control over spiritual energy was considerably superior. For the past 6 months, Yamamoto had been learning various secret techniques of the Yamamoto clan from Ryoko to enhance his control over spiritual energy, a process that often subjected him to witnessing romantic developments. Over the year, the bond between Nara Shikaku and Yamamoto Ryoko has been steadily strengthening. The typically laid-back and unresponsive Nara Shikaku transforms into a charming and humorous individual in Ryoko's presence, occasionally surprising her with delightful gestures. Having trained together in the same Inoshikacho team since childhood, the two already shared a solid emotional foundation, and Nara Shikaku's transformation rapidly led Yamamoto Ryoko to succumb to her feelings. However, upon arriving at Ryoko's tent today, Yamamoto discovered that Nara Shikaku was inexplicably absent. "Ryoko, where's Shikaku?" Yamamoto casually inquired. "I sent him back. I just received a letter from Brother Hachi. The Inoshikacho clans are like family. But this is a matter between the 2 of us, and he should not interfere," Ryoko replied. "You didn't say that when he was holding you yesterday." Yamamoto muttered under his breath. "You little rascal, what did you just say?" Ryoko, being a prodigy of the Yamamoto clan with formidable sensory abilities, could hear even his whispered words. "Nothing. I didn't say anything." "You must have misheard me, Ryoko." Yamamoto quickly backpedaled, sensing Ryoko's rising aura of menace. Ryoko chose not to engage further in playful banter and handed Yamamoto a scroll. As he unfurled the scroll and scanned it with his spiritual energy, he realized that it contained one of the techniques he had learned from Ryoko, a mental application skill she had developed, allowing him to absorb the entire content of the scroll in an instant. Brother Hachi is actually getting married? The scroll revealed the news of Hachi's impending nuptials. "What do you mean, actually getting married? He should have been married long ago." As the leader of the Yamashiro clan, marrying at the age of 22 seems rather late, doesn't it? Yamashiro Yoshiko cast a sidelong glance at Yamashiro Wa and remarked, "Sister Yoshiko, please do not be upset. You are absolutely right. Brother Yuan is simply outrageous." Yamashiro Yuan decisively threw Brother Yuan under the bus. "Humph. I believe that if it weren't for my father and Aunt Kiko's relentless pressure, Brother Yuan would still be oblivious to the notion of marriage." "Ahem, Sister Yoshiko, do you know who Brother Yuan's bride is?" "I am unaware. However, the clansman who delivered the scroll informed me that the bride is not a ninja," replied Yamashiro Yoshiko. "Not a ninja? Well, such matters are trivial. I must seek out Uncle Sakumo. The date on the letter is October 15th, and with only a month remaining, we must prepare to return to Konoha." "Indeed. Your status is of great importance. It is prudent to request leave from Lord Sakumo in advance," nodded Yoshiko. Upon departing from Yamashiro Yoshiko, Yamashiro Wa promptly made his way to Sakumo Hitaki's tent. Upon entering, he discovered a ninja clad in umbu attire reporting something to Sakumo. "Yuan, your timing is impeccable. It saves him the trouble of searching for you," Sakumo Hitaki remarked upon seeing Wa. "Looking for me? Is the umbu here for me?" Yamashiro Wa inquired, perplexed, as he had encountered the umbu only once before, when the 3rd Hokage bestowed upon him 2 S-rank water release techniques. "Lord Yuan, previously, the Hokage has promoted you to a special Jonin of Konoha, and he specifically sent me to inform you. Strength and heroism are always esteemed. Yua's prowess speaks for itself. And under the deliberate promotion of the 3rd Hokage, he has become a celebrated hero among the villagers of Konoha." "Oh, I see. Thank you." Yamashiro Wa expressed his gratitude to the umbu ninja. "There is no need for thanks, Lord Wa. With the message delivered, I shall take my leave." With that, the umbu ninja vanished using the body flicker technique. "Wa, what brings you here?" Sakumo Hitaki inquired, aware that you all must have an important matter to discuss. "Uncle Sakumo, I wish to request leave to return to Konoha." "Leave for a month? Why?" This was the first time Tsukumo had encountered someone requesting such an extensive leave during wartime. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been kicked out without a second thought. Uncle Tsukumo, brother was getting married. Here. This is the scroll sent by the clan. Yamashiro had great trust in Tsukumo, and knowing the scroll contained no sensitive information regarding the Yamashiro clan. He handed it over directly. Taking the scroll, Tsukumo quickly perused its contents, and then remarked, 15 days. Not a day more. Traveling to and from Konoha at your pace should take no more than 10 days. During wartime, you, as one of the battlefield commanders, dare to request a month off? How brazen. Uncle Tsukumo, 15 days seems rather insufficient. Could I possibly have an additional 2 days? Yamashiro was acutely aware that, as one of the battlefield commanders, requesting an extended leave under such circumstances was indeed inappropriate. However, a year and a half of relentless combat has left Yamashiro Yoko feeling utterly fatigued. The brutality of war has surpassed his imagination. It is fortunate that, in his previous life, he was a surgeon accustomed to the cycle of life and death, possessing a heart resilient enough to withstand such trials, lest he have succumbed long ago. Thus, Yamashiro Yoko resolved to use his impending marriage to Yamashiro Hachi as an excuse to return to Konoha, to visit his mother and Yuya, seeking respite from the tension. What brings you here, kid? Has Senior Shikumo from the sand made any moves? Jiraiya inquired. It's unrelated to the war, it's about Yoko. He wishes to take a month's leave to return to Konoha and sought your counsel, Shikumo replied. What does it matter? Senior Shikumo, let him go back. The situation on the battlefield is quite stable. Nothing major is likely to occur. Moreover, in case of an emergency, I can summon this kid from Myobokuzen without issue. Jiraiya's words softened Shikumo's resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Yamashiro Yoko interjected, Uncle Shikumo, I assure you, should any issues arise, I will be at your beck and call. The two exchanged words until Shikumo, who was not particularly eloquent, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Before departing, Shikumo entrusted Yamashiro Yoko with a scroll, instructing him to deliver it to the third Hokage upon his return to the village. The duo moved with great swiftness, typically. An ordinary Umbu ninja would require nearly 4 days to return from the battlefield in the Land of Wind, yet they accomplished the journey in 3. Upon gazing at the familiar Hokage rock, Yamashiro Yoko felt a sense of calmness wash over his previously agitated spirit. He did not possess the same fervent love for the village as Naruto, having not been born and raised there. His heart belonged solely to the country of his past life, China. Nonetheless, Konoha held countless ties he could not sever: his mother, Yamashiro Keiko, Uzumaki Kushina, Yuzuki Yugao, Namikaze Minato, Kakashi's team, and the Yamashiro clan. In his previous life, Yamashiro Yoko often faced solitude. In this life, he would not forsake these precious bonds. He held no aspirations of becoming Hokage. Rather, his singular desire was to protect those dear to him, whether from the village's shadows or from future threats such as Akatsuki, Pain, Uchiha Obito, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. To safeguard these connections, Yamashiro Yoko resolved to grow ever stronger, striving to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. With a deep breath, he entered Konoha alongside Yamashiro Ryoko. The gate of Konoha was still manned by the Uchiha clan. During wartime, the Uchiha's defenses were far more stringent than usual, yet their efficiency was commendable. Upon confirming the identities of Yamashiro Yoko and his companion, they were promptly granted passage. Ryoko, you should return to the clan first. I need to deliver the scroll Uncle Shikumo gave me to Lord Hokage, Yamashiro Yoko stated as they entered the village. All right. I shall head back now. Ryoko waved farewell as she sprinted towards the Yamashiro clan's territory. Yamashiro Yoko had visited the Hokage building numerous times, yet in his earlier visits, his lack of strength prevented him from perceiving the multitude of hidden Umbu masters concealed behind the seemingly simple presence of 2 guards. Today, he realized that not only would Naruto, a genin in the original story, find it impossible to retrieve the sealing scroll from the Hokage's office, but even with his current abilities, he would face great difficulty in accomplishing such a feat. The 2 guards remained the same as before, yet after such a long time apart, they no longer recognized Shanzhong Yuan. Upon explaining his identity and purpose, they permitted him passage. Enter. Shanzhong Yuan pushed open the door, and the 3rd Hokage regarded him for a moment before revealing a look of appreciation. Hokage-sama, this is a message from Lord Tsukumo that I have brought for you. The 3rd Hokage accepted the scroll, as he always perused the frontline reports without delay, and this instance was no exception. He promptly unfurled the scroll. Shanzhong Yuan extended his mental energy. Compared to the outside, the Hokage's office was significantly less populated. occupied only by 3 AMBU members, one a quasi-Hokage and the other 2 elite Genin. Zhong Yuan, did you have a chance encounter with Chiyo? The third Hokage's inquiry interrupted Shan Zhong Yuan's examination. Yes, Hokage-sama. And the outcome? It was a draw. Shan Zhong Yuan's tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet the third Hokage burst into laughter. Good, good. It seems this special Genin has indeed been underestimated. The third Hokage remarked with a smile. Your praise is unwarranted. Hokage-sama, my youth and lack of experience render me unqualified for the rank of Genin. Being a special Genin suffices. The third Hokage shook his head. While a quasi-Hokage might be adequate for a special Genin, Shan Zhong Yuan was of a caliber that rivaled even the Hokage level. Previous intelligence had assessed Shan Zhong Yuan's strength at the quasi-Hokage level, but today, Tsukumo had delivered a delightful surprise. The scroll contained only a single Saiyan ninja, and Shan Zhong Yuan, at the Hokage level, could contend evenly with Chiyo. The reason Shan Zhong Yuan was able to draw with Chiyo lay largely in his lightning body flicker technique and ice release. In terms of combat experience and chakra volume, he still fell short of a true Hokage. However, with these trump cards, the power he could unleash was genuinely that of a Hokage. Zhong Yuan, let us proceed to the training field. I wish to witness your prowess. The third Hokage, having reviewed Tsukumo's intelligence, felt an eager anticipation to gauge Shan Zhong Yuan's strength. Yes, Hokage-sama. At the 7th training ground, the third Hokage refrained from participating directly. Shan Zhong Yuan's opponent was the quasi-Hokage AMBU member from earlier. Begin. With the Hokage's command, the AMBU ninja immediately launched an assault on Shan Zhong Yuan. The AMBU's strength was formidable, at least on par with the quasi-Hokage Sand ninja. However, Shan Zhong Yuan was no longer the same as he had been a year prior. He unleashed his ice lightning mode, vanishing from the AMBU's sight in a blur, and the next moment, the AMBU felt a chill at his neck, where a crystalline ice scalpel was poised. I concede. The AMBU declared, acknowledging defeat with swift resolve, as speed-type ninjas like Shan Zhong Yuan were his most formidable adversaries. Shan Zhong Yuan, by the authority of the Hokage, I hereby promote you to the rank of Genin in Konoha. The third Hokage, upon witnessing Shan Zhong Yuan's rapid victory over the strongest AMBU ninja at his side, formally recognized him as a Genin in accordance with the recommendations in Tsukumo's scroll. Leaving the 7th training ground, Shan Zhong Yuan hastened towards the Shan Zhong clan, yearning to see Shan Zhong Kingxi after a year and a half apart. Upon his return to the clan's territory, Shan Zhong Yuan did not attract much attention. In fact, the focus of the villagers was elsewhere. At that moment, the Shan Zhong clan was bustling with activity as the clan leader, Shan Zhong Hai, was preparing for his wedding. Shan Zhong Yuan first returned to the house where his mother resided, but found it empty. After searching the clan grounds without success, he reluctantly entered sage mode, utilizing its heightened perception to locate Shan Zhongqing. To his astonishment, he discovered that his mother was at an inn in Konoha, predominantly frequented by outsiders. Shan Zhong Yuan could not recall his mother having any acquaintances beyond the village, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Once he exited sage mode, he promptly activated lightning mode, swiftly making his way to the inn. The establishment appeared quite luxurious, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. Shan Zhong Yuan, disinterested in engaging with the staff, teleported directly to the 2nd floor. His lightning mode, enhanced by his 3-tomo Sharingan, allowed him to perceive movements that would elude the average eye. Upon arriving at the room where Shan Zhongqing was located, he heard a burst of laughter from within. The sound of his mother's laughter provided him with a sense of relief. Knock, knock, who is it? A woman's voice inquired from inside. Hello, I am Shan Zhong Yuan. May I ask if my mother, Shan Zhongqing, is here? He began, but before he could finish, the door swung open. It was Shan Zhongqing, who, upon recognizing her son's voice, rushed to open the door, gazing at her son, who had grown to nearly her height after a year and a half apart. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Aunt Xingzi, perhaps you could let us in? Suggested the woman inside. They entered the room, and Shan Zhongqing's emotions remained quite heightened, taking a while to settle. Yuan, this is Kei, your Uncle Hai's fiancée. Instead of inquiring about Shan Zhong Yuan's experiences on the battlefield, Shan Zhongqing introduced the other woman in the room. Only then did Shan Zhong Yuan realize that the woman was indeed Shan Zhong Hai's betrothed. She was beautiful, possessing an enduring charm, and bore a slight resemblance to Shan Zhong Gino. However, her ninja attire puzzled him. According to Shan Zhong Liangzi, this woman should be a commoner. Hello, I am Shan Zhong Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Kei. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, she replied, taking a moment to appraise Shanzhong Yuan with interest. Hai often speaks of a remarkable prodigy within the Shanzhong clan, which piqued my curiosity. Aunt Qingzi, there is no need to conceal anything from Yuan. I have mentioned that he and Hai are like brothers, Kay stated. Mother, is there anything I can assist my sister-in-law with? Shanzhong Yuan asked, addressing Kay as sister-in-law, which caused her to blush and lower her gaze shyly. Kay was a ninja from the mist village of the water country, brought back by Hai from the battlefield there. Shanzhong Qing explained. Shanzhong Yuan was taken aback by this revelation, suddenly understanding why, in the original narrative, Ino's mother had never appeared. Following the Fourth Great Ninja War, the various ninja villages reconciled, and intermarriage became a commonplace occurrence. However, amidst the escalating tensions of the Third War, Yamashiro Kaichi's bride, a ninja from the Mist Village, would undoubtedly need to live in obscurity. How did you two meet? Yamashiro asked curiously. Through the narrative provided by Kage, and learned the details of their encounter. It turned out that during a mission with her comrades, Kage came across Yamashiro Kaichi, who was gravely injured due to the overwhelming forces of the Mist Ninja. Seizing the opportunity, Kaichi took Kage hostage. Yet, the Mist Ninjas callously abandoned her, resulting in both Kage and Kaichi being cast into a river. Fortunately, Kage's injuries were not severe, and she managed to rescue Kaichi from the water, tending to his wounds with care. Upon awakening, Kaichi felt a profound sense of guilt towards Kage, as his actions had nearly cost her life. Disillusioned with the Mist Village, Kage found herself growing closer to Kaichi, and their relationship blossomed over time. Once Kaichi recovered, he needed to return to the Leaf Village, and their mutual affection deepened through their shared experiences. Ultimately, Kage made a significant sacrifice, allowing Kaichi to examine her memories to confirm she was not a spy for the Mist. She willingly chose to seal her chakra, becoming an ordinary person to be with Kaichi. Mother, does the Hokage know about this? En inquired. Yes, the Hokage has given his approval, but the hesitance of Yamashiro Keiko stirred concern in En. Mother, please speak plainly. En urged. It's just that Danzo is wary of Kage and has insisted on placing restrictions on her. However, the Hokage did not acquiesce and reprimanded Danzo, Keiko explained. After hearing his mother's words, En's opinion of the third Hokage improved significantly, while he felt compelled to caution Danzo. Subsequently, the mother and son bid farewell to Kage and returned to the Yamashiro clan, engaging in conversation until deep into the night. After emerging from Keiko's room, En did not retire for the night but instead entered Sage Mode to seek out Danzo's location, and had not intended to confront Danzo so soon. But the latter's actions against his family had crossed a line. With the enhanced perception of Sage Mode, En easily pinpointed Danzo's whereabouts. Root, as expected, is underground. Exiting Sage Mode, En unleashed his Ice Thunder Mode, swiftly making his way to the entrance of Root. After eliminating the guards, he left behind an ice surgical knife at the entrance and ventured into Root. The expansive underground facility was eerily quiet, to be cautious, and placed an ice surgical knife every 40 meters. Danzo had been stripped of his position as an advisor to the Hokage, and the ninjas of Root had been forcibly disbanded, with only a minimal security force remaining. En encountered no Root ninjas along his path until he reached the innermost chamber, where a mere dozen appeared. What brings you to my Root? Danzo inquired as he emerged amidst the encirclement of his remaining ninjas. It has been a while, and I wish to extend my greetings, Danzo. The majority of this group of Root ninjas comprises exceptionally skilled jonin, with 2 of them being elite jonin. Although Danzo himself lost an arm to Kakashi Hitaki, he is merely an elite jonin. Yamanaka Fu, possessing strength on par with the Kage, regards these individuals with utter disdain. Moreover, should any trouble arise, he has the ice release technique for swift escape. Having exchanged pleasantries, you are now free to depart, Danzo commanded Yamanaka Fu. Unfazed by his words, Yamanaka Fu merely smiled, and in a flash of lightning, he incapacitated all the Root ninjas. Lord Danzo, I advise you to remain compliant in the future. While Uncle Kakashi can sever one of your arms, I, Yamanaka Fu, can do the same. With that, he disregarded Danzo's grim expression and vanished into the depths of the Root. Early the next morning, after the incident at the Root, Mito Minyen, Tsurugi Kamachi, and Shimura Danzo went to the office of the third Hokage. Do you know about last night's events? Mito Minyen inquired directly, cutting to the chase. What events? The third Hokage feigned ignorance. In truth, he was already aware of Shan Yuan's visit to the Root the previous day. After much deliberation, he chose to turn a blind eye. The third Hokage's earlier rejection of Danzo's proposal had signaled his stance. The Yamanaka clan had always been staunch supporters of the Hokage. And with a prodigy like Shanyung Yuan emerging, the third Hokage was determined not to allow Danzo to take action against them. Danzo, visibly irritated by the third Hokage's demeanor, took a deep breath to steady his emotions before addressing him. It's about Shanyung Yuan's unauthorized intrusion into the root. Oh, that matter. I am aware. Children can be reckless and foolish. As elders, you should show some leniency, the third Hokage replied with a smile, downplaying the issue. Is it simply childish folly when someone invades the root and insults Danzo? Tsurugi Kamachi interjected, clearly upset by the third Hokage's attitude. Now, Kamachi. There's no need to be angry. It's merely a trivial matter, and besides, the root has been disbanded. How could there be an intrusion? The third Hokage reassured, but the data from the root still exists. Shanyung Yuan's breach might have been to access mission information, Danzo accused, labeling Shanyung Yuan a thief of Konoha's secrets. You are overly suspicious, Danzo. Shanyung Yuan is the heir of the Will of Fire. He would not stoop to such actions, the third Hokage countered, dismissing Danzo's claims. The trio disowned the third Hokage's favoritism towards Shanyung Yuan. They were already dissatisfied with the third Hokage's decision to strip them of their positions, and now, his defense of Shanyung Yuan even ruffled Mito Minin, who was typically mild-mannered. Danzo, can you provide a reason for this? Mito Minin asked, his tone noticeably brusque. The third Hokage recognized the growing displeasure in Minion's demeanor. Sigh. Shanyung Yuan is a Kage-level ninja, not merely a candidate. You must understand what that signifies at the tender age of 12. The third Hokage then produced a scroll given to him by Hatake Sakomo and handed it to the trio. Upon quickly perusing the scroll, Kamachi's expression brightened with delight. Minion, noticing his partner's reaction, understood the authenticity of the matter. Instead of reading the scroll himself, he directly passed it to Danzo. After reviewing its contents, Danzo's face darkened. This scroll might just be Sakumo's fanciful tales. Umbu, speak to them, the third Hokage instructed the hidden Umbu ninja. Lord Danzo, yesterday, I fought Shanyung Yuan. He is a speed-type ninja and defeated me in just 3 seconds, the Umbu ninja reported before vanishing. The capabilities of the Umbu were well known. While speed-type ninjas could somewhat counter the abilities of ninjas like Umbu, it was improbable for a candidate-level ninja to be subdued so swiftly unless the disparity in strength was vast. Even so, could someone like Ritsuk, who disrespected the village's elders, truly be the heir of the Will of Fire? Danzo continued to resist. Sigh. Very well, let's proceed. Toanzo, I permit you to reassemble a small team from the root, tasked with safeguarding the sensitive information of the organization. Is that acceptable? The third Hokage remarked. Toanzo understood that the third Hokage would never impose punishment on Yamashiro-to, and he was amenable to the condition of restoring a portion of the root. He nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Yamashiro-to, the discussions in the Hokage's office unfolded without his knowledge. Presently, he was engrossed in reminiscing with Yuzuki Yuin. After a year and a half apart, the most notable change in Yuin was her height. She had grown significantly taller compared to a year and a half ago, while other aspects remained unchanged. The young girl was delighted by Yamashiro's return, excitedly sharing tales from the Ninja Academy. Their laughter resonated as they approached the third training ground, where Kushina had been waiting for Yamashiro. To, is this the reason you woke me up so early? Kushina inquired, gesturing towards Yuzuki Yuin. Of course not. I merely brought Yuin along, Yamashiro replied. Kushina, I called you here to present you with a gift. A gift? What kind of gift? This. Yamashiro produced a short blade crafted from ice from a scroll. Kushina accepted the blade, her appreciation evident, as women are often drawn to sparkling objects. And the icy short sword certainly fit that description. Kushina, this short blade is intended as a weapon, not merely for adornment, Yamashiro stated with a hint of exasperation. A weapon? But this is ice. How can it compare to iron? Kushina questioned, perplexed. Kushina, you might want to test it against a regular kunai, Yamashiro suggested. All right. Kushina grasped the short blade in her left hand and a kunai in her right. To her astonishment, the kunai was effortlessly severed upon impact with the short sword. This blade was crafted by Yamashiro, shaped from ice while compressing natural energy within, making it, in essence, a conglomerate of natural energy cloaked in an icy exterior. Akin to the necklace of the first Hokage, which contained would-release chakra. Seeing the ice blade's sharpness, Kushina became even more enamored with it. Not bad, To. You've shown some thoughtfulness, she remarked. Of course, I am the sole disciple of Kushina. With such a wonderful teacher, I have certainly learned well, Yamashiro replied, flattering her. Having gifted Kushina, the little girl Yuzuki Yuin also received a present, which was a ninjutsu technique obtained from Kakashi Hitaki. Following this, Yuin had the privilege of witnessing a battle of immense caliber, the three-tailed Kushina versus Yamashiro. In this spar, Kushina emerged victorious by a narrow margin, even managing to withstand Yamashiro's Rasengan, despite unleashing her four-tailed form. Kushina, you cheated, Yamashiro protested after the practice session. You used the Rasengan. Why shouldn't I unleash four tails? Kushina countered, leaving Yamashiro momentarily speechless. In the distance, Yuzuki Yuin was awestruck by the intensity of their battle, never having imagined that individuals could possess such formidable power. Sister Kushina, how many tails can you access now? Just now, when Kushina caught the spiral shuriken, it seemed she was completely unaffected by entering the fourth tail. Yamashita casually inquired. Perhaps 5 tails. I accidentally lost control when I accessed the 6th tail earlier, almost demolishing the 3rd Hokage's office. 5 tails should be my limit. 5 tails. Sister Kushina, have you developed such a good relationship with the 9 tails? Kushina's transformation has evidently diverged from her original portrayal. Indeed, the 9 tails and I are quite the friends, Kushina declared proudly. 9 tails? You actually know the name of the 9 tails? Yamashita inadvertently let it slip. Kushina, oblivious, did not notice, but the 9 tails within her took heed. This little brat. How could he possibly know my name? Upon hearing Yamashita utter his name, the 9 tails' gaze turned somewhat peculiar. From the recounting of Kushina, Yamanaka Toru learned that over the past year and a half, the bond between Kushina and the 9 tails had indeed progressed significantly, especially after they reached a mutual understanding. Their agreement was as follows. Under no circumstances would the 9 tails invade Kushina's body, while Kushina would voluntarily release the seal. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina inherently possessed a unique chakra capable of suppressing the 9 tails. However, even so, the moment the seal was lifted, the overwhelming negative emotions of the 9 tails surged into Kushina's consciousness, causing her to lose control. This was not the 9 tails' intention, nor did it seize the opportunity to take over Kushina's body. Initially, the 9 tails believed that once Kushina regained her senses, she would reimpose the seal. Instead, she did not do so and expressed her trust in the 9 tails. This event marked a turning point in their relationship, and Kushina later expressed her desire to give the 9 tails a name. Faced with an array of peculiar suggestions, the 9 tails was reluctant to be addressed by such names and, in resignation, revealed his name to Kushina. Let this little rascal in. I have something to ask him. While Kushina was sharing with Yamanaka Toru how she became friends with the 9 tails, she suddenly heard the voice of the 9 tails. At this moment, Toru was in disarray. For a single phrase from this little creature had transformed Kushina's attitude towards the 9 tails, leading her to genuinely accept him as a friend. It was astonishing that the 9 tails had become friends with Naruto's mother. Toru felt a surge of excitement. With such a close relationship between Kushina and the 9 tails, perhaps the night of the 9 tails would no longer occur. Toru, Kurama wishes to see you. See me? Kushina's words startled Toru, as this time the 9 tails was not sealed away, and he harbored doubts about whether he would be devoured upon entering. Yet, driven by his trust in Kushina, Toru nodded in agreement. Just as before, guided by Kushina, he encountered the 9 tails for the second time. Hey, little one. We meet again. Facing the 9 tails, Toru felt overwhelmed. The immense chakra, unrestrained by a seal, left him somewhat breathless. TCH, still so useless. Hey, how do you know my name? After retracting his chakra, the 9 tails inquired. With the sudden alleviation of the tremendous chakra pressure, Toru felt a great deal lighter. To respond to the 9 tails' question, and in preparation for the night of the 9 tails, Toru decided to take a gamble. I don't know, just a few names came to mind. Shikaku, Jawaiki, Kurama. When I first encountered you, for some reason, I was certain you were named Kurama. Toru feigned ignorance as he spoke. Upon hearing Toru's words, the 9 tails fell silent. Kushina's ability to perceive good and evil stemmed from him, and naturally, the 9 tails was more adept at utilizing such abilities. From Toru's earlier statement, the 9 tails could ascertain its authenticity. Toru's words were certainly not false. He had gleaned this knowledge from an animated series in his previous life. He articulated this to forge a connection with the 9 tails and to pose a question regarding the Sharingan. Little one, you possess the aura of natural energy. Can you harness natural energy? The 9 tails asked. I studied Sage Mode at Mount Mayaboku, Toru replied. Knowing the names of the tailed beasts and possessing the ability to utilize Sage Mode piqued the 9 tails' curiosity about Toru even further. Kaibai, may I pose a question to you? Yamashiro tentatively inquired. Please, go ahead, The Nine-Tails did not refuse. Kaibai, I wish to know if you can be controlled by the Manjiki Sharingan? As soon as Yamashiro's words fell, the suppressed chakra of the Nine-Tails erupted instantaneously. Had the question been posed by another, it would surely have provoked the Nine-Tails' wrath. For the memories of being controlled by Uchiha Obito were the most unwelcome thoughts for the beast. However, the Nine-Tails refrained from retaliating. Intrigued by Yamashiro's curiosity and sensing an underlying goodwill in his inquiry, perhaps viewing it as a mere casual remark. Contemplating this, the Nine-Tails retracted his chakra and asked, "Young one, what prompts your inquiry?" Yamashiro seated himself upon the ground and replied, "This matter is of great significance to you, to me, and to Sister Kushina." The Nine-Tails discerned the earnestness in Yamashiro's words, and his instinctive abilities confirmed the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, the Nine-Tails asserted, generally, "The Manjiki can only restrict my consciousness. It is impossible to control me." "Thank you, Kaibai," Yamashiro responded. The Nine-Tails ceased conversing with him, allowing Kushina to take Yamashiro away. Kushina, having overheard the exchange between the human and the beast, chose not to pry further. She trusted the Nine-Tails implicitly, as well as Yamashiro, believing they would never bring her harm. During Kushina's labor, the possibility of the Nine-Tails being controlled and forcibly summoned to Konohagakure loomed. In the original narrative, Obito possessed cells of Shinja Hashirama within him, and his Manjiki successfully subdued the Nine-Tails. Ultimately, it was Minato who triumphed over Obito, employing the contract seal to break the control. Should the control over the Nine-Tails remain unlifted in a timely manner, the outcome would remain unchanged. Given the stakes concerning Kushina's life, Yamashiro had to exercise caution. After meeting with the Nine-Tails, Yamashiro appeared somewhat despondent. Following his farewell to Kushina, he escorted Yuzuki Yuyuki back home before returning to the Yamashiro clan. For the next 2 weeks, Yamashiro was retained at home by Yamashiro Ko to assist in the preparations for Yamashiro Ehei's wedding. As time slipped by unnoticed, the day of October 15th arrived, and the Yamashiro clan's territory buzzed with excitement from the morning onward. First, the clans of Nara and Akimichi arrived to lend their support. Akimichi Chza returned, while Nara Shikaku, as the supreme commander on the battlefield of the Land of Water, presented a gift to convey his sentiments. Subsequently, various clans came forth to extend their congratulations, including the Uchiha, Hige, Sarutobi, and even the Shimura clan sent representatives. The wedding was officiated by the third Hokage, with the elder seats occupied by Yamashiro Ko and Yamashiro Akihito, who was Yamashiro Riko's father and Yamashiro's uncle. The wedding possessed a distinctly Western style, reminiscent of the ceremony between Naruto and Hinata depicted in the film The Last. Since the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, the atmosphere in Konohagakure had been fraught with tension, with both civilians and ninjas on edge. The wedding of Yamashiro Ehei provided a moment of warmth amidst the brutality of war, allowing the tightly wound nerves of the people to relax, even if just slightly. During the ceremony, Yamashiro Ehei appeared somewhat reserved, while his bride exuded confidence and grace, embodying the essence of the future matriarch of the Yamashiro clan. In the mountains, Yamazaki Ryo gazed upon the blissful couple, suddenly envisioning his own future wedding. "Ryo, could you please help me with this?" Shiyuin's voice interrupted his beautiful reverie. Yamazaki Ryo cast a slightly helpless glance at her. Unbeknownst to her, he was lost in thought as she continued to indulge in various sweets, for to a child, candy remains the most enticing delight. After the ceremony concluded, Akito Taro accompanied Yamazaki Kai to host the guests. In that moment, Yamazaki Ryo felt that having a member of the Akito clan as a friend was indeed a fortuitous prospect, particularly during such celebratory occasions, where no amount of wine would be turned away. Thus, amidst the revelry of the gathering, the wedding came to a close. On the evening of Yamashiro Kaichi's wedding, after the guests had dispersed, Yamashiro Toru stealthily infiltrated Konoha prison. His objective was the Sand Village female spy captured by Jiraiya, and for the sake of his future plans, he resolved to seize the opportunity to rescue her. Urgency compelled Yamashiro Toru to act, as the Umbu operatives were omnipresent in Konohagakure. Upon his clandestine entry into the route, he sensed no fewer than 10 Umbu ninjas. Given that it was Yamashiro Kaichi's wedding day, half of the village's ninja had attended the celebration, leaving many vital locations inadequately defended due to the thinning of Umbu personnel. Additionally, with Kaichi's wedding concluding, Yamashiro Toru knew he would soon return to the battlefield, necessitating swift action. He intended to entrust the female spy's safekeeping to his mother, Yamashiro Keiko. On the night of his bold venture into route, Yamashiro Toru's intent was to issue a warning to Danzo, and to convey to any ill-intentioned individuals in Konoha that they should not provoke the Yamashiro clan. However, the mission to rescue the prisoner from Konoha prison was of an entirely different nature and significance. He had to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring that no one detected his presence. He harbored no thoughts of defection. His actions were solely driven by necessity for the sake of his future strategy. As anticipated, the umbu's distribution within the village was too sparse that night. Yamashiro Toru concealed his chakra using a secret technique, carefully evading the umbu as he approached Konoha prison. The prison's defenses were not particularly stringent. He sensed merely 20 lower-ranked ninjas, 6 middle-ranked ninjas, and 1 special jounin inside, with the rest being civilians assisting in various tasks. This was not surprising, as the prisoner's chakra had been sealed, rendering them akin to ordinary individuals. A single lower-ranked ninja could easily subdue 10 regular civilians, especially with the presence of 6 middle-ranked and 1 special jounin. The guards consisted of only 2 lower-ranked ninjas. Given Yamashiro Toru's current speed, he could easily evade their notice even without utilizing the lightning release chakra mode, employing the body flicker technique to slip past them. Leaving behind an ice surgical knife at the location, he awaited the opportune moment to enter when someone exited the prison. After approximately half an hour, the gate swung open, and a civilian emerged. Seizing this moment, Yamashiro Toru successfully infiltrated Konoha prison using the body flicker technique. While the 2 lower-ranked guards merely sensed a gust of wind pass by. The structure of Konoha prison was not complex, with the basement comprising merely 4 levels. As he cautiously navigated through, avoiding the middle-ranked ninjas, Yamashiro Toru sought the location of the Sand Village female spy. After a fruitless search, he suddenly recalled that the prisoners had their chakras sealed. He only remembered the chakra fluctuations of the Sand Village spy. All other identifying features had long since faded from his memory, rendering the search nearly impossible. Reluctantly, he decided to apprehend a patrolling middle-ranked ninja from Konoha prison, activating his Sharingan to cast a genjutsu and extract information from him. From the middle-ranked ninja, Yamashiro Toru learned that for the past 40 years, all captured spies were confined on the west side of the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the location indicated by the middle-ranked ninja, he instantly recognized the Sand Village spy, as her hair color was strikingly similar to that of Yukura. "Who are you?" The female spy was merely sealed of her chakra, and Yamashita could clearly see the destruction of the seal on the prison door. "Do not utter a word. It is Yukura who has sent me to rescue you." Yamashita, fearing she might jeopardize the mission, directly mentioned Yukura's name. Upon hearing it, the Sunigakure female spy fell silent. After Yamashita dismantled the seal, she emerged from her cell. The Konoha prison had not mistreated her, though she appeared to be in a rather poor mental state. "I will take you outside. Rest assured, I will not harm you," he assured her. With that, Yamashita formed hand seals and ensnared the spy with the water prison technique, subsequently encasing her in ice. His ice release teleportation could not transport individuals, but it could carry ice. Thus, encasing the spy in ice and utilizing his ice release to swiftly exit the Konoha prison was the most prudent course of action. Arriving at the 2nd floor, in alignment with the prison's main entrance, he sensed the icy blade of the technique and successfully departed from Konoha prison with the female spy. Afterward, he melted the ice and, evading the umbu ninjas, returned to the Yamashita clan's territory with the spy on his back. "Knock, knock, mother, mother," Yamashita called, rousing his mother, Yamashita Seiko, from her slumber. Groggily, she opened the door and was immediately alert upon seeing her son carrying a woman. "Come in," she urged, quickly ushering him inside. After he set the female spy down, Seiko inquired, "Yamashita, who is she?" "Mother, she is an important person to my friend from Sunigakure. She was previously in Konoha prison," he replied. "Yamashita, you are a Konoha ninja," Seiko exclaimed, taken aback by her son's words. "Do not worry, mother. I harbor no ulterior motives. This friend will be of significant assistance to me in the future, and I merely wish to repay her in advance," Yamashita explained. While the mother and son were discussing, the Sunigakure female spy awakened, having listened to their conversation with keen interest. Confirming that Yamashita bore her no ill will and indeed knew Yukura, she opened her eyes and sat up. "Thank you for rescuing me, Yamashita. However, a few years ago, it was you who conspired with Jiraiya to capture me. Was it not?" she said with a hint of complexity in her tone. Cough, cough. "At that time, I was not acquainted with Yukura. I only met her on the battlefield in the Land of Wind," he replied. "Has the war begun again? I did not expect it to happen so soon." The spy expressed her surprise at the news. "By the way, I still do not know your name." What is your relationship with Yukura? Yamashita inquired. My name is Y. And Yukura is my younger sister. Our mother passed away shortly after giving birth to her, and our father has been away on missions for many years. I have raised Yukura since she was a child, Y explained. Upon hearing Y's words, Yamashita finally understood why Yukura was so concerned about Y's well-being. Mother, could you please take care of her for a while? He requested. Y, I will help you lift the chakra seal once you return to the land of wind. Seiko glanced at Y and then back at Yamashita, reluctantly agreeing. The seal is of little consequence. The fact that you managed to escape Konoha prison is already quite remarkable. Y concurred with Yamashita's proposal. The next day, Seiko ventured out to procure clothing and daily necessities for Y, while Yamashita took to the streets, seeking news from the Konoha prison. In the depths of the mountains, there was scarcely a whisper of wind, only the heightened activity of the Umbu. The news of Ya's escape had reached the third Hokage early on. The authorities at Konoha prison were convinced that the fugitive had orchestrated his own getaway. The prison personnel insisted that no intruders had breached their defenses the previous night. The third Hokage held little interest in Amir Nin, especially one who had been a spy years prior. Even if the intelligence from years past were to be divulged now, it would bear little consequence. It was merely a formality to request the Umbu to conduct a search. What preoccupied the third Hokage's thoughts were the documents laid out before him. Umbu, summon Yamanaka Ryo. While meandering through the streets, Yamanaka Ryo was abruptly halted by an Umbu ninja. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Yet he meticulously recalled his actions from the previous day and reassured himself that he had left no traces. Sir, the Hokage wishes to meet with you. The Umbu ninja conveyed the Hokage's command. Very well, I shall proceed at once. Ryo did not linger on questions and promptly made his way to the Hokage's office. Unlike previous encounters, the Umbu ninja did not vanish but accompanied Ryo to the Hokage's office. As they entered, the third Hokage was seated at his desk, his brow furrowed, drawing smoke from a cigarette. Ryo, you've arrived. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Take a look at this intelligence. He handed Ryo a scroll from the desk. The scroll contained a report from Orochimaru regarding the frontline situation. It detailed the catastrophic toll inflicted upon Konoha's shinobi by the explosive release forces of a Wagakure. Orochimaru found himself at a loss against these explosive ninjas and had sought assistance from the third Hokage. When explosive release was mentioned, Ryo's mind immediately conjured images of Deidara, one of the renowned artists from the original tale, alongside the resurrected explosive user, J-Go, brought back through the impure world reincarnation. It is noted that Deidara specialized in explosive release, and the legendary Hans had indicated that both J-Go and Deidara were masters of this art. The remaining explosive users had not been depicted in the original narrative, leaving Ryo astonished to learn that such a unit existed within a Wagakure. What are your thoughts on the explosive release forces? Inquired the third Hokage. Hokage-sama. I believe explosive release primarily relies on earth release as its Kekkei Genkai. Given its earth-based nature, lightning release should prove somewhat effective against it. You are correct, however. Typical lightning release users are generally inadequate to thwart large-scale explosive release techniques. Moreover, Konoha's regular shinobi have suffered substantial casualties recently and are in dire need of medical assistance. The third Hokage replied gravely. Then, Hokage-sama, do you mean for me to head to the land of Earth? Ryo ventured to probe the third Hokage's intentions. Indeed. But you will not be alone. Half of the medical ninjas from the land of wind will accompany you. Ryo nodded in understanding of the third Hokage's strategy. According to the intelligence, Konoha was steadily retreating on the battlefield in the land of Earth, necessitating immediate reinforcements. Very well, Ryo. Contact Jiraiya at once, and have him use the reverse summoning technique to transport you to the land of wind, where you shall lead half of the medical ninjas to the land of Earth. Understood, Hokage-sama. In the mountainous terrain, Yamashiro began by contacting Jiraiya through the toad of Myaboku Mountain. He first returned to bid farewell to his clan and his mother, Yamashiro Koko, before seeking out Kushina and Waika. Upon learning of Yamashiro's impending departure, Waika felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. Conversely, Kushina feigned indifference, calmly bidding farewell to Yamashiro. Subsequently, Yamashiro was summoned to Myaboku Mountain by the sage Jiraiya and was then teleported by the waiting sage Shimasu at the battlefield in the Land of Wind. After expressing his gratitude to the two sages, Yamashiro proceeded to the camp of Kakashi Hitaki to relay the orders from the third Hokage. Jiraiya grew anxious upon hearing that Orochimaru was embroiled in a fierce battle, while Kakashi expressed concern that Yamashiro might lose his composure if he encountered the Four Tails in the Land of Earth. Yamashiro, if you come across the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. You must remain calm. Your strength is still lacking in comparison. Caution Kakashi. Uncle Kakashi, worry not. I would never gamble with my life, Yamashiro replied with a smile. You can count on me, Uncle Jiraiya. Leave Orochimaru to me. Well then, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourselves. With a wave, Yamashiro departed from Kakashi's tent and made his way to the medical team. After briefing the medical ninjas, Yamashiro selected nearly half of them to accompany him to the land of Earth. Time was of the essence. Once the medics had gathered their personal belongings, Yamashiro led them on their swift departure. After 2 days of relentless travel, they reached the Konoha encampment on the battlefield in the land of Earth. Many ninjas within the camp had sustained injuries, prompting Yamashiro to direct the medical team to commence their rescue efforts as he sought out Orochimaru to report. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's tent, he found the latter instructing Anko in the serpent-style ninjutsu. In the original narrative, Orochimaru served as Anko's mentor, imparting the techniques she wielded. Anko held great respect for Orochimaru. However, after Orochimaru's defection and the curse mark he placed upon her, Anko became a subject of his experiments. Despite his desire to take her with him, Anko resolutely declined. Since then, she harbored an intent to confront Orochimaru, revealing that her feelings were not rooted in hatred but rather a choice between her village and her teacher. Yamashiro-kun, I did not expect to see you here, Orochimaru expressed with surprise, viewing Yamashiro as a confidant. Hello, Uncle Snake. With the growth of his abilities, Yamashiro felt less trepidation and more camaraderie towards the mad scientist of the Hokage world, finding an increasing fondness for him. You are Yamashiro? What brings you here? Anko remarked, clearly impressed by the two prodigies of their generation, Yamashiro and Kakashi. Ah, Anko, I heard that Uncle Snake took you on as a disciple. That's commendable. Yamashiro greeted his former classmate. Yamashiro-kun, did Sarutobi-sensei send you here because you have a way to deal with the explosive release units? Or is it for the treatment of the injured ninjas? Both. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. The explosive release troops of the Rock Shinobi were indeed a significant threat to Konoha, and he had long desired to eliminate them. He never expected that Yamashiro Toru would have a solution. Toru, could you share your method with me? Orochimaru inquired. Of course, replied Yamashiro Toru. With that, he unleashed his lightning release chakra mode, and a Rasengan materialized in his hand. Toru infused the Rasengan with the nature transformation of lightning, transforming it into a sphere radiating electric energy. Orochimaru, feeling the electric sphere in Toru's hand, was filled with exhilaration. Such a level of lightning release ninjutsu would be sufficient to deal with the explosive release. Toru, you have truly surprised me, Orochimaru remarked. You flatter me. But let us not rush into confronting the Rock Shinobi just yet. Grant me 2 days to tend to the injured in the Konoha camp first. Orochimaru promptly agreed. Even if Toru hadn't suggested it, he would have insisted that Toru prioritize treating the wounded shinobi in the camp. Then, Uncle Snake, I shall also attend to the injured. Toru bid farewell to Orochimaru and immersed himself in the urgent rescue efforts. Thanks to Toru's arrival, Orochimaru found these 2 days considerably easier. With Toru handling the wounded and the explosive release issue, he only needed to focus on the formidable third Tsuchikage. 2 days later, Orochimaru summoned the shinobi of Konoha, preparing for a grand counteroffensive. As he delivered his pre-battle motivational speech, Toru reflected on the context of the Land of Earth and the Rock Shinobi village as depicted in the original narrative. The terrain of the Land of Earth was rather straightforward, predominantly consisting of desolate rocky cliffs. The Rock Shinobi village was constructed in reliance on these natural rock barriers, making it a ninja village renowned for its impregnable defense, surrounded by formidable natural fortifications. Unlike other nations, the relationship between the Land of Earth and the Rock Shinobi village was exceptionally harmonious, characterized by unity and mutual respect between the daimyo and the Tsuchikage, standing together through thick and thin. This camaraderie contributed to the minimal losses endured by the Rock Shinobi at the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. The combat strategy of the Rock Shinobi involved an initial bombardment by the explosive release troops, followed by ordinary shinobi utilizing earth release to create advantageous conditions, culminating in physical combat to conclude the battle. Konoha faced significant disadvantages against the Rock Shinobi. The earth release defense of the Rock Shinobi was robust, while the majority of Konoha's shinobi excelled in fire release, which struggled to make a significant impact against such formidable defenses. If it were merely an issue of ninjutsu, Konoha would not have found itself in such a dire predicament. What truly vexed the shinobi of Konoha was the relentless bombardment by the rock shinobi's explosive-release troops at the onset of the conflict. Orochimaru's motivational address lacked the fervor of Jiraiya's impassioned rhetoric, yet it possessed a profound ability to resonate with the hearts of his audience. Observing the fervent expressions of over 5,000 Konoha shinobi, Tura marveled at Orochimaru's charismatic presence. As the pre-battle mobilization concluded, the Konoha shinobi set forth, while the rock shinobi, led by the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, prepared to counter the impending assault. The two forces converged on a hillside, with Konoha occupying the higher ground. Utilizing his sensory abilities, Tura sought out the explosive-release troops of the rock shinobi. Orochimaru, do you dare to approach? Are you not afraid that all your Konoha shinobi will meet their end? In response to Naka's provocation, Orochimaru executed his signature move from the original narrative, extending his tongue to caress his lips before revealing a smile imbued with malevolent charm. Humph! How repulsive! Dust release, original world separation technique, summoning, triple Rashomon, unfazed by Naka's dust release. Orochimaru summoned the Rashomon for defense. The might of the dust release was formidable, managing to decompose 2 layers of Rashomon before dissipating. Observing Naka's engagement, the IWA ninjas initiated their assault, with the explosive release unit making their entrance first. Having inflicted substantial losses upon the Konoha ninjas previously. Orochimaru, aren't you going to assist? In past skirmishes, whenever the explosive release unit appeared, Orochimaru invariably rushed to protect the Konoha ninjas, yet this time, he showed no inclination to intervene. Such an unusual behavior left Noki perplexed, and a tinge of concern began to creep in. Meanwhile, Yamashiro had long been poised for the explosive release unit's offensive, utilizing their long-range attack capabilities. The explosive release unit launched various clay bombs from a distance. Yamashiro first unleashed Raijin's pursuit Fong, dispatching the lightning wolf to disrupt the explosive clay. Subsequently, taking advantage of the elevated terrain occupied by the Konoha ninjas, Yamashiro employed a large-scale lightning release, Earth Walk, to render the first wave of bombs inert. Captain, something seems amiss with Konoha, remarked a member of the explosive unit to their leader. They are on high ground. It is entirely expected that the first wave of bombardment would be ineffective. Press on. The members of the explosive release unit remained steadfast in their faith in their captain and promptly organized the second wave of bombardment. As they prepared for their subsequent assault, Yamashiro was also readying his technique, infusing his Rasengan with lightning nature transformation, just as demonstrated in Orochimaru's tent with the integration of lightning properties. The Rasengan gradually transformed into a sphere pulsating with electric brilliance. Entering Sage Mode, Yamashiro infused the lightning sphere with Senjutsu Chakra while continuing to alter its internal structure. Through his relentless infusion of lightning nature transformation into the Rasengan, a qualitative change was finally set in motion. The electrical light of the sphere began to condense, revealing patches of black spots that emitted a peculiar allure. Everyone, retreat. At the moment his technique reached completion, Yamashiro instructed the Konoha ninjas behind him. They hastily withdrew. Just as the second wave of the explosive release unit's bombardment commenced, Yamashiro hurled the Rasengan toward the explosive release unit's position, detonating at mid-flight. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The explosion unleashed a myriad of wind blades, and at the instant Yamashiro's lightning-infused Rasengan detonated, it resonated like a thunderclap, silencing the entire battlefield. As the Rasengan erupted, surrounding sparks of electricity flickered incessantly, transforming the area into a colossal electromagnetic field. The clay bombs of the explosive release unit rendered ineffective under the interference of the electromagnetic field. What technique is this? Who possesses such formidable lightning release? The captain of the explosive release unit inquired, exasperated. The team members shook their heads. Recently, only a contingent of medical ninjas had arrived from Konoha, and they were perplexed by the sudden emergence of such formidable lightning-style ninjas. Captain, we should retreat for now. Let the other ninjas in the village handle the rest. As long as the effects of this technique persist, our explosive release unit will struggle to exert its full potential, one member advised. The captain of the explosive release unit pondered for a moment before acquiescing to his team member's suggestion, though he felt a twinge of reluctance to withdraw so easily. Thus, he resolved to venture alone toward Konoha for further reconnaissance. Captain, please be cautious. We'll take our leave now. Meanwhile, the thunderous roars of battle reached Onoki, who was astonished to discover the presence of such potent lightning-style ninjas from Konoha. Orochimaru, is this your trump card? Who is the ninja wielding this technique? He is a friend of mine, Orochimaru replied slowly, not dismissing Anoki this time. Upon first meeting Yamato, Orochimaru had merely regarded him as someone capable of understanding him. However, during this encounter, he sensed an unexpected camaraderie blossoming between them. Yamato's attitude led Orochimaru to believe that perhaps they could indeed be considered friends. Orochimaru's nature bore a resemblance to that of a serpent, cold-blooded and devoid of emotional fluctuations. Previously, his bonds were limited to the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. But now he had added Yamato to the list, and perhaps even the charming disciple, Akane. Orochimaru, do you truly have friends? Who is he? This time, Orochimaru chose to ignore Anoki's inquiry. Answering would equate to revealing sensitive information. Although the IWA ninjas would eventually uncover Yamato's identity, for now, he remained silent. On Yamato's end, after halting the explosive release unit, the ordinary IWA forces surged forward, initiating a chaotic melee between the Konoha ninjas and IWA forces. Yamato refrained from participating in the fray, as the recent technique had drained his chakra significantly, and there were no notable enemies of high caliber present on the battlefield. He found little interest in engaging and instead engaged in idle conversation with Uchiha-man Yamato. What was the name of that technique you used earlier? Uchiha-man inquired. Oh, that technique? It shall be called Lightning Release, Electromagnetic Rasengan. What? You just completed it, didn't you? It doesn't even have an official name yet? Aha, correct. Yamato chuckled in response. While the two conversed, the captain of the explosive release unit, known as Sure, had stealthily infiltrated the rear of the Konoha forces. Sure was one of the Quasi-Kage from IWA and had previously studied lightning release techniques extensively. He understood the intricacies of lightning-style ninjutsu. In his estimation, the extensive use of lightning release just witnessed would deplete even a Kage-level ninja's chakra reserve significantly, let alone that of other ninjas. According to intelligence reports from IWA, only Orochimaru was classified as a Kage-level ninja within the Konoha camp, leading Sure to conclude that the wielder of this technique was not of Kage caliber. Given that a non-Kage had unleashed such a large-scale lightning technique, he must have lost the ability to act. Thus, Sure resolved to circumvent the battlefield and infiltrate the Konoha camp's rear to eliminate the user of this technique, preventing any future interference with the explosive release unit's offensive maneuvers. Upon entering the rear flank of the Konoha forces, Yamajong Yuan had already sensed the presence of the IWA shinobi's quasi-shadow, suspecting the purpose of their infiltration. Ah, it seems someone is here to deliver their head, Yama Zhongyuan remarked with a smile. Who? Has someone infiltrated? Uchiha-man, lacking Yama Zhongyuan's optimism, immediately grew vigilant upon hearing of the enemy's incursion. Relax, there is no need for such tension. I shall deal with him and return shortly. Yuan, how much has your chakra recovered? Do you need assistance? Uchiha-man inquired. My chakra has replenished somewhat, but a quasi-shadow should be manageable. With that, Yamajong Yuan set forth towards the location of the intruder. To him, the term quasi-shadow seemed to trivialize the threat, akin to referring to a lowly genin. Uchiha-man muttered quietly to himself, bemused by Yamajong Yuan's peculiarities. Unperturbed by Uchiha-man's remarks, Yamajong Yuan, accustomed to their banter, soon arrived at the designated spot. Without hesitation, he entered his ice thunder mode, instantly appearing behind the quasi-shadow, his right hand gripping an ice scalpel poised against the intruder's throat. Yamajong Yuan had no intention of taking a life. The living quasi-shadow held far greater value than a deceased one. The former could serve as leverage at the negotiating table, while the latter would yield only scraps of intelligence. Who are you? The intruder stammered, startled by Yamajong Yuan's sudden appearance. Had it not been for the chilling sensation at his neck, he would have believed he was dreaming. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your identity and your purpose for being here, Yamajong Yuan countered. The intruder offered no reply, instead pivoting to hurl a clay bomb towards Yamajong Yuan. Enveloped in lightning, Yamajong Yuan effortlessly cleaved the bomb in two with a swift strike of his left hand, employing the technique known as Raikiri. Save your futile struggles. Just comply. Hey, what are you doing? Yamajong Yuan's admonition was cut short as the intruder, in a shocking turn of events, committed suicide with the very ice scalpel pressed against his throat. Such audacity. Yamajong Yuan had never encountered someone so resolute before. With a resigned shake of his head, he collected the intruder's body and departed. Returning to where Uchiha-man had been idly chatting, Yamajong Yuan was met with surprise. So soon? Have you already resolved the situation? Uchiha-man asked, astonished. He took his own life. I had intended to capture him alive, but his decisiveness caught me off guard, Yamajong Yuan replied. his tone tinged with disappointment. How could this be? Uchiha Man began to probe further, but was interrupted as he noticed a sudden change in Yama Zhongyuan's expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Yama Zhongyuan utilized his lightning speed to dash away. Moments earlier, he had sensed the chakra of the IWA, Shinobi's quasi-shadow. And with the body still contained within his scroll, resurrection seemed implausible. Suddenly, Yama Zhongyuan recalled a detail from the original narrative. The second Suchikage, Mu, had the ability to split himself into two halves at the moment of defeat. One half could be sealed, while the other remained free to act, undetected even by Naruto's Nine-Tails mode. Damn it. With this realization, Yama Zhongyuan understood how the IWA quasi-shadow had managed to escape. It must have split while he was occupied with neutralizing the explosive clay. Before long, the shadow of the rock ninja vanished beyond the perceptible range within the mountains, leaving Shan Zhongyuan with no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Having been schemed against for the second time, he seethed with anger, muttering fiercely, "How dare you deceive me? The next time we meet, I shall surely take your life." The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became, prompting him to return to the battlefield. He unsheathed a long-forgotten short blade and plunged into the throng to unleash his fury upon the rock ninja. His targets were the elite jonin. As he sought to vent his frustrations rather than achieve any significant objective, the rock ninja's upper echelons soon found themselves in dire straits. As Shan Zhongyuan swiftly dispatched 3 of them, not satisfied with killing a solitary adversary, Shan Zhongyuan summoned the mighty Toad Hero. With the assistance of Toad Hero, the rock ninja began to suffer successive defeats, while the morale of the Leaf Village's ninjas soared. Since their arrival on the battlefield in the Land of Earth, they had endured relentless oppression, but today, they could finally hold their heads high. Meanwhile, on Orochimaru's side, the formidable Noki posed a significant challenge, forcing Orochimaru to merely delay him, ensuring that Noki posed no threat to the ordinary ninjas of the Leaf. Observing Toad Hero from a distance, Naki's anxiety was palpable, intensifying the pressure on Orochimaru. "This time, you have lost, Noki," he scoffed. "Even in defeat, I shall ensure your demise." Enraged, Noki conjured a colossal stone giant. In response, Orochimaru swiftly summoned the serpentine entity, Manda, for assistance. "Not this stone monstrosity again," Manda exclaimed. "Let me lend my aid, but remember to offer me 200 sacrifices afterward." Agreeing eagerly, Orochimaru nodded, fully aware of Manda's temperament. The emergence of the stone giant and Manda drew Shan Zhongyuan's attention, as he held a keen interest in the third Suchikage. In the original narrative of the 5 Kage versus Madara, Noki served as the unassailable core, orchestrating the battles of the Kage. "Hero, let us investigate that direction," Shan Zhongyuan directed, leaping atop Toad Hero's head and gesturing toward Manda's location. "Understood," Toad Hero responded, leaping vigorously toward Manda. Unlike Gamabunta, Toad Hero held no significant grievances against Manda, and likewise, Manda exhibited little interest in Toad Hero. Remarkably, the two did not engage in their customary bickering upon their simultaneous arrival. Noki, noticing the presence of Toad Hero and Shan Zhongyuan, grew wary, as the power of summoning beasts often correlated with their size. The sight of a toad comparable to Manda's stature heightened his vigilance toward Shan Zhongyuan. After repelling Orochimaru, Noki unleashed his dust release technique toward Shan Zhongyuan's position. "This old man dares to launch a surprise attack," Toad Hero exclaimed, spitting forth an iron cannonball. In an instant, Shan Zhongyuan became encased in ice, which he then transformed into 2 shields to block the incoming dust release. The might of Naki's technique proved formidable, as the first ice shield was swiftly disintegrated, and the second shield suffered considerable damage. Yet, it ultimately withstood the onslaught. Noki was taken aback that his dust release had been so effortlessly thwarted, his expression shifting dramatically. "Humph, Leaf Village. This time, you have triumphed," he declared, issuing a retreat command with a grim visage as he departed. After the rock ninja retreated, the ninjas of Konoha erupted in cheers. Having endured a year on the battlefield of the Land of Earth, suffering defeat after defeat, this victory even moved some Konoha ninjas to tears of joy. "Well then, I shall take my leave," said Yamanaka Toru, bidding farewell to Fukasaku and returning to Mount Myaboku. "Orochimaru remembers my 200 sacrifices." With that, Manda vanished. "Uncle Snake, your summoning beast is truly extraordinary," Toru remarked, seizing the opportunity to jest, as he had always disliked Manda's demeanor in the original narrative. "No need to mind him. He has always been like this," Orochimaru replied, turning to the battlefield to orchestrate the retreat of the Konoha ninjas. That evening, the Konoha camp was alive with celebration. At the cost of 700 injuries and 400 sacrifices, Konoha had eliminated nearly 1,000 from the Rock Village, with countless more injured. The jubilation was not confined to the ordinary ninjas. Even the representatives of various clans within Orochimaru's tent were filled with excitement. Conversely, the atmosphere among the Rock ninjas was one of gloom, as Inoki and the elite ninjas convened a meeting. Lord Tsuchikage, I can confirm that there is another shadow-level ninja in the Konoha camp besides Orochimaru, spoke the barely surviving Sure. Indeed, I encountered him today. He possesses formidable strength. Capable of withstanding my dust release, Inoki nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Tsuchikage, was that large toad summoned by that individual? Inquired an elite jounin. It should be, when I arrived. That little brat was perched atop the toad's head. Lord Tsuchikage, is that toad one of the summoning beasts of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? Asked another elite jounin. It belongs to the same summoning species, but it is not the same one. Moreover, this little brat's strength does not measure up to Jiraiya's, Inoki replied. Given the current situation, should we seek to bring back the old man, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki? Sure hesitated before suggesting. I second that. With the consensus of the assembly, Inoki reluctantly agreed to dispatch someone to locate the old man. Meanwhile, the Konoha forces remained oblivious to the Rock Ninja's plans. And Yamanaka Toru was unaware that he was soon to encounter his adversary. The day following the end of the war, Toru's medical team began tending to the lightly injured ninjas, while he was conscripted by Orochimaru to assist in guiding Akado's training. With the war just concluded and the camp inundated with trivial matters, there was no time for him to instruct Akado, leaving him to act as a surrogate teacher. Yesterday, Akado had been brought to the battlefield by Orochimaru, who had never been known for his mercy. Orochimaru hoped to witness Akado's swift growth. Believing that the battlefield was the optimal environment for such development, Akado had observed Toru's performance yesterday, and his prowess left her feeling disheartened. Having graduated a year and a half prior, with Orochimaru as her teacher, she found herself merely at the rank of a chunin, while Toru, based on her extensive experience alongside Orochimaru, was at least a quasi-shadow. The fact that a classmate from her ninja academy cohort had surpassed her by such a margin left Akado feeling both envious and resentful. May I ask, Yamanaka-san, what is your current level of strength? She inquired. Similar to Uncle Snake, though not quite as formidable, he replied modestly. There was no concealment from his old classmate, Shanzong, and this was hardly a matter of secrecy. You are indeed a prodigy. I recall that you are merely a year my senior, right? How peculiar. Red Bean observed Shanzong with an expression that suggested he was not of the human realm, causing him a moment of embarrassment. Hey, we are old classmates. Such remarks are rather excessive. Upon hearing Shanzong comments, Red Bean realized she had spoken inappropriately. However, her personality bore a resemblance to Naruto from the original work, characterized by a carefree demeanor, and she promptly offered her apologies to Shanzong. He shook his head in resignation and began to ponder what he could teach Red Bean. Teaching ninjutsu was out of the question. Orochimaru's expertise in that domain far surpassed Shanzong's own. He was not adept at taijutsu either, as it had always been a weakness of his. He was not a body-type ninja. After much contemplation, Shanzong resolved to teach Red Bean the body flicker technique. His version was centered on lightning, utilizing lightning release to stimulate cellular activity for rapid movement. With extensive practice, Shanzong's understanding of this technique differed significantly from that of an average ninja, allowing him to achieve speeds far beyond ordinary capabilities. He first inquired if Red Bean possessed lightning attribute chakra. Upon confirming she did not, he had no choice but to instruct her in the basic body flicker technique. Shanzong explained the nuances of his technique and demonstrated the hand seals and their effects. Subsequently, Red Bean practiced the body flicker technique at a distance, while Shanzong utilized ice release to create some ice surgical knives. Shanzong, the energy within your ice knives is quite extraordinary, Red Bean remarked, her curiosity piqued by the natural energy contained within them. Can you sense the unique energy in the ice surgical knives? Shanzong queried, intrigued by her situation, as he had not anticipated anyone else, besides himself, could perceive natural energy without prior instruction. Yes, it feels similar to the energy from Wanshi and Shaoqing. Red Bean replied. Have you attempted to control this energy? Shanzong asked. I have, but I cannot absorb this energy, so I gave up. Red Bean said with a hint of disappointment. Shanzong nodded, refraining from further probing, while Red Bean continued to gaze intently at the ice surgical knives. Red Bean, please resume your practice of the body flicker technique. If you can impress me with your progress today, I shall reward you with one of these ice surgical knives. Shanzang proposed, noticing her fascination with the knives. Red Bean immediately agreed and resumed her training. As evening approached, Shanzang assessed Red Bean's progress with the body flicker technique. For a beginner, her mastery was commendable. True to his word, Shanzang gifted her an ice surgical knife. Together, they returned to the Konoha camp and made their way to Orochimaru's tent. Yuan-kun, what did you teach her today? Orochimaru inquired with genuine curiosity. I instructed her in the body flicker technique, and she grasped it rather well. The body flicker technique? Hongdo was fortunate to encounter such a generous classmate. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Orochimaru discerned that Yamashiro had something on his mind and sought a reason to draw Hongdo away, inquiring, Yamashiro-kun, is there something you wish to discuss? Yamashiro, taken aback by Orochimaru's keen perception, smiled wryly before responding, Uncle Snake. Are you aware that Hongdo can directly access natural energy? Indeed, though I have yet to cultivate Sage Mode, I possess little guidance to offer her, Orochimaru replied. Yamashiro nodded, refraining from further questions. He had contemplated assisting Hongdo in absorbing natural energy, yet hesitated, unsure of his success, and ultimately opted not to mention it. Over a month had elapsed since the battle with the Rock Ninjas, during which Yamashiro had been diligently aiding Hongdo in her training for Sage Mode. The primary challenge was to safely absorb natural energy. To this end, Yamashiro made a special trip to Miyaboka Mountain and consulted Sage Shinsaku about his technique of using a stick to expel excess natural energy from the body. Sage Shinsaku explained that the method involved utilizing pain to disrupt the connection between the individual and natural energy, subsequently applying Sage Chakra to the stick to force out the surplus energy. After grasping the principle, Yamashiro experimented himself and found he could replicate the process. Thus, after discussing with Orochimaru, Hongdo commenced her first attempt at absorbing natural energy. Unlike Jiraiya and his companions, who had the aid of toad oil, Hongdo, despite sensing natural energy, struggled to absorb it. Yamashiro urged her to calm her mind and perceive herself as part of nature. However, being merely an 11-year-old child with an inherently lively disposition, she could hardly remain still for 5 minutes before fidgeting and glancing around. Unable to manage the situation, Yamashiro called upon Orochimaru, whose authoritative presence proved far more effective than that of a peer. At the very least, Hongdo complied and remained still. After several minutes, the two observed Hongdo with exasperation. Initially believing she was earnestly training, they were startled when she suddenly exclaimed, "These dumplings are delicious." It became evident that she had fallen asleep. Yamashiro-kun, wake her, Orochimaru instructed, gesturing toward the stick in Yamashiro's hand. Yamashiro nodded and struck Hongdo's back. Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing, Yamashiro? She exclaimed. Apologies for interrupting your dumpling feast, but could you please take this seriously? Yamashiro replied with a hint of exasperation. Embarrassed, Hongdo chuckled sheepishly, meeting her teacher's stern gaze, and promptly resumed her upright posture with her eyes closed. This time, she remained awake. And through continuous perception of natural energy, she began to mimic its fluctuations, gradually merging with nature. Thus, Hongdo accomplished the initial step of integrating with nature. In the subsequent days, Yamashiro continued to instruct her on the cultivation of Sage Mode, and with Orochimaru's watchful eye, Hongdo approached her studies with utmost seriousness. After dedicating over half a month to her training, Hongdo finally achieved a significant breakthrough. On that day, as usual, the serene figure of Hongdo sat cross-legged, when suddenly a subtle fluctuation of natural energy enveloped her. In a short while, this ethereal force began to flow gently into her being. These faint tendrils of natural energy acted as a key, unlocking the gateway that separated Hongdo from the world of nature. Subsequently, a connection was forged between the natural energy and her essence. As Hongdo engaged in the cycle of this energy, it began to surge into her body. Shanzhong Yuan observed with curiosity from a distance, noting that despite Hongdo absorbing such a significant amount of natural energy, there were no visible signs of her body being assimilated by it. Suddenly, Hongdo opened her eyes. Her expression contorted in a fierce grimace as she charged towards Shanzhong Yuan. Although she had not been transformed by the natural energy, she exhibited a frenzied state akin to that of the character Zhong Wu after absorbing such energy in the original narrative. Upon activating his Sharingan, Shanzhong Yuan discerned that the natural energy within Hongdo was darting chaotically like a frightened mouse. Unable to control this surge, she entered a state of rampage reminiscent of Zhong Wu in the original story. Realizing the cause, Shanzhong Yuan enlisted the help of Orochimaru to subdue Hongdo. while he infused the board with sage chakra to expel the erratic natural energy from her body, with the remaining natural energy in her system limited and within her control. Shanzhong Yuan guided Hongdo to harmonize her physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy in a 1-1-1 ratio. As a ninja, she was well aware of the distinctions between physical and mental energy, and her innate sensitivity to natural energy aided her in completing the crucial step towards entering sage mode, merging with the sage chakra. A singular horn sprouted from her forehead. A violet hue appeared around her eyes, her skin grew increasingly pale, and subtle scales began to manifest across her body. Shanzhong Yuan, not far away, could distinctly sense a powerful vitality burgeoning within Hongdo. It was evident that her sage mode diverged from his, as a contract holder of the Dragon Cave. Her transformation bore resemblance to the state of Kabuto in the original narrative, albeit with a horn adorning her head. Hongdo gradually opened her eyes, initially filled with confusion. Then as she beheld the world around her. Noticing her awakening, Shanzhong Yuan approached her and inquired, "Hongdo, how do you feel?" "It feels incredible. Everything around me has become so clear, and I can sense an inexhaustible power within me," she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Come, let us spar," Shanzhong Yuan proposed, eager to gauge the extent of her enhanced abilities under the influence of Sage Mode. In the original tale, Kabuto Sage Mode had proven to be a formidable challenge for Itachi and Sasuke, and had Itachi not resorted to the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanami, the outcome could have been quite different. "I refuse. You are at the level of it, while I am merely a chunin. Battling you would be a futile endeavor." Hongdo steadfastly declined his challenge. With no other option, Shanzhong Yuan resorted to his ultimate tactic, summoning Uncle Snake. Orochimaru, intrigued by Hongdo's Sage Mode, readily obliged Shanzhong Yuan's request. Reluctantly, Hongdo prepared herself for battle, resolving to give her all and at least avoid a humiliating defeat. Without a moment's hesitation, Hongdo unleashed the fire release, dragon fire technique directly at Yamashita. It was only after the jutsu was cast that she realized something was amiss. Its power was astonishing, as if it had been imbued with life, resembling a dragon of flames. Yamashita, quick on his feet, condensed the moisture in the air into an ice wall, but surprisingly, the dragon fire technique circumvented it effortlessly. Taken aback, Yamashita swiftly countered with a lightning cutter to sever the flames. He was aware of the enhancements that Sage Mode could bestow upon ninjutsu. Yet witnessing the Snake Sage Mode render an ordinary technique as vibrant as a living entity astonished him. Hongdo, brimming with excitement, gazed at Yamashita, realizing that absorbing natural energy had not only elevated her jutsu but also enhanced her perception and physical prowess. Just as she prepared to launch another assault, however, the characteristics of Sage Mode abruptly faded. Could it truly last less than 2 minutes? Observing that Hongdo had exited Sage Mode, Yamashita chose not to press the attack. "Yamashita, it seems that the natural energy is leaving my body on its own. What could be the reason?" Hongdo inquired. "Natural energy is a unique force that cycles continuously within the world, and when it departs from your body, it returns to this cycle," Yamashita explained. Although Hongdo had further questions, Yamashita interrupted. "We shall discuss the matters of Sage Mode later. For now, let us attend to our guests." "Guests? You mean someone is attempting to invade the Konoha camp?" Hongdo asked, alarmed, as Orochimaru remained oblivious to any imminent threat. "No, it's not an invasion. It's an open confrontation. And the chakra of this individual is terrifying," Yamashita replied gravely, his gaze fixed on the hills to the east of the camp. "Yamashita, the Konoha camp houses nearly 5,000 ninjas, including 4 elite jonin and 2 Kaga-level shinobi. Even the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander would think twice before brazenly entering alone. Are you certain of your assessment?" Hongdo countered. No sooner had she finished speaking than a ninja from the Hyuga clan rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru, we have spotted the Four-Tails Jinchuriki on the hills to the east, and he is charging towards our camp. Has the rock ninja been biding their time for over a month for this?" Yamashita pondered aloud. "There is no time for speculation about their intentions. We must prepare the ninjas in the camp for battle," Orochimaru commanded, instructing the Hyuga clan to gather everyone. When facing a tailed beast, strategies become irrelevant. One can only rely on brute strength. "Orochimaru, how formidable is the power of the Four Tails? Can you and Jiraiya handle him together?" Yamashita inquired. "If I team up with that fool Jiraiya, even the fully transformed Four Tails would not be our match," Orochimaru replied, a response Yamashita anticipated. Recalling how Kakashi had warned him that his own strength was just shy of that of the Four Tails during their previous encounter on the battlefield of the Land of Earth, In other words, disregarding the immense chakra of the Four Tails, the gap between it and Yamashiro is not substantial. Coupled with the presence of numerous ninjas from Konoha and Orochimaru, they are sufficiently equipped to subdue the Four Tails. Contemplating this, Yamashiro felt a surge of excitement. Four Tails, I've long desired to end your existence. As the Four Tails drew nearer to the Konoha camp, the ninjas were already bracing themselves for battle. Uncle Snake, it's here. It must be the tailed beast bomb. Yamashiro sensed a sphere hurtling towards the Konoha camp and promptly reported to Orochimaru. Summoning, triple Rashomon. Upon hearing it was the tailed beast bomb, Orochimaru immediately summoned the Rashomon gates, not daring to let his guard down. In the original narrative, the first Hokage's 5 Rashomon could withstand the tailed beast bomb from the Nine Tails, although the triple Rashomon's defense is not as formidable. It is more than adequate to block the Four Tails' tailed beast bomb. Everyone, listen up. Yamashiro and I will handle the Four Tails, while you coordinate with us for the assault. Understood. Lord Orochimaru. On the eastern hillside, a crimson figure emerged, the Four Tails in its tailed beast cloak. Upon its appearance, it unleashed a large-scale lava release ninjutsu. Lava release, scorching river of rock technique, towards the Konoha camp. Here I come. Yamashiro countered with the second Mizukige's water release ninjutsu, water release, hard vortex water blade. To block the torrent of magma. Are you the young shadow that Inoki spoke of? Your strength is commendable. Yamashiro, unperturbed by the taunts of an enemy, immediately entered Ice Thunder mode. The earlier water release evaporated, creating an environment replete with steam, advantageous for Yamashiro. Without a moment's hesitation, he left behind an ice surgical knife and utilized lightning body flicker to appear before Izuki, condensing the water vapor in the air into an ice blade. He aimed to strike at Izuki's neck. Relying on the protection of the tailed beast cloak, Izuki disregarded Yamashiro's ice blade and instead launched a powerful punch, enveloped in magma, towards Yamashiro's head. Yamashiro had no choice but to retreat using ice release, returning to the position of the ice surgical knife as Izuki's fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Humph, you possess some skill, but this is where it ends. I leave the Four Tails to you. As he spoke, Izuki was enveloped by a surge of immense chakra, gradually coalescing into a colossal red gorilla before the onlookers. The Four Tails has emerged. The appearance of the Four Tails caused a stir among the Konoha ninjas, for the tailed beasts were undeniably formidable beings to the average person. Do not refer to me as the Four Tails. I am the king of the sage monkeys, Sun Wukong. Just as in the original narrative, this tailed beast was exceedingly particular about its name and despised being called the Four Tails. Upon witnessing the Four Tails reveal its true form, Yamashiro and Orochimaru simultaneously utilized the summoning technique, bringing forth Gamabunta and Manda onto the battlefield. The presence of these two colossal beings provided a sense of reassurance to the Konoha ninjas. First it was the One Tail, now the Four Tails. Are we to face the Nine Tails next? Gamabunta remarked, glancing helplessly at the Four Tails. My apologies, but this time, it was not I who sought trouble. The Four Tails came of its own accord. Upon hearing the inadequate explanation from the mountain, the toad, Guo, merely rolled its eyes. Orochimaru, how did you provoke the tailed beast? This incident will require at least 500 sacrifices. It was evident that Manda was displeased with Orochimaru for summoning it at such a precarious moment. You heard it. We did not provoke the tailed beast. It came to us of its own accord. We shall address the matter of sacrifices once we have dealt with it. Manda snorted, refraining from further words and fixating intently on the Four Tails. A mere toad and a snake. Do you truly believe you can impede me? The Four Tails clearly regarded Guo and Manda with disdain. Despite their similar sizes, the disparity in power was insurmountable. It launched a tailed beast bomb towards their position, prompting Shan Zongyuan to condense the water vapor in the air into an ice wall, successfully blocking the attack. Noting the ineffectiveness of the tailed beast bomb, the Four Tails picked up a stone from the ground, enveloping it in molten chakra. Faced with the magma-clad stone, Shan Zongyuan found no viable countermeasure and could only instruct Guo to continuously extinguish the magma with his iron cannonballs. Uncle Snake, this cannot continue. The tailed beast's chakra is boundless, and Guo is nearing his limit. Is there no solution? Shan Zongyuan inquired anxiously. First, we must lure the Four Tails outside the confines of the Leaf Village, in a different location. Without the need to protect the ninja of Konoha, we will find it easier, Orochimaru suggested. All right, Uncle Snake. Please inform the Konoha ninjas to assist us with water release against the Four Tails. Once I encase it in ice, I will lead it away from the Leaf Village. Orochimaru nodded and retreated with Manda, allowing the Konoha ninjas to unleash their water release upon the Four Tails. A torrent of water jutsu surged toward the beast, and Shanzong manipulated the water to encase the four tails in ice the moment they made contact. As a tailed beast, the ice would not hold for long. Shanzong hurled several ice shurikens into the distance, successfully carrying the four tails away from the vicinity of Konoha. Orochimaru and Manda followed closely behind. Yuan-kun, leave the rest to Manda and me. You prepare the sealing technique to bind the four tails. Understood. Orochimaru had learned from Jiraiya that Shanzong had acquired all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan from Kushina, making him more adept in this art than Orochimaru himself. Moreover, in terms of strength, even as shadow-level shinobi, Orochimaru's prowess was significantly superior to Shanzong's. The tailed beast is a conglomeration of chakra, yet it is not devoid of the sensation of pain and can indeed be slain, albeit with the ability to resurrect. Therefore, Manda's venom could inflict considerable damage upon the four tails. The most effective method of dealing with a tailed beast is through sealing techniques. Orochimaru's strategy was to incapacitate the four tails with Manda's poison, then cooperate with Shanzong to seal it back into the body of the old man, Otsutsuki. Alone, Otsutsuki, lacking the power of the four tails, would barely be at the level of an ordinary shadow, making it feasible for both Orochimaru and Shanzong to eliminate him. Despite Manda's malevolent disposition, years of collaboration with Orochimaru had rendered them a formidable duo. Under the synchronized efforts of a solitary individual and a serpent, the four tails bore countless bite marks from myriad snakes. The venom of the myriad serpents began to incessantly erode the four tails' body, causing its movements to slow progressively. Yamato, how prepared are you? Orochimaru inquired, evading a surge of molten rock from the four tails. The sealing technique is ready. It is the advanced sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The four-symbol seal, and can be activated at any moment, Yamato replied. Orochimaru nodded and continued the assault alongside the myriad serpents. As the toxins accumulated, the gradual increase led to a qualitative change. The four tails lost control of its body and collapsed. Damn it, all humans, I shall kill you, despite its body being paralyzed. The four tails remained conscious. Orochimaru disregarded the four tails' threats and instructed Yamato, now is the time to seal. Understood. Yamato formed hand seals and activated the four-symbol seal. In the original text, two four-symbol seals combined to form the 8-trigram seal, capable of sealing the 9 tails within Naruto. The four-symbol seal alone was sufficient to contain the four tails. As the four tails cursed the humans, the four-symbol seal was unleashed. The four tails' form vanished, leaving only Otsutsuki. With the sealing of the four tails, Otsutsuki's consciousness was restored. He showed no intent to flee, merely expressing surprise at how swiftly the two had subdued the four tails. Yamato observed Otsutsuki's calm demeanor and sensed something amiss. Faced with two individuals of the Hokage level, Otsutsuki had no chance of victory without the assistance of the four tails, and yet he showed no inclination to escape. Yamato entered sage mode, enhancing his perception to assess the situation at the Konoha camp. He was taken aback by the dire circumstances unfolding there, his expression shifting dramatically. At that moment, Noki was leading an elite squad of rock ninja in a surprise attack on the Konoha camp. The Konoha ninjas were disarrayed, lacking leadership, and in an instant, over 100 ninjas were evaporated by Naki's dust release. Orochimaru, Noki is ambushing our camp. Leave Otsutsuki to me, and return to the camp at once. Yamato exclaimed, realizing the rock ninja's intentions. Understood. I shall return now, Orochimaru replied, sprinting towards the Konoha camp. In less than 1,000 meters, Orochimaru, a figure of his caliber, reached the Konoha camp in the blink of an eye. Originally, Noki's plan was for the four tails to delay Yamato and Orochimaru while he led an assault on the Konoha camp. However, he had not anticipated that the four tails would be subdued so easily by the duo. Just as Noki initiated his attack on the Konoha camp, Orochimaru had already arrived. Thwarting Naki's offensive, the morale of the Konoha ninjas soared upon Orochimaru's return. Although the primary force of the rock ninja was Noki, the remaining rock ninjas, despite being mostly elite, lacked the capability to restrain the other Konoha ninjas without Naki's dust release, facing over 4,000 Konoha ninjas with no prospects of victory. Meanwhile, as Yamato discovered the ambush on the Konoha camp and Orochimaru rushed back, Otsutsuki's mission had concluded. Otsutsuki had intended to retreat, but Yamato was unwilling to let him escape. He summoned Gamabunta, who leapt behind Otsutsuki, obstructing his path of retreat. In the mountains, Shanzong harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lao Zi, and the grudge against Shanzong had long been etched in his heart. Now, with an opportunity to avenge Shan Zhongyuan. Shan Zhongyuan was determined not to let Lao Zi escape. Moreover, stripped of the power of the Four Tails, Lao Zi's strength had waned significantly. Seizing this chance, Shan Zhongyuan contemplated the possibility of slaying Lao Zi to exact his revenge. As before, Shan Zhongyuan left behind an ice surgical knife and approached Lao Zi with his lightning instantaneous technique. Although Lao Zi lacked the protective cloak of the tailed beast, he had previously suffered losses and thus cautiously halted at a distance of approximately 3 meters, initiating a preliminary test with the Chidori, sharp spear. In the instant the Chidori was unleashed, a surge of molten lava enveloped Lao Zi, forming an armor that deflected the attack. This lava release chakra mode had appeared in the original narrative. He, along with other Jinchuriki, had been resurrected by Kabuto using the Impure World reincarnation and confronted Naruto and Killer Bee in the forest under the leadership of Obito. In this state, even Naruto's Rasengan in the Ninetales mode could not breach Lao Zi's lava release armor, and instead, Naruto had suffered burns from it. Initially, Shan Zhongyuan had presumed that Lao Zi's lava release stemmed from the Four Tails, only to discover that Lao Zi himself possessed the ability to wield lava release ninjutsu. Faced with Lao Zi's lava release chakra mode, Shan Zhongyuan found himself at a loss. The turtle-like armor of lava release left him feeling helpless, especially since it was ablaze. "Kid, it seems you cannot keep me here," Lao Zi exclaimed. "Not necessarily. I wonder how long your own chakra can sustain this mode without the Four Tails' assistance? Furthermore, your chakra must have been significantly depleted during the sealing of the Four Tails," Shan Zhongyuan retorted, keenly observing Lao Zi's expression. As anticipated, Lao Zi appeared flustered upon the mention of his chakra being sealed. "Guang, put in some effort and bombard this old man with iron cannonballs. In conjunction with my water release, let us see how long this fiery turtle can endure." Shan Zhongyuan communicated telepathically to the Toad Guang. Upon grasping Shan Zhongyuan's intent, Toad Guang immediately began to unleash a barrage of iron cannonballs at Lao Zi. Through the collaboration of the man and the toad, Lao Zi's lava release chakra mode was successfully extinguished by a deluge of water release ninjutsu. "Old man, without that mode, what will you do now?" Shan Zhongyuan asked with keen interest, observing Lao Zi, who was now drenched and resembling a drowned rat. Lao Zi's expression darkened, as Shan Zhongyuan had surmised. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. If this continued, he might indeed perish here today. With Lao Zi's lava release chakra mode extinguished by the combined efforts of Shan Zhongyuan and Toad Guang, Shan Zhongyuan's assault recommenced. While both were of equal rank, had Lao Zi possessed sufficient chakra to maintain his lava release chakra mode, even without the aid of the Four Tails, Shan Zhongyuan would have had little chance of defeating him. Yet now, with the majority of Lao Zi's chakra, along with the Four Tails sealed by Shan Zhongyuan's Four Symbols seal, and having just had his lava release chakra mode extinguished, Lao Zi was now at the end of his rope, in the depths of the mountains. Shan Zhongyuan exhibited no hesitation as he utilized the lightning body flicker technique in conjunction with the ice release to approach Old Purple, drawing upon the surrounding water vapor. He condensed it into ice to launch an assault against Old Purple, helpless against the relentless barrage of ice ninjutsu unleashed by Shan Zhongyuan. Old Purple soon found himself grievously injured. Sensing his adversary's weakness, Shan Zhongyuan remained vigilant and continued his onslaught, ultimately causing Old Purple to succumb to the relentless attacks and collapse. As Old Purple lay on the ground, gasping for breath, he looked at Shan Zhongyuan with a sense of reflection, remarking, "I never anticipated that I would fall to the hands of a mere child like you today." Shan Zhongyuan, with a chilling resolve, replied, "Your demise at my hands was inevitable. Even if you were to escape today, I would hunt you down and end your life eventually. So you might as well embrace death now." Old Purple discerned the intense hatred in Shan Zhongyuan's voice, understanding that there was a deep-seated grudge between them, likely stemming from the death of a beloved elder at his hands. "Can you tell me, who are you avenging?" Old Purple inquired. "Shan Zhongqiren," came Shan Zhongyuan's response, revealing the name of his uncle. "Ah, it is he." Old Purple, as the Four Tails Jinchuriki, had cleared countless obstacles for the rock shinobi during the Second Great Ninja War, and he had claimed the lives of many ninjas. Yet, only a few remained etched in his memory, among them Shan Zhongqiren. He was a great ninja, who stayed behind alone to cover the retreat of the Konoha forces. I never imagined he would perish at the hands of his descendant. After absorbing Old Purple's final words and reminiscing about Shan Zhongqiren's visage and laughter, Shan Zhongyuan pierced Old Purple's heart with the Raikiri. With Old Purple's demise, a tremendous weight that had burdened Shan Zhongyuan's heart was finally lifted. The death of Shan Zhongqiren had long been a thorn in his side. In the wake of his uncle's passing, Shan Zhongyuan had even contemplated seizing Nagato's Rinnegan to resurrect him. Almost 7 years had elapsed since Shan Zhongqiren's death, and time had dulled many memories. At the very least, Shan Zhongyuan had abandoned the notion of reviving him. The only sentiment that lingered was the unyielding hatred towards Old Purple, the murderer. After personally ending Old Purple's life, Shan Zhongyuan felt an immense release of pressure, and a newfound lightness enveloped him, even enhancing the potency of his Sharingan. The power of the three-tomo Sharingan varies in strength. During the Shippuden arc, Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan displayed greater prowess compared to when he first awakened it in the Valley of the End. In the original narrative, Sasuke's three-tomo was capable of breaking Itachi's Tsukuyomi, and while Itachi may have held back, a significant factor was indeed the superior strength of Sasuke's Sharingan. Now, Shan Zhongyuan's three-tomo Sharingan had reached a level comparable to that of Shippuden Sasuke, and with his formidable mental fortitude, he would likely find it easier to dispel the Genjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan than Sasuke himself. With the death of the Jinchuriki, the Four Tails perished as well. The chakra of the Four Tails separated from Old Purple's body. Shan Zhongyuan did not allow the chakra to escape freely. He retrieved another pre-prepared scroll for the four-symbol seal, sealing approximately 1/5 of the Four Tails chakra within it. After the seal was lifted, Yamashiro placed the corpse of the Old Purple within another scroll, then summoned the toad and returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Thanks to Orochimaru's timely return, aside from the ninjas who were initially vaporized by Inoki's dust release, only a few were accidentally injured while besieging the elite squad of rock ninjas. The rest remained unharmed. Inoki, upon witnessing the annihilation of the 20 elite rock ninjas he had brought with him by the Leaf Ninjas, felt a profound mixture of anguish and fury. The pain stemmed from the fact that 12 of these elite ninjas were Jonin or Special Jonin. His anger was directed at the Old Purple for proving ineffectual, allowing Orochimaru to return for support so swiftly. Inoki realized that continuing the battle was futile. Retreat was the most prudent course of action. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all the scheming and personally fetching the Old Purple to assist, such an outcome was utterly intolerable for him. While entangled in combat with Orochimaru, Inoki intermittently unleashed dust releases against the Leaf Ninjas. Most of these were countered by Orochimaru, but some struck true, resulting in the loss of over 100 Leaf Ninjas. Everyone, disperse immediately, Orochimaru commanded. Seizing the moment of distraction, Inoki unleashed another dust release, coincidentally targeting the area where Anko was positioned. By the time Orochimaru regained his focus, he realized Anko was in peril, but it was too late to intervene. At that moment, Yamashiro returned, wielding the icy surgical knife, and instantly teleported beside Anko, shielding her and the other Leaf Ninjas from Inoki's attack. Upon seeing Yamashiro's arrival, Inoki's expression grew grave, and anxiety crept into his heart. Yamashiro had returned safely to the Leaf Village, but what had become of the Old Purple? Had he escaped, or? Despite their differences, Inoki understood that losing a Kaga-level Jinchuriki during the Third Great Ninja War would be a monumental loss for the Rock Ninjas. Old Man Inoki, unable to defeat Orochimaru, now resorts to targeting our ordinary Leaf Ninjas? Truly, you embody the Earth Shadow with your audacity, Yamashiro taunted, addressing Inoki who floated in midair. Humph. You and that great toad have not spared our ordinary Rock Ninjas either. Inoki retorted. This was indeed a fair point. It seemed balanced. However, since you made a visit to our Leaf Village, I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. I happen to have a gift for you, Yamashiro said. Retrieving the corpse of the Old Purple from the scroll, Inoki's complexion darkened upon seeing the corpse. Although he had suspected the worst, the sight was still difficult to accept. How could the Old Purple perish at the hands of this child? Despite lacking the power of the Four Tails, the Old Purple's lava release was formidable. Yamashiro, I shall remember you. Inoki glared fiercely at him. Lord Suchikage, do not be hasty in your departure. I have a second gift for you. With that, Yamashiro hurled an icy surgical knife towards the hovering Inoki. On the battlefield, Inoki skillfully evaded the icy surgical blade, while Yamashiro appeared behind him in an instant, utilizing his eye-space teleportation technique, delivering a spiraling sphere directly to Naka's waist. Yamashiro had no intention of killing Inoki in the original narrative. He held a favorable impression of him. Thus he chose to show restraint. Flying Thunder God? I never anticipated that apart from Minato Namikaze, Konoha would possess another adept in the Flying Thunder God technique. Inoki exclaimed, clutching his waist, his expression darkened with anger. Yamashiro paid little heed to Naka's ire. Instead, It was Orochimaru who mockingly remarked, "Noki, it seems you have suffered defeat once more. Humph. Return the body of old Z to me." Noki retorted, "Hey, old man. Have you lost your wits? Do you believe you are in a position to make demands?" Yamashiro's words incensed Noki, but true to his status as Tsuchikage, he swiftly regained his composure. Noki understood that the body of old Z must never fall into Konoha's hands, for the intelligence contained within a ninja's remains could yield invaluable information. "Yamashiro, what must I do to obtain old Z's body?" "Quite simple. The IWA shinobi must immediately withdraw from the borders of Konoha and cease all incursions. If you agree, I will promptly return old Z to you. If not, I'm afraid the information contained within his mind will circulate across the 5 great nations. Do not forget, I hail from the Yamashiro clan, and I trust you are aware of our capabilities." Upon hearing Yamashiro's conditions, Noki hesitated, for old Z was of paramount importance to the IWA shinobi, whether alive or deceased. As one of the shadow-level figures of IWA, and a former Jinchuriki of the four-tailed beast, old Z had executed countless missions, and the intelligence within his mind was immeasurable. Should his body fall into Konoha's possession, the ramifications for IWA would be dire, given that IWA had already found itself at a disadvantage in this war. A retreat at this juncture was not entirely out of the question, albeit it would dampen the morale of the village as shinobi. Yamashiro did not rush Noki for a decision, patiently awaiting his response. After much contemplation, Noki ultimately acquiesced to Yamashiro's demands. Upon Naka's agreement, Yamashiro returned old Z's body to a scroll and handed it directly to him. Noki was taken aback by Yamashiro's straightforwardness in returning the body, gazing at him in astonishment. "Hey, Tsuchikage, I am not fond of such gazes. Please refrain from looking at me that way," Yamashiro remarked, feeling a shiver run down his spine under Naka's intense gaze. "You hand over the body of old Z without fear of my reneging?" Noki inquired, ignoring Yamashiro's banter. "I trust you. As a leader of a village, you would never go back on your word. Moreover, even if the IWA shinobi do not retreat, I have confidence in my ability to defeat you," Yamashiro replied with conviction. "Sigh. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as a cradle of geniuses. First, there was Minato Namikaze, and now you, Yamashiro. Rest assured, I will return and withdraw our troops, until we meet again on other battlefields." With that, Noki, still holding his waist, leisurely departed from Konoha's encampment. Did the Tsuchikage just say he would retreat? Indeed, I heard it too. Have we emerged victorious? Perhaps so. Conversations of this nature transpired throughout the Konoha camp, as the ninjas found it hard to believe that victory could come so effortlessly. At the same time, Yamashiro, somewhat bewildered, pondered how the venerable Inoki had consented to withdraw his forces. "Tokuin, are you curious as to why Inoki acquiesced to your demands?" asked Orochimaru. "Do you know?" It appeared that while To had seemingly gained an advantage by leveraging the corpse of the old Zetsu to compel the IWA ninjas to retreat, he overlooked a crucial point. They had already vanquished the IWA forces in prior confrontations. Orochimaru's words enlightened Yamashiro, who realized he had been outmaneuvered by Inoki. As Orochimaru had noted earlier, To had failed to recognize that the dynamics between Konoha and IWA had shifted since his arrival. Previously, Konoha had been in an unequivocal disadvantage, subjected to relentless assaults from IWA. However, upon To's arrival, the threat posed by Iwa's explosive release units was neutralized, allowing Konoha to seize the initiative in the conflict. The IWA ninjas had succumbed to Konoha in the earlier battle, and even after deliberation, they found themselves at an impasse against Konoha. Otherwise, they would not have enlisted the Four Tails to coordinate an assault with Inoki against the Konoha camp. What Inoki had not anticipated was the swift resolution of the Four Tails by Orochimaru and Yamashiro, culminating in the death of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, the old Zetsu, at To's hands. With Zetsu's demise, Inoki understood that Iwa's prospects in the war had dwindled significantly, and at that moment, To's conditions conveniently presented an escape route for him. Otherwise, Zetsu's corpse, though significant, would not have altered the course of the war. "Tokuin, your actions were not misplaced. With Iwa's retreat, we can redirect our efforts against the Mist Ninjas, and our conflict with the Water Country is also on the horizon." "Have the Water Country ninjas landed in the Wave Country?" To inquired with concern. "Indeed. The movements of the Water Country were the very reason I did not impede your actions earlier. Inoki's withdrawal is the most prudent choice given the current circumstances." To nodded. The situation in the Water Country was not dire, as the highest combat powers were the Aienbyu and the son of the third Hokage, alongside elite jonin such as the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, and the Hyuga twins. Meanwhile, the Mist Ninjas, including the Mizuki's absence, offered Konoha a fighting chance in the Wave Country. A day after Inoki returned to the IWA camp, the IWA forces began their withdrawal, leading to jubilant celebrations in the Konoha camp. To's name was etched in the memories of all Konoha ninjas during this war. The news of Iwa's retreat reached Konoha, prompting immense joy from the third Hokage. Upon reviewing Orochimaru's intelligence and learning of the Four Tails Jinchuriki's demise at To's hand, he erupted in laughter, promptly instructing the ANBU to convene a meeting with the village's upper echelons. In the Hokage's office, the senior members of Konoha gathered, including Danzo, who had regained some authority from the root. The third Hokage shared the details from Orochimaru's report with the assembled leaders, who were astonished to learn that Yamashiro To had achieved such remarkable feats in less than 2 months since his arrival at the battlefield in the Land of Earth, particularly against the formidable Four Tails Jinchuriki. To eliminate the Four Tails Jinchuriki, one must possess strength at least on par with that of a Kage, or even be among the more formidable of them. Lord Hokage, this intelligence indicates that Yamamoto has slain the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Does this imply that Yamamoto has strength? Inquired the head of the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage, presenting the intelligence, did not conceal his assessment of Yamamoto's prowess, affirming, indeed, Yamamoto is of Kage level. His words stirred a commotion in the conference room, yet the third Hokage refrained from quelling the discussions, envisioning a hero for Konoha. Despite the ongoing war having spared Konoha from significant defeats, it had also yielded few resounding victories. The Hokage deemed it necessary to introduce a figure to instill confidence in both the villagers and the shinobi of Konoha. The recent slaying of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, which prompted the IWA shinobi to retreat, provided ample merit for Yamamoto to ascend as Konoha's new hero. At a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, for ninjas stationed in the village were gathered, enjoying grilled meat. During wartime, the number of missions to remain in the village had increased significantly, and these four had taken a brief respite to convene. They exchanged stories of their recent experiences and peculiar missions, which, though lacking in substance, captivated the ordinary villagers who listened intently. By the way, have you heard about Yamamoto? Inquired Saratobi Shin, the strongest among them. Yamamoto? Of course. The prodigious medical ninja whose healing techniques are said to rival those of Lady Tsunade, responded the only female ninja, Kojima Ran. Female ninjas typically idolize Tsunade, and Ran was no exception. Upon hearing that Konoha had produced another medical ninja of Tsunade's caliber, she had made inquiries about Yamamoto. So what is the story? Asked a Hyuga clan ninja seated to Saratobi Shin's left. Why concern ourselves with such a genius? He's far removed from our realm, replied a lethargic young man on Saratobi Shin's right, dismissively waving his hand. Saratobi Shin tugged at the young man and, lowering his voice in a conspiratorial manner, remarked, "This is a village secret. If it weren't for our good rapport, I wouldn't divulge it to you." "All right, we're listening, so please continue," urged Kojima Ran. Saratobi Shin, no longer teasing, delved into the matter. Yesterday, Lord Hokage convened a meeting with the village's upper echelon at the Hokage Tower, where he mentioned Yamamoto. What of it? Has he merely been referenced a time or two by the Hokage? Is that a secret? The lethargic young man muttered. Kawamura, don't interrupt. Let Shin finish, admonished Kojima Ran. Kawamura, resigned, merely shrugged but remained silent. Saratobi Shin continued recounting the details he had heard. In the meeting, the third Hokage stated that the IWA shinobi had retreated due to Yamamoto's actions, and moreover, that Yamamoto had slain the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Impossible. How could Yamamoto, at such a young age, possibly kill a Jinchuriki? Questioned Hinata Koku, seated to Saratobi Shin's left, immediately expressing skepticism. This revelation reached me inadvertently while I passed by the Patriarch's chamber, where I overheard the discussion between the clan leader and the elders. It cannot be a falsehood, argued Saratobi Shin. In fact, not only Hyuga-koku, but also Kazumi Ran and Kawamura expressed their disbelief, although they were well aware of Saratobi Shin's character, which is not prone to baseless claims. The news was simply too astonishing. The conclusion of the war in the Land of Earth and the demise of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, could such feats truly be accomplished by a mere adolescent? Saratobi Shin refrained from further explanations. Whether they believed it or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that the eavesdropping commoners accepted it, thus fulfilling his mission. Such conversations also transpired in various public venues in Konoha, restaurants, hot springs, and bookstores, among others. Thus began the circulation of a tale among the citizens of Konoha. The victory in the war against the Land of Earth, and the slaying of the four-tails Jinchuriki were attributed to the prodigious medical ninja, Yamanaka Turu. Lord Hokage, the matter has been successfully handled. The villagers are now abuzz about Yamanaka Turu, reported an Umbu ninja to the third Hokage, who was assessing the public sentiment within the village. I understand. Continue to monitor the situation, replied the Hokage. This was the method of the third Hokage, leveraging the villagers' curiosity about ninjas to disseminate information regarding Yamanaka Turu throughout Konoha at an accelerated pace. Establishing a new hero within the village, the Hokage recognized that an open declaration of Yamanaka Turu's deeds would not garner widespread belief. However, information relayed by other ninjas often held greater weight in the eyes of the populace. Subsequently, all the third Hokage needed to do was await the public sentiment to firm it, and then convene a meeting to prompt the villagers to inquire about Yamanaka Turu's exploits. In the ensuing days, tales of Yamanaka Turu's illustrious deeds spread throughout Konoha, reaching everyone from octogenarian elders to young children just entering the ninja academy. Seizing the opportunity, the third Hokage called for a village-wide assembly, accessible to all residents of Konoha. The villagers gathered beneath the Hokage's office, with the third Hokage and the village's leadership positioned above them. The Hokage commenced with a lengthy oration, condemning the shameless acts of the other four nations in waging war against Konoha. He then recounted the valiant struggles of Konoha's ninjas on the battlefield, ultimately culminating in the victory in the Land of Earth and the retreat of the Rock Ninjas. The third Hokage's speech was met with resounding success. Both villagers and ninjas alike rejoiced in the hard-won victory. However, as the applause subsided, some villagers noted that the Hokage had not mentioned Yamanaka Turu. A few bolder citizens took the initiative to inquire, Lord Hokage, was our triumph in the Land of Earth due to Yamanaka Turu? Did he indeed slay the four-tails Jinchuriki? With one question leading to another, the crowd began to stir, and the third Hokage feigned a look of consternation. The villagers soon realized that there was indeed more to the story, and their excitement grew. Finally, the third Hokage, adopting an air of reluctant acceptance, recounted Yamanaka Turu's accomplishments on the battlefield in the Land of Earth. This admission, coming directly from the Hokage, ignited fervor among both ninjas and commoners alike. Yamanaka Turu was hailed as a hero. This sentiment received unanimous affirmation from the entire village. In this tale, a hero emerges as a paragon, safeguarding the inhabitants of the village. What worries could the denizens of Konoha possibly harbor? The shadows cast by war are effortlessly dispelled by the third Hokage. Even the village's elite express satisfaction with his approach, which not only soothes the anxieties of the common folk, but also fosters a greater sense of unity within the community. Nonetheless, not all share this sentiment. For instance, Danzo perceives the third Hokage's elevation of a hero as the establishment of a future rival. Danzo harbors the belief that Yamashiro Anko will inevitably become an obstacle in his pursuit of the Hokage title, much like Hatake Kakashi. Both Yamashiro Anko and Hatake Kakashi exhibit no interest in the position of Hokage. Rather, Anko's ambition lies in becoming the most formidable ninja in the realm, with an unwavering focus solely on strength. Unbeknownst to Danzo, he is concocting schemes to tarnish Anko's reputation, ensuring that she never ascends to the role of Hokage. Meanwhile, Anko, situated in the Land of Earth, remains oblivious to the third Hokage's machinations, as she has been diligently instructing Akane in mastering Sage Mode. Thanks to her exceptional sensitivity to natural energy, Akane shows remarkable progress. However, Anko, lacking knowledge of the combat techniques of the Richid, is unable to guide Akane in that regard. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having recently encountered a novel concept, genetics, during his discussions with Anko, has become utterly consumed by the study of genetic sequences. The only individual in this world of Hokages who embraces the principles of science demonstrates such fervor in his pursuit of contemporary medical theories that it leaves Anko, who once considered herself a diligent student, feeling inadequate. In comparison to Orochimaru's relentless dedication, her own commitment during her university days, marked by punctuality and focus on learning, seems utterly trivial.